Vhumad God Chapter 1634 to Chapter 1718. In the crowd, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he looked ahead as if he had been struck by lightning. As he had used his martial Dao celestial eye, he could see everything clearly. After the energy wave, the black robe on the tall mysterious man was torn apart, revealing the clothes underneath. It was a red robe that was as red as blood. On the red robe, there was a black lotus. It was so lifelike that it seemed to be real. A red robe with a black lotus. Wasn't this the man that his father had warned him to be careful of? Lin Xian was shocked. Lin Xian had almost forgotten about it since he had been in the eastern wilderness for almost a year. Moreover, he had never met anyone with a red robe with a black lotus. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. But now, he had met someone with a red robe with a black lotus. How could he not be shocked? Back then, his father had told him that the man with a black lotus was related to the person who had sealed his spiritual meridians. Especially that black lotus, Lin Xian would never forget it. It was a black lotus that had sealed his spiritual meridians and prevented him from cultivating. If it was not for the sword-shaped pendant, he would not have been able to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Xian hated the black lotus to the core. He did not expect to meet someone related to the black lotus here. How could he not be shocked? However, he did not act rashly. Because the power that the other party had displayed was too terrifying, he could not defeat him at all. Power. I need great power. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as his eyes shone brightly. Because his power was too weak now. Compared to an almighty, he was pitifully weak. He had to become an almighty as soon as possible so that he could fight against the mysterious man in front of him. I have to become an almighty as soon as possible. Lin Xian took a deep breath as he set a goal for himself. Just as he was thinking about this, the situation in front of him changed again. When the surrounding people saw the tall figure, they exclaimed in surprise. The people from the sacred palace were even more shocked when they saw it. Because the other party was too strange. How could he still stand after receiving such a powerful attack? The tall and mysterious man had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were even more ferocious. He was indeed injured, but it was not fatal. In the end, he had used his king's domain to resist that energy. However, at this moment, his ferocious nature seemed to have been stimulated. His eyes had also turned yellowish-brown, very similar to the two eyeballs on his demonic saber. Not only that, but his entire body also emitted a ferocious aura. Although we didn't manage to kill him, we were able to injure him. Let's join forces again. I don't believe that he won't die after a few more hits. On the Divine Temple's side, several experts gritted their teeth and roared. This was the only way to kill the other party. A cold voice came from the tall figure in front of him. You dare to injure me? All of you must die. He slowly raised his hand, and purple scales faintly appeared on his arm. Endless purple light gathered at the center of his palm, forming a dark purple ball of light that he threw out with a wave of his hand. Wang, the ball of light grew bigger with the wind and instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It was like a purple mountain pressing down on the void. Not only that, but the dark purple ball of light was also spinning crazily, and there was a terrifying aura on it. At the same time, a strange black formation appeared under the purple ball of light. There were mysterious runes drawn on it, and it emitted an ancient aura. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Even the Divine Temple side did not understand. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because the huge purple ball of light was spinning non-stop, forming a powerful suction force. In an instant, 3 kings from the Divine Temple side were caught off guard and were sucked away by this force. They were sucked onto the purple ball of light, and as the purple ball of light rotated, they were mercilessly crushed. The purple ball of light and the black formation below it exerted force, forming a powerful force that instantly crushed the 3 kings into a bloody mist. Bang! Bang! Those 3 six-star kings didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. What? That's terrifying? The Divine Temple side had extremely ugly expressions. They realized that the purple ball of light was too terrifying. Not long after, one of the Almighties was sucked in and was immediately seriously injured. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman made a move and enveloped the Almighties with her green domain to heal them. That was the life domain, which could heal a martial artist's injuries and prevent the Almighties from dying. What? Even the Almighties were almost killed? Everyone was shocked and even wanted to escape. However, the Divine Temple side was very angry. More experts flew out from the Divine Temple. Not long after, 2 more Almighties arrived. The 5 Almighties were ready to join forces to kill the tall mysterious man. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. Situ, stop fooling around. Completing the mission is more important. When the tall mysterious man heard that voice, he immediately said coldly. Then, he looked forward and said coldly, I'll let you guys go this time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Humph. Where do you think you're going? The 5 Almighties behind saw that and roared angrily. They turned into 5 streaks of light and charged forward. At that moment, the cold snort came again. At the same time, the clouds in the sky rolled, forming an illusory eye that looked down. Buzz, as soon as the eye appeared, the 5 Almighties who were chasing after them trembled and stopped. They looked up at the mysterious pair of eyes with ugly expressions on their faces. Because just now, they felt as if they were being stared at by a peerless beast. In fact, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Ever since they became Almighties, they had not felt this way for a long time. It was as if that I could take their lives at any time. At this moment, everyone trembled under the gaze of this gigantic eye. Because the supreme aura that was emitted was not something they could withstand at all. In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed, Virtual Sky Eye. This huge eye reminded him of Zhao Shui's eye technique, the Virtual Sky Eye. However, he soon shook his head and rejected that idea. No, this is not the Virtual Sky Eye. It's an even more powerful eye technique. Damn it, what the hell is this? Lin Xian was shocked and also felt a sense of trepidation. Even the light of his martial Dao heavenly eye dimmed a little. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon was fine. As a dragon, he could withstand this supreme pressure. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they also trembled with the crowd. This trembling came from their souls and was uncontrollable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and formed the dragon sword realm, enveloping the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei. His dragon sword realm was evolved from the great dragon sword. It was a holy technique and could completely isolate this supreme aura. Therefore, when the dragon sword realm appeared, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both heaved a sigh of relief. However, no one noticed that in the crowd, the young man named Hong Yu, when he saw the illusory eye in the sky, his delicate little face became ferocious. F***ck, that scared me to death. F***ck. What kind of eye is that? How could it be so terrifying? Even the mighty figures are starting to tremble. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's hearts palpitated. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Damn it, it can't be the legendary eye, right? Even He too, who had been resting, was startled. What a powerful bloodline power. Could it really be the legendary eye? Lin Xian was about to ask what kind of eye it was when a long roar came from the front. Everyone, retreat. This long howl was filled with age. Clearly, this was the anger of a living fossil. Hearing this voice, the 5 mighty figures retreated decisively. That eye was too much of a threat to them. Seeing the 5 of them retreat, one of the living fossil elders had a monstrous aura that dyed the entire sky red. In the next moment, he stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky and covered a radius of 1,000 miles as he grabbed downwards. With a loud bang, air waves rolled and all the warriors in the sealed space fell to the ground. Only Lin Xian and the others were spared because of the existence of the Dragon Sword realm. This time even the tall and mysterious man, who had always been arrogant, narrowed his eyes. Facing the huge hand that covered the sky, even he felt a sense of trepidation as if he was on the verge of death. This was an attack from a living fossil. It was extremely terrifying and even surpassed that of a mighty figure. With a roar, the tall and mysterious man wanted to use all his strength to resist. However, at that moment, a young figure appeared beside him. It was the young man who was with him. That handsome young man was also wearing a red robe with a black lotus. As soon as he appeared, he pulled the tall figure and quickly retreated. Go, this is an order. When the tall middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and left. The two of them fled into the distance. Humph, want to run? You're overestimating yourselves. This area has already been sealed. You can't escape at all. Behind them, the warriors from the sacred temple sneered. Indeed, the entire space was sealed by the living fossil elder. Even mighty figures could not escape. No matter how powerful the two people in front were, they would not be able to break the seal. Moreover, there was a terrifying palm above them that was mercilessly descending. That palm strike was probably enough to kill a mighty figure. However, the two mysterious men did not hesitate at all. They continued to walk into the distance. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the sealing barrier. It was a translucent wall of light with countless runes flickering on it. This was the seal formed by the living fossil elder. Every single rune contained an incomparably unique power. At this moment, they were all connected together and were incomparably powerful. It was like an impenetrable wall that could not be opened at all. However, at this moment, a white flame suddenly floated out of the mysterious eye in the sky. Without any sound, it landed on the barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a hole. Let's go! The handsome young man and the tall middle-aged man turned into lightning and instantly disappeared from where they were. What? The seal has been broken? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the sacred hall, who could not believe their eyes. That was the seal formed by the combined efforts of the living fossil elders. How could it be broken by someone? It was too inconceivable. Even the living fossils had gloomy expressions, their gazes uncertain. Boom! In the sky, the huge hand that covered 1,000 miles ruthlessly smashed down, shattering the void. However, the two mysterious men had already disappeared. Damn it! Chase! We must catch them! Angry roars could be heard. Then, a few living fossils and the mighty figures quickly moved and chased into the distance. Because the missing stone was transported from the Primordium ancient mine, it was extremely mysterious and might contain rare treasures. Therefore, they could not lose it. The Sacred Hall martial artists rushed into the distance like a torrent of lightning. At the same time, the surrounding seal also disappeared. Hurry up and run! The trapped martial artists in the surroundings also screamed at this moment. One by one, they moved their bodies and fled in all directions. Because if they did not leave now, they would not be able to escape when they were sealed again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Let's go and take a look. To be honest, the two mysterious men were very attractive to him. He wanted to know who they were. What kind of organization did they belong to? He had to figure it out to find the mastermind behind this. Alright, let's go and take a look. To be honest, Fatty Luo and Du Fei were also very confused. Therefore, they discussed and prepared to follow the sacred hall to take a look. However, they were stopped after flying for a few dozen miles. Kid, trying to run? Not so easy. A group of people appeared in all directions and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Kid, how dare you offend the Tuoba family? You're dead. Humph, hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer, or today will be the day you die. Cold laughter could be heard. It was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. It turned out that the people who stopped Lin Xian were none other than the Tuoba family and the 10,000 lightning sect. The strongest few were Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saint. However, the unfettered saint and the unfettered sect did not come. Among them, Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saints' eyes burned with rage. They could not wait to chop Lin Xian into pieces to vent their anger. Who was I? So it's a bunch of losers. Why? You're not convinced? How dare you find trouble with us? Fatty Luo snorted in disdain. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, the consequences of offending us will be dire. Du Fei sneered. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer today, don't even think about leaving. The 10,000 lightning saint's face darkened. The 10,000 lightning hammer was his weapon and a treasure of the 10,000 lightning sect. He could not lose it. Otherwise, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the entire eastern wilderness. Tuoba Yulong's aged eyes shone with a terrifying light. The two of you are the descendants of the 10 villains, so we won't touch you. However, we won't let that Lin kid off. You have to pay the price for offending the Tuoba family. Hand over the 6 divine crystals and the earth-grade cultivation technique. Hand over your spirit-seeking art and eye technique, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Tuoba Ye's expression was hideous. As a prodigy of the Tuoba family, he was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian time and time again. He could not accept this. Not only that, but Lin Xian's eye technique and spirit-seeking art made him extremely greedy. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get all the treasures in Lin Xian's hands today. To be honest, it wasn't just the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect. There were countless figures in the surroundings. They were like ghosts, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian did have a great treasure. Not to mention the Myriad Thunder Hammer, just the 6 divine crystals and a peak earth tier cultivation technique were enough to make countless people jealous. If it weren't for the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect, there would probably be other experts who would come to intercept them. Hurry up and scram. If you anger us, aren't you afraid of the 10 villains' revenge? Fatty Luo snorted. However, the Myriad Thunder Saint only grinned. Don't scare us. The 10 villains are powerful, but they aren't here. Moreover, we're just taking back what belongs to us. The 10 villains can't do anything about it, Tuoba Yulong also smiled. Don't worry, young masters. We won't hurt you. At that time even the 10 villains wouldn't be able to say anything. As he spoke, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Immediately, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. In the next moment, the ground beneath Fatty Luo and Du Fei's feet cracked. 6 light pillars as thick as buckets surged from the ground, connecting the sky and directly enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. You two young masters, just stay inside and watch the battle. Tuoba Yulong's old voice sounded. The 6 light pillars flickered with incomparable light and contained a powerful aura, enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. F*CK, damn you old bastard. How dare you seal me? Fatty Luo was furious. He waved his hand and slapped forward. Immediately, a golden palm covered in countless runes slammed into the 6 rays of light. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and the world shook. However, the 6 pillars of light were completely intact. They had not been blasted apart. Damn it, what is this? Du Fei also clenched his teeth and waved the folding fan in his hand. Several silver light blades quickly slashed down. His cultivation wasn't low. Even a 4-star king would find it difficult to resist these silver light blades. However, at this moment, they only burst into countless sparks when they hit the 6 light pillars. They didn't break. Stop struggling, you two. This is our Tuoba family's unique spirit-seeking technique. You can't break it. Tuoba Yi had a complacent expression. This is borrowing the power of the earth spirit vein. It is impossible for you people to break it open. He was right. Seeker spirit masters were not only good at stone gambling, but they were also very good at fighting. That was because their spirit-seeking technique was able to find earth spirit veins and borrow their power to fight. That was how the 6 light pillars of spiritual energy were condensed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. Activating his martial Dao heavenly eye, he discovered that the 6 light pillars were indeed connected to an earth spirit vein. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded, his expression cold. If you want to kill me with just these methods, you're dreaming. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Start a massacre? With just you? Tuoba Yi snorted in disdain. Junior, you're too arrogant. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Tuoba Yulong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The saint son of 10,000 Thunder sneered. Reckless thing, go to hell. He waved his hand, and countless lightning bolts surged out. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Instantly, the earth trembled again. The ground beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked open, and multiple light pillars roared out like dragons. Haha, kid, die. Mopei laughed maniacally. He seemed to be able to see Lin Xian being killed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he executed his extreme movement technique and instantly disappeared. Boom, boom, the sky full of divine lightning and huge spiritual energy light pillars all missed. What? What fast speed? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such speed. On the other side, Lin Xian executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly disappeared, dodging 2 sharp attacks. Then, he didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Since both parties had become enemies, there was no need for him to hold back. In an instant, he appeared before Tuobai. The Dragon Sword realm was quickly executed and shrouded Tuobai. Damn it. Get lost. Tuobai's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to target him the moment he appeared. With a furious roar, he waved both his palms and slammed towards Lin Xian. As a genius of the Tuoba family, he wasn't only a seeker spirit master, but his martial cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 4-star king. At this moment, he waved both his palms and formed 2 jade palms that blasted forward. Mystic Jade Palms. This was an earth-tier mid-grade martial art that was extremely powerful. However, in front of Lin Xian's Dragon Sword realm, it couldn't even retaliate. Resplendent sword chi flickered and directly shattered the mystic jade palms. Tuobai screamed and quickly retracted his palms. His face was extremely distorted. Because his palms had countless cuts and were dripping with blood. Some places even revealed white bones. In just a single move, he was severely injured. He couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was extremely terrified. Previously, he had already used his eye technique to check on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a 2-star king. Such a person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength despite his weak cultivation. That sharp sword chi didn't even give him any chance to retaliate. Therefore, at the next moment, he retreated frantically and screamed, "Elder, save me." Everything seemed slow, but it only happened in an instant. When Tuoba Yulong saw this scene, he was infuriated. Lin Xian actually dared to make a move on Tuoba Yi. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, with a furious roar, he quickly waved his dragon-headed walking stick. With a flash of light, that walking stick seemed to have come alive and turned into a yellow dragon that surged forward rapidly. He wanted to save Tuoba Yi. However, Lin Xian snorted and waved his palm. The Dragon Sword realm instantly enveloped Tuoba Yi. The sky was filled with sharp sword chi as it slashed down mercilessly. PFFF. PFFF, Tuoba Yi's body was instantly penetrated by countless sword chi. The defense on the surface of his body was completely useless. Fresh blood spurted out as Tuoba Yi collapsed rapidly with endless unwillingness and fear. Until this moment, he still didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. Ah. Kid, I want you dead. Seeing Tuoba Yi killed, Tuoba Yulong roared crazily and looked extremely malevolent. Because Tuoba Yi was a genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Not only was his cultivation high, but his spirit-seeking technique was also exceptional. He was highly valued among the younger generation. This time, he even followed Tuoba Yulong to participate in the Sacred Hall Stone Gambling Convention. However, he didn't expect that he would be killed here. This made him unable to answer to his family. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong had gone completely crazy. His white hair fluttered rapidly, and he looked like a demon. As he waved his walking stick, the ground cracked rapidly. One after another, earth spirit veins gushed out from the ground, turning into swords and knives that slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge quickly. Coiling snake stick, Tuoba Yulong attacked crazily. The dragon head walking stick in his hand turned into a ferocious python that instantly covered the void. It bit at Lin Xian. This dragon head walking stick was not simple. It was an earth-grade treasure. At this moment, its energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the ferocious dragon snake head locked onto Lin Xian. Die, brat. The whole void shook violently as the staff swept down. Even a 5-star king wouldn't be able to withstand the shocking energy. Lin Xian let out a cold snort as his eyes lit up. Myriad sword art, 9,000 sword power. With a low bellow, the dragon sword domain rotated rapidly. 9,000 sharp sword beams quickly combined to form a gigantic heavenly sword that slashed forward ruthlessly. Lin Xian's myriad sword art had already reached greater mastery. When he used it now, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the 9,000 sword power formed a giant sword that was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the dragon head walking stick back, boom. Boom, Tuoba Yulong took 3 steps back, creating a large crack in the void. At the same time, his face was full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? He was too shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5-star king. However, not only was the other party fine, but he was also blasted back. He couldn't believe that a 2-star king could have such powerful combat strength. At the same time, the myriad Thunder Saint's expression was also solemn. He was also extremely shocked. Therefore, in the next moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge lightning domain instantly formed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Lightning rolled in the sky, and the myriad Thunder Saint stood in the void like a thunder god. In the next moment, he attacked ruthlessly. Hand of the Thunder God. The domain of thunder and lightning above churned as countless bolts of lightning surged, forming a giant hand of thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth. With shocking power, it slammed downwards. Boom, that giant lightning hand was several hundred feet long. It stretched out from the thunderclouds in the sky, as if it was the real hand of the heavens. How terrifying. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and swallowed their saliva. This should be the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Thunder sect, the hand of the Thunder God. It's hard to imagine that the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son has cultivated it to such a level. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin kid won't be able to fight back. What a pity. 6 divine gems and a top earth-class cultivation technique are going to fall into the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. As for Lin Xian, he supported the dragon sword domain. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The dragon sword domain collided with the lightning domain, producing a sound like that of a tsunami. Endless cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian performed the first level of the 6-god sword technique. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain was surrounded by countless red sword chi, and at the same time, an illusory sword god shadow faintly appeared. The sword god shadow sat cross-legged in the void like an ancient sword god, and its terrifying aura suppressed all directions. Kill! Lin Xian raised the 9 hell demon sword and roared. Immediately, the sword god's image filled the sky with red sword light as it charged upwards. Crack, with a loud sound, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Son's hand of the Thunder God was attacked by the sword chi, and countless cracks appeared. Then, it exploded and scattered in all directions. What? The Thunder God's hand is broken? How is that possible? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Son was even more shocked. His Thunder God's hand was extremely terrifying. How could his opponent resist it? However, he didn't have time to think. The next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly retreated to the side. That was because the red sword god's phantom was charging towards him at high speed. That fierce aura made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Buzz, a red sword light was emitted from the sword god's shadow and instantly slashed forward. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun dodged the sword by force. However, the aftermath of the sword chi made him feel pain all over and his body almost split open. After missing the attack, the red sword god's shadow quickly dimmed. Then, it returned to Lin Xian's dragon sword realm and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian didn't waste time with his opponent. He had already sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, asking him to help Du Fei and Fatty Luo crack the 6 spiritual chi light pillars. Now, they had successfully cracked it. Let's go. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly came to their side. The dragon sword realm roared and turned into a flying dragon, carrying everyone and rushing into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for too long. Because he had many treasures with him. Even if he killed Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, more people would come. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Under the extreme speed of the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian and the others were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. Trying to run? Damn it, chase after him. Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Both of them had suffered a great loss. How could they let Lin Xian go? After hearing that, the martial artists around them moved as well. They followed behind Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, turning into streaks of shocking light that chased forward. The martial artists hidden in the surroundings also followed silently. Because the treasures this time were too abundant, whether it was the 10,000 Thunder Hammer, the 10,000 Beast Ding in Lin Xian's hands, the 6 Divine Nerves, or a top-tier Earth-grade cultivation technique. Any one of them would make countless people jealous. Now, all of these things were in Lin Xian's hands. How could they not go crazy? No one gave up. They all chased after him. Of course, they all followed unhurriedly. Because they wanted the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and the others to fight with Lin Xian. When both sides were injured, they would appear and reap the benefits. However, half a day later, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Because they had lost track of him. Not only the hidden martial artists behind them, but even the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Yulong had a ferocious expression. The other party's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun had the speed of lightning, he was still a little slower. Damn it. Everyone gritted their teeth. Investigate. We must find out that kid's identity. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth. He must take back the 10,000 Thunder Hammer. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the other party and snatch the treasures on him. Tuoba Yulong had the same idea. Therefore, he also asked the people of the Tuoba family to hurry up and find out about the other party. Moreover, he also spread the word that if anyone could provide information about the other party or help him catch the other party, he would give the person a strange stone for free. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Tuoba Yulong was an extremely powerful seeker. Although he lost to Lin Xian last time, no one doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, in order to catch Lin Xian this time, he actually agreed to give away a strange stone. This was absolutely shocking news. Therefore, for a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order to track down Lin Xian with all their might. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew quickly with Fatty Luo and the others. A day later, they were finally far away from the sacred palace. Lin Xian's speed also came to a halt. F***CK. Damn the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Tuoba family. I'll remember this. I'll never let them off the hook. Fatty Luo gritted his teeth. As the descendants of the 10 great villains, no one dared to attack them. But this time, that Tuoba Yulong dared to attack them? How abominable. Yes, we must avenge them. Du Fei snorted. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. I might have to return to the sect now. Brother Lin, are you going back? Fatty Luo and Du Fei were reluctant to part with him. Yes, the sect's mission is completed and the deadline is almost up. We must hurry back. They chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon said goodbye to Fatty Luo and Du Fei and set off again. Indeed, Donzong had given them a deadline of 1 month. Now that they were almost there, Lin Xian had to go back. Otherwise, he would arouse the sect's suspicion. 2 days later, he arrived at the place where he had landed and waited for the gate to open. Sure enough, Donzong's teleportation array appeared in the sky again at the specified time. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he entered the gate with the Crimson Dragon. When he came out again, he was already back in Donzong. Lin Xian smiled as he operated the longevity incantation to stabilize the spiritual power in his body. He was now very far away from the sacred palace. Even if a king could fly, it would take him a few years. Therefore, it was impossible for the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the others to find him. Moreover, what made him even happier was that the harvest this time was simply too bountiful, 6 divine gems and a top Earth rank technique. This was definitely a sky-high price. If anyone knew about this, they would go crazy with envy. Lin Xian was also very careful. He returned to the sect and quickly handed in the mission. Then, he returned to his mountain and went into seclusion. Raising his hand to set up a seal, Lin Xian gave 2 divine gems to the Crimson Dragon and kept the other 4 for his own cultivation. This divine crystal was worthy of being called a rare treasure. Lin Xian was overjoyed by its abundant energy. For nerves had allowed his cultivation base to reach the late stage of 2-star King Realm. Thousand Dragon Realm's realm was strengthened again. Slowly, 1,000 divine gems and divine gems realm rank divine go. This time, it took him half a month to absorb the divine crystals. This improvement Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current state. With a flip of his palm, he took out the Earth-class martial art. Tian Heaven Martials Divine Martial Gems Martial Art Divine Martial Fist of the 1,000 Tian Fist its power surpassed any of Lin Xian's martial arts techniques. However, although this technique was powerful, it also had high requirements for the cultivator. First of all, to use this fist technique, one had to have an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the power of this fist technique. Moreover, the cultivator also needed to have a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline to be able to fully use the Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect. It could be said that these requirements were very harsh and difficult for ordinary people to meet. Especially the second requirement. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw it. No wonder the other party was so willing to give him a top-ranked technique. Because in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to cultivate. If one had a strong physique, they could achieve it. If one wanted to use the Dragon Clan's bloodline, they would have to do it with someone like the Crimson Dragon, who was part of the Dragon Clan, or someone related to the Dragon Clan. The other possibility was to slay a dragon and obtain its bloodline power. However, this situation was even rarer, therefore, this Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect could only be watched and could not be cultivated. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Others could not cultivate it, but he could. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was a very special dragon soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's current state was equivalent to a dragon. However, it was not a real dragon clan. However, to cultivate this Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect, it was indeed enough. This Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect was very fierce and abnormally fierce. It was very difficult to cultivate. This set of fist techniques also contained 5 killer moves. It could be said that its power was extremely great. The more Lin Xian looked at it, the more delighted he became. If he used the Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect, coupled with his Dragon Sword realm, he would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying combat strength. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Xian was completely immersed in cultivating the Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect. Time passed quickly. During this period, the sect sent a blue wave pill. Other than that, Lin Xian had been in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian was now at the entry level of the Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect. From this point, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Fist of the 1,000 Tian sect. This was because in the past, Lin Xian could almost cultivate a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art to the small success stage in a month's time. Now, he was only at the entry level. As expected of a top-grade Earth-tier martial art, Lin Xian also exclaimed. However, even at the entry level, its power was extremely terrifying. It had even surpassed a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art at the large success stage. However, he did not continue to cultivate it. This was because the entire Dawn Zone had suddenly heard a low bell sound. It was obvious that something big had happened. Clang, the melodious bell sound slowly resounded throughout the entire Dawn Zone. Lin Xian stood up and withdrew the surrounding defensive array. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many core disciples who also flew into the sky. It was obvious that these people had received the news. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw a beautiful figure rushing toward him at high speed. Chu Yu. Lin Xian smiled. You're here too. Of course, how can I not come for such a big matter? Qiyu smiled. Do you know, this is a good opportunity for us? Good opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Qiyu was surprised. What do you usually do? I've been in seclusion these days. Why? Something big happened in the sect? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked with a smile. It's indeed something big, but it's not just Danzong, Qiyu said. Do you know that in a while, it will be the day of the Holy Land selection? As a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our Danzong has a chance to participate in the selection every 10 years. This time, it's our turn. In other words, among us core disciples, there might be a carp that can jump the Dragon Gate and directly enter the Yaoguang Holy Land. Qiyu smiled and said, maybe some of these core disciples will be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. What? The sacred ground sect selection. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Then, he understood from Qiyu's explanation. The sacred ground sect selection was held once every 10 years. It was a competition between the 3 subsidiary sects of the Yaoguang sacred ground. In the end, the top 3 would have a chance to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Danzong and Danzong disciples. The sacred ground was the top force in the eastern wilderness. It was an overlord that was on par with the remote antiquity families. Every disciple of the sacred ground was an extremely outstanding genius. Their strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Moreover, the sacred ground had a very rich foundation. If one could enter the sacred ground to cultivate, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Lin Xian and Qiyu chatted as they flew quickly. Soon, the two arrived at the Danzong Square. At this moment, many people had gathered there. These were all core disciples. Only core disciples were qualified to participate in the sacred ground selection. Lin Xian roughly looked and found that there were about 300 core disciples. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. At this moment, these people had excited expressions on their faces. This was because they knew that this time, there was a high possibility that someone among them would break through and become a sacred ground disciple. That would be an unparalleled honor and a great opportunity. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and Qiyu's landing immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them were looking at Qiyu. It couldn't be helped. She was a direct disciple and had a high status. Among the core disciples, she was also a top existence. Such a person would definitely be an extremely strong opponent in the sacred ground selection. Therefore, these core disciples paid special attention to her. As for Lin Xian, they only glanced at him and then stopped paying attention. This was because they found that he was only a late-stage 2-star king. This kind of cultivation was too weak. They didn't even understand how he became a core disciple. Such a person was nothing more than cannon fodder in the Holy Land selections. Therefore, they would not waste their energy to pay too much attention to it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly at the disdainful gazes around him. These people simply did not know what was called jumping ranks to battle. After Lin Xian and Qiyu arrived, more and more core disciples arrived. The entire square was filled with martial artists, their powerful auras connecting heaven and earth. Not long after, the door to the main hall opened. A group of elders walked out from within. The person at the front was an old man in a red robe. He was the sect master of Danzong, Xianxia. Lin Xian was slightly surprised to see him. He hadn't expected Xianxia to appear at a time like this. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of the Holy Land selections. At the side, all the core disciples bowed to the front. Greetings, sect master. No need to be so polite. Xianxia smiled and said, I'm sure you know why I've gathered you here. That's right. I've gathered all of you here for the Holy Land selection. As expected, after receiving the sect master's affirmation, the surrounding core disciples were all excited. They had no choice. Among these core disciples, the younger ones were in their 20s, while the older ones were already 100 years old. However, they were all kings. Therefore, in terms of appearance, the core disciples who were 100 or 200 years old looked like they were in their 30s. However, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. In front of them, Xianxia said slowly, the Holy Land selection this time is no different from the previous ones. It's also divided into 3 stages. An elder will lead you to the first 2 stages. As for me, I'll be waiting for your return at the 3rd stage. At that time, not only me, but the experts of the Yaoguang Holy Land will also be there. I hope you'll perform well and strive to enter the Yaoguang Holy Land. Yes, we'll do our best to enter the Holy Land. The group of core disciples was excited. Lin Xian was slightly confused because he didn't know what the 3 stages were. But thinking about it, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the surrounding core disciples were already discussing among themselves. With my cultivation, the 1st stage isn't a problem at all. The 2nd stage is fine too. But the 3rd stage is a bit difficult. Yeah, I wonder what kind of outstanding geniuses will appear in the other 2 sects this time. Our Danzong will be led by the 10 direct disciples. These people were discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were participating in the selection. Lin Xian perked up his ears and listened for a while. He had a rough understanding of the situation. The Yaoguang Holy Land had 3 main sections. They were the Danzong, the Lingxiu, and the Purple Sun sect. These 3 sects were about the same in strength, but the Purple Sun sect was the strongest. The other 2 sects also had more than 300 core disciples. Moreover, the 3 sects were led by the 10 direct disciples, forming the strongest echelon. And every time, the top 3 would always emerge from these personal disciples. Among these direct disciples, there were 3 senior direct disciples. They were the Danzong, Dan Feng. The Lingxiu sect, Shaoqing. The Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng. These 3 people were powerful and unfathomable. It was rumored that they could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the Peerless Holy Land and the clan of the Ancients. It could be said that they were the hot favorites in this competition. Lin Xian listened from the side and secretly memorized these people. On the other side, after Dan Chenzi finished speaking, another sect elder walked out and gave some things to the core disciples. Among them, there was a jade scroll and a few pills. The jade scroll recorded the basic content of the selection. As for the pills, they were probably recovery or healing pills prepared for them. At this moment, Dan Chenzi chuckled and said again. Now, you've received the pills. There's a purple pill among them. Swallow it now and I'll help you increase your strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, then ecstatic. Soon, everyone swallowed the purple medicinal pellets that they had obtained in their hands. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He knew that Dan Chenzi wasn't a good person. He probably didn't have good intentions when he asked them to take the pill. However, with so many people taking the pill, he would definitely attract attention if he didn't take it. Therefore, he could only take the purple pill and quickly use the longevity incantation. He hoped that the longevity incantation could reverse the flow and discover the difference in the pill. As expected, after swallowing the pill, the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body reversed the flow. This meant that there was definitely something wrong with the pill. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and didn't expel it immediately. However, he didn't absorb it either. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and did not expel it immediately. However, he did not absorb it. When Dan Chenzi saw that all the core disciples had taken the purple pills, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, go back and prepare. Gather here in 3 days. An elder will take you there. Yes, we'll take our leave. All the core disciples bowed again. Then, they rose into the air and returned to their mountains. Lin Xian bid farewell to Chuyu and left as well. After returning to the mountain, Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a defensive array to prevent others from probing. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the purple pill. Damn, there's something wrong. The Crimson Dragon also jumped out and frowned. Kid, are you still going to participate in the Sacred Land tryouts? I think Danzong is very strange. I'm afraid he's plotting something. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. Of course I'm going to participate. If I withdraw now, I'm afraid Danzong will hunt me down. Moreover, I think Danzong's secret will be exposed during the Sacred Land tryouts. I'm going to see what Dan Chenzi is plotting then. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the others arrived at Danzong Square again. This time, 3 elders and more than 10 deacons were leading the group. One of the 3 elders had a very powerful aura. Lin Xian estimated that he was at the almighty level. The Danzong Almighty waved his hand and a huge spirit boat rose into the air. Then, Lin Xian and the other core disciples boarded the spirit boat and flew into the distance. The spirit boat was as fast as lightning. Even so, it took 10 days to reach its destination. The serene moon forest was vast. It was surrounded by mountains. The huge spirit boat was descending toward one of the valleys. The valley was huge. From the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. When they got closer, they realized that there were many people in the valley. The landing of Danzong's spirit boat naturally attracted attention. Very quickly, a red light flew over from the half-moon valley. So it's a fellow Taoist from Danzong. A laugh rang out. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura was powerful. He had reached the level of a 6-star king. So it's fellow Taoist Han. The alchemy sect's almighty also smiled. Then, the other 2 elders and a dozen deacons beside him also quickly greeted the red-robed middle-aged man. Looking at these people, there was a trace of respect and fear. Although the other party is only a 6-star king, our Danzong and the other 2 sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. Chiyu said via voice transmission. Can you guess why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, could it be that the other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land? That's right. The other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Even the Almighty of Danzong wouldn't dare to be rude to them. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had seen the power of an almighty before. Such a person could be said to be an overlord in the eastern wilderness. However, a 6-star king from the Yaoguang Holy Land could make an almighty feel fear. One had to admit that the Holy Land's strength was too terrifying. In front, the elders and the red-robed middle-aged man discussed for a while. Then, the Danzong Almighty turned around and said, we're going to discuss the competition. You can go down by yourselves. Communicate with the other sect's senior and junior brothers. Yes. Everyone agreed. Then, one by one, they rose into the air and flew down. The half-moon valley had beautiful scenery and abundant spirit chi. It was a good place to rest. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Xian and the other Danzong disciples naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Sun sect and the Lingshu sect. Among them, the 10 core disciples of the Danzong sect stood at the front. They landed forcefully, bringing with them countless gusts of wind. It's the Danzong people. In the valley, the people from the other 2 sects also narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were solemn. They had no choice. This time, they were not here to sightsee. It was a very intense competition. It could be said that each person was a potential opponent. Danfeng, how have you been? At this moment, an extremely handsome young man in white walked out and chuckled as he looked ahead. Although his body did not emit any light, he had an aura that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Xiaoqing. Danfeng was a very beautiful woman. She wore a 5-colored robe, and her beautiful face was solemn. His long and narrow eyes were shining with a bright light. At the same time, a fiery red shadow spread out from her body. It overlapped like a phoenix. It carried a scorching aura. Suddenly, the aura of the entire valley increased by a lot. So powerful. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The white-robed young man smiled and said, it seems that your fire phoenix technique has made another breakthrough. You're not bad either. I'm afraid you've already cultivated to the 6th level. Danfeng's voice was cold but exceptionally pleasant. I'm nothing. I'm afraid that Dingpeng is even more powerful. I heard that his Purple Sun divine technique has already broken through to the 7th level. The 7th level. Even Danfeng frowned when she heard this. What a troublesome guy. It's my honor to be praised by Fairy Danfeng. Another laughter was heard. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a young man in a purple robe with a devilish smile on his face. There was a purple aura floating on his body. It was very mysterious. Ding Peng. On the Danzong side, there was also a burst of exclamations. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Ding Peng, the first direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect. His strength was extremely terrifying. Probably no one in the entire valley was his match. The only ones who could fight against him were their senior sister Danfeng and the first direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Xiaoqing. In the distance, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the three of them. These three should be the top geniuses of the three major sections. Not bad, they're indeed very strong. However, compared to the Thousand Thunder Sage, they seem to be a little lacking. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he kept comparing in his heart. How about it? Do you want to spar? Ding Peng stood in the void and asked indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to spar. When it comes to the third stage, a battle will do. Danfeng shook her head slightly. Then, her figure swayed and she came to the valley. I won't fight you either. On the other side, Xiaoqing of the Spirit Void sect also laughed. Recently, I've been cultivating a unique skill. I'll have a breakthrough in the next 2 days. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise. As he said that, his body and mind swayed and he landed below. No matter what you cultivate, you're no match for me. Ding Peng shook his head slightly. Next, everyone rested in this valley, waiting for the upcoming first stage. Through the jade slip, Lin Xian already knew the content of the first stage. It was a team competition. Everyone would form different teams and enter the Hidden Moon Forest together. Each small team could only have a maximum of 3 people. At the very least, they could act alone. Under normal circumstances, no one would act alone because it was easy to be eliminated in this situation. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Dan Feng and Ding Peng probably disdained to form a team with others. As for the others, they would probably form a 3-person team. At the very least, it would be a 2-person team. Every team would be given half a jade pendant. And what these teams had to do was to snatch other people's jade pendants in the forest and form a complete jade pendant. Only by forming a complete jade pendant within the stipulated time and handing it over to the designated location would they be considered to have passed. This was the content of the first stage. It looked very simple. But there were some hidden traps in it. One of them was that other than the team itself, no one knew which half of the jade pendant the other teams had obtained. This required the martial artist to find out by himself. Moreover, the more important point was that this first stage was very easy to eliminate people. Because there would be experts who would carry out a thorough cleaning inside. Those people were powerful and had completed a complete jade pendant. But they would not stop. Instead, they would attack others crazily and eliminate them. It could be said that it was very cruel. Next, it was to form a team. Basically, it was a combination of disciples from each sect. There were very few combinations between sections. Lin Xian, let's form a team. At this moment, Qiyu walked over with a smile. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, a few handsome young men walked towards Qiyu. And said with a smile, Junior sister Chu, let's go together? Yes, junior sister, we can protect you. Kid, you can leave. There's nothing for you here. A few people looked coldly at Lin Xian. And the surrounding martial artists also whispered and could not help but pull away. Because those who dared to form a team with Qiyu were definitely personal disciples. Ordinary core disciples had no chance at all. And this kind of personal disciple, ordinary people did not dare to provoke at all. Senior brothers, don't say that. Junior brother Lin is very powerful. Qiyu, quickly mediate. Powerful? After the 2 personal disciples heard this, a trace of disdain appeared at the corners of their mouths. How powerful could a late-stage 2-star king realm be? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he said to Qiyu, you can team up with them. I have other choices. With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. He did want to team up with Qiyu because he only knew Qiyu in all of Danzong. But now, he would choose to act alone. Because being alone was more suitable for him, seeing Lin Xian leave, Qiyu also sighed. However, this was also good. This way, it would prevent Lin Xian from having a conflict with his personal disciple. She knew that the personal disciples beside her possessed extremely terrifying strength. If Lin Xian was here, the two sides would definitely clash, and the one who would suffer would be Lin Xian. This was not the result that Qiyu wanted to see. Alright, senior brothers, let's form a team. Qiyu sighed. At the same time, the others also quickly formed teams. Most of them were 3-person teams, but there were also some 2-person teams. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed very strange. This was because there were no other disciples beside him. He was alone. This kind of solo action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Many disciples even revealed disdainful sneers. With his strength, he wants to act alone? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. He's just cannon fodder if he goes in. Ignore him. The disciples sneered, not putting Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Lin Xian's expression was calm because he was very confident in himself. Apart from Lin Xian, there was another person on Danzong's side who was acting alone. That was the eldest personal disciple, Dan Feng. She also did not find anyone to team up with. As for Shaoqing of the Lingshu sect and Dingpeng of the Purple Sun, they were both acting alone. Soon, each team began to step forward to receive half a jade pendant. Lin Xian also received half a jade pendant. It was palm-sized and had exquisite inscriptions carved on it. He held the jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was because from the moment he received the jade pendant, there were countless malicious gazes around him. It was obvious that these people were targeting him. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If these people did not open their eyes, he did not mind sending them out. However, the first round of the competition was still considered fair. These people did not directly enter the Hidden Moon Forest. Instead, they were randomly transported by a huge teleportation array. This way, they could avoid the fate of being stared at from the beginning. All the disciples stood on the huge array, and light flickered under their feet. In front, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Yaoguang sacred ground said loudly. The time for the first round is a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, not only do you have to successfully seize someone else's token, but also form a complete pair of jade pendants. Moreover, you have to send the jade pendants to that mountain at the stipulated time on the 7th day. As he spoke, he pointed to the distance. In the vast forest, there was a very tall mountain. It was like a heavenly pillar, thousands of feet tall, and very eye-catching. Thinking about it, that was the final location. Alright, you have already understood the rules. Now, the first round of the test begins. With the command, the entire valley lit up with the light of the array. Then, all the disciples were transported to the Hidden Moon Forest. The light dimmed, and Lin Xian appeared in the Hidden Moon Forest. Long Life Secret activated, and soon the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared. Then, he began to look around. Around him was a primeval forest with lush vegetation, and there were many demonic beasts around. In other words, besides being careful of other martial artists, he also had to be careful of demonic beasts. Through the dense forest, Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry silhouette of a mountain in the distance. That was the final location. It seemed that he had to collect the entire jade pendant before he could do anything else. Lin Xian looked at the half-jade pendant in his hand and was ready to set off. Roar! At this moment, a green cheetah suddenly jumped out from the tree. It was only 2 meters long. It did not look big, but the power on its body was terrifying. The monstrous murderous aura caused the entire void to distort. It waved its claws and easily tore through the void. It turned out to be a demon king, and it was very powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and punched out. On the fist, there was a cold black dragon aura. Boom! A low sound rang out, and a gale swept in all directions, cutting the surrounding trees in half. As for the monster king, it let out a miserable cry and was sent flying. Its aura was chaotic, and its eyes were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with shock. Because it did not expect the human in front of it to be so terrifying that he could severely injure it with a single punch. Therefore, it did not dare to stay. The demonic aura on its body condensed and formed 2 pairs of huge wings. It spread its wings and was about to escape into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he punched out again. Boundless black gas turned into a ferocious dragon head and instantly enveloped the Demon King. Puff, under this terrifying fist shadow, the Cyan Demon King's body split open. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent demon core fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw it into the black earth. According to the rules of the competition, other than the contestants themselves, they were not allowed to use pets. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were left in the black earth. The entire black earth was formed into a black pendant by He-Tu and hung on Lin Xian's body. The Demon King's demon core contained powerful energy, but Lin Xian could not absorb it. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon could absorb the energy inside, so Lin Xian gave it all to him. Hidden Moon Forest was very big and vast. Therefore, Lin Xian walked for half a day and did not encounter any other martial artists. However, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and there were even a few figures flashing. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really too good. I actually encountered an idiot acting alone. He's only a late-stage 2-star king. How pitifully weak. Behind him, light flickered, and 3 figures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. At this moment, they were laughing wildly. Because with the cultivation of a 2-star king, one of them could take on a large group of them. They did not expect that with such a cultivation, how could he become a core disciple? Moreover, he did not team up with others and actually dared to act alone. He was really reckless. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade pendant, and I can spare your life. Among the 3 of them, a muscular man said coldly. These 3 people were all 4-star kings, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces and formed a special domain that surrounded Lin Xian. The way they saw it, the other party would definitely kneel on the ground in fear and obediently hand over the jade pendant in his hand. However, Lin Xian's answer stunned them. They couldn't believe their ears. Very good. I was still worried about how to find other people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. In that case, hand over the jade pendants in your hands, and I can spare your lives. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently. What? The 3 of them were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The other party dared to rob them? Soon, they were amused by Lin Xian's actions. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. How dare you target the 3 of us? I can't, this is too funny. A 2-star king dares to say such a thing? You really don't know what death is. Brat, you've made me very angry. Now, even if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I won't let you off easily. The muscular man's voice was also cold. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and sighed. Why are there so many self-righteous people in the world? Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. You're courting death. The 3 of them flew into a rage after hearing this. Among them, the muscular man roared angrily and threw out a punch. The other party dared to look down on them. How abominable! The 3 of them were the core disciples of the Purple Sun sect, and they were all 4-star kings. If they joined forces, they would be a powerful force. The other party was only a 2-star king, and he was alone. How dare he look down on them? They would let the other party know the consequences of looking down on them. The muscular man threw out a punch, and the terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble. His arm was like a flood dragon, filled with explosive power. Boom! The void exploded when he threw out a punch. Haha, kid, die. Following the punch was a ferocious smile. The other 2 also sneered disdainfully. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lin Xian being killed by a single punch. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He clenched his right fist and threw out a punch. Above his fist, there was a black aura that quickly spiraled and formed a blurry black dragon. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 fists collided with a thunderous sound. Countless black cracks even appeared in the void around them, crawling in all directions like small snakes. Competing with me in strength? You're courting death. The muscular man sneered disdainfully, and the 2 companions beside him also snorted. Senior brother Dolly cultivates the demon ox fist. His strength is boundless. There are very few people in the same realm who can suppress him in strength. A 2-star king dares to compete with senior brother Dali in strength? You're courting death. The three of them sneered. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, and they even became very ugly. Because the sound of bones cracking suddenly came from ahead. Not only that, the muscular man's expression was even more sinister as he screamed. Ah! He retracted his palm and retreated. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Shocking, it was really too shocking. His demon ox fist couldn't defeat his opponent? His hand was even broken by his opponent, he couldn't believe it. Because of his innate physique and the cultivation technique he practiced, his strength was comparable to a 5-star king's. But now, he was actually unable to defeat a 2-star king tier. This was simply too unbelievable. The two companions beside him also opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Senior brother Dali actually lost. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? The two of them were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, they became angry because Lin Xian dared to attack them. Two black shadows of fists, like black dragons, quickly rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious and quickly counterattacked. In their opinion, senior brother Dali must have been careless, which was why his opponent's sneak attack succeeded. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to kill their opponent. Frost palm. One of them had blue patterns on his palm. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a cold aura. The surrounding space instantly froze. Two incomparably huge blue palms pushed out horizontally. Ka, wherever it passed, blue ice crystals would form. Edgeless heavy sword. The other martial artist clenched his hands. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rock and soil condensed in his hands, forming a huge heavy sword. It quickly slashed forward. The ground cracked, and countless rocks and soil gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. It slashed forward quickly. Boom, boom. Boom, the void trembled violently like a painting. The stone sword was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the attacks of the two men. Boom, the void exploded, and the two terrifying ice palms were instantly torn into pieces. On the other side, the huge stone sword was directly broken. What? How is this possible? The two men were stunned and could not believe it. This was their ultimate technique, and it was difficult to find a match for them in the same realm. But now, it was shattered by a 2-star king with a single punch. Damn it, what's going on? How can this kid be so strong? The two men's faces were ferocious. The muscular man from before had already swallowed a pill to heal the injury on his palm. He said in a deep voice, "This kid must be hiding his cultivation." Yes, that must be it. The Iceman gritted his teeth and said, "He's doing this to confuse us and make us lower our guard." Damn it, this kid is too scheming. Hiding his cultivation? Scheming? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Are you done talking? If you're done, I can send you on your way. Or, hand over the jade pendant obediently, and I can spare you this time. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the three men were furious. The muscular man roared, "Let's attack with all our strength. I don't believe that this kid can resist the three of us." Okay. The other two men also nodded. In the next moment, three strange domains rushed out from behind them and shrouded the area in front of them. Demonic Ox Domain. The muscular man's face was ferocious. He waved his hand, and an extremely demonic domain shrouded the area in front of him. Suddenly, countless figures of demons quickly appeared. They were extremely ferocious, and their auras were extremely terrifying. This was the muscular man's demonic ox domain. At this moment, its power was terrifying. In an instant, the demonic ox figures were everywhere. The destructive energy caused the entire sky to tremble rapidly. World-destroying black dragon fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a loud shout and brandished his fists. The Black Dragon Fist technique opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was violent, ferocious, and ferocious. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, the two fists were like two black dragons, roaring in the void. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist shadow collided with the Ox Demon domain, producing a world-shaking sound. Instantly, the sky exploded, and waves of air rolled. The area within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? The muscular man and the other two were stupefied. They couldn't believe it. The Ox Demon domain possessed boundless strength and was incomparably ferocious. However, the other party only used a pair of fists to block the domain attack. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. On the other side, the Frosty Man also roared. Behind him, a blue domain quickly formed, enveloping Lin Xian in an instant. Cold Mountain Domain. The blue domain erupted with an icy aura. It was extremely cold. In the sky, countless blue mountains appeared, crushing the void. In an instant, all the space in the entire domain froze. Even Lin Xian's body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you can run. When the Frosty Man saw that the other party was sealed in ice, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly came from ahead. The ice on Lin Xian's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Countless violent black dragon auras quickly rotated, covering Lin Xian. It was like a ball of black flames burning fiercely. That aura was incomparably ferocious, like a demon king. What? This is impossible. The Frosty Man was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually break through his ice seal. Damn it, suppress for me. With a furious roar, the sky full of ice mountains quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. Those blue ice mountains were hundreds of feet tall. Cold air surrounded them, and mysterious blue patterns appeared. At this moment, dozens of giant ice mountains fell from the sky like ancient demonic mountains, piercing through the sky. It was obvious that if one was crushed by these ice mountains, even a 5-star king would be severely injured. Haha, kid, die. The Frosty Man laughed wildly, a trace of ferocity on his face. As for Lin Xian, he let out a low roar. The black flames on his body jumped, and he emitted an extremely violent aura. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. He had been using this fist technique because it was very powerful. Moreover, it could increase his proficiency in the fist technique in actual combat. Black fist shadows appeared one after another. They had a powerful aura that could sweep through the world. The fist shadows flickered with light, and an overwhelming black aura covered everything. Boom, boom. Boom! In the next moment, the Black Dragon Fist shadows collided with the ice mountains in the Sky Palace. A terrifying tremor shook heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire ice domain was filled with raging winds and destructive energy. Even the entire ice domain began to crack. Explode! Another loud explosion sounded out, and the dozens of ice mountains in the sky were shattered by the Black Dragon Fist. They turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered in all directions. Even a huge black hole had appeared in the ice domain. Puff! The Frosty Man spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the ice domain broken, he was severely injured. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. Damn it! Demonic Ox Domain. Sword Domain. The remaining two roared and attacked at the same time. Two King Domains surged out and enveloped Lin Xian. The demonic Ox Domain was extremely terrifying. Countless demonic shadows flickered and formed a huge demonic Ox King. It held a huge axe and quickly chopped downwards. As the axe fell, mountains and rivers were shattered. The powerful aura was enough to send anyone flying, and it could even kill a 5-star king. The sword domain also flickered with countless dazzling sword lights. It swept across the heavens and earth, and its killing intent was shocking. One had to admit that these two were core disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Although they were only 4-star kings, their strength was stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of war. Streams of black dragon chi surrounded him, and they accompanied his unparalleled fist as he punched out. Not only that, Lin Xian was crazily using the apocalyptic black dragon fist. He had reached a state of selflessness. Moreover, his fist techniques were becoming more and more proficient. In the end, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Apocalyptic black dragon fist, thunderous wild dragon. The apocalyptic black dragon fist, in addition to the complete set of fist techniques, also had 5 killing moves. At this moment, Lin Xian was using the first killing move. As he punched out with both fists, the wind blew and countless black lightning bolts fell. The 2 huge fists turned into black dragons that circled in the sky. Every single one of them was 300 meters long, and they were surrounded by lightning. Roar, roar, the 2 black dragons rushed out. Not only that, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body also let out a dragon roar. In the next instant, the 2 black dragons collided with the 2 king domains of their opponents. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. The 2 incredibly powerful king's domains were pierced through by the 2 black dragons, and a jet black hole appeared. Puff, puff, the muscular man and the Iceman spat out blood and were severely injured. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect their opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were no match for him. Damn it, who are you? Impossible, you can't only be a 2-star king. The 3 of them gritted their teeth in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the item. Okay, we'll hand it over. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then the muscular man gritted his teeth and said. He had no choice. He was no match for his opponent, so he could only ask for half of the jade pendant. You win. This is half of the jade pendant. The 3 of them handed over the jade pendant and turned to leave. However, Lin Xian said coldly, wait, who said you could leave? What do you want? We've already handed it over. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xian said coldly. If you had handed over the jade pendant, I would have let you go. But now, since you want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go so easily? Then what do you want? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. It's simple. Hand over all your subdivine crystals. What? You're robbing us, the Iceman roared. Lin Xian shrugged. You're right. I'm robbing you. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. You're not willing to hand over something? Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Suddenly, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, the 3 of their faces changed again. They did not expect that the handsome young man in front of them could actually emit such a terrifying aura. In order to save their lives, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and handed over all the subdivinity crystals in their storage rings. Lin Xian looked at the number and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the other party should have handed over everything. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve and put away all the subdivinity crystals on the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Only the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School, whose faces had turned black, were left behind. Damn it! I'm so angry. The muscular man was mad. He had never been so angry before. The Iceman also gritted his teeth. Just you wait. The House of Ziyang will not let this go. That guy should be from Danzong. He's alone, so it's easy to tell him apart. Yes, let's inform the other disciples. We must kill this brat. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then quickly swallowed pills to recover their cultivation. Then, they went on their way again, preparing to find other martial artists in the House of Ziyang to take revenge. On the other side, Lin Xian set off again. He had obtained many subdivinity crystals from the 3 of them. At this moment, he opened the Dragon Sword realm and put all the subdivinity crystals he had obtained into it. In total, the 3 of them had more than 150 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. In addition, there were dozens of supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian did not hesitate and refined all of them. If he wanted to increase his cultivation now, he needed a lot of subdivinity crystals. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the number of subdivinity crystals he needed would also increase exponentially. Therefore, the subdivinity crystals of the three of them were not enough. He went on his way again to find other Empyreans. However, because his cultivation was only a 2-star king and he was alone, he did not need to find others. In just half a day, 3 waves of people attacked him. In the end, he defeated them all and took their subdivinity crystals. Now, he had obtained 400 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. Behind him, the dragon sword realm flickered with light and quickly refined those subdivinity crystals. The realm was the foundation of a king. Therefore, as the energy of the realm increased, Lin Xian felt that his energy had increased. Not enough, not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly as his eyes bloomed. The efficiency of waiting for others to find him was too low, so he had to take the initiative to make a move. The dragon sword realm bloomed, and countless sword chi quickly surrounded Lin Xian's body and formed an azure dragon mask on his face, covering his face. This time, Lin Xian was going to make a move against the disciples of the 3 sects, so he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, when he was exposed, he would probably become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of the 3 sections. Therefore, he made a mask to cover his face. Not only that, he also took out a wide black robe and put it on. The disciples of the 3 sects were not familiar with him to begin with, and only Qiyu knew him well. However, with his current appearance, Qiyu probably would not be able to recognize him. Very good. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current appearance. Then, his figure flashed, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the hidden moon forest, the other warriors also met and a great battle soon broke out. Although the first round was divided into small groups, it was still a battle between the sections. Because every sect wanted to eliminate the warriors of the other 2 sects as much as possible. This way, the last 2 rounds would fall into the hands of their own sections. Purple Sun sect, Dingpeng, acted alone. He did not deliberately look for others, but those who were encountered by him were not spared. Purple Sun splitting sky, Dingpeng formed a seal with his palm and a purple sun bloomed behind him. It was like a purple demonic mountain that ruthlessly blasted forward. Wherever it passed, no one could match it. For a moment, everyone who saw it took a detour. Spirit Void sect, Shaoqing, and Danzong's Dan Feng were also incomparably powerful. No one was able to block their attacks. In addition to these 3 top geniuses, the other personal disciples were also extremely terrifying. On Danzong's side, Qiyu and 2 personal disciples formed a team and quickly set off. Soon, they met a group of people from Lingshu sect. The other party was also a 3-man team, but they were only ordinary core disciples. When they saw Qiyu's team, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's a personal disciple, hurry up and retreat. Want to leave? It's too late. Next to Qiyu, a young man sneered. He waved the long saber at his waist, carrying an incomparably fiery red light, and fiercely slashed forward. The saber light was extremely resplendent, surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy, and was unstoppable. He brandished the long saber at his waist, and with a fiery red light, he slashed forward. The saber radiance was extremely bright, and it was surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy. It was unstoppable. In an instant, the 3 people in front of him were seriously injured. Puff, the 3 people from the Lingshu sect vomited blood and quickly admitted defeat, handing over a jade pendant. Then, the 3 of them ran into the distance. Humph, you run fast. The young man sneered and put away his long saber. Then, he waved his hand and held half of the jade pendant in his hand. Senior Brother Chao's saber technique is indeed powerful. Qiyu said faintly. She seemed a little absent-minded because she was worried about Lin Xian's situation. I have already practiced this golden radiant raging flame saber technique to the great accomplishment stage. As long as I'm here, I won't let junior sister be in any danger. Senior Brother Chao said with a smile. In the distance, there were a few teams that saw this scene. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to come closer. They all ran into the distance and took a detour. There was no other way. The strength of the direct disciples was too terrifying, The best way for them was to run away. Among them, a team of 3 from the Purple Sun sect quickly flew towards the west. After flying for dozens of miles, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. That saber was too terrifying. Yeah. That's Chao Yun, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Luckily, we ran fast. The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Haha, is that so? Can you really escape? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the 3 of them. Who's there? When the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun sect heard the cold voice, their hair stood on end. They released their soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, they didn't find anyone. Could it be a ghost? No way. Maybe we're too nervous and hallucinating. The 3 of them talked quickly, but they still looked around vigilantly. However, they didn't notice that under their feet, green vines were slowly and strangely slithering. Whoosh, finally, those vines on the ground attacked, suddenly thrusting out like thousands of green divine spears, incomparably sharp. Puff. Puff, puff. One of the Purple Sun sect's disciples was pierced by the green vines. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. What followed was an incomparably miserable shriek. What? Damn it. How could this be? The expressions of the other 2 disciples changed greatly. They roared madly and decisively attacked the green vines. Pong, in an instant, dozens of vines were broken. Are you okay? The other person also poured out a medicinal pill and fed it to the injured disciple. However, the dozens of vines still attached to the injured disciple's body began to shine brightly before exploding. Explode, powerful energy exploded, forming a violent wind wave that swept in all directions. As for the injured disciple, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and ceased to exist. The other 2 disciples were also sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. The 2 of them began to circulate their spiritual chi, releasing a dazzling light as they roared madly. They didn't expect that they would be plotted against and even lose a comrade. Hee, it's useless. Stop struggling. You have entered my vine domain. In this place, I am the ruler. You have no chance of resisting. A cold voice sounded. Not only that, but countless green vines began to spin madly in the surroundings. Like demons, they swayed in the wind. On the giant tree trunk, a pale human face appeared. It was extremely strange. Damn it, there is indeed someone. Kill him and avenge Junior Brother. The 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect roared and used their powerful techniques. Not only that, but the 2 of them also quickly unleashed their keen domains. However, the pale human face revealed a ferocious smile. It's useless. You have no chance. Vine domain, demons dance, with a command, the entire domain shone brightly. The green vines in the surroundings seemed to have turned into demons as they moved quickly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with green vines. Those vines were not ordinary plants. Each of them shone with a dazzling light, and each of them was extremely sharp and full of power. They spun madly like a green wave and instantly drowned the 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect. The 2 of them only had time to let out a scream before they went silent. After a long while, fresh blood flowed out from between the vines. There was not only one battle like this. At this moment, the entire forest was filled with traps, assassinations, and counterattacks. It could be said that danger was everywhere. There were traps everywhere. Lin Xian also turned into a hunter and took the initiative to attack. He spread out his powerful soul power and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto a target. It was a small team of 3 that was flying quickly in the forest. Lin Xian noticed them and smirked. His body flashed and like a sword light, he quickly rushed towards the 3 of them. He did not hide his aura at all, so when he got close, the 3 of them also noticed Lin Xian's existence. Who is it? How dare you attack us? Humph, you overestimate yourself. Get lost. The 3 of them roared and attacked wildly. Terrifying energy instantly exploded. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist, Lin Xian did not slow down and quickly waved his fist. 2 Black Dragon shadows directly blasted out. The black dragon moved freely and its powerful aura penetrated the surroundings, shattering everything. The attacks of the three of them turned into ashes under the black dragon fist. Puff. Puff. Puff, the three of them vomited blood. They were sent flying. Lin Xian's body flashed and landed in front of him. Not long after, Lin Xian left again, but this time, there were countless subdivine crystals in his hands. The three warriors on the ground gritted their teeth and their faces darkened. Not only did the other party take away their jade pendants, but he also took away all the subdivine crystals on them. This drove them crazy. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that the other party was wearing a green dragon mask and they did not know who he was. Next, Lin Xian continued to attack. Everyone he encountered was defeated. Not only did they lose their jade pendants, but they also handed over all the subdivine crystals on them. In half a day, Lin Xian got 2,000 pounds of subdivine crystals. The dragon sword territory fluctuated and emitted light as it quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xian's strength was also increasing little by little. In the following day, Lin Xian not only attacked the people of Ziyang sect and Lingshu sect, but he also did not let the disciples of Danzong go. However, compared to the other experts, he was considered to be in a better state. This was because he never killed anyone. He only took away their things. As for the other powerhouses, they would directly kill the weaker warriors. That kind of method was cruel. Lin Xian's methods were relatively mild. However, he had robbed too many people of their subdivine crystals. Therefore, all kinds of news spread quickly in the three sections. Did you know that a demon king has appeared in this forest recently? He's attacking everyone he sees. Not only is he robbing jade pendants, but he's also robbing subdivine crystals. I heard about it too. It's said that he's very terrifying. No one has been able to escape from him. Damn it, which sect is he from? How dare he be so arrogant? Who knows? That person seems to have attacked the disciples of the three sections. What? Could it be that he's not from the three sects but someone else? Everyone frowned because it was rare for disciples of the same sect to attack each other in the first round. Most of them would attack the disciples of other sections. However, there was someone attacking the disciples of the three sects at the same time. It was really shocking. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. What mysterious person. He hasn't met me yet. In Danzong, Chu Yu's team, the personal disciple named Chao Yun snorted coldly. He had also heard the news that was spreading recently, but he was very disdainful of it. According to the news, that person only attacked ordinary core disciples. None of the personal disciples had encountered such an experience. This meant that the other party was not very strong. If he only dared to attack ordinary core disciples, he would definitely not be able to defeat the personal disciples. Therefore, Chao Yun did not take it to heart at all. Don't worry, junior sister Chu. If that person dares to appear, I'll definitely make him suffer. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up with strong confidence. An intense battle was going on in the dense forest. The two sides were a three-man team from Danzong and a two-man team from Lingshu sect. The three-man team from Danzong was made up of 3 4-star kings. At this moment, they were attacking together with a terrifying momentum. One of them waved his hands and a huge fire qilin appeared. It stood with its head held high and looked around disdainfully. This terrifying aura was not far from that of a true 5-star king. With a roar, the fire qilin quickly pounced forward. The void trembled and waves of air rolled. It was as if a huge meteor had crashed into the ground. Opposite him were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. She was wearing a long white dress. At this moment, the two of them looked up at the sky with disdain. The black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the charging fire qilin. As for the white-clothed lady, her figure floated as she retreated to the side. Boom, the fire qilin swooped down and completely enveloped the black-robed man. Terrifying flames spread in all directions. Heat waves rolled and the heat was terrifying. The entire forest was razed to the ground in an instant. You still dare to stop us? How ignorant. On Danzong's side, the 3 disciples sneered. They were very confident in this fire Qilin. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a wisp of terror in their eyes. That was because the silhouette of the fire Qilin was gradually disappearing. The earth had sunk so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The surrounding mountains and trees had been flattened. It could be said that the scene was extremely terrifying. However, there was a figure floating above the crater. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, he was still standing with his hands behind his back. His chin was slightly raised, and there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that his body was unharmed. There was not a trace of injury on him. What? How is that possible? The 3 Danzong disciples were shocked. They could not believe it. The fire Qilin had clearly hit the man just now. However, the other party didn't suffer any injuries at all. This was simply too surprising. If the man had used his ultimate skill and resisted with all his might to survive, they could accept that. However, the man did not do anything. He was just standing there. How could he have blocked their fire Qilin in such a situation? However, the truth was that it had happened. Damn it, I don't believe it. Another disciple shouted angrily. He also quickly waved his hand. Immediately, hidden weapons filled the sky and shot forward. The hidden weapons were extremely terrifying. They were very fast and had a very strong penetrating power. Very few people of the same level could block them. Even a 5-star king would not dare to easily block them. However, the black-robed man in front of them did not move at all. He did not set up any defenses either. He only looked on with disdain. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Countless hidden weapons flashed and pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing toward the black-robed man. However, something shocking happened. The black-robed man's body seemed to have become transparent at this moment. He ignored the hidden weapons that filled the sky. The hidden weapons also passed through the black-robed man's body and flew to the ground below. Instantly, the entire ground sank and countless cracks appeared. What's going on? Is it an afterimage? The 3 Danzong disciples were stunned. They could not understand. Perhaps only an afterimage could explain it. Otherwise, if it was his real body, how could he ignore the hidden weapons? Why did he pass through them directly? An afterimage? Hearing that, the black-robed man smiled disdainfully. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and gently pressed forward. Boom, an extremely dazzling light arrow surrounded by the power of wind and thunder flew out quickly. What? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were shocked. They had thought that the man was just an illusion and did not exist. However, they did not expect the man to launch such a shocking attack. This was beyond their expectations. Furthermore, that resplendent arrow light was simply too fast. It arrived in front of them in an instant. The 3 of them could not reach it. They could only form a light wall to defend against it. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded. The light arrow of wind and thunder directly penetrated the 3 of them's defense and ruthlessly hit their bodies. Thud. Thud. The 3 of them retreated a few thousand meters and crashed into a mountain. They spat out blood. What? So powerful. The 3 of them were extremely shocked. A casual attack had sent the 3 of them flying. This was probably the strength of a 5-star king. Moreover, it was a very powerful 5-star king. Damn it, it's an expert. Let's leave quickly. The 3 of them did not dare to fight and prepared to retreat. This was because the man was too strange. Not only was his attack powerful, but he could also ignore their attacks. This was simply unheard of. Hee hee, you want to leave? At this moment, a white light flashed. The white-robed woman who had been watching the battle suddenly appeared and blocked the 3 of them. You want to leave without leaving the jade pendant? How naive. A delicate voice sounded, but it was full of disdain. You're courting death. Get lost. The 3 of them roared. One of them even attacked mercilessly. An extremely dark light palm rushed out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble rapidly. Demonic sky palm. The alchemy faction disciple roared angrily and quickly struck out with his palm. A pitch-black light palm shot out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Demonic sky palm. The Dawnzone disciple roared and quickly struck out with his palm. The void exploded in an instant. Not only that, but a bottomless pit was formed on the ground under the majestic force. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. However, the lady in white looked disdainful. Instead of dodging, she moved her body and met the attack head-on. How dare he take the demonic sky palm head-on, the other two snorted with excitement in their eyes. It was great that the other party was dragging it out. The demonic sky palm was an advanced Earth-class martial art. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was comparable to a 5-star king. The other party was so careless that she would definitely be severely injured. The disciple who had attacked revealed a cold smile on his face. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Not only him, but the other two disciples were also stunned. There was even a tinge of fear in their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the shocking palm hit the lady in white hard, but it did not cause any damage. The terrifying palm passed through the lady in white instantly as if it had hit the air. It missed again. The three of them felt their scalps go numb. Was that also an afterimage? They were extremely shocked. However, the lady in white tapped her foot and instantly appeared beside the three of them. In the next moment, the lady in white pulled out a thin red sword and stabbed it out quickly. Suddenly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A red sword light, carrying a sharp aura and violent power, fiercely pierced towards the disciple who had attacked previously. Chi. Puff, the disciple's body was pierced by the sword chi and fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? The other two disciples were shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the lady in white was not an afterimage. However, if she was the real body, how did she dodge the demonic sky palm? What kind of martial art is that? It's too strange. Damn it. Who are you? The two disciples gritted their teeth and asked. Haha, the dead don't need to know so much. At this moment, a black figure appeared behind them. It was the black-robed man from before. A cruel smile appeared on the black-robed man's handsome face. Following that, a bright light blossomed behind him, and a dark golden domain instantly gushed out and shrouded the two of them. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Within the domain, the two Dawnzone disciples let out miserable cries. The voice only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. As for the black-robed man, he removed his dark golden domain. The two Dawnzone disciples were already dead. At this moment, the two corpses fell to the ground below. Humph, just 3 pieces of trash. The black-robed youth snorted disdainfully. The lady in white sneered, trash indeed. Ordinary core disciples are of no threat to us. I think that even the other personal disciples would not be able to do anything to us. Of course. I'm afraid that only Dingping and the other two will be able to break through our keen domains. Moreover, they are only suppressing it with great power. They can't break it with techniques. When talking about their keen domains, the two of them were full of arrogance. By the way, brother, I heard that a mysterious madman has appeared in the forest recently. No matter which sect he is from, he will attack them as soon as he sees them. Moreover, his behavior is very strange. Not only did he rob the jade pendants, but he also robbed the disciples of their subdivine crystals. Hee, I think that guy must be so poor that he even wants ordinary subdivine crystals. The lady in white sneered disdainfully. He must be a personal disciple. He must be so poor that he has gone crazy. Isn't it a waste of time to think of such a method? The black-robed youth snorted, that guy is lucky that he didn't meet us. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Following that, the two of them flashed and left the place. The mysterious person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still walking in the forest. However, in the past 2 days, his harvest had gradually decreased. This was because the news about him had spread. Everyone was on guard, and those who were weaker did not dare to act alone. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not gain much. Forget it. There isn't much good stuff in an ordinary paper storage ring. I'd better target the personal disciples. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was going to change his strategy. Previously, he had only targeted the ordinary core disciples and not the personal disciples. However, it seemed that he could only target the personal disciples now. Firstly, the ordinary disciples were afraid and did not dare to act alone. It would be more troublesome if he were to fight them again. Moreover, the personal disciples had more good stuff in their hands. There might be a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed slightly. The most helpful thing for him now was the subdivine crystals. However, those things could only be encountered by chance and could not be seen at all. They could only be found in those strange stones. In his current environment, there was no way for him to gamble on stones. Therefore, the method of obtaining subdivine crystals was not feasible for the time being. He could only use the supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, there were not many supreme-grade subdivine crystals in the hands of ordinary disciples. It was far from enough. Lin Xian pondered as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. Because he realized that his surroundings were a little strange. However, he did not find anything when he used his soul power to check his surroundings. This made him puzzled. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. At this moment, the vines under his feet suddenly pierced towards him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Those green vines were crystal clear and fluttered in the wind. They were like the spears of gods and demons as they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. They were very fast. Even a 5-star king would not be able to defend himself in time. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green light flickered behind him and the dragon sword domain instantly enveloped him. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Countless sword chi intertwined and moved according to a specific trajectory. It formed a huge green shield behind Lin Xian. It was 30 meters tall and was like an iron wall. It flickered with a dazzling light. Not only that, there was even a dragon-shaped shadow coiling around it. Clang, the green demonic vines collided with the Azure Dragon Divine Shield and let out a violent vibration. It was like the sound of a huge bell that rang out continuously. Lin Xian was shocked. His soul power did not detect any danger, but someone actually attacked him. Fortunately, he had mastered many kinds of secret techniques. This Azure Dragon Divine Shield was an extremely powerful defense. Otherwise, he would be in danger now. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched back. His black fist was like a mountain as it charged backward. Boom, shockwaves exploded, and the void trembled. Countless vines were shattered by this punch. However, even more vines swept towards Lin Xian. Green light emerged from all directions, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. And those vines were like swords, sabers, axes, and spears, incomparably sharp. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he clenched his fists. His black fist swept in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. Boom, boom. Boom, the surrounding demonic vines were all smashed to pieces. Not only that, but the violent fist shadows were like black dragons that kept moving in the air, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, the sky trembled, and all the trees and mountains in the surroundings were uprooted. Damn it, how is this possible? At this moment, a pale face appeared on a tree trunk in the distance. However, this face was filled with pain. At the same time, there was a deep shock in his eyes. This was because the opponent's strength was too strong, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, the opponent was only a 2-star king. How could he have such strength? Damn it, it's actually a guy who hid his strength. The demonic man's voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Kid, you dare to injure me. Now, go to hell. With a roar, the surrounding vines bloomed with endless light. Thousands of vines condensed, forming countless demons and ghosts that quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but the vines also emitted a green aura that was extremely corrosive. Even a 5-star king would not dare to touch it lightly. After all, the vine's domain was a very terrifying king's domain. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You only dare to use a sneak attack to attack others. I guess you're not a powerful person. As he spoke, his fists bloomed with black light, like 2 black dragons roaring in all directions. Boom, 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 his fists suppressed all directions. Lin Xian's Armageddon Black Dragon fist was incomparably violent. Every strike contained destructive energy. The monsters formed by the demonic vines couldn't get close at all. Not only that, a black flame burned on Lin Xian's body. It was the 9 underworld's devil flame, and it was extremely terrifying. As it burned, the surrounding green poisonous gas was directly evaporated. They couldn't hurt him at all. What? So powerful. The demonic man's pupils shrank. His expression was incomparably malevolent because he did not expect the other party's battle prowess to exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his fists, causing the entire magic space to tremble. Damn it! The demonic man's face changed drastically. He knew that the young man in front of him was a powerful expert. It would be impossible to subdue him in a short period of time. And it was very likely that he would lose. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the Devil Vine domain and fled into the distance. This was only the first stage, so there was no need for him to risk his life. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and chased after him. The other party seemed to be an expert and should be a personal disciple. Such a person must have a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. How could he let him go? Using the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Damn it! The demonic man's face turned ugly when he saw Lin Xian chasing after him. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Damn brat, don't go too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The demonic man roared crazily. He was too aggrieved to be chased by a 2-star king. If others saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. As a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength was terrifying. In addition, his Devil Vine domain was even better at sneak attacks in this forest. Therefore, very few people could contend with him. Even a direct disciple of Xianxia's could very well be assassinated by him if they were not careful. But now, he couldn't subdue a 2-star king and was even being chased by the other party. What shocked him even more was that he didn't know who the other party was. He never knew which expert in the 3 sects had such combat strength. Damn it, who are you? You don't need to know. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life. What? You want to rob me? After the demonic man heard this, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, his face completely darkened. It's you. You're that crazy demon king who appeared recently. He naturally heard that a very terrifying demon king had appeared recently. He specialized in attacking people and snatching their storage rings. He didn't expect to meet him today. Back then, when he heard this rumor, he was disdainful. He thought that the other party only had some strength and specialized in attacking ordinary core disciples. He couldn't beat a personal disciple at all. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even among the direct disciples, Xianxia's strength was still extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to take his storage ring. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Devil Vine stab, the demonic man roared angrily, and a light shone behind him. At the same time, 10 thick demonic vines rapidly surged out from his body. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were the hands of a demon. The 10 devil vines quickly pierced into the ground, and immediately broke open a deep pit. The demonic man's body swayed and directly sank into the ground. Humph, want to kill me? There's no chance at all. After entering the ground, the demonic man's lips curled into a cold smile. The vines around him seemed to have turned into sharp blade lights, constantly digging into the ground, causing him to instantly disappear on the spot. Earth burrowing technique. This was his way of escaping and saving his life. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to catch him. It seemed that this time was the same. Damn brat, don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demonic man gritted his teeth. He would definitely take revenge for this. He decided that when he met the other party in the second round, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson, but soon, he frowned. Then, his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the soil around him suddenly started to churn rapidly. It was as if some powerful demonic beast was charging towards him. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he lock onto my position? The demonic man's expression changed drastically, and fear appeared on his face again. Needless to say, this should be the other party's method. But how did the other party find him? In the outside world, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His martial Dao heavenly eye flickered with a strange rune light. Under the light of the rune light, the ground below even became transparent. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally locked onto the other party. Not only that, he also discovered a few spirit veins in the surroundings and immediately used the power of these spirit veins to surround and kill the demonic man. Boom! Boom, boom. Countless spiritual veins gathered and formed long dragons. They roared bravely and broke out of the ground. Every spiritual vein shone brightly. It was terrifying. 5 spiritual veins sealed the demonic man and trapped him in the ground. Controlling spiritual veins? Damn it! You are a seeker soul master. The demonic man screamed in fear. Controlling spiritual veins was a skill that only seeker soul masters had. The demonic man was shocked that the young man in front of him had such a skill. That was because seeker soul masters were a special profession in the East continent. There were very few of them and each of them had strange and terrifying strength. Especially in places with large amounts of spiritual veins, those people were terrifying. Therefore, the demonic man's face turned ugly. He had heard of the other party's legend and knew that the other party only wanted subdivine crystals. Therefore, he handed over all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals in his storage ring. Everything is here. Can you let me go now? The demonic man gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to fight with the other party in the first round because there were still the second and third rounds after the first round. At that time, he would meet a true expert. It would be unwise to get injured now. Lin Xian glanced at the number of subdivine crystals on the ground and realized that it was much more than ordinary core disciples. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and kept all the subdivine crystals and the supreme-grade subdivine crystals. At the same time, he kept the 5 spiritual vein light pillars. He said slowly, "You can leave now." Humph, the demonic man gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lin Xian. Then, he turned around and left. He swore that he would take revenge for what had happened today. Lin Xian did not care at all. He moved and left the place as well. He came to a safe cave. He checked the subdivine crystals that he had just obtained. He realized that there were a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in there. The number was more than the total number of subdivine crystals that he had robbed before. As expected of a lineal disciple. You are indeed rich. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He opened the dragon sword territory and continued to refine the subdivine crystals. He had to seize the time and break through to become a 3-star king in the first round. On the other side, the demonic man left quickly. He was incomparably frantic in his heart. That was his entire fortune. He couldn't accept the fact that it was snatched away by someone else. Therefore, he decided to learn from Lin Xian and steal other people's subdivinity crystals. Thus, he changed his location and set up an ambush again. Sure enough, after a period of time, he had robbed many people. He also had some divine crystals in his possession. However, they were all ordinary core disciples and were far from being able to make up for his losses. Therefore, he urgently hoped that he could rob a personal disciple to make up for his losses. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely fall behind during this period of time. Someone else is coming. The demonic vine man's expression changed because he sensed that there were people rushing over from afar. And from the looks of it, his aura wasn't very strong. This kind of attire? He's actually a personal disciple of the Spirit Ruin sect. It seems that my luck is not bad. The devil vine man revealed a sinister smile. The other party was wearing the clothes of a personal disciple, but his face was very unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just become a core disciple in the past 10 years. As a veteran personal disciple of the Ziyang sect, he was definitely powerful and would have no problem dealing with the other party. In front, there was indeed a small team of 2 who were rushing over quickly. One of them was a handsome young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was Hong Yu, who he had previously investigated. However, he didn't expect that Hong Yu would also be here and was even a personal disciple of the Lingshu sect. Beside Hong Yu was a young lady. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, and black hair that was tied up behind her back. She wore a light blue long dress and looked delicate and cute. The young lady silently followed beside Hong Yu, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, Hong Yu frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong? Junior brother Hong, why did you suddenly stop?" the young lady asked curiously. "Senior sister Wang, there's a problem in front," Hong Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the young lady frowned and her expression became extremely serious. She knew Hong Yu's strength. Therefore, if he said that there was a problem, there must be a problem. In front, the demonic vine man who was hiding in the darkness looked anxious. Damn it, why did he stop? Did he find out? Impossible, my demonic vine territory is very harmonious with this forest. Even a personal disciple can't find out. Indeed, even the top prodigies of the three major sects, Dan Feng and the others, could not easily see through his demonic vine territory. However, the appearance of the two people in front at this moment was obviously a little strange. Insignificant skill. You want to ambush me? You're really courting death. In front, Hong Yu snorted coldly, then his eyes turned. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, and mysterious Dao inscriptions appeared. Buzz, a wisp of faint golden light swept forward. Suddenly, the void trembled. In front, the demonic vine territory that was hidden in the dark instantly revealed itself. There's indeed an ambush. The young lady next to him had a grave expression. In the distance, the demonic vine man was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could discover his existence. This was simply too shocking. However, when he saw the other party's golden eyes, his expression immediately turned grave. Damn it, it's actually an eye technique. What kind of eye technique is this? It's actually so terrifying. It can see through my territory so easily? The demonic vine man gritted his teeth and revealed his figure. Since he was discovered by the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party's eye technique was powerful, in front of true strength, he would completely defeat the other party. Now, half of the time for the first stage had already passed, and he didn't have much time left. It wasn't easy to meet a personal disciple, so he wouldn't give up easily. Oh no, it's actually him. When the young lady in blue saw the demonic vine man, her expression changed drastically, and a hint of paleness appeared on her delicate little face. Who is he? Hong Yu asked. He had indeed just become a personal disciple, so he didn't know much about the other sections. Purple Sun Sect's personal disciple, Su Ziding, ranked 6th in Purple Sun Sect. Junior brother Hong, fortunately, you have an eye technique and can see through his tracks. Otherwise, if we were to fall into his demonic vine territory, I'm afraid we would be assassinated, the young lady in blue said in a deep voice. Demonic vine territory? Su Ziding? Hong Yu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint golden light. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. A guy who only knows how to assassinate, I don't think he's that strong. You're courting death. On the opposite side, Su Ziding was furious. As a veteran personal disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Therefore, he said in a cold voice, Kid, the two of you obediently hand over your storage rings, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. He indeed had such confidence. This was because the blue-clothed girl in front of him was not a direct disciple. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was just a new direct disciple. The two of them together were no match for him. The girl in blue's expression changed. He did not rob them of their jade pendants, but of their storage rings. This reminded her of a recent legend. Could it be that you are the mysterious Demon King madman? The girl in blue frowned. She had heard that there was a Demon King madman who specialized in robbing people of their storage rings. She did not expect to meet him. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not a Demon King madman. Su Ziding quickly denied. Although he wanted to rob others, he did not dare to use the name of the Demon King madman. This was because the Demon King madman had attacked the disciples of the three sects, and it was a large-scale attack. I am afraid that the disciples of the three sects want to kill him now. If he admitted that he was the Demon King madman now, those martial artists would not let him go. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to admit it. You are not? The girl in blue was stunned. She did not expect him to shake his head so decisively. On the other hand, Hong Yu sneered, "Senior sister, of course he is not. I think he must have been robbed by the Demon King madman and lost his storage ring. That is why he wants to attack us." I said it, didn't I? I did not expect the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect to be so useless. You are courting death. Su Ziding was furious when he heard the other party's mockery. This was originally his sore spot, but he did not expect it to be exposed at this moment. With a roar, he activated the Devil Vine domain and quickly charged towards Hong Yu and the girl. In the sky, Su Ziding controlled the Devil Vine domain and appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Hong Yu and the girl in blue. In an instant, countless demonic vines in the surroundings started to roll rapidly, forming numerous sharp attacks that shot towards the two of them. As a direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Su Ziding's strength was very terrifying. This strike had an extremely shocking momentum. Humph! Hong Yu snorted and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He grasped the red spear with both hands and quickly thrust it forward. Every strike was like a blood-red bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Every spear strike successfully pierced through a patch of demonic vines. In an instant, the sky was filled with red spear lights. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning, extremely dazzling. As for the surrounding demonic tendrils, they simply couldn't get close. No matter how sharp they were all shattered by the red spear light. On the other side, the woman in blue also unleashed a Blue King's domain. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater appeared behind her, forming a powerful defense. What? How is that possible? Su Ziding's expression was gloomy because Hong Yu's spear technique was too shocking. His opponent's every attack landed on the weak points of his attacks. It could be said that he had used the easiest method to break through his attack. This was too shocking. As a 5-star king, he was extremely powerful, and it was rare for him to meet a match within the same cultivation level. But now, his opponent was able to easily break through his attack. Even the Red Phoenix, Ding Peng, and the rest of the three great prodigies did not have this kind of ability. Damn it, it's his eye technique. Su Ziding gritted his teeth. He realized that Hong Yu's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. There were mysterious runes shining around them. Obviously, this was a powerful eye technique that he did not know about. It was also this eye technique that saw through his attack. Humph, eye technique? Then I'll make you unable to see it. Demonic Vine Flower. Su Ziding roared. Immediately, the surrounding demonic vines rolled and intertwined with each other. Then, on the huge branch, a beautiful flower quickly bloomed. The flower was very small, but it quickly grew bigger. It was like a huge red mountain that appeared in the void. It had 5 petals, each of which was bright red and glistening. At this moment, a red mist bloomed from those petals. It was highly toxic and quickly covered the entire domain. Not good, junior brother Hong, be careful. The woman in blue exclaimed and quickly activated her ocean domain. Immediately, merciless seawater gushed out and surrounded her. Sizzle, sizzle. When the red poisonous gas touched the seawater, it emitted the sound of ice melting. The seawater around the woman in blue also rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was nothing that could be done about it. That blue-clothed woman was not a direct disciple. Compared to Su Ziding, she was much weaker. Therefore, she could not hold on at all. Fortunately, Hong Yu was there. He stabbed out with his spear and pierced through the red poisonous gas, forming a huge black hole. At the same time, he used his king's domain to envelop the woman in blue. A faint golden king's domain appeared. It fought against the red mist. However, the red mist grew more and more. In the end, it filled the entire space. For a moment, no one could see anything with the naked eye. Only the sound of merciless collisions could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Kid, let's see how you're going to fight this time. In the distance, Su Ziding laughed arrogantly. Then, he waved his arm, and countless demonic vines quickly attacked. They were like green divine swords that were extremely sharp. Humph, how ignorant. Do you think my eye technique is that simple? Hong Yu sneered disdainfully. The faint golden light in his eyes became stronger. The golden light spun quickly and formed a golden tadpole. At the same time, an incomparably mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. Then, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Hong Yu's mouth. He clenched the long spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The long spear was like a dragon. It instantly pierced through the void and directly shattered the red demonic flower in the sky. Bang! The red demonic flower was shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red poisonous gas also quickly disappeared in an instant. Not only that, the Golden King's domain released countless rays of light that were like golden sharp swords. They slashed in all directions and quickly destroyed Su Ziding's attack. What? I can still see it. Damn it, what kind of eye technique is this? Su Ziding was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's eyes to be so strange. One had to know that the red poisonous gas was not an ordinary poisonous gas. It had a mysterious power that even soul power could not detect. However, his opponent's eyes could clearly capture his position, which made him feel incredulous. Especially when he made contact with his opponent's eyes, he felt his soul shake as if it was about to be sucked in. This made him even more terrified. Damn it, what a strange kid. Su Ziding was going crazy. He had just lost to a mysterious madman, and now he could not even defeat a 15-year-old boy. This was unbearable. Su Ziding was driven mad in his heart. He had just been defeated at the hands of a mysterious madman. Now, he could not even beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. This made him unable to bear it. However, those golden eyes were simply too terrifying. It made his heart palpitate with fear. If they continued fighting, he might be defeated. Therefore, he did not dare to fight at all. Waving his hand, the Devil Vine domain rapidly shrank, enveloping him in the end. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Su Ziding's shoes carried the Devil Vine domain, turning into a ray of green light, instantly rushing into the distance. Humph, consider yourself running fast. Hong Yu also snorted coldly, withdrawing the golden domain. At the same time, the mysterious runes in his eyes also gradually disappeared. On the other side, the girl in blue completely heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she was very surprised. Although she knew that Hong Yu had special ocular arts, she did not expect that he could defeat the other party so easily. After all, the other party was the Purple Sun sect, ranked 6th personal disciple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, this made her feel like she was dreaming. While on the other side, Lin Xian was on the road again. This time, he robbed a few personal disciples again, obtaining rich battle results. However, it caused a terrifying sensation. For a moment, the news of personal disciples being robbed rapidly spread in the forest. After everyone learned about it, they were extremely shocked. It can't be, right? Even personal disciples were robbed? Damn it, how is this possible? Who in the world is it, to actually be so terrifying? Personal disciples are all 5-star kings, right? Who in the world is it, to be so powerful? Don't know. I heard that that person did not just make a move against one sect. The personal disciples of the 3 great sects were all robbed. Damn. Who in the world is it? Too ferocious. Really want to meet him. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure this time. Indeed, right now, the personal disciples of the 3 great sects are all on the move, frantically searching for that person. Not just personal disciples, I heard that Dan Feng, Ding Peng, and Xiaoqing, the 3 great geniuses, are also on the move. What? Even those 3 people are on the move too? Everyone was shocked, discussing animatedly. No choice, this matter was seriously too shocking. They never thought that a powerhouse would actually appear out of nowhere, making a move against the genius disciples of the 3 great sections. This was an attempt to humiliate the 3 great sects. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the 3 great sects to lose face. Those personal disciples were indeed on the move. They were frantically searching for the entire new forest. Even Dan Feng and the other two were searching for him. However, none of them managed to find it. Lin Xian hid his identity when he took action, so no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it. Moreover, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. He was able to evade everyone's probing, and he was able to specifically target personal disciples who were alone. There's a duo? In the forest, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were only two people around, he prepared to make his move. His entire body was like a shooting star, rushing forward at high speed. His incredible speed tore through the void as he charged forward with unparalleled power. The two warriors in front of him suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted coldly. "Who is it?" Courting death, however, the only thing that answered them was a violent fist. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. An incomparably pitch-black enormous fist was like a flood dragon. It was brilliant and overbearing as it quickly blasted forward. Boom! Quickly retreat! Among them, the white-clothed woman's figure was like lightning as she quickly retreated into the distance. As for the other person, he stood in place and did not move at all. After one strike, the ground caved in, and wounds were everywhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he discovered that the black-robed man did not receive any injuries at all. A little interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party curiously. It was a black-robed youth. His face was handsome, but his eyes carried a trace of coldness. In the distance was a white-clothed woman with a beautiful face. They were the mysterious brother and sister pair. "Who are you? You actually dare to attack us, brother and sister?" The black-robed man's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Xian. At the side, the white-clothed woman also sized up curiously. She didn't expect that someone would actually have the guts to attack the brother and sister pair. One had to know that their king's domain was very special. Other than Ding Peng and the other two geniuses, the other direct disciples did not dare to fight with them. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. It was really surprising. "Are you very famous?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Then, he said indifferently, "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you leave safely." "What? Hand over our storage rings?" The brother and sister pair were stunned, then laughed wildly. "You're the Demon King madman that's been rumored recently, right? I didn't expect that you would dare to attack us. Hee, we were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you rob the disciples of the Purple Sun sect? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Purple Sun sect." The mysterious brother and sister pair laughed coldly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The azure dragon mask on his face flashed with a cold light. "I advise you not to be arrogant. The direct disciples that I met before were as arrogant as you. But in the end, they all lost. So, you should obediently hand over your storage rings. That way, you can avoid some physical pain. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're different from those direct disciples." "What's the difference?" Lin Xian did not think much of it. You dare to look down on us? You're asking for death." The lady in white snorted coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The black-robed man was even more arrogant. "Kid, today, I'll end you." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from the black-robed man's body. Like a demon king, he looked down on everyone. In the next moment, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. "Purple Sun Fist!" The black-robed man roared. Terrifying energy surged from his body and a purple fist quickly punched out. Instantly, purple light covered the sky and attacked like a tsunami. The void was like a painting, constantly trembling as if it would crack open at any moment. The purple fist was like a purple sun, extremely dazzling and terrifying. "Good timing!" Lin Xian roared. Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. He was currently practicing the Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. Plus, the stronger his opponent was, the happier he was. He waved his fists. The sky was filled with flashing black fist shadows, forming a divine light. The intertwining black dragon shadows quickly rushed forward. Boom, the two collided and a huge explosion occurred. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness. He directly passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness as he passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the black-robed man appear beside him in an instant. However, he still threw out a punch subconsciously. Boom, this punch was very violent. If it landed on the black-robed man, even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the black-robed man was not affected at all. In fact, Lin Xian felt as if his punch had landed on air. The black-robed man's body was completely illusory. An afterimage? Lin Xian frowned. However, the black-robed man revealed a sinister look. He raised his palm again and threw out another punch. Suddenly, the void trembled. The purple fist was like a purple sun. It was filled with intense energy as it blasted towards Lin Xian. It's not an afterimage. Lin Xian was shocked. His pupils constricted. If it was an afterimage, it would not have been possible to attack. Moreover, the black-robed man's fist was too powerful. He could only quickly put up a defense. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Behind him, the dragon sword realm shone brightly. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed a huge azure dragon shield in front of him. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying shockwave exploded. This punch directly pushed Lin Xian back. However, the azure dragon divine shield was extremely powerful. It absorbed most of the power, so Lin Xian did not suffer any injuries. However, the black-robed man charged towards him again. Lin Xian used the apocalyptic black dragon fist to fight with him. However, no matter how terrifying his fist was, it did not cause any damage to the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man seemed to be illusory and transparent. Hee, it's useless. You can't hit me at all. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. He waved his fists and pushed Lin Xian back again. Kid, it's useless no matter how strong you are. You can only lose in front of us. You want to rob us with your little strength? You two are ridiculous. Today is the day you die. The woman in white also laughed and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. She pulled out a thin red sword and quickly slashed forward. The red sword light soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void shook as the resplendent sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his fists and unleashed 2 black dragons, which quickly rushed out to resist the red sword chi that filled the sky. However, something strange happened again. The white-clothed woman was also extremely strange. His body suddenly became transparent, as if he were air. He ignored the black dragon's attack and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Her entire body and the long sword in her hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, quickly thrusting over. Buzz buzz buzz, the long sword vibrated, and streaks of red sword light turned into terrifying sharp blades, ruthlessly chopping towards Lin Xian. It's the same situation again. Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He unleashed a vast expanse of fist shadows towards his opponent. At the same time, his body swayed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge the sword chi that filled the sky. Hee, it's useless. The white-clothed woman sneered disdainfully, not caring at all. Sure enough, those violent fists did not cause any harm to her. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that this pair of brother and sister were too strange. Humph, you can't escape. On the opposite side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman had no intention of stopping and quickly charged towards him. The two of them carried terrifying attacks as they fought Lin Xian. The battle erupted, but the siblings' bodies turned illusory from time to time, and they were not attacked at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was under increasing pressure. Boom, another earth-shattering collision occurred. The mysterious siblings dodged the attack, but Lin Xian was the one who was pushed back 1,000 meters. Kid, if this is all you have, then you can die. The black-clothed man snorted disdainfully. The white-clothed woman also laughed coquettishly. Demon King Madman? You're nothing in front of us siblings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that the other party was too strange, so he used his martial path Heavenly Eye to see everything clearly. Buzz, Lin Xian's eyes became incomparably deep, and mysterious runes flickered at the same time. Then, he pointed out a finger. Void-shattering finger. Like a dragon, it instantly pierced through the black-cloaked man. However, it did not cause any effect. It's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore. Your attacks can't hurt us at all. The black-cloaked man did not dodge at all. He shook his head and sneered. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear it. He continued to attack the black-cloaked man and the white-cloaked woman. At the same time, the martial path Heavenly Eye in his eyes burst out a bright light. Gradually, he found a clue. There was an energy connection between the two of them. He realized that when the black-cloaked man's body turned transparent and dodged the attack, the white-cloaked woman could not do the same. Therefore, the white-cloaked woman could only dodge. And when the white-cloaked woman ignored the attack, the black-cloaked man dodged. In other words, the two of them could not ignore the attack at the same time. When he realized this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He did not know how the other party did it, but since he found a flaw, the other party was not invincible. At this time, the black-cloaked man in front of him said coldly. Alright, kid, the game is over. Now you can go to hell obediently. I wonder if the disciples of the three sects will be grateful to us for killing a demon king like you. The white-cloaked woman released a murderous aura. She held a red thin sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, the two of you are just SOSO. Watch how I break your cultivation techniques now. What? Just SOSO? The mysterious siblings were stunned, then sneered disdainfully. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. What an idiot. Even now, you still think you can hurt us? The two of them snorted disdainfully because no one had ever been able to break their techniques. Since you are so stubborn, I'll send you to hell. Purple sun splits the sky. The black-cloaked man snorted coldly. In his palm, a purple sun quickly appeared, blooming with bright light. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the white-cloaked woman also shouted, sword slashes the mountains and rivers. Streaks of red sword chi flew out like flying meteors, carrying with them a powerful force. The two killer moves quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and circulated the power in his body to the maximum. He opened his fists wide and his whole person was like a god of war, unstoppable. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. A terrifying fist technique appeared. His fists swung and completely shattered the void. The black fist was like a black dragon and as heavy as a mountain. It violently collided with the two killer moves. Clang, the energy explosion swept out in all directions. The black-cloaked man and the white-cloaked woman instantly came to Lin Xian's side. They quickly attacked again from both sides. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, in the next moment, a golden Dao pattern appeared under Lin Xian's feet. His speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the attacks of the two people in an instant. He charged towards the two people at the same time. The black fist was crystal clear as it charged towards the woman in white. It's useless. The woman in white sneered, and her body instantly became transparent. However, at this moment, the black-robed man beside her let out an angry roar. Because he realized that Lin Xian was attacking him at the same time. That black fist had already arrived in front of her. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked. Wasn't the other party attacking his sister? How could he be in front of him? That fist was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing him to feel pain all over his body. If he was hit by that fist, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, without thinking, his body immediately became transparent. Whoosh, the terrifying fist passed through the black-robed man's body and hit the void. Immediately, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged the fist at the critical moment. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. Because not far away, the woman in white let out a scream and fell down like a meteor. Boom, the woman in white was like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body was extremely pale, and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the last moment, she was hit by Lin Xian's black dragon fist and was severely injured. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked and could not believe it. Wasn't the other party attacking him? Why is the woman in white injured? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The black-robed man went crazy. His body swayed and he came to the side of the woman in white. Sister, are you all right? The black-robed man quickly took out some pills and healed the woman in white. At the same time, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you injured?" "He was clearly attacking me." "No, he was attacking me," the woman in white said weakly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Originally, she could have dodged the punch. However, at the last moment, the black-robed man's body turned into nothingness, causing her to be completely exposed to the black dragon fist. That was why she was severely injured. Hearing the woman in white's words, the black-robed man's expression turned ugly. What? We were both attacked? Damn it, that's impossible. How did he do it? They really couldn't understand how the other party had managed to injure them. The siblings' domains were very special. They were able to switch between illusory and corporeal with each other, which was why they were able to avoid attacks. However, between the siblings, only one of them could immaterialize at a time. The two of them couldn't do it at the same time. This was their only flaw. However, no one noticed this flaw. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to counterattack. This was because the brother and sister were both personal disciples, and their cultivations were both 5-star kings. Their strength was horrifying, and their speed was even faster. They could switch between illusion and reality with just a thought. No matter how fast people of the same level were, they would not be able to catch up to their speed. Only Ding Peng and the other two geniuses could defeat them. Other than that, even if the other personal disciples discovered an opening, they would not be able to launch a counterattack in terms of speed. And now, this mysterious young man had done it. They couldn't believe it. They even suspected that the mysterious man in front of them might be one of the 3 geniuses of Ding Peng. Damn it, who the hell are you? How can you be so fast? The white-robed woman gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that only the 3 geniuses have such speed. Don't be so arrogant. I will never let you off. The black-robed man also gritted his teeth and roared. The brother and sister had always been arrogant. Other than the 3 geniuses, they didn't care about anyone else. But now, they were actually injured by a nameless person. This was intolerable. Therefore, they had to kill this kid in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. On the other side, the white-robed woman also took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. Her injuries immediately healed by more than half. It was obvious that this was an extremely precious healing medicine. Kid, how dare you injure me? Today, I will make you pay a painful price. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and her voice was filled with dense killing intent. The black-robed man said, Sister, let's put some distance between us. I don't believe that this kid can be faster than us. The white-robed woman also nodded. Then, a light flashed behind them, and a huge territory quickly surged out, enveloping the entire space. This territory was very special. It was actually transparent. It directly blended into the void, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. This time, the two of them changed their strategy. The black-robed man attacked while the white-robed woman attacked from afar. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. The black-robed man roared and attacked first. His palms quickly formed a seal, and an extremely dazzling light appeared in the sky. Purple sun splits the sky. A purple sun appeared, flickering with purple light. Then, it jumped out of the black-robed man's palm. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and floated in the sky. It was like a real sun, and its flames soared into the sky. Its divine power was vast and mighty. Kill! The black-robed man roared and pushed the large purple sun downward. Boom boom boom, the purple sun swayed, making tsunami-like sounds. It shook the void, and the surrounding mountains and earth quickly cracked open. In an instant, the purple sun arrived in front of Lin Xian and pressed down hard. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and his body was incomparably fierce. He used the incomparably violent Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Boom, his fists were like dragons, and they fiercely slammed into the purple sun. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration was heard, and it was like a sharp sword that tore through the sky. Black cracks started to appear in the void due to this power. This punch was too terrifying. It carried an incomparably violent aura, and it directly shattered the purple sun into pieces. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man, who wanted to attack, was shocked when he saw this scene. This was too unexpected. His attack had actually been directly shattered by someone. This was probably something only Ding Ping and the other two prodigies could do. Could it be that this is really one of them? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. As he spoke, the violent and destructive aura on his body skyrocketed again. He was like an angry dragon, roaring in the sky. Thunderbolt Dragon. With a roar, countless violent auras suddenly surged out, condensing into two huge black dragons that circled in the sky. Not only that, but the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts fell. Then, one of the black dragons charged toward the black-robed man. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts descended. Then, one of the black dragons charged towards the black-robed man. Illusory transformation. The black-robed man's pupils constricted as he roared. The power was too great, and he could not withstand it at all. He could only use his ultimate skill to turn his body into an illusory state to dodge the attack. Anyway, his sister had already retreated to a safe distance. He would definitely not let something like the last time happen again. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then, his body swayed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. With one step, Lin Xian's entire body turned into lightning, and he was extremely fast. Not only that, he also carried another black dragon and endless black lightning and quickly rushed towards the woman in white. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the woman in white. Immediately, the black dragon and black lightning all landed on the woman in white. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Damn it, he roared and gave up on turning his body into an illusory state, giving the opportunity to the woman in white. Boom, in the next moment, the two black dragons exploded, and two huge black holes appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, and all the martial artists in the forest felt it. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the two pitch-black black holes, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying energy storm. Who's doing it? Judging from the aura, it's at least a direct disciple, and it's in the top 5. Why do I feel like it's Ding Ping and the other two prodigies? Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, the two black holes terrified everyone. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved. Among them, there was no lack of direct disciples. In the forest, Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, and Dan Feng also raised their heads and looked at the sky. They immediately frowned. The three of them snorted coldly and also moved, flying in the direction of the black holes. For a moment, countless rays of light lit up the sky, and all of them flew in the same direction. Soon, they all arrived near the black holes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck and could not believe it. Not only that, their hearts were beating wildly, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The reason for that was because two enormous craters had appeared before them. Within each of the craters lay a figure. This kind of scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it would appear after every battle. However, what shocked them were the two figures below. F*CK. Aren't they Huan Ling and Huan Ling from the Purple Sun sect? That's right. They are ranked in the top 3 among the direct disciples. How could he have been injured? Could it be that Ding Ping and the other two geniuses have made their move? That can't be. Normally, people of this level wouldn't go all out in the first round. Cries of surprise could be heard. As for the personal disciples in the crowd, their expressions were even more serious. They were well aware of the strength and means of the phantom siblings. That kind of divine ability that could switch between real and false gave the majority of personal disciples an incomparable headache. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to fight with them. But now, Huanling and Huanling were actually seriously injured. This was really unbelievable. Who on earth is it? How could they have such means? Could it be that the three heavens favorites have made their moves? Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, at this time, someone cried out in surprise, "Look, Ding Peng and the rest of the three heavens favorites have arrived." Sure enough, the void fluctuated. Three figures appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, and Dan Feng, three people. The moment these three people appeared, they also furrowed their brows. Because the scene before their eyes made them similarly shocked. "You guys made a move?" the three people asked each other. But the next moment, the three people shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were even more stunned. Looks like it was not the three heavens favorites who made a move. Then who on earth possessed such heaven-defying divine ability? To be able to defeat the phantom siblings, Ding Peng asked in a solemn voice, "Who injured you guys?" "It's that demon king." Below, the black-robed man said with difficulty. Until now, a hint of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. That scene previously was seriously too shocking. He and his sister were both attacked. This made him unable to believe it. However, what made him feel at ease was that the other party did not deal a killing blow to the two of them. They only injured the two of them and took away their storage rings. However, these words were akin to a clap of thunder in the ears of the surrounding martial artists, exploding with a loud bang. "Demon King? What, it's that Demon King again? Damn it, he actually made a move again? Who the hell is that person? He's too strong. He can even defeat the phantom siblings? Could it be that his strength is no weaker than the three heavens favorites?" For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb, and they were even terrified. Because when they thought that there was a powerful demon king hidden in the Hidden Moon Forest, they even had the urge to escape. At this time, Dan Feng also asked in a solemn voice, "Who is that demon king, do you know?" "I don't know, that person is wearing a black robe and an azure dragon mask on his face, blocking all detection. We don't know who he is at all." The woman in white also gritted her teeth and said. The brother and sister were seriously injured. At this moment, they were swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while answering Dan Feng's question. "Does that person have any form or characteristics, such as cultivation method or something?" Ding Peng asked again. At the same time, he took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring and threw them to the phantom siblings in front of him. "Thank you, senior brother Ding." The phantom siblings took the medicinal pills, quickly swallowed them, and then said. "Although we don't know the identity of that person, he seems to have used a very violent fist technique. That fist technique is very easy to recognize, it has a violent and destructive aura when used. Not only that, between the fist shadows, there are also black dragon shadows. It should be a very profound fist technique." The woman in white also quickly said. At this moment, the personal disciples who had been robbed earlier began to chime in one after another. "That's right, it's that kind of fist technique. It's too violent, as if it can destroy everything. Yes, he also has a unique skill, that is, he can instantly shoot out 2 black dragons, and there are also black lightning descending. It's very terrifying." Information came out one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. They now vowed that as long as they encountered such a person in the forest, they would immediately turn around and leave. They absolutely did not dare to meet him. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, and Dan Feng were frowning too. Since Ling Su and his sister had also lost, they were afraid that the other personal disciples were not that person's opponent. Perhaps only the 3 of them could defeat the other party. However, it was unknown whether the other party would find the 3 of them to fight. At the same time, in a hidden cave, Lin Xian was holding 2 storage rings with a smile on his face. These were the storage rings of the mysterious siblings. One had to admit that the storage rings of the two siblings were very rich, even richer than the storage rings of ordinary personal disciples. There were a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals inside, which made Lin Xian very happy. He used the dragon sword realm and quickly absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. His cultivation was also increasing rapidly, and he was now only a step away from becoming a 3-star king. However, he could not break through. Not enough. I need to fight again. Lin Xian calculated the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage. He had to find a personal disciple and fight again. As long as he could get some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he would be able to break through and become a 3-star king. Once he became a 3-star king, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His battle strength would increase greatly. In this way, he would have a certain level of strength in this vast eastern wasteland. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he moved again. This time, he was looking for a personal disciple while flying towards the mountain range in the distance. This was because he had to reach that mountain peak at the stipulated time tomorrow. Otherwise, he would fail. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. However, he did not find many people along the way. He thought that those people were all flying towards the mountain peak. This was indeed the case. It was already the last day. Basically, those who had the strength had formed a complete jade pendant. At this moment, they were flying towards the mountain peak. Those who had lost their jade pendants were lying in ambush near the mountain peak, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Therefore, there were not many people in most places in this forest. Moreover, there was another reason. It was the scene of the siblings being defeated 2 days ago. It was too shocking, it made everyone tremble in fear. They did not dare to stay in this forest any longer, afraid that they would meet the Demon King Madman. This made Lin Xian somewhat depressed. This was because if he did not meet other personal disciples, he would not be able to break through to become a 3-star king. Therefore, along the way, he quickly spread out his soul power, forming a carpet search. Eh? There are sounds of fighting ahead? After flying for half a day, Lin Xian finally discovered a trace of movement. Instantly, his face was filled with ecstasy as he sped up. The view in front of him opened up, and the trees gradually became sparse. Instead, it was surrounded by mountains, and there was even a large silver waterfall flowing down. The sound of the flowing water was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Not only that, but there was also an intense battle taking place near the waterfall. However, the two sides of the battle were a little strange. It wasn't the disciples of the 3 sects fighting. It was a battle between a man and a beast. It was a green-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was sharp as a knife. His entire being was incomparably fierce. On his body, it was surrounded by sharp saber lights, each of which was as sharp as a heavenly saber. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a terrifying demon king. Its entire body was covered in blue scales. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house. Not only that, but his body also carried a monstrous killing intent, causing more than half of the void to distort. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and terrifying waves of air swept in all directions. When Lin Xian got closer, he noticed that there was a half-meter tall plant behind the blue monster. The purple leaves were crystal clear, and a 7-petaled flower bloomed. There were 7 or 8 purple fruits on top of it. Arhat divine fruit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked because it was a rare spirit fruit. It was rarely seen, and he didn't expect to see it here. No wonder the green-robed man wanted to fight with the blue monster. He probably wanted to obtain the Arhat divine fruit as well. Moreover, the green-robed man was no stranger to Lin Xian. He was the top genius of the Purple Sun sect, Dingpeng. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Dingpeng and the blue monster. The monster's eyes were ferocious as it roared angrily. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this new human and wanted to scare him away. On the other side, Dingpeng frowned. A black robe and a green dragon mask. You should be the crazy demon king that's been rumored recently. Dingpeng sneered, "Kid, you actually dared to attack a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. How audacious. Since we've met now, I'll kill you myself." To be honest, Lin Xian didn't expect to meet a top genius so soon. Ding Peng's strength was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the other personal disciples. However, since they had met, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave. Since the other party was his senior brother, he should have more supreme-grade subdivine crystals. If he could obtain the other party's storage ring, he could definitely break through to become a 3-star king. I didn't expect it to be you. Since we've met, let's have a go. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What? Ding Peng was indeed a little surprised. He snorted, kid, no matter who you are, your courage is indeed surprising. However, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated the phantom siblings. To tell you the truth, other than Xiaoqing and Dan Feng, no one dares to attack me. However, even Xiaoqing and Dan Feng are no match for me. So, you dared to challenge me. That's your biggest mistake. Cut the crap. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know in a battle. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently and said, let's go to the other side, so as not to destroy the Arhat divine fruit. Up to you. Since you want to choose your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish. Ding Peng shrugged indifferently. He had strong confidence. This time, he came with the intention of entering the Wavering Light's sacred land. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Even Dan Feng and Xiaoqing, who were equally famous as him, were no match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the warriors this time. Although the Demon King Madman on the opposite side had defeated many personal disciples, he didn't take them seriously. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a forest. This place was some distance away from that Arhat divine fruit. Even if they fought fiercely, they probably could not hurt that place too. Chosen the grave? Behind, Ding Peng followed unhurriedly, a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. So much crap. But Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Courting death. Let me see just what means you have. Ding Peng was greatly enraged. He never thought that the other party actually dared to berate him. One had to know, even Dan Feng and Xiaoqing did not dare to be so rude to him. The next instant, his figure swayed, his entire person charging over swiftly like lightning. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he charged over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. At the same time, his arm vibrated rapidly. He did not pull out his long saber. Instead, he used another terrifying technique. His 5 fingers formed a claw with mysterious runes surrounding it. Suddenly, 5 terrifying claw shadows appeared. Each of them was several meters long and had a deep purple color. On top of it, there were mysterious runes revolving around it. Otherwise, there would be lightning flashing around them and emitting a terrifying aura. Purple Demon Claw. As soon as the terrifying palm appeared, it was immediately filled with a terrifying aura. At the same time, there was also a shocking amount of power. Perhaps even a 5-star king would not be able to resist this claw. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched out. Boom, the two collided, and the void exploded. Countless storms swept in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the huge claw was also pushed back. Interesting. No wonder you could injure so many personal disciples. I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. Ding Peng was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin Xian again. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his expectations. Looking at his strength, he was not weak even among 5-star kings. However, he had no chance of winning against him. In the next moment, Ding Peng sneered and waved his huge palm again, quickly slapping over. The purple demon claw bloomed with light and quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky. Above it, lightning flashed and rumbled. It was as if a purple cloud had completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Boom, boom. The purple demon claw had not descended yet, but the lightning on it mercilessly struck down. One by one, they interweaved in the air, forming an electric net. It was powerful and terrifying, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's response was very simple. He punched out. At this moment, his fist was comparable to a treasure. It was powerful and terrifying. The purple lightning net was instantly torn apart by the fist. Not only that, the fist silhouettes that filled the sky interweaved with one another and rapidly shot upward. Fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Ding Peng coldly snorted and clapped his hands. Immediately, the black cloud-like demonic claw in the sky rapidly descended. The demonic claws covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of powerful attack was suffocating. Most likely, other than Dan Feng and Xiaoqing, none of the other personal disciples would be able to stand against him. However, the result exceeded Ding Peng's expectations. The black fist rose into the air and instantly slammed into the purple demonic claw. Ka ka ka, the purple demonic claw couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a low groan. Then, it was covered with cracks. On the other hand, Lin Xian's fist shone brightly, and its power did not diminish. Peng, in the next moment, the purple demonic claw split apart. What? Ding Peng's pupils shrank and he retracted his hand in disbelief. Streams of blood flowed between his fingers, and his face was pitch black. His opponent had actually broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. What a powerful fist. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? His expression was uncertain, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of confidence previously and didn't take the other party seriously at all. But now, he actually suffered a loss in the other party's hands and was even injured. This made his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect that. I underestimated you. Ding Peng was so angry that he laughed. But next, I will let you know my true strength. And you will die in despair. Snorting coldly again, Ding Peng's black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a demon king, waving his palms rapidly, forming a strange trajectory. If there were other martial artists present, they would definitely exclaim in shock. Because what the other party used was a purple sun sect's ultimate skill. Void Heaven Palm. A purple sun appeared in Ding Peng's palm. It spun rapidly, emitting a monstrous aura. This was a purple sun sect's ultimate skill, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, in the hands of Ding Peng, it was even more powerful. That purple sun seemed very real. Although it wasn't big, the aura emitted from it was probably something that a 5-star king couldn't withstand. In fact, it had already surpassed the power of a 5-star king. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He let out a low shout, and immediately, his entire body released spiritual energy. Waves of destructive aura quickly surged out. It fought against the purple light in front of him. Boom, in fact, the two of them didn't even make a move, but the terrifying aura clashed rapidly in the air. A thunderous sound was heard. Cracks were even torn in the void. On the opposite side, the purple sun was held in Ding Peng's hand, emitting an ocean-like energy. Not only that, the weight was extremely terrifying. Even the void under Ding Peng's feet was distorted. One could only imagine how terrifying this purple sun was. Kill, with a cold shout, Ding Peng's palm fell. Immediately, the purple sun began to descend. Boom, the sky collapsed in an instant. The purple sun was incomparable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. That kind of power was probably something that even a 6-star king would have to avoid. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Countless cracks that were thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. There was nothing that could resist this kind of power. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that the other party was definitely a powerful opponent. However, he wasn't afraid. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been afraid of anyone. Now, it was the same. At this moment, light bloomed in his body. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly, and the destructive and violent aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The black aura even turned into flames that burned fiercely, intertwining to form a black dragon that circled around his body. He waved his fists, and endless fist shadows flashed. The black dragon on his body became more solid, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, the black scales on it were even lifelike, as if a real dragon had been reborn. Roar, a loud dragon roar sounded. The black dragon on his body and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with power. The dragon sword soul in his body surged, and dragon chi surrounded his body. At this moment, with Lin Xian as the center, powerful energy fluctuations rolled out like waves, sweeping in all directions. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian shouted as he waved his fists, executing the first killing move of the apocalyptic black dragon fist. Immediately, a violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows turned into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top Earth-grade martial blood. Coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, its power was terrifying to the extreme. A violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top-tier Earth-grade martial bloodline. Coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, its power was terrifying to the extreme. This power had also surpassed that of a 5-star king. In fact, even a 6-star king might not be able to contend against it. The black dragons fought against the purple sun. In the next moment, the two collided, erupting with an incomparable light. The entire sky was illuminated in an instant. The berserk aura swept out in all directions like the waves of the sea. At this moment, the area within 100 miles was filled with violent energy flows. Countless mountains and trees were uprooted from the ground. Dozens of huge black holes appeared in the sky. They were like giant beasts in the abyss. The ground sank as if there was a huge earthquake. This attack was extremely terrifying. After dozens of collisions, the purple sun was on the verge of collapse. Then, it exploded. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth. The two black dragons roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, the void sky solar palm was defeated. Puff, Ding Peng also vomited blood on the spot as his body flew backward. His palms drooped down weakly, and his entire body was severely injured. There was a loud boom. He landed on the ground like a meteor. Lin Xian stood in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His black robe trembled, and the azure dragon mask emitted a cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Ah, below, Ding Peng roared angrily. The huge rocks around him exploded in an instant, and the entire place turned into nothingness. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was dripping with blood, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Not only that, but his handsome face was also incomparably ferocious. He was angry. He was really angry. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength had reached the peak of 5-star king realm. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, he came to participate in the Holy Land selection with the confidence that he would definitely win. It could be said that no one among the disciples of the three sects could compare to him. But now, he had actually been defeated. In fact, it was not that he was careless. Instead, he was defeated when he used his sect's ultimate technique. His opponent's fist was stronger than his, and his opponent's strength was even crazier than his. That destructive aura almost tore his body apart. This kind of scene was something that he had never imagined before. Therefore, he could not accept it at all. With a furious roar, he quickly took out several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he circulated his spiritual energy, and the bones in his body began to crackle. In an instant, all the broken bones were reconnected. However, even so, the wounds on his body quickly healed. His entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent purple light. Brat, how dare you injure me? Die. At this moment, Ding Peng was like a crazed beast, abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly arrived below like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, he even raised his foot and stomped towards Ding Peng. Suddenly, a huge foot of light was formed. It was as sharp as a mountain, and it pressed down quickly. You are courting death. Scram. Ding Peng was enraged and roared madly. As a direct disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? The other party actually used the sole of his foot to stomp on him. This really made him mad. With a furious roar, 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like two sharp blades that slashed forward fiercely. The sharp blade light ruthlessly slashed on the huge foot, emitting a sonorous sound. The flames were like lightning, shaking heaven and earth. The gigantic foot of light was blocked, and Ding Peng took advantage of this opportunity to appear in another location. "Brat, die!" he roared madly. At this moment, he used all his strength. No matter who the other party was, he had to kill him. With a sonorous sound, the long blade at his waist was pulled out. Then, his arm swayed, and a ray of light quickly slashed out. Whoosh, the ray of light was like a purple divine rainbow. It was extremely dazzling, and a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. He was like a ghost, constantly changing his position, and his speed was extremely fast. The sharp blade light that filled the sky brushed past him and did not hit him at all. Even if they hit him, they were all after images. This made Ding Peng even angrier. With a furious roar, light flickered behind him, and a huge domain instantly enveloped the entire space. "Humph, I don't believe it. No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you have no way to survive." Ding Peng gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura bloomed all over his body. To be honest, he was too shocked. The other party's fist was extremely terrifying and powerful, which made him very shocked. However, the other party's speed was even more strange, and it was extremely fast. In fact, it was even faster than his blade light. This made him unable to do anything to the other party for a while. Thus, he unleashed his domain and completely enveloped the entire space. Seeing that the other party was enveloped, Ding Peng revealed a sinister smile. In this domain, he was the king, and he dominated everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could not escape. "Haha, brat, go to hell." Boom. Boom, the divine blade domain trembled rapidly, emitting a tsunami-like sound that shook the void. Inside, countless blade lights flickered. They were like streaks of divine red that crisscrossed within. "Kill," Ding Peng roared angrily, and immediately, thousands of blade lights slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire space was filled with murderous intent. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain also appeared behind him. The green domain enveloped him, and countless sword chi also flew out to fight against the blade lights that filled the sky. Clang! Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and every strike tore through the sky. However, Ding Peng's expression did not look good. The reason for that was because his saber lights were actually blocked. One had to know that this was really too unbelievable. His divine blade domain was extremely terrifying. Any blade light could kill a 5-star king. At this moment, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious young man opposite him actually blocked it, and from the looks of it, it was effortless. This made him extremely shocked. "Damn it, who is this kid?" Ding Peng was extremely shocked. He realized that the other party's methods were too strange. Not only did he have incomparably powerful strength and terrifying speed, but he also had such a terrifying domain. The aura on those rays of light even surpassed his divine blade domain. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible," Ding Peng shook his head frantically. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his combat strength was even comparable to some disciples of the sacred grounds. It could be said that he was very powerful. Therefore, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him. Divine blade birth. Finally, Ding Peng roared angrily. The divine blade domain trembled, and the purple blade lights that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long blade in his hand. The divine saber domain trembled as the purple saber light that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long saber in his hand. Originally, the purple long saber in his hand was already very bright. Now, with the support of the endless saber light, it became even brighter. Mid-grade earth rank treasure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. "Humph. It's useless. In front of my divine saber domain, you definitely can't escape this time." Ding Peng shouted coldly and then waved the purple saber in his hand. Boom, the long saber fell, and a huge purple saber light quickly appeared. Divine light shone, and killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a purple river that quickly descended. The void split open, and the saber light vibrated, making a crisp sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that pierced through all directions. For a moment, the entire space was completely covered by violent energy, and movement techniques could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Unless he used his fist to break the domain and quickly leave the Divine Saber domain. Otherwise, no matter how fast his movement technique was, he would probably be affected. Humph, it's just a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. It's no big deal. Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand. Suddenly, a small black cauldron appeared in front of him. He waved it lightly, and the small black cauldron instantly became as big as a black mountain, blocking in front of him. The small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned. Birds and beasts were engraved on it, and it emitted a black light that was very lifelike. Clang, the shocking saber light slashed on the 10,000 beast ding, making an earth-shaking sound, but it did not break. What? He blocked it. Ding Peng was shocked and could not believe it. The long saber in his hand was a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. Coupled with his king's domain, it could be said that this move could hurt a 6-star king. However, the other party blocked it. This shocked him greatly. Could it be that it's also a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure? Ding Peng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the 10,000 beast ding in front of him. His face immediately became gloomy. He did not expect the other party to also have a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. He was really too shocked. Normally, the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect and the other 2 sects would have low-grade Earth-class artifacts. Only the 3 of them, the eldest direct disciples, would possess a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else had the right to possess it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure. However, this mysterious person had actually taken out a mid-grade Earth-step artifact. It was simply too shocking. Damn it, is this kid really not a disciple of our 3 sects? At this moment, Ding Peng's heart was filled with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Why do you have a mid-grade Earth-step artifact? Ding Peng gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian coldly snorted, you'll know the answer to that question when you beat me. Then, he waved his palm and slapped the 10,000 beast ding in front of him. Suddenly, the 10,000 beast ding shone brightly. Above it, 5 rays of light flowed. Those strange beasts quickly rotated, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! Boom, boom. Indeed, in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out of the 10,000 beast ding. Immediately, a demonic aura soared into the sky, and a dense light covered the sky. It was a black demonic beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, and its wings were like black demonic blades. When it spread out, it was at least 1,000 meters long. There was a thick murderous aura around it. In the next moment, Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel the terrifying energy coming from the other party. In fact, he was extremely wary of it. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like a demon king, holding the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. At that moment, the black demonic beast in the sky quickly charged over. The sky was filled with demonic aura, and its terrifying power tore through the void. This power made one feel despair. Even a 6-star king would not dare to face it head-on. Kill! Ding Peng's scalp went numb, but he still roared angrily. With the purple saber in his hand, he quickly counterattacked. With a slash of his saber, the surrounding divine saber domain shone rapidly, turning into a dazzling saber light. Like a galaxy, it charged forward. Clang, the saber light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing the black demonic beast. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Roar, that black demonic beast seemed to be real, and it let out a terrifying roar. Then, it raised its incomparably black beast claw and slammed it down. At the same time, it flapped its wings and spun rapidly, forming countless black gales that swept in all directions. This energy was too terrifying. In an instant, the black beast clashed with the saber light that filled the sky, bursting out countless large explosions. The 2 were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Ding Peng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could really contend with him. Lin Xian was expressionless. He formed a seal with his palm again and slammed it on the 10,000 beast ding. Suddenly, the demonic beast on it flashed, and another behemoth rushed out quickly. What? There's more. Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could summon demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the destruction black dragon fist. Instead, he used another earth-grade martial art, the 9 changes of the firmament. Originally, this was a low-grade earth-grade martial art. Its power was a little behind now. But it was different now. Lin Xian combined the 9 changes of the firmament with the 10,000 beast ding, and the attack was no weaker than a high-grade earth-grade martial art. After all, the 10,000 beast ding was a mid-grade earth-grade artifact. Moreover, the beast souls on it were very compatible with the 9 changes of the firmament. Therefore, the combination of the two was shocking. The black demonic beast from before was the first change of the firmament, the Xianxia change. Now, Lin Xian formed another seal with his palm. Suddenly, a black heavenly pung appeared in the sky. It was incomparably black, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like an ancient demonic beast. Boom! The void suddenly boiled. The black heavenly pang's surface was smooth and flowing, and 108,000 swords were quickly displayed. Suddenly, the entire void was filled with countless black sword chi, and it was incomparably terrifying. Every sword chi was extremely sharp, like a divine artifact. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Ding Peng's face was incomparably ugly. To be honest, this method was indeed out of his expectations. However, the purple saber in his hand was also a mid-grade earth-grade artifact. Therefore, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Purple lightning saber technique. Ding Peng roared and once again displayed a powerful martial art. The purple lightning saber technique was also a high-grade earth-grade martial art, and it was incomparably terrifying. With a slash of the saber light that filled the sky turned into purple lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth. The terrifying lightning saber light quickly clashed with the 108,000 swords. Boom! Boom! The entire void was completely pierced through. However, it wasn't over yet. Just when Ding Peng thought that he had resisted the heavenly pung, the third demonic beast on Lin Xian's side condensed. Di Jiang, an ancient demonic beast, born together with fire. The moment it appeared, it immediately brought monstrous flames. Boundless flames surged and surged. Everywhere in the world was a sea of fiery red. The terrifying heat wave burned the saber light that filled the sky to ashes. The terrifying heat wave burned all the saber lights in the sky to ashes. Then, Di Jiang flapped his wings. Suddenly, the flames that filled the sky rushed towards Ding Peng like waves in the sea. It was as if he wanted to burn the entire divine saber domain. Purple lightning saber technique, ultimate kill transformation. On the other side, Ding Peng was forced to retreat. He roared furiously and unleashed a killer move. Suddenly, the purple saber in his hand shone even brighter, as if it had turned into a divine saber. Not only that, but the entire divine saber domain also shone brightly and emitted a mysterious energy. Then, a translucent figure appeared in the divine saber domain, holding a purple lightning saber. In the next moment, a vast amount of energy surged out, and the mysterious figure quickly swung the lightning saber. Boom! An astonishing saber radiance descended from the void and slashed Di Jiang's body. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through the world. At this moment, even the entire forest began to tremble. The flames in the sky were torn apart, and a huge saber mark appeared on Di Jiang's body. However, Ding Peng was not in a good state either. The terrifying black flames were so powerful that they caused damage to the divine saber domain. There were even cracks in some parts of the domain. Damn it! Ding Peng gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed powerful. In particular, the purple saber in his hand made him feel a sense of threat. However, it seemed that his opponent had used up all his tricks. On the other hand, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. With a cold snort, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms again to attack with the 10,000 beast ding. A huge demonic ape appeared. It was pitch black and stood tall like an ancient giant. It quickly appeared from the 10,000 beast ding. As soon as it appeared, its arms shook the sky, and the surrounding saber lights were all shattered. This time, not only Zhu Yan, but also the four beasts that Lin Xian had summoned. They charged forward together. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably terrifying. With the 10,000 beast ding above his head, he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a flash of light as he charged forward. Apocalyptic black dragon fist, Lin Xian descended from the sky like a demon king. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Under the control of the 10,000 beast ding, the 4 great demonic beasts ran amok in all directions. Lin Xian charged forward and unleashed the black dragon fist of annihilation. His attacks carried a violent and destructive aura, as if they were going to blow up the entire space. On the other side, Ding Peng was also going crazy. He did not care about the consequences and used all his strength to activate the purple long blade in his hand and the divine blade domain. He was like a saber god, swift and fierce to the extreme. However, he was still beaten until he retreated again and again. On Lin Xian's side, the more he fought, the braver he became. He performed the annihilation black dragon fist, and a destructive aura filled the air. Not only that, his fist technique was becoming more and more skillful, and he was rapidly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. Purple lightning 7 slashes. On the opposite side, Ding Peng roared and unleashed his combat strength to the extreme, slashing out 7 shocking blade rays in a row. The huge blade rays swept across the world. They directly tore through the void and slashed forward fiercely. Thunderbolt Wild Dragon. Lin Xian performed the killer move of the annihilation black dragon fist. A huge black dragon roared out, surrounded by black lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The next moment, the enormous figure collided with the 7 shocking purple saber glows. There was an explosion in the void, and the entire divine blade domain shook rapidly. Both of them kept retreating. Lin Xian performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened the dragon sword domain and formed the azure dragon divine shield to defend against all the violent energy. Ka. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his body, and the destructive aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! Lin Xian was ecstatic. He realized that the annihilation black dragon fist had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. If the elders of the wavering light sacred ground knew about it, their jaws would drop. The annihilation black dragon fist was a top earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, the requirements for martial artists were very strict. It could be said that it was very difficult to cultivate. Even in the wavering light sacred ground, no one could cultivate it. Therefore, he exchanged this cultivation technique with Lin Xian. Because he believed that no one could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian had actually cultivated it. Not only did he cultivate it, but he also reached the minor accomplishment realm in an extremely short period of time. This was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was understandable. During this period of time, he had been using the annihilation black dragon fist to challenge all the geniuses. It could be said that the realm of the annihilation black dragon fist was completed in thousands of battles. There was not a trace of water. Feeling the destructive aura on his body become stronger, Lin Xian let out a long cry of excitement. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a huge black dragon, flying quickly in the sky. Haha, take another punch from me. Raging dragon ripping the sky. This was the second killer move of the annihilation black dragon fist. In the sky, a huge black dragon appeared, waving its dragon claws, forming a powerful force as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. That energy instantly enveloped Ding Peng. Not good. Ding Peng's face changed drastically, becoming incomparably pale. Originally, he was almost unable to hold on, but he did not expect that the other party would use another killer move now. This was simply unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he vomited blood and flew backward. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Not only that, as he flew backward with serious injuries, the saber light that filled the sky and the surrounding divine saber domain quickly disappeared. This shocking battle had also come to an end. The top genius of the 3 major sects, Ding Peng, was defeated. Without the divine saber domain, that violent energy immediately swept in all directions. At this moment, even the martial artists under the mountain range in the distance felt it. Everyone turned back and looked at the forest behind them. What happened? Could it be that someone is fighting? This energy is too terrifying. It seems to have surpassed the level of a 5-star king. Could it be that the 3 great geniuses have made a move? It's very likely. Everyone discussed spiritedly, but no one went to watch. Because there was not much time left, they had to wait here. Otherwise, if they missed the time, they would be eliminated. That would not be worth the loss. Therefore, although everyone was very curious, no one went to watch. Not only that, more and more martial artists gathered in this remote Moon Mountain range. In fact, there were many battles. Among them, of course, those who were defeated wanted to snatch the jade pendants. After all, it was not considered a failure until the last moment. However, those who could gather the complete jade pendants were all powerhouses, so those people could not beat them at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared, attracting the attention of many people. Because the other party was alone. However, the other party was not Ding Peng and the other 2 great geniuses, so people had to pay attention. At this moment, countless eyes were all looking forward. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Countless gazes were directed to the front. And the person who appeared was naturally Lin Xian. He had won the battle with Ding Peng. He had obtained a large number of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, he didn't have time to cultivate, so he had to complete the first round first. Therefore, he came to the remote Moon Mountain range. This kid should be the guy from Danzong, right? I didn't expect him to be able to come here. Yeah, it's not easy for him to come here with his cultivation. Humph, what's the use of coming here? He's alone, and his cultivation isn't high. I guess the jade pendant on him is long gone. Do you think he's the Demon King? Someone raised his doubts. After all, the Demon King also acted alone. What a joke. After everyone heard this, they shook their heads and snorted coldly, if he's the Demon King, I'll eat this mountain directly. They didn't believe it at all. Because from the way the Demon King acted, his strength was at least at the level of the 3 great geniuses. The young man in front of them had a pitifully weak cultivation. How could he be the Demon King? After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything. Because he didn't intend to reveal his identity as the Demon King, because that would cause everyone to besiege him. In the distance, Qiyu also smiled when she saw Lin Xian return safely. Junior brother Lin. She waved happily. However, the 2 personal disciples beside Qiyu had unkind expressions on their faces. They even snorted coldly, this kid is really lucky to be able to come here alive. Humph. So what if he's here? Trash like him can't pass the first round at all. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. A disciple of the Lingshu sect shouted coldly. The others also sneered, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and suddenly a sharp sword light slashed out. In an instant, the arrogant disciple was sent flying. Boom, the disciple flew out and knocked over a mountain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A 2-star king sent a 4-star king flying with a raise of his hand? Was this a F** king dream? At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably interesting. On the other hand, the corners of Chuyu's mouth rose slightly. She had seen Lin Xian's strength before. Leaping ranks to battle and whatnot was not a problem for Lin Xian at all. However, the 2 personal disciples beside Qiyu had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had actually underestimated their opponent. However, soon after, they revealed disdainful smiles. So what if they could send 4-star king tiers flying? They weren't 4-star king tiers, they were 5-star king tiers. He even had an Earthstep artifact in his hands. It was definitely not something that the other party could contend against. Beside him, a huge boulder collapsed, forming a huge crater in the ground. The disciple who spoke arrogantly stood up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, sending him flying with a single move. However, his 2 companions roared, "Brat, you're courting death." After shouting coldly, the 2 of them started working frantically. They were a team of 3, yet one of them had actually been sent flying by a 2-star king tier. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. This made them lose face. Therefore, they had to kill this brat in front of them to prove their strength. Traceless palm. One of them waved his palms, and flickering palm shadows quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. It was like a giant abyss beast, incomparably terrifying. The other person pressed his palms together, and a hazy light bloomed from his body. Instantly, the ground split open, and countless rocks turned into two large hands, quickly grabbing toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they wrapped around Lin Xian's legs. This was actually an earth element martial artist. The two of them attacked so suddenly that when everyone exclaimed, the terrifying energy was still enveloping Lin Xian. "It's over, this brat is dead for sure." The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Two 4-star king tiers had attacked, a 2-star king would definitely not be able to block it. In the distance, Chao Yun and the other personal disciples of Danzong also sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This was because several sharp sword lights surged out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the flickering palm shadows and the two giant stone hands were chopped into pieces. Not only that, the shocking sword lights turned into rainbows and pierced toward the two people who attacked. Buzz! Buzz! The two sword lights turned into sharp swords and pressed against the two people's throats. With just a little bit of force, the two of them would instantly lose their lives. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such means. The two people who attacked him were pale and covered in cold sweat. They were pressed against the two sharp swords, and when they felt the terrifying killing intent, they almost knelt on the ground. "Stop. We were wrong, and we apologize to you. It was our fault before. Yes, we shouldn't have attacked you. Please let us go." The two of them quickly begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the situation to change like this. Lin Xian coldly snorted and withdrew the two sword lights with a wave of his sleeve. He did not intend to kill anyone. He only attacked to intimidate the surrounding people. Now, he had achieved his goal. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators changed when they looked at Lin Xian. They became incomparably respectful. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Beside Qiyu, the personal disciple called Chao Yun had a cold gaze. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations, and this made him very unhappy. Especially since he had been pursuing Qiyu recently, and Qiyu had a good relationship with Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian was only a 2-star king, so he did not take him seriously. But now, the other party had displayed such powerful strength. This made him nervous. "Kid, why do you have such powerful strength? What relationship do you have with that demon king?" Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, thinking about it now, this youth was very suspicious. He was clearly only a 2-star king, but his battle strength was incomparably powerful. Could it be that he was really that mysterious demon king? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the personal disciple, Chao Yun, with a cold glint in his eyes. The other party had provoked him time and time again. It seemed that he could not be lenient anymore. However, at this moment, Qiyu quickly said. "Impossible, how could junior brother Lin be related to the demon king? That devil king is very arrogant. Furthermore, he used an extremely terrifying fist technique. But as far as I know, junior brother Lin is a swordsman. The cultivation techniques used by the two are completely different. Moreover, that demon king's strength is comparable to the 3 great prodigies. You don't think that junior brother Lin has such strength, do you?" Hearing that, everyone was silent. Indeed, Qiyu was right. Although the young man in front of them could fight above his level, it was shocking. But no matter how they looked at it, he did not look like the mysterious demon king. Both sides were different in terms of cultivation method and strength. Perhaps, this was just a slightly more powerful Danzong disciple. Everyone's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, Ding Peng is here." Ding Peng, one of the 3 great prodigies. He was even recognized as the leader of the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably powerful. He was also the person most likely to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in this sacred land selection. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. Even those personal disciples were nervous. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked back. The person who came from behind was indeed Ding Peng. At this moment, his external injuries had already healed, and he had also changed into a brand new robe, but his face was a little pale. He was like a bolt of lightning, quickly rushing towards the remote Moon Mountain range, ignoring everyone along the way. Boom, soon, he landed on an open space. However, Ding Peng's emotions were unstable. A cold light bloomed in his eyes as he said coldly, "All of you, get lost." Finally, a surge of energy gushed out of his body, accompanied by a thunderous voice that swept in all directions. Everyone was shocked and all retreated. Even the personal disciples weren't spared. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. What was going on? They did not know why Ding Peng was angry at others, but now no one dared to go forward, and all hid far away. What a joke! The other party was one of the three great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing them. At this moment, if they were targeted by the other party, they would probably be incomparably miserable. What's wrong with this Ding Peng? Even Dan Feng and Xiao Chen, who were in the crowd, frowned. The two of them naturally could not be compared to others. They could feel that Ding Peng's aura was unstable. This was completely different from the other party's state before. It was as if he had just experienced a great battle. What happened? Dan Feng and Xiao Chen glanced at each other, both of their eyes were filled with deep doubts. However, at the side, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Most likely, he was the only one present who knew what had happened. The reason why Ding Peng was of course because he was defeated in his hands. In the previous battle, he had won and Ding Peng had lost. Not only that, but Ding Peng had also suffered serious injuries. Most likely, the other party had paid a heavy price to recover more than half of his strength. Most importantly, he had snatched all of the substandard divine crystals and supreme-grade substandard divine crystals from the other party. Right now, it was within his dragon sword domain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped paying attention. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged to silently refine the subdivine crystal he had obtained. The harvest this time was even greater. As one of the three great prodigies, not only was Ding Peng's strength formidable, he was even richer. The number of top-grade substandard god crystals in his hands far exceeded that of the other direct disciples. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to refine those supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, and he would definitely be able to break through to the three-star king realm. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not delay and silently cultivated. A day later, the remote Moon Mountain range was finally opened. Immediately, countless martial artists became excited. Because this indicated that the first round of the sacred land selections was over. Lin Xian stood up as well. With a flash of his body, he flew forward. Among them, he sensed a few unfriendly gazes. Among them, there were Purple Sun Sect and Lingshu Sect. There were also some from Danzong. Among them, the sharpest gaze belonged to Danzong's direct disciple, Chao Yun. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted in his heart. If Chao Yun dared to attack him, he would not mind killing him. Not long after, Lin Xian entered the remote Moon Mountain range. He handed over the complete jade pendant and successfully passed the first round. Half a day later, the results were out. A total of 300 people had completed the test and passed the first round. Among them, all of the direct disciples had passed. As for the core disciples, more than half of them had been eliminated. This result could be said to be very cruel. Because there were more than 300 disciples from the three sects participating in the test. Together, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, only about 300 people had passed in the end. The success rate was only 1/3. Moreover, this was only the first round. The second and third rounds would be even crueler. This was the sacred land selections. Only by passing the real test could one enter the Yaoguang sacred land. Moreover, even if they had passed the first round, their hearts were heavy. This was because they knew that according to the previous rules, only 1 or 2 people would be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in the end. Therefore, they had to give it their all and even perform better than usual. After the first round ended, the second round did not start immediately. Instead, they were allowed to rest for 2 days to recover the energy they had expended in the first round. Lin Xian was even happier about this rule. He was worried that he did not have time to refine the subgrade divine crystals in his hands. Now that he had 2 days, it should be enough. As expected, on the evening of the second day, Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed and reached the 3-star king realm. His strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Currently, he could easily defeat a 5-star king. Even if he encountered a 6-star king, he could still put up a fight. This is great. Lin Xian was excited. I wonder if I will be able to contend with an almighty when I break through to the 4-star king realm. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It was a quiet night. On the third day, the sun rose and everyone was excited again. This was because from today onwards, the second round of the assessment would begin. This time, it was an arena elimination round. It tested the martial artist's endurance and physical strength. Of course, there was also a trace of luck. The location of the competition was a valley near the Hidden Moon Forest. Those disciples who had successfully passed the first round all followed the elders of their respective sects to this valley. The person in charge of the second round was the red-robed middle-aged man from before. In addition, there were other martial artists who came from the Yaoguang sacred land. Their expressions were cold, and there was even a trace of arrogance in their eyes. This was because they were from the sacred land. Even if they did not have a high status in the Yaoguang sacred land and were most likely just servants. However, in front of the disciples of the 3 sects, they were still very cold and arrogant. In the valley, there were 3 huge array arenas that shone brightly with powerful defensive barriers. These arrays came from the Yaoguang sacred land and had unfathomable power. They could withstand the attack of an almighty. It could be said that they were specially prepared for this round. Everyone would draw lots for the competition. However, the 3 prodigies were an exception. The 3 of them would not meet in the second round. Each of them would occupy an arena. Only the top 3 in each arena would be qualified to advance. In other words, only 9 out of the 300 people would successfully enter the third round. This elimination rate was even more terrifying. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. This was especially true for the personal disciples. Their eyes shone with a shocking light. Because no matter what, they had to successfully break through. Enter the third round. Because the third round was very important. It was different from the first 2 rounds. The first 2 rounds were closed off, but the third round would be watched by the elders of the Radiant Sacred Land. As long as they performed well in the third round, even if they could not get first place, they might be noticed by the elders of the Radiant Sacred Land. Therefore, no matter what, they had to pass the second round and enter the third round. Lin Xian was not particularly excited about this. Because even the strongest of the 3 prodigies, Ding Peng, had been defeated by him. Moreover, he was only a 2-star king at that time. Now that he had successfully broken through to 3-star king, he was even stronger than before. If he fought with Ding Peng now, he would probably be able to defeat him within 10 moves. However, he also had his own worries. That was Dan Xianxia and the entire Danzong. Firstly, it was because of the blue wave pill. Secondly, Dan Xianxia had given them another type of pill before they set off. That pill had reversed the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body. This meant that there was something wrong with the pill. However, why would Dan Xianxia give that pill to all the core disciples? Moreover, it was during the Sacred Land selections. Dan Xianxia must be up to something. Moreover, Lin Xian had a premonition. He felt that Dan Xianxia would definitely do something shocking during the Sacred Land selections. Therefore, he had to be careful. Soon, the 3 arenas were divided. Ding Peng would be in the first arena. Xiaoqun would be in the second arena. Dan Feng would be in the third arena. Lin Xian drew lots and was assigned to the third arena. The others also drew lots quickly and were evenly divided into the 3 categories. Among the personal disciples, Danzong's Chao Yun and Sima Tong were also assigned to the third arena. Among them, Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Brat, it's best that I don't meet you in the arena, because if that's really the case, your death will come. Hearing Chao Yun's threat, many martial artists near the stage trembled. There was no helping it. As a personal disciple, Chao Yunxing's strength belonged to the extremely terrifying category. Anyone who was targeted by him would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was expressionless. Even Ding Peng was no match for him now, let alone this Chao Yun in front of him. If he really met his opponent during the competition, he would just take care of him. Seeing that Lin Xian was expressionless and didn't respond, not even showing a trace of fear, Chao Yun's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to ignore him, which made him very unhappy. Good, kid. Go ahead and be arrogant. You'll suffer when the time comes. After saying that, Chao Yun snorted coldly and stood to one side. Their arena number 3 had a tense atmosphere. The other two arenas were practically the same. Because this was no longer the first round. In the first round, the sect generally wouldn't make a move. But this second round was different. Everyone was an opponent. They had to bring out their best strength to compete for the top 3 of each arena. Among them, Chiyu was assigned to arena number 1. Also in arena number 1 was Su Ziding, who was good at setting up traps. In arena number 2, the more conspicuous people were the Huanling siblings. There was also Hong Yu. Apart from them, there were other personal disciples. For a moment, the scene was very lively. When everyone finished drawing lots and was assigned to the arena, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Wavering Light Sacred Land stood on the high platform and looked down. Then, he said in a clear voice. Now, the competition began. Following the voice, the 3 judges appeared on the ring like phantoms. Their auras were very strong, reaching 6-star king realm. With such judges, 1 could prevent martial artists from cheating, and 2 could also prevent these sect disciples from being killed in the battle. After all, these disciples were all elite geniuses of the various sects to be able to reach this stage. It would be a pity to lose even one. As the 3 judges went on stage, the surrounding atmosphere also became tense. Everyone was extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately go on stage, use their ultimate techniques, and win the competition. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. Because at this moment, the 3 people who went on stage were actually the 3 great prodigies. No one expected that the first round would actually be these 3 great prodigies. In arena number 1, Ding Peng was dressed in a green robe, and his entire person was incomparably fierce. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light, and his entire person was fierce and murderous. In arena number 2, there was a handsome young man in white. His expression was carefree, and his temperament was outstanding, like a banished immortal. In arena number 3, there was Dan Feng. She was a beautiful woman in a 5-colored robe, and her every move carried a noble aura. Around her, there were countless flames surrounding her, as if she was the queen of flames. The 3 people's auras were powerful, as deep as the sea, and they were above everyone else. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if 3 ancient mountains were pressing down on them. The other 3 disciples who went on stage shook their heads and sighed. The 3 of them were just ordinary core disciples, and they did not expect that the first round would actually be against the 3 great prodigies. However, they were not cowards. Even if the other party was a prodigy, the 3 of them still had to fight. Humph! In arena number 1, Ding Peng snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce, as if he was a god of death. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Ding Peng to emit such a terrifying aura. Even the referee started to frown. Only Lin Xian knew that Ding Peng was extremely depressed in his heart, and if he did not find someone to vent it on, he would probably suffer internal injuries. Ding Peng's eyes were fierce, but he did not draw his saber. He raised his fingers and waved quickly. Suddenly, a shocking and resplendent saber light quickly appeared. It was like a purple lightning, slashing down from the sky. That cold sharpness caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, the entire valley was illuminated by the saber light. As for his opponent, a disciple whose strength had reached the level of a 5-star king, he roared furiously. He used his king's domain to form many defenses. He even took out an ancient shield and blocked in front of him. Facing Ding Peng's casual attack, this 5-star king used his full strength. However, he still could not block it. The purple saber light was incomparably fierce, and it cut through his opponent's king's domain. He crashed into the shield and sent both the person and the shield flying. Poowork. That 5-star king rolled down the arena, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes full of horror. But fortunately, although Ding Peng went berserk, he did not deal a killing blow. That disciple was also only injured, and his life was not in danger. Seeing this scene, the disciples in the entire arena number 1 all sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, Ding Peng had a sense of propriety and did not go completely crazy. Otherwise, their arena number 1 disciples would probably suffer a calamity. But even so, everyone's scalp still went numb, their hearts filled with horror. It wasn't just arena number 1. Arena number 2 and arena number 3 also ended their matches almost instantaneously. The 3 great prodigies' strength far surpassed everyone. Among them, arena number 2, that disciple did not catch sight of Xiaocheng's figure at all and was sent flying with a kick. On the 3rd arena, the disciple who was fighting against Dan Feng was even more terrified. Because in an instant, he was surrounded by countless blazing flames. Those flames were very terrifying, as if they could refine his king domain at any time. The means displayed by the 3 great prodigies shocked everyone beyond belief. In fact, a feeling of being unable to resist even arose in their hearts. However, among these people, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had long surpassed the 3 great prodigies. It was just that no one knew. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, among these 3 great prodigies, Ding Peng's strength was the strongest. Xiaoqing and Dan Feng's strength were on par. Of course, this was merely judging from that strike just now. As for whether Xiaoqing and Dan Feng still had any trump cards, Lin Xian did not know. However, even if the other party had trump cards, Lin Xian did not care at all either. His current strength was already equivalent to a 6-star king, far surpassing these people. After the 3 great prodigies made their moves, the 3 arenas carried out normal matches. It could not be said that every match was extremely exciting, but every match was extremely intense. In these battles, every martial artist unleashed their full strength, fighting desperately. Before long, it was Lin Xian's turn to go on stage. His opponent was a youth with bronze-colored muscles. That majestic body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, but this young man also had a head of short brown hair, making him look extremely beautiful. When the brown-haired youth stepped onto the stage, it immediately caused a wave of exclamations. Even the Red Phoenix looked at him with rapt attention. It was obvious that this young man was not simple. Otherwise, the crowd would not have such an expression. Below the stage, a cold smile appeared on Chao Yun's face. Looks like there is no need for me to make a move. This brat is dead for sure. Yeah, I didn't expect him to meet a direct disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. I have to say, this kid's luck is really not that good. That's right. That Lu Yuan's strength is formidable and terrifying. I'm afraid that anyone who fought with him would be seriously injured. This kid's fate will definitely not be good. Voices were heard one after another. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Chuyu, who was on the first stage, started to frown. She did not expect that Lin Xian would encounter such a troublesome opponent in his first match. The disciples of the Z Sun House, on the other hand, began to cheer. Everyone had relaxed expressions on their faces. F***CK. Such a weak aura. I didn't expect Senior Brother Lu's first opponent to be so weak. Senior Brother Lu's luck is really good. I think he will be able to make it to the top 3 this time. How many moves do you think Senior Brother Lu will take to win? Nonsense, of course it will be 1 move. His opponent was too weak. He could not withstand 1 move at all. These people were very arrogant. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The others also shook their heads and sighed. Apart from Chao Yun and a few others, the other disciples of the Danzong had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn this brat, he's a disgrace to the Danzong. Yeah, this kid is so weak. How did he make it to the second stage? How strange. On the stage, Lu Yuan's face was also relaxed. There was even a disdainful smile on his face. Looks like my luck is really good. I met such a weakling in my first match. Kid, are you going to obediently scram down, or do you want me to throw you down with one punch? Lu Yuan looked down at Lin Xian with arrogance. However, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The other party was just a personal disciple. He did not take him seriously. However, the other party's attitude made him very dissatisfied. Therefore, he snorted coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Then, they sneered. This kid is really an idiot. How dare he provoke Lu Yuan? Looks like he's really dead this time. With Lu Yuan's strength, I'm afraid this kid will be bedridden for half a year. Chao Yan also sneered. What an idiot. On the stage, Lu Yuan's face turned gloomy when he heard Lin Xian's voice. Kid, you're courting death. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said that, he snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Suddenly, a brown fist appeared in the air and blasted forward fiercely. That fist was incomparably resplendent, illuminating a corner of the sky. As a core disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star king. At this moment, his attack was incomparably terrifying. The entire void trembled. What a terrifying fist. Looks like Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, that kid is dead for sure. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw that scene. Even the referee on the third stage had a flicker in his eyes, ready to save the kid at any time. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a personal disciple? Lin Xian sneered. His expression was calm and fearless. Then, his palm was like a sword and quickly swung out. Suddenly, a green sword light flew out from his fingertips. It directly shattered the void and charged forward. There was a loud boom. The brown fist opposite him was actually slashed open by a sword. What? It was slashed open? That's impossible. Seeing that scene, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck as if they had seen a ghost. Such a terrifying fist was actually slashed open by a sword. How did he do it? Even the referee was extremely surprised. He originally wanted to save the kid and prevent someone from dying. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. Damn it, that's impossible. The one who was the most surprised was Lu Yuan. He was very confident in his punch. He thought that it would definitely be able to seriously injure the other party. Not to mention the kid opposite him, there were probably not many people of the same level who could block it. However, his fist was actually slashed open by the other party's sword. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian sneered, Are you surprised? I can only say that you're short-sighted. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. He did not use the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Because once he used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, others would know that he was the Demon King. At this time, he did not want to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, even without the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, Lin Xian's combat strength was still not reduced. The ultimate technique in his hands was very terrifying. However, hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yuan was abnormally angry. He was despised, actually despised by a 3-star king. This made him unable to accept it, therefore, he roared angrily and quickly attacked again. Thunderclap Divine Kick. Lu Yuan rose into the air and kept waving his legs, forming a purple lightning bolt. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined in the sky, forming a huge lightning beast. It was earth-shattering as it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Thunderclap Divine Kick, this is Lu Yuan's ultimate technique. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It's over, it seems that Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, this time that kid is definitely dead. A group of people discussed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your attack is only SOSO. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? If that's the case, then you're really pitifully weak. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his arm again. Suddenly, a resplendent sword light flew out quickly. This time, the sword light was even more dazzling and sharper. Like a peerless divine sword, it slashed down in the air. Boom, the huge sword chi slashed down, and the resplendent sword light enveloped the entire arena. In the next moment, a violent collision sound was heard. It was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The tens of thousands of lightning bolts that filled the sky and countless terrifying leg shadows quickly cracked under the sword chi. There was nothing that could stop this sword. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his ultimate technique to be broken by the other party in an instant. This made him unable to believe it. However, the sword chi that was rapidly descending from the sky made his hair stand on end. Now, he finally knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. I was too careless, too careless. Lu Yuan roared madly. He still had his king's domain that he hadn't used yet. However, the sword chi was simply too fast. There was no time for him to think. He could only condense a simple armor in front of him to defend himself. Boom, however, he could not block the sword light at all. Another earth-shattering blast rang out, and Lu Yuan was sent flying while coughing up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body that had almost split him in half. Silence, absolute silence. The entire number 3 arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. It was as if they were dreaming. That was Lu Yuan. He was a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, and had reached the level of a 5-star king. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by a single sword strike even after he had used an ultimate technique. This was too shocking. Senior brother Lu. The faces of the Purple Sun sect disciples changed drastically as they quickly ran over. As for the others, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although he was a 3-star king, his battle prowess was no weaker than a direct disciple's. It seemed that this was definitely a powerful opponent. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Chao Yan's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. This result was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectations, the winner of this match should be Lu Yuan. As for Lin Xian, he would be severely injured by a single punch, and his cultivation might even be crippled. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Not only that, he had even obtained victory with ease. This made him go crazy. There was even a trace of fear. His opponent's strength was actually equivalent to a direct disciple's. This was probably not good news. No, impossible. He can't be so strong. Lu Yuan must have been careless. Yes, it must be so. Chao Yan kept comforting himself. Damn brat, so what if you win this time? Don't meet me, or I'll personally finish you off. He gritted his teeth and swore that if he met Lin Xian, he would use his full strength to finish him off. In the arena, the referee was also very surprised. He took a deep look at Lin Xian and then announced that Lin Xian had won. This result not only stunned the third arena. Even the martial artists in the second and first arenas were moved and looked over at them. Great! I knew you would definitely win. In the first arena, Chuyu was very happy. This brat is so strong. The other direct disciples were also nervous. However, there were also people who sneered disdainfully. After all, although Lu Yuan was a direct disciple, his ranking was relatively low. Among the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect, he was ranked 9th. Therefore, the direct disciples who were ranked at the top did not take it to heart. Next, the competition continued. In the first arena, Chiyu went up. She wore a light purple long dress and had a beautiful face, like a fairy. Her opponent was a young man in yellow. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura on his body was abnormally strong. Very clearly, this person was the same as Chuyu, also a direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect. The moment the yellow-clothed youth went up, he said with a smile, I didn't expect that it's actually the famous Fairy Chuyu of the 3 sections. However, Fairy Chuyu's alchemy skills are impressive, but your combat strength is probably a little lacking. Humph, cut the crap. Whether I'm lacking or not, we'll only know after we fight. Chuyu gave a delicate cry. Immediately, purple flames appeared around her and rapidly revolved around her. What? This flame is an innate spirit fire. Seeing this purple flame, everyone cried out in surprise. Even the expression of the yellow-robed youth opposite her became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Chuyu actually had such a terrifying flame in her hands. With this innate spirit fire, Chuyu's combat strength increased by several levels, therefore, in just 10 moves, the yellow-clothed youth was defeated. Another dark horse. Everyone's hearts were solemn. Especially those direct disciples, each and every one of them was like facing a great enemy. Previously, there was Lin Xian who displayed a powerful sword Dao aura. Now, there was another Chuyu who actually grasped a terrifying flame like the innate spirit fire. It could be said that this second round was really shocking. Would there be any more dark horses surging out next? The competition progressed quickly. Soon, it was Chao Yun's turn in the third arena. Chao Yun was a young man with a hooked nose and a cold expression. He wore a cloud brocade robe. His entire body emitted a cold and sharp aura. His opponent was from the High Void sect. He was not a direct disciple, but his strength was not weak either, reaching the level of a 5-star king. Humph. Chao Yun snorted coldly. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron emitted a resplendent light. Accompanying it were streaks of golden flames that were incomparably terrifying. The golden cauldron emitted a dazzling light. Along with it were streaks of golden flames, which were extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the entire void began to tremble. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, the golden flames flew out of the cauldron and intertwined in the air. They formed a huge golden hand and grabbed forward. The flaming hand covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely fierce and emitted a terrifying aura. On the other side, the 5-star king from the Lingshu sect moved and used the Lingshu divine steps. For a moment, countless figures appeared in the arena. These were the afterimages left behind because they were too fast. However, it was useless. The golden flaming hand covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space. As the palm slammed down, terrifying flames surged and directly sent that 5-star king flying from the void. Puff, that person's face turned pale as he flew out of the arena. Whoosh, the crowd exclaimed again. They did not expect Chao Yun's strength to be so terrifying. He defeated his opponent in one move. Humph, Chao Yun put away the golden cauldron and raised his chin arrogantly. He glanced coldly at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Then, he waved his sleeve and walked out of the arena. The competition continued. Next, Lin Xian went on the arena a few more times and easily defeated his opponents. For a moment, he became famous and more people paid attention to him. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the second arena. A personal disciple of the Danzong sect was kicked out of the arena. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. What? In just one move, the personal disciple of the Danzong sect was defeated. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This sensation was comparable to the battle where Lin Xian sent Lu Yuan flying with a sword. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he was extremely surprised. This was because he was very familiar with the young man who attacked. It was Hong Yu, whom he had investigated before. Hong Yu was also there. He was shocked. Previously, he had wondered why the sect would investigate such a young man. Later, in the ancient city of Hanyang, he found that Hong Yu was an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. His eye technique was even more unfathomable. Who would have thought that the other party would appear in the Holy Land selections, but why did the sect want to investigate this young man? Lin Xian was extremely confused. Could it be that Dan Shenzi was plotting something against this young man? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only secretly observe the other party. Soon, Lin Xian went on stage again. This time, the cultivator in arena number 3 also cried out in surprise. Because they knew that this battle would be extremely exciting. That was because Lin Xian's opponent this time was none other than Chao Yun, who had been releasing killing intent the entire time. Unexpectedly, the two of them finally met in the arena. Instantly, all sorts of discussions broke out. This is going to be interesting. One of them is a dark horse that has just appeared, while the other is a powerful veteran direct disciple. I wonder who will win this battle. That goes without saying. It's definitely Qiao Yun. The strength he displayed now was no weaker than the top 5 existences. Furthermore, that golden flame should also be a type of innate spirit fire. It was absolutely terrifying. That's right. No matter how strong that kid named Lin Xian is, I'm afraid he won't be able to compete with him. Moreover, it seems that the two of them have a conflict. I think that Qiao Yun won't go easy on him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even the cultivators in the first and second arenas who were not competing for the time being were gathering there. Even Dan Feng was paying close attention to the battle. This was because the ones fighting this time were all Danzong's disciples. However, subconsciously, she still felt that Qiao Yun had a higher chance of winning this battle. In the arena, Qiao Yun sneered. "Kid, I finally met you, this is the time of your death." Lin Xian said indifferently, "I don't know why you're hostile to me. However, since you dared to have designs on me, you'll have to pay the price." "Pay the price? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that you can be arrogant just because you defeated Lu Yuan? Let me tell you, that Lu Yuan is only a personal disciple ranked at the bottom. He's no match for me at all. My strength is definitely not what you can imagine. So, just wait for your death obediently. If you're done talking nonsense, then let's do it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. He really did not care about the other party. That was not a deliberate disdain, but a disdain in terms of strength. However, when Qiao Yuan saw that, he flew into a rage. "Kid, die for me." With a furious roar, he displayed the golden cauldron and slammed it hard. Immediately, golden flames gushed out rapidly all over the sky. It formed a large golden flame net and shrouded downward. That large flame net sparkled with golden light, and the heat was overwhelming. Following that, the entire void trembled violently, unable to withstand this energy at all. So strong. Looking at the attack, probably not many people of the same level could take it, right? This Qiao Yun's innate spirit fire was really terrifying. "It's over, that kid is dead for sure." But Lin Xian's expression was calm. He still had his hands behind his back, looking at the large golden flame net that was rapidly descending from the sky. Following that, he gave a light cry, and a black light immediately gushed out of his body. The moment those black lights appeared, they immediately formed countless black flames, burning fiercely in the air. The black flames were incomparably pitch black, emitting terrifying energy. The moment they appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly. What? What a terrifying flame. What kind of flame is this, to actually make my hair stand on end? Sure enough, he has flames too. It was just that they did not expect that the other party's flames were actually so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked and discussed animatedly. However, no one knew what the black flames were. At this moment, even the Red Phoenix furrowed her brows too. To be honest, she also did not recognize what kind of flame this black flame was. However, that terrifying energy caused her expression to become extremely grave. This black flame was naturally Lin Xian's 9 underworld devil flames. The moment it appeared, it turned into a long black flame sword under Lin Xian's control, swiftly slashing upward. The sword light surged to the sky, the sea of fire was like waves. The moment the sword slashed out, the entire void trembled rapidly, as if it would be torn apart at any time. Boom, the black flame demonic sword directly slashed on the large golden net. Immediately, sparks splattered everywhere, and the void trembled. That incomparably terrifying golden flame, condensed into a large golden net, was actually cut apart at this moment. What? It was cut apart. Everyone was shocked, their scalps tingling. Even Qiao Yun's pupils constricted abruptly, looking like he had seen a ghost. His golden flame was incomparably terrifying. Very few people could contend with it. However, the other party's flame was actually even stronger than his, breaking through his attack in an instant. Damn it, how is this possible? What the hell is that black flame? Qiao Yun's expression was incomparably ugly. Damn it, how is this possible? What exactly is that black flame? Qiao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, he controlled the golden cauldron in his hand and attacked again. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire golden cauldron quickly enlarged and shook non-stop. A bright light shot into the sky. It was an earth-rank treasure. At this moment, Chao Yun was using it with terrifying power. Golden light bloomed all over its body. Together with the golden flame, it quickly emitted a terrifying energy. Then, a golden light blade quickly surged out and slashed forward. The void was torn apart in an instant. The golden light blade was like a golden divine knife that fell from the sky. It was unstoppable. Die, brat. Countless golden blades of light shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and suddenly, countless black flames condensed. Then, a black lion flew out from his fingertips. It instantly grew bigger with the wind, like a black flaming mountain that appeared in the air and quickly pounced forward. Roar! The flaming lion roared angrily, shaking heaven and earth. It shook the surrounding warriors so much that their blood surged and they could not stand steadily. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the golden light blades that filled the sky, and a thunderous sound was heard. However, when the two collided, Lin Xian's skill was still a level higher. The black lion smashed all the golden light with a slap. Then, it quickly charged toward Chao Yun. Damn it, this is impossible. Chao Yun's expression changed drastically. The other party had broken his attack again. This was unbelievable. Moreover, looking at the other party's calm appearance, it seemed that the other party had not used his full strength. This made it even more unbearable for him. However, he did not have time to care about this now. That was because the black flaming lion had already pounced toward him. The incomparably terrifying black flame directly sealed off his escape route. He could not dodge at all and could only take it head-on. With a furious roar, Chao Yun slapped out 18 times in a row, all of which hit the golden cauldron in front of him. Suddenly, the golden cauldron quickly expanded and emitted a bright light. It was as if a golden wall stood in front of him. This golden cauldron was indeed extraordinary. As an earth-rank treasure, it was releasing a terrifying power at this moment. It was like the sun, illuminating the front. Clang! In the next moment, the black flaming lion collided with the golden pill cauldron, causing a shocking tremor. That voice shocked everyone, causing them to continuously retreat. Countless black cracks appeared in the surrounding void due to this sound. The golden pill cauldron was an earth-step treasure, it was impossible for it to break. However, under this astonishing power, he was still rapidly retreating. Behind pill cauldron, Chao Yun was even worse off. He was knocked back several steps and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Powerful, he's too powerful. No one expected that Chao Yun would be injured in just a few moves. Who is that kid? Why is it so terrifying? That's Lin Xian, right? He actually surpassed Chao Yun. With this strength, he can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Maybe he can be ranked in the top 3. Dark horse, this is definitely a big dark horse. At this moment, everyone was talking about it. Even the martial artists in the first and second arenas in the distance were paying close attention. Among them, Hong Yu's eyes flickered as he stared at the battle. The Huanling siblings raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a trace of a sneer. In fact, even Xiaoqing and Ding Peng glanced toward them. In the arena, Chao Yun's face was pale, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Impossible. Damn it, how could I be injured? He was incomparably crazy. Kid, you dare to hurt me? I want you to die. With a roar, he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, his body shone with light. A golden flame domain instantly enveloped the entire arena. At this point, Chao Yun couldn't help but be shocked. He had to use his last resort. As soon as the golden flame domain came out, it immediately carried monstrous energy. At this moment, the entire arena space was completely filled with a sea of fire. Even the black lion was hit countless times, and even its light became incomparably dim. It seems that this Chao Yun is going all out. Yeah, even the king domain is displayed. It's definitely going to be an all-out attack. I wonder what Lin Xian's king domain is like. Everyone was paying close attention. In the arena, Chao Yun displayed the king domain and regained his confidence. He was like the king of heaven and earth. Haha, kid. In my king domain, I am the ruler. This time, let's see what you have to contend with me. He roared and clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the king domain trembled, and two golden flame hands surged out and slammed down on the black lion. It was immediately extinguished. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how you fight. After extinguishing the black flame lion, Xiaoyun sneered. Then, he controlled the two golden flaming hands and slammed them forward. In an instant, they were above Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to play with you, but since you want to end it early, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, a green light appeared behind him. Then, the dragon sword domain was quickly displayed. Buzz, as soon as the dragon sword domain appeared, tens of thousands of sword rays rushed into the sky. It was as if they were going to tear the space apart. That terrifying sword chi was incomparably sharp, and it suppressed the surrounding golden flames to the point that they dimmed significantly. It was not the flame domain, but the sword domain. Is this guy a swordsman? The surrounding disciples cried out in surprise again. Because the black flames that Lin Xian displayed before were very terrifying, they thought that Lin Xian's king domain should also be a kind of flame domain. However, to everyone's surprise, what Lin Xian unleashed was actually a sword domain. Moreover, looking at the sharp aura, it was definitely something that only a swordsman could possess. F***ck. No wonder this guy's combat strength is so strong. He's actually a swordsman. Everyone was shocked. Because even if a swordsman reached the king realm, his combat strength was still very strong among the same level. Seeing that his golden flame domain had dimmed a lot, Xiaoyun gritted his teeth. Then, he snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly focused on the domain. So what if you have a sword principle domain? In front of my innate spirit fire, everything will turn to ashes. Xiaoyun waved his hand, and suddenly the entire golden flame domain trembled rapidly. Then, they quickly circled around the golden cauldron, forming a golden flaming mountain that pressed down. This was the king domain, and the attack that was displayed together with the earthgrade treasure was extremely terrifying. It's over. Lin Xian looked calm, and then two illusory figures appeared in his dragon sword domain. One was a red figure, and the other was an orange figure. This was the six god sword technique, and Lin Xian had already practiced it to the second level. He could summon two sword god phantoms to attack. As soon as the two sword god phantoms appeared, the dragon sword domain also instantly rolled. Half of it formed red sword chi, and the other half formed orange sword chi. Then, accompanied by the two sword god phantoms, they quickly formed two huge sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz, two huge sword chis formed in the shape of a cross and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the golden flaming mountain above. Clang, a violent vibration sounded. In the next moment, the two sword god phantoms bloomed with light, and the sword chi in their hands was even more powerful and sharp. The flame mountain was directly cut open, the golden pill cauldron was blasted out, and the entire flame domain was cut open with two terrifying cracks. Puff, Xiaoyun instantly flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. The flame domain was broken, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. What? The domain was broken? How is this possible? Around him, the others were also shocked, their scalps tingling in disbelief. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, and they also knew that the other party might win. But they did not expect that the other party was actually strong to such an extent, directly opening the golden flame domain. This kind of method was probably too terrifying. Is this the power of a swordsman? It's too terrifying. No, ordinary swordsmen don't have this kind of power at all. This kid's combat strength is too strong. His king domain is very strange, that sharp aura makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Exclamations sounded one after another. And Xiaoyu fell outside the ring and directly fainted. At this moment, even Dan Feng could not remain calm. She stood up with a bang, her beautiful eyes like lightning, staring closely at Lin Xian. Unexpected, it was really too unexpected, because previously, she judged that Xiaoyun would win this match, but she did not expect the result to be the opposite. Who exactly is this kid? How can he have such powerful combat strength? Dan Feng's eyes flickered, looking at Lin Xian, frowning. This was the first time she paid attention to the other party. Not only her, even Qiyu was extremely shocked. Although she was more familiar with Lin Xian, she didn't know that Lin Xian actually possessed such terrifying combat strength. Therefore, at this moment, her little mouth was slightly agape with a shocked expression. Not only Qiyu, but Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. To be honest, he thought that he was the biggest dark horse this time. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's strength would also exceed his expectations. Therefore, at this moment, he was paying extra attention. As if sensing Hong Yu's gaze, Lin Xian also turned to look back. In the next moment, their gazes collided in the air, producing a resounding sound and sparks flying everywhere. In fact, even the entire void was rippling. So strong. Everyone was shocked. These should be the two biggest dark horses of the second stage, right? I wonder who would be stronger if the two of them met. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Indeed, apart from Lin Xian, Hong Yu was also a dark horse. Many personal disciples had already been defeated by him. Hong Yu specializes in eye techniques and soul attacks, while Lin Xian's combat strength is incomparably strong. The two of them specialize in different areas and can be said to have their own strengths. Therefore, just based on the current situation, it's still impossible to determine who is stronger. Perhaps only when the two of them enter the top 3 and enter the third stage will the victor be decided. A personal disciple said in a deep voice. It was obvious that both Lin Xian and Hong Yu brought great pressure to them. On the other side, Hong Yu felt Lin Xian's gaze and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. What a powerful sword intent! Hong Yu exclaimed in his heart. Ordinary kings, and even personal disciples, would be shaken by his gaze. However, this time, his eye technique seemed to have failed. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and sharp, and he did not move at all. He is indeed a difficult opponent. Hong Yu was shocked and listed Lin Xian as one of the strongest opponents. His goal was also to enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land, so he had to get first place. Previously, he thought that his greatest enemy was the 3 prodigies. He did not expect another Lin Xian to appear. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. One had to know that he had the dragon sword soul in his body, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. Ordinary kings would not be able to withstand the sharpness of his gaze. However, Hong Yu was fine. It was indeed shocking. This Hong Yu's eye technique is very strange. I think his soul power is also very strong. I just don't know what level his strength has reached. Lin Xian thought to himself. He found that he had found an interesting opponent this time. Based on his estimation, the strongest ones here were the 3 heavens favorites. However, Hong Yu seemed to be stronger than the 3 prodigies. Interesting. I wonder if I can exchange blows with him. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The competition continued, and the atmosphere became intense again. Next, Dan Feng made her move. She did not move at all. She just waved her finger, and flames that filled the sky immediately surrounded the opponent. Under that kind of flame, the person fighting did not dare to resist at all and could only admit defeat obediently. Not long after, an ice-cold saber light lit up on the first arena again. It was like a 1,000-year-old cold pool, cold to the bone. This was Ding Peng's move. Another saber strike finished off the opponent. The next battle, Hong Yu against Mu Feng. As soon as this voice came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people gathered towards the second arena. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked there. The next moment, he showed a trace of surprise. He knew Hong Yu, but he had never heard of that Mu Feng. He originally thought that Mu Feng was just an ordinary core disciple, and everyone was watching the battle because of Hong Yu. But soon, Lin Xian discovered that his idea was wrong. Because the one on the stage was a black-robed man. He was very familiar with this black-robed man and had even fought with him before. It was the black-robed youth of the Phantom siblings. So, this youth is called Mu Feng. Lin Xian muttered, his eyes flickering. That's right, this Mu Feng was the black-robed youth of the Phantom siblings, and that woman in white was called Bai Ling. The names of these 2 people could be said to be very resounding in the 3 major sections. Apart from Ding Ping and the other two prodigies, few were their match. Because these two people's divine abilities were seriously too strange. Illusory and corporeal, they could turn any one of them into an illusory physique, ignoring attacks. This gave people a headache. Therefore, when everyone learned that Hong Yu's opponent this time was actually Mu Feng, they all cried out in surprise. F***ck. I didn't expect Mu Feng to actually appear too. That Hong Yu is probably going to lose. No one can break Mu Feng's divine ability. Yeah, I originally thought that this dark horse could win all the way. Now it seems that it's really hanging. I'm afraid that apart from Ding Ping and the other two prodigies, no one can beat this phantom siblings. No, there's also that mysterious demon king. Someone added. Hearing this, on the stage, Mu Feng's face turned black. This matter had indeed driven them crazy for a long time. The other party was really too powerful. However, that kind of person was incomparably terrifying and could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, the other party should not come to participate in this second round's battle. Therefore, they still had a great advantage among the personal disciples. Until now, they had not lost. Hee, kid, your good luck ends here. Mu Feng looked at Hong Yu in front and said in a cold voice. It's your good luck that's over. Hong Yu snorted coldly. Previously, you could win all the time because you didn't meet me. Now, you'll definitely lose this match. Hearing this, the crowd also burst into an uproar. They did not know where Hong Yu's confidence came from. Mu Feng also sneered, kid, you're too confident. You can't hurt me at all. However, you actually dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. I have to teach you a good lesson. Cut the crap, come here and die. Hong Yu snorted coldly. Although he was only 14 or 15 years old, the aura that he displayed at this moment was abnormally powerful. It made people forget his age. With a cold shout, Hong Yu's eyes bloomed with light, forming a faint golden light. Not only that, there were also mysterious Dao patterns emerging. Ocular technique? Humph, it's useless against me. Mu Feng had long begun to pay attention to Hong Yu, this dark horse. Therefore, he was not surprised that the other party used ocular technique. With a cold snort, his entire person turned into a gust of wind and quickly charged forward. Purple sun splitting sky. Mu Feng formed a seal with both hands. In the palm of his hand, a purple sun quickly emerged, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, with a slap, the purple sun was like a huge mountain, pressing down fiercely. The entire void was crushed in an instant, and the purple aura completely enveloped Hong Yu. While Hong Yu raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Soon, he discovered a flaw in the attack. Therefore, his body swayed and moved to the left. When he was 3 meters away, he threw a punch. Through his ocular technique, he knew that this was the weakest point of the attack. This was indeed the case. After shattering the purple light with a punch, Hong Yu instantly left the danger zone. What? He dodged it. Everyone exclaimed. This Hong Yu is indeed formidable. He can contend against Mu Feng. Looks like this will be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Not necessarily. Hong Yu's eye technique is impressive, but Mu Feng's ability to switch between illusion and reality is even more terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break it. Sure enough, Hong Yu struck out a series of flickering palm shadows, attacking forward. In the end, Mu Feng didn't dodge at all. His body turned illusory as he passed through all the attacks and attacked again. Haha, it's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Mu Feng's mastery of switching between reality and illusion was incomparably skilled. Therefore, after dodging those attacks, he instantly appeared beside Hong Yu. His body solidified once again and the purple sun in his hand rapidly smashed down. Boom, Hong Yu snorted coldly and waved his fists. Immediately, golden lightning surged out and collided with the purple sun. A shocking explosion sounded. Mu Feng's body turned illusory again and he didn't receive any damage. On the other hand, Hong Yu kept retreating. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. As expected, Mu Feng's ability to switch between reality and illusion is too strange. Even a dark horse like Hong Yu can't break it. Yeah, looks like Mu Feng will definitely win this battle. Not necessarily. Hong Yu specializes in soul attacks and is incomparably strange. Maybe he can turn the tables. In the arena, Mu Feng sneered. Kid, you'll definitely lose in front of me. Also, don't count on your soul attack because it's useless against me. Saying this, he waved his hand and a palm-sized copper lamp floated in the air. The copper lamp was very ancient and had mysterious patterns on it. At the mouth of the lamp, there was a ball of orange flame that burned slowly. It emitted a strange power. The misty light enveloped Mu Feng's entire body. With this copper lamp, I won't have to fear your soul attack. Seeing the copper lamp, the crowd exclaimed, "What treasure is that? Could it be that it's a treasure that specializes in defending against soul attacks?" It must be so. Looking at Mu Feng's confident expression, it should be so. Damn, this treasure is even more precious than an Earth-rank treasure. This Mu Feng actually has it. How shocking. Indeed, normally, soul attacks were strange and difficult to defend against, but Mu Feng actually had a treasure that could defend against soul attacks. It was indeed enviable. Below the arena, the white-clothed woman, Bai Ling, also had a smug smile on her face. Humph. If you want to beat my brother, you'll have to cultivate for a few more years. Not only Bai Ling, but at this moment, everyone thought that Hong Yu would definitely lose. Because his soul attack was countered. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. A soul defensive treasure? In the arena, Hong Yu narrowed his eyes and a faint golden light surrounded him. He smiled coldly as well. Do you really think you can defend yourself against my eye technique with a mere copper lamp? You're too naive. Next, I'll let you know what a true eye technique attack is. In the next moment, the golden light in Hong Yu's eyes shone even brighter, and it kept spinning like a golden tadpole. Buzz, Hong Yu raised his head and looked forward. Opposite him, Mu Feng had a look of disdain and was not afraid at all. Because he had the copper lamp, he was not afraid of any soul attacks. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Because when he saw Hong Yu's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. In the next moment, his body trembled, and his soul power seemed to be absorbed. The scene around him also changed in an instant. It was no longer an arena, and there were no surrounding martial artists. Instead, it was a dark secret room. Oh no, I've been hit. As a personal disciple, Mu Feng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw this scene, he naturally knew that he had been hit by his opponent's eye technique. But how was this possible? He clearly had the copper lamp's protection, so how could he still be hit? He could not understand. However, in the next moment, the dark secret room suddenly had 4 golden bolts of lightning surge out, turning into golden chains that bound his limbs. Then he hung in the air. Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. I told you, your copper lamp can't defend against my eye technique. Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. I told you, your copper lamp can't defend against my eye technique. Impossible. I spent a lot of money to buy that copper lamp. I've used it many times, and it's effective every time. Why can't it defend against your eye technique? Mu Feng was hanging in the air, roaring crazily. That's because my eye technique isn't something that ordinary soul attacks can compare to. Hong Yu said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a golden sword appeared. This is the soul space I created. It's different from outside. Even if a day passes here, it's only a second outside. So, enjoy the torture. After saying that, Hong Yu held his golden sword and stabbed it into Mu Feng's body. In the arena, Hong Yu raised his head and glanced at his opponent indifferently. In the next moment, Mu Feng's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He suddenly half-knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Mu Feng to suddenly be injured. What's going on? Could it be that Hong Yu made a move? But I didn't find anything at all. Everyone was shocked. However, there were also experts with grave nerves. No, it's an eye technique. Mu Feng was hit by an eye technique. What? An eye technique? Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Doesn't Mu Feng have the copper lamp to protect him? Even Bai Ling was in a state of panic. Impossible, that copper lamp is incomparably mysterious. It can definitely defend against soul attacks. How did my brother get injured? She naturally knew the mystery of the copper lamp. But now it seemed that her brother had indeed been hit by a soul attack. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this situation in front of him. However, if this was true, then it was too inconceivable. Was the other party's eye technique already so powerful? At this moment, not to mention the ordinary core disciples, even the personal disciples turned pale with fright. Even Ding Ping and Dan Feng had serious expressions on their faces. To be honest, they did not expect the battle situation to change like this. Because previously, they were very optimistic about Mu Feng. What a strange eye technique. Ding Ping's eyes narrowed as his entire body exuded a piercingly cold saber intent. How did he do it? The Red Phoenix's expression was also ice-cold. Flames surrounded her. This matter was too strange. If she encountered it, would she be able to resolve it? She didn't know, so she stared straight ahead. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He was aware of Mu Feng's strength. In other words, he was the strongest after the three heavens favorites. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. This caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. Therefore, he looked at Hong Yu, his expression flickering. What kind of eye technique was this? Golden eyes. He had some understanding of eye techniques. That was because he had learned some simple eye techniques in the past. Furthermore, Zhao Shua's virtual sky eye was also an extremely powerful eye technique. However, he had never seen golden eyes like Hong Yu's before. Even he was extremely shocked by its might. In the arena, Hong Yu said indifferently, I've already said that you're not my match. You can't defend against my eye technique at all. On the opposite side, Mu Feng's body was trembling non-stop. He seemed to be in a trance. It was obvious that his soul power had suffered heavy damage. Damn it, who are you? What's this move called? Mu Feng gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such a powerful eye technique. My name is Hong Yu. One day, my name will resound throughout the eastern wilderness. And the move from before is called 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Mu Feng gritted his teeth and whispered, as if he was recalling these words. Then, he said in a deep voice, You're very powerful. I've lost this battle. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe it. The phantom siblings, who were hailed as the favorites, Mu Feng, had actually lost. At this moment, everyone looked at Hong Yu with incomparable horror. Because they did not know what had happened just now. But without exception, it was an extremely terrifying eye technique, perhaps no one could defend against it. At this moment, even Ding Ping and Red Phoenix could not remain calm. They quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiaoqing. What kind of eye technique is that? It's actually so terrifying? Xiaoqing also smiled bitterly and quickly responded. To be honest, I don't know either. My junior brother Hong Yu came to the sect a year ago. Not long after, he was conferred as a personal disciple. His eye technique was very mysterious. He was even highly regarded by the sect master. I don't know the details, but I think that move should be an illusion. Illusion. Hearing that, Ding Peng and Red Phoenix's expressions changed, falling into deep thought. They thought wrong. Originally, they thought that Hong Yu's eye technique should belong to an extremely powerful attack type. Did not expect that it was actually an illusion. Eye techniques were also divided into two types. One was an illusion type, the other was a physical type that leaned toward attacking. These two types each had their own merits. The physical type attack was powerful, even more terrifying than ordinary attacks. While the illusion type was incomparably strange and impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall for it. Did not expect that Hong Yu's eye technique was actually an illusion type attack. Ding Ping and Red Phoenix did not ask any more, but fell into deep thought. As the eldest personal disciples, they had many skills, some of which were secret skills that could resist illusion attacks. However, they did not know if it would work in front of Hong Yu's golden eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian also guessed that Hong Yu had used an illusion type attack. Then, he thought to himself. I have the great dragon sword soul, which is invincible and can destroy everything. I think it should be able to deal with any illusion. Thinking of that, his eyes lit up. He was really looking forward to fighting with Han Yu. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Xian looked forward to fighting with someone. Moreover, it was the first time he had seen a real genius. Han Yu was only 15 or 16 years old, younger than him, but his strength was not inferior to his. Such a person was the top genius in the eastern wilderness. Thinking about it, even the people from the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds were not as good as Han Yu. In fact, not only the participating disciples, but even the elders of the three major sects were also shocked. To be honest, the strange eye technique made their hair stand on end. Even though they were all elders and had a wealth of experience, when faced with such a strange eye technique, they were afraid that they would not be able to do anything. When did the Spirit Void sect find such a powerful disciple? In an instant, Danzong and the elders of the Purple Sun sect asked one after another. On the high platform, the red-robed middle-aged man was also shocked. His eyes were like lightning as he stared down. Golden eyes? What kind of eye technique is that? I've never heard of it. As a martial artist of the Alcade Holy Land, he was experienced and knowledgeable. But he did not recognize those golden eyes either. What in the world were they? Was it some kind of powerful cultivation method? Or bloodline power? He did not know, but he already decided to report to the sect. Such a genius, coupled with such an ocular art, was very likely to enter the Alcade Holy Land. I didn't expect that quite a few dark horses actually appeared in the selection competition this time. The red-robed man looked at Hong Yu, then looked at Lin Xian. One's ocular art was powerful, the other's combat power was super strong. Such people are all peerless geniuses and should enter my Alcade Holy Land. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and Hong Yu as if discovering two pieces of precious jade. Following that, the competition continued. During this process, there were a few people who displayed great strength and successfully counterattacked, defeating the veteran disciples. It made the entire valley abnormally lively. However, compared to the shock, it was far less than Hong Yu and Mu Feng's battle. Although that battle was short, the commotion it caused had not subsided until now. Gradually, most people already exchanged blows with each other. Of course, there were wins and losses among them. But there were not many who maintained a complete victory all the time. Among them, one of the three great prodigies maintained a complete victory. And apart from this, only the third ring's Lin Xian and the second ring's Hong Yu could maintain a complete victory. Even the first ring's Chu Yu, although possessing an innate spirit fire, was still defeated at Ding Peng's hands. Hence, for a moment, Lin Xian and Hong Yu received even more attention. But at this time, on the third ring, the referee's voice sounded out. Next battle, Lin Xian vs Dan Feng. Lin Xian vs Dan Feng. This news was like a bomb, blowing everyone up. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with torrent-like exclamations. They finally met. The two of them finally met, both people were in the third ring, both had eye-catching performances. So the two people would meet sooner or later. Everyone was extremely excited. One was a newly risen dark horse, unparalleled combat power, and had not been defeated until now. The other was Danzong's personal eldest disciple, one of the three great prodigies. One could say that he was one of the top three people. Similarly, he had not had any defeats. Now, the two of them had finally met. Not only was this an exciting battle, but it was also a battle between old and new geniuses. Would the dark horse win, or would the veteran genius win? Everyone was looking forward to it. However, to be honest, even though Lin Xian's performance was outstanding, he was still a distance away from the top three geniuses. Therefore, everyone was only looking forward to the exciting battle, but no one thought that Lin Xian would win. Take a guess. How many moves do you think Dan Feng will win this battle? My guess is 100 moves. Isn't 100 moves too little? Lin Xian's battle prowess is so strong. Why would he need more than 200 moves? What a joke. The Red Phoenix is one of the three great prodigies. Other than Xiaoqing and Ding Peng who can contend against her, who else can be her match? 100 moves is already quite a lot. Indeed, but I feel that it will take around 150 moves for Lin Xian to be defeated. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the crowd, Chao Yan's expression was ferocious. He had once lost to Lin Xian. Now, he naturally did not wish for the other party to be in the limelight. Therefore, he snorted coldly and said, "What 100 moves, 200 moves? What kind of figure is eldest senior sister Danfeng? How can she possibly be compared to that brat? Just watch. Within 50 moves, that brat surnamed Lin will definitely be defeated." Not only was the discussion in the third ring intense, at this moment, even the martial artists in the first and second rings all looked over. This battle could be said to be highly anticipated by everyone. Ding Peng and Xiaoqing were also paying close attention. In the crowd, Jiyu clenched her small hands nervously. "Lin Xian, you have to hold on a little longer." On the other side, Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. "I didn't expect that among the newcomers this time, there's still a dark horse who can be equally famous as me. It's just that I don't know how far you can go. Make sure not to disappoint me." Lin Xian's battle prowess similarly shocked Hong Yu. Therefore, he also very much wanted to fight with the other party. In the third ring, the Red Phoenix wore a 5-colored pill robe, her entire person exuding a noble temperament. Like a queen, she came to the ring. Lin Xian's expression was calm and his face was incomparably calm. His figure swayed, and he also went to the ring. "Senior sister Danfeng." Lin Xian cupped his hands slightly. After all, the Red Phoenix was the eldest senior sister of Danzong, and he was only a core disciple in Danzong Middle School. Therefore, it was necessary to be polite when meeting each other. "Junior brother Lin, don't be so polite." The Red Phoenix nodded slightly. "To be honest, junior brother Lin's strength and current results have indeed shocked me greatly. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Danzong. However, I won't go easy on you in this battle. You have to fight with all your strength. Let me see what level your true strength has reached." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, then his eyes focused, and the aura on his body suddenly became sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was slowly being unsheathed. Buzz, the void also trembled as if it was frozen. The surrounding disciples tensed up, and there was a flash of sword light in their hearts. What a terrifying sword principle aura! Everyone was shocked. Just one look from the other party was enough to make them tremble. What a sharp aura! On the opposite side, the Red Phoenix also nodded slightly. Then, she shouted, and 5-colored flames quickly appeared around her. They circled around her. In the next moment, a flaming palm surged out and quickly slapped forward. Terrifying heat waves surrounded the area, and the entire void was filled with white smoke. It was as if it was going to be turned into ashes by this palm. How terrifying! This palm was too terrifying. No 5-star king would be able to withstand it. The surrounding people's scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. Although the arena was protected by an array, the aura that overflowed still shocked them. "Good." Lin Xian also nodded slightly. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly slashed out. The sword chi was like a dragon, roaring out. It connected together and charged forward quickly. In the next moment, the two collided, and an extremely dazzling light burst out. The terrifying energy directly exploded the void. In an instant, the entire arena shook violently as if it couldn't withstand the force. "Oh no, the arena is going to be destroyed. Run!" The surrounding people turned pale, and they retreated again. At this moment, 4 men in black appeared out of thin air around the third arena. They were wearing black armor and looked extremely cold. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they quickly formed seals and sent out mysterious runes into the array below. Suddenly, the array shone brightly, and the third arena became extremely sturdy again. Seeing this scene, the crowd also heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying! A casual attack from the 2 of them caused such a terrifying impact. The entire arena almost exploded. Yeah, nothing like this has ever happened before. This array came from the Yaoguang sacred ground, and it can't withstand the power of the 2 of them. It's unbelievable. The crowd was extremely shocked. From this point alone, they could see how terrifying Lin Xian and the Red Phoenix's strength was. Everyone was shocked. From this point alone, it could be seen how terrifying Lin Xian and Dan Feng's strength were. Dan Feng frowned slightly when she saw the arena shaking. However, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the entire array was strengthened again. Junior brother Lin, you have to be careful from now on. I won't show you any mercy. As she spoke, the light on her body surged. In an instant, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from Dan Feng's body. It was as if an ancient fire god had descended to the mortal world. If it was before, Lin Xian would probably have to go all out to deal with such a situation. However, he had already broken through to become a 3-star king. His strength had undergone a drastic change. Therefore, he could deal with it easily now. Feeling the other party's explosive power, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Countless sword chi rushed out quickly, and his aura also rose abruptly. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead. With a wave of his arm, a sharp sword light slashed forward like lightning. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. On the opposite side, Dan Feng's pupils shrank. She did not expect the other party's swordsmanship to be so sharp. Therefore, she tapped her foot, and her body flashed out instantly like a fiery shadow. At the same time, she formed a seal with her palms and quickly performed a unique skill. A fire qilin roared out. Its body was like a small mountain, and the scales on it were shining. The flames flickered as if it was a real divine beast. As soon as the fire qilin appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly, and a powerful aura swept out in all directions. This is the fire qilin mark. I didn't expect Dan Feng to perform a unique skill right away. It seems like she won't give Lin Xian a chance at all. It can't be helped. This is the Holy Land selections. No matter how good their relationship is, I'm afraid she won't go easy on him now. Moreover, the two of them don't have much interaction at all. Everyone exclaimed. Without a doubt, the fire qilin mark was a very terrifying unique skill. Sure enough, the fire qilin roared in all directions, and with 5 colored flames, it directly blew away all the sword chi in front of it. What a strong flame aura. It seems that the other party also has a unique flame. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he was not too worried. Because he had only used 30% of his strength in that strike. He did not wish to reveal all of his strength. Thus, he had concealed his strength. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then stretched out his palm. Suddenly, boundless black flames condensed and formed a huge dragon claw that grabbed forward. What followed was an earth-shattering dragon roar. Boom, the two collided, causing a huge explosion. The two flames clashed in the air, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the defensive array formation had been strengthened a lot. Otherwise, the attack would have definitely shattered the entire array formation like the previous one. Lin Xian's dragon claw was incomparably terrifying, and the 9 underworld devil flame was also extremely powerful. Therefore, under this claw, the fire qilin was directly smashed into pieces. Immediately, the 5 colored flames scattered and drifted in all directions. What? The fire qilin was smashed to pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's methods to be so powerful. Lin Xian's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, it's really surprising that he could break Dan Feng's unique skill. However, someone snorted. What do you know? This is just the beginning. Dan Feng probably did not use his full strength at all. Just wait and see. This kid is definitely going to lose. Sounds of discussion could be heard. In the arena, Dan Feng frowned slightly. She did not expect that the opponent's dragon claw would be so powerful that it could smash her fire qilin. However, although she was frowning, she did not care much. Because as everyone had said, she did not use her full strength. Instead, she used 50% of her strength. Thinking about it, Dan Feng must have used his full strength to smash her attack with the black dragon claw, which was at least 90% of his strength. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was ready to go all out and not give Dan Feng a chance. Junior brother Lin, I have to say that you are indeed surprising. But next, you won't have any chance. This battle can end now. As Dan Feng's voice was heard, the surrounding flames suddenly surged. Then, they quickly intertwined in the air, forming a flame picture scroll. This flame picture scroll kept rolling and shaking in the air. In the end, it enveloped the entire arena. "It's out. It's Dan Feng's king domain," everyone exclaimed. Indeed, the space formed by the picture scroll was Dan Feng's king domain. Fire beacon map of mountains and rivers. This was an extremely terrifying domain. Ordinary 5-star kings could not withstand a single move from the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers at all. And Dan Feng merged into the picture scroll. Her entire person was like a flame fairy. The fire beacon map of mountains and rivers covered heaven and earth as if it was going to refine the entire space. Dan Feng stood in the void and waved her hand. Suddenly, the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers spun rapidly, forming a huge suction force that enveloped Lin Xian. It was as if it was going to devour him. Buzz, in an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into a sea of fire. 5-colored light shone, and all kinds of strange flames rushed toward him quickly. The raging flames could burn everything in the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Clenching his fist, countless flames formed a black longsword that then swept out. The pitch-black sword light swept across heaven and earth, carrying a sharp aura as it charged toward the surrounding sea of fire. At this moment, Lin Xian also increased his combat strength, reaching about 50% of his strength. The sword chi was extremely terrifying. It directly tore apart the sea of fire, forming cracks. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and retreated from these cracks. Senior sister is indeed amazing. The king domain formed by the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers is indeed terrifying, Lin Xian said indifferently. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. At this moment, even Ding Ping and Xiaoqun frowned. Dan Feng was even more shocked. She did not expect him to come out so easily. It was really out of her expectations. "Looks like I've underestimated you." Dan Feng's face was as cold as ice. Up until now, the other party had given her too many surprises, causing her to be a little out of control. Therefore, she could not let him continue to be arrogant. In the next moment, she waved her hand. Immediately, the 5-colored flames in the sky surged rapidly, forming fire phoenixes in the air and charging downward. Each of them was like a real monster, incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian also attacked fiercely. He held the black flame longsword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The sword chi was like a black fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, instantly causing the entire void to collapse. The black dragon and the fire phoenix fought, and terrifying energy erupted. Lin Xian also used the dragon sword domain to surround him. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. On the other side, the red phoenix's expression was solemn, waving her jade-like hands non-stop. Lin Xian's attack power was seriously too terrifying. The dragon-beating sword soul was incomparably powerful, far exceeding the red phoenix's expectations. So very soon, that black dragon directly charged to red phoenix's side. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the black flames all over its body trembled, just like a real demonic beast, full of a terrifying aura. Roar! With a dragon roar, the black dragon claw quickly grabbed towards the red phoenix. Humph! The red phoenix's body retreated, completely merging into the fire beacon river and mountain painting. Following that, the 5-colored flames around her fluttered rapidly, forming a 5-colored flame battle armor in front of her. Not just that, a 5-colored long whip even appeared in her hand, completely condensed by flames. A whip lashed out, the terrifying power tore the sky apart. Bang! 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 The long whip similarly turned into a flood dragon, and the black dragon battled together. Lin Xian and the red phoenix attacked non-stop, each attack incomparably terrifying. But the surrounding people were crying out in surprise. They did not expect that this battle would actually be so exciting, far exceeding their expectations. Heaven, this Lin Xian is too powerful. Fighting until now, there are no signs of defeat. More than that. Why do I feel that the two are evenly matched? Yeah, could it be that the red phoenix still held back strength and did not go all out? One discussion after another sounded out, everyone's voices were full of shock. In the second arena, Hong Yu's gaze flickered, staring fixedly at this battle. In his eyes, golden light bloomed, incomparably mysterious. By the side, Huan Ling's siblings also had solemn expressions. Very clearly, regardless of whether it was the Red Phoenix or Lin Xian's combat power, it made them feel thick pressure. While Ding Ping and Xiaocheng's expressions were even more solemn. Others might not be able to tell, but the two of them knew. Most likely, the Red Phoenix already went all out, but she still could not do anything to the other party. This seriously surprised them too much. Who is this kid, to actually have such combat power, fighting on par with Red Phoenix? Xiaocheng was extremely shocked. But Ding Peng's expression was gloomy. No idea why, when he looked at this battle, he suddenly thought of that mysterious demon king. As the Purple Sun sect's eldest personal disciple, he had never been defeated. But not long ago, Immortal was defeated at the hands of a mysterious demon king. Until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. Moreover, after that battle, the other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air and never appeared again. Ding Ping even suspected that the mysterious demon king wasn't a disciple of the three sections. Perhaps a mysterious expert had sneaked in. But now, seeing Dan Feng and Lin Xian's match, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Because he felt that the young man called Lin Xian was too suspicious. Back then, in the first stage, the other party was acting alone. At that time, he didn't care. He thought that the other party's cultivation was low. It was impossible for him to possess that kind of combat strength. But now it seemed. The other party's battle prowess was indeed heaven-defying. In fact, he could even be on par with them. This made him even more suspicious. He was alone, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he was the mysterious demon king. However, he wasn't very sure. That was because the demon king from that day did not use sword techniques. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of the sword Dao. Instead, he displayed an extremely violent and destructive fist technique. However, although this Lin Xian in front of him was powerful, he did not have that kind of destructive aura. Instead, he had an extremely sharp sword Dao aura. Obviously, these were two completely different cultivation methods. It was hard for him to imagine that a martial artist could cultivate both the sword Dao and the fist technique to such a terrifying realm at the same time. Therefore, he was still only suspicious and could not be sure. However, his gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade. He was waiting. As long as Lin Xian displayed any signs of the destructive fist technique, he would be able to confirm whether the other party was the mysterious demon king or not. In the arena, Dan Feng's expression was also solemn. Up until now, she was more and more shocked in her heart. The other party's strength was like a bottomless pit. There was no limit to it at all. She didn't even know how much the other party's true battle prowess was. She even suspected that the other party had not even used his full strength. If it was before, she would definitely think that this idea was laughable. But now, after fighting with Lin Xian, she realized that this young man in front of her was absolutely terrifying. However, as one of the three great prodigies, she would not admit defeat so easily. Therefore, she waved her jade-like hand again. Immediately, the flame whip in her hand turned from a fire dragon into a five-colored divine bird. Divine light bloomed. Its cry shook heaven and earth. Like a five-colored peacock, divine light flickered as it swooped down. But Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved the black longsword in his hand. The sword light gently slid. Countless sword energy gushed out. It was as if streaks of black underworld rivers were crisscrossing in front. That five-colored peacock could not get close at all. But above, Dan Feng cried out delicately. The aura on her body suddenly bloomed. It was as if a five-colored sun was shining in all directions. At this moment, Dan Feng was powerful to the extreme. The surrounding fire beacon river and mountain painting was even more incomparably terrifying. From the endless volcanoes, a majestic figure walked out. Standing indomitable, fire light surrounded him as if a fire god had descended. That figure was like a flame giant, walking forward as if crossing through time and space. It was hard to believe. With every step he took, the sky trembled a fraction. With every step he took, the flame aura on his body rose by a large margin. When he arrived in front of Lin Xian, the entire void completely collapsed. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. This flame giant was like a true god. Fire light surrounded him all over. It was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian even felt a trace of danger. He did not expect that this fire beacon river and mountain painting was actually so mysterious. It could summon such a terrifying giant. However, he was not afraid of the other party. Waving the black longsword in his hand, Lin Xian launched an intense battle with that flame giant. The arena shook, heaven and earth rumbled. If not for the Holy Land's array formation, the entire valley would have sunk in an instant. However, even with that being the case, the frightening energy still caused the entire mountain range to tremble non-stop. Everyone held their breaths, paying close attention. Such a battle was rarely seen normally. Lin Xian waved his longsword. Each sword energy was like 1,000 feet long dragon, quickly gushing out and roaring in front. Terrifying sword light rushed into the clouds. The red phoenix, on the other hand, was controlling the flame giant, sweeping through all directions. This kind of attack was very berserk, having a feeling of destroying heaven and earth. It was completely different from Danfeng's identity as a woman. But at this moment, when it was executed, no one felt that it was abrupt. The intense collision was like the sound of thunder. Each strike made the void distort, and even countless cracks appeared. In this energy storm, even if a 5-star king entered, his body and soul would also be destroyed. Lin Xian still only used half of his strength and did not use his full strength. Firstly, he did not want to expose his full strength in front of everyone. Secondly, he still had to be wary of Dan Xianxia and Danzong. He always felt that something terrifying would happen in the Holy Land selection competition. Therefore, it was better for him to hide his strength. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that he used half of his strength, which was enough to end this battle. Of course, the crowd did not know this at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian unleashed his full strength, even exceeding his usual performance, to be able to contend with Dan Feng. No one knew what kind of expression they would have when they knew the truth. Boom, the sword chi was like a rainbow, emitting a terrifying killing intent. It directly penetrated the sea of fire that filled the sky and charged toward the flame giant. Even that swift and fierce sword light left countless sword scars on the flame giant's body. Although Dan Feng was not swept by these sword chi, that overflowing sword Dao aura also made her feel pain all over. If this kind of power slashed on her body, she probably could not withstand it at all. Fire God Fist. Dan Feng cried out delicately, throwing out an incomparably terrifying fist in coordination with the flame giant. Fiery light surged to the sky, turning heaven and earth upside down. This fist was like a red volcano, directly descending from the sky, suppressing ruthlessly. Boom, that fist passed through countless sword chi and arrived in front of Lin Xian, about to land. But Lin Xian's expression was calm, still fearless. He waved his palm. Countless streaks of sword chi gushed out, like seawater, incomparably soft, forming a scissor-like curtain. Clear mirror still water. This fist seemed to have landed in the sea, the terrifying power was instantly dissolved by the soft sword chi. What an exquisite defense! The surrounding people were shocked, especially Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, and the rest, who even exclaimed repeatedly. Combining hardness and softness, this kid sword art has reached an unbelievable level. Even the elders of the 3 major sects around were also extremely shocked. Too much hardness made it easy to break, too much softness made the attack power appear insufficient. Only combining hardness and softness was the best state. However, very few people could reach this state. Even they, the elders, might not be able to reach it. However, a young man in his 20s actually reached this realm. One had to admit that it was really too shocking. The two people's great battle, the momentum astonishing. Lin Xian was like an incomparably sharp sword, full of vigor. Every ray of sword chi was incomparably valiant, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. As for Dan Feng, he was like a god of fire, becoming one with the fire beacon river and mountain painting, becoming a sea of fire, incomparably terrifying. As the two of them exchanged blows, each of their attacks tore through the sky. Finally, the red phoenix could not hold back anymore. She looked extremely anxious. She didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Therefore, she shouted and waved her hand. Immediately, a red mountain appeared in the fire beacon diagram. Light flashed and flames overflowed into the sky, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the red volcano even arrived, the entire void had already collapsed. The terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept out with his sword. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword chi shot forward like a cold moonlight. As the two collided, the sword chi and the sea of fire surged, and the terrifying black hole flickered in the sky. However, at that moment, the red phoenix unleashed all of her power and prepared to end the battle. The fire beacon diagram trembled rapidly, as if it was a world of fire, incomparably terrifying. That scene was as if the red phoenix was holding a real world in her hand and smashing it fiercely toward Lin Xian. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily. A ray of sword light was swung out. It was incomparably simple and filled with a sharp aura. It wasn't big, only a few meters long, but it contained supreme killing intent, as if it was a heavenly blade, extremely terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, this ray of sword light slashed fiercely on the sea of fire and even tore the sea of fire apart, arriving at the fire beacon diagram. Boom boom boom, the sword chi was like a dragon, directly slashing those volcanoes in the fire beacon diagram. Damn it! Dan Feng's expression changed. She didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy her fire beacon diagram. This was her king's domain. The destruction of those volcanoes also caused her to suffer a certain degree of injury. Descent of the Fire God. At the critical moment, the Red Phoenix used her ultimate skill. Instantly, a huge fist descended from the sky in the fire beacon diagram. It was as if it had crossed through time and space. This punch was earth-shattering. Waves of fire surged into the sky as if the real fire god was reborn. The surrounding people exclaimed. As expected of one of the three great prodigies, such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was calm, without any fear. He also quickly waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed out. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire valley. At the same time, he finally used the dragon sword domain. The green dragon sword domain rapidly enlarged. Inside, sword chi rampaged. The power of 10,000 swords. 10,000 rays of sword chi quickly condensed, forming a huge light sword that slashed fiercely upward. Soon, it collided with the flaming fist. An earth-shattering collision sounded. Not only that, the boundless sea of fire seemed to be burning everything. On the other hand, the power of 10,000 swords was extremely terrifying. The sharp sword light could cut through those flames. The confrontation between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, two figures appeared in Lin Xian's dragon sword domain again. One was a red sword god shadow, and the other was an orange sword god shadow. When the two of them appeared, they flew forward with terrifying killing intent. Light surrounded their bodies as if they were real sword gods, but they were formed by pure sword chi. Not good. Seeing the two light figures flying over, Dan Feng's expression changed drastically. She snorted coldly. The long whip in her hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly, forming a series of fierce attacks in front of her. With a wave of her palm, a sea of fire surrounded the surroundings. No one below the 6-star king level dared to pass the terrifying temperature. However, the two sword god shadows were condensed by Lin Xian's cultivation technique. They contained the aura of the great dragon sword soul and were extremely fierce. In an instant, the sea of fire was cut into two vacuum zones. Buzz, two light swords appeared in their hands as they quickly attacked Dan Feng. In an instant, they arrived near Dan Feng. Get lost! Dan Feng shouted, and the aura on her body suddenly skyrocketed. Like two large flaming hands, she slapped toward the two. The two large flaming hands were extremely red and had mysterious Dao patterns on them. It was like two red mountains crashing forward. Puff! Puff! However, these two sword lights were too sharp. Nothing could block them. The two large palms were cut open in an instant. In the next moment, Dan Feng was enveloped by the two sharp sword lights. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this to be the result. At this moment, even Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, Hong Yu, and those sect elders all looked at the sky. There, two figures held light swords, pressing against Dan Feng's heart and throat. However, they didn't stab down. Dan Feng didn't resist anymore because the two sharp auras reminded her that as long as she moved slightly, The two long swords would pierce her body without hesitation. She knew that she had lost. However, she did not dare to accept this result. As one of the three prodigies, she was incomparably powerful. According to her expectations, her only opponents this time were Dingpeng and Xiaoqing. Other than them, no one else was her match. However, she did not expect that she would be defeated by a newcomer. She felt like she was in a dream. The Red Phoenix lost. Everyone looked at the sky, unable to believe it. The Danzong disciples, in particular, felt their scalps go numb. This was because the Red Phoenix had always been a godlike existence in their hearts. She was an invincible existence. However, the belief in their hearts had now lost. Moreover, she had lost to a newcomer. Even Dingpeng and Xiaoqing took a deep breath. Xiaoqing was extremely shocked. The Red Phoenix's strength was similar to his, but she had lost to a newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. Therefore, he carefully sized up Lin Xian, because this would be his strongest opponent in the third round. As for Dingpeng, his expression became even more gloomy. His opponent's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Being able to defeat the Red Phoenix meant that he was very powerful. His opponent was very likely the mysterious Demon King. Humph, kid. You better not let me know that you know how to use destructive fist techniques. Otherwise, it will be your death. Dingpeng looked at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. In the first arena, Chuyu's cherry lips were wide open. She was completely stunned. Is this still the Lin Xian I know? She was extremely shocked. Hong Yu's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Not bad, you are indeed very powerful. You are qualified to be my opponent. In addition, the elders of the other sects were also shocked. Among them, the elders of the Purple Sun sect and the Lingshu sect asked, I wonder when such a powerful young man appeared in the Danzong? As for the elders of the Pill sect, they looked at each other. Dense worry surfaced in their eyes. Where did this kid come from? How can he be so powerful? I wonder if this will affect our plan. No, this matter must be reported to the clan. There must be no accidents. Don't worry, that brat is a core disciple. He has already eaten the blue wave pill and the purple pill. He definitely won't be able to escape from our clutches. Elder Danzong quickly communicated with each other, his eyes shining brightly. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have caused a great sensation. At this moment, nobody dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, he was now listed as the fourth heaven's favorite. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. This result was within his expectations. Furthermore, he had only used half of his strength in this battle. He wondered what kind of expression these people would have if they knew the truth. Next, the competition continued. Although it was intense, it was not as exciting as the battle between Dan Feng and Lin Xian. In the end, the top three of each arena were decided. In the third arena, the first place was naturally Lin Xian. He had not lost a single battle since the beginning. The second place was Dan Feng. The third was a disciple of the Purple Sun sect named Gowan. In the second arena, the first place was Xiaoqing, and the second place was Hong Yu. It was not that Hong Yu had lost, but that the two of them did not have a chance to fight. The third place was Bai Ling of the Phantom Siblings. In the first arena, the first place was still Dingpeng. The second place was a disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Zhao Kong. The third place was Chuyu. These 9 people would successfully advance to the third round of the competition. In other words, the person who would be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground in the end would be among these 9 people. The surrounding disciples looked at the 9 people with envy in their eyes. Soon, the man in the red robe announced the third round. The third round would be held 3 days later in a nearby city. At that time, not only would the sect leaders and elders of the 3 major sects come, but the elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground would also come to watch the battle. It could be said that it was an unprecedented grand occasion. The elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Hearing this, not only were the surrounding disciples excited, but even the disciple who had won the qualification on the arena was also excited. The Yaoguang sacred ground was one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness. The elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground would definitely have a terrifying status. If such a person took a fancy to them, they would definitely be able to enter the Yaoguang's sacred ground. They might even be taken in as a disciple. After everything was announced, the crowd left to rest and prepare for the third round in 3 days. However, the 3 major sects did not hesitate. They immediately summoned their spirit boats and took the disciples to the nearby city. Great Martial City, a nearby city. The city was huge and had a special place for the competition. It was suitable for people below the almighty level to fight. After a day, the 3 major sects arrived at Martial City. Then, they went to rest. On the second day, there was nothing to do. Lin Xian also cultivated silently in his room. However, on the third day, there was a change. Lin Xian received a notice from the sect. It was a jade slip that was sent to him by someone. However, when he used his soul power to sense the situation inside, his expression changed drastically. This was because the information recorded in the book was simply too shocking. He could not believe it. Danzong was going to fight in the third round. He had long felt that Danzong and Dan Shenzi were very strange, and that something big might happen. However, he did not expect them to be so bold as to fight in the third round. The target of the fight also shocked Lin Xian. It was the young man named Hong Yu. According to the information in the jade slip, Danzong would order these people to attack in the third round and take Hong Yu away. Lin Xian was shocked and confused at the same time. Was Danzong crazy? He was going to mobilize the entire Danzong for a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Was he not afraid of his sect being destroyed, because this was too strange? One had to know that if Danzong really wanted Hong Yu, he could have done it before the selection, or during the first round. That way, he could have taken him away without anyone knowing. But why did he choose the third round? One had to know that during the third round, the sect masters and elders of the 3 major sects would all come. Not only that, but the Yaoguang Sacred Grounds elders would also be there. They would definitely be almighties. To fight in front of so many people, wasn't this an act of suicide? Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand at all. Moreover, the jade slip also said that if these core disciples dared to resist, they would end up in a very miserable state. Firstly, the sect would stop giving out blue wave pills. Secondly, the purple pill they had taken before leaving the sect was also a type of extremely poisonous pill. However, the poison was hidden in their bodies and had not yet acted up. Without the antidote from the sect, none of these core disciples would be able to survive after 5 days. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The poison was hidden in their bodies and hadn't acted up yet. Without the antidote from the sect, none of these core disciples would be able to survive after 5 days. Lin Xian's face darkened. Presumably, all the core disciples had been threatened. They would probably all listen to Dan Shenzi's orders tomorrow. However, despite all of Dan Shenzi's calculations, he had overlooked one thing. Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not take the blue wave pill at all, nor did he take the purple pill. Therefore, he wouldn't be threatened. However, Lin Xian put away the jade slip and sighed. He finally knew why Niwa of Gojoseon had fallen. He must have discovered Dan Shenzi's secret. Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast ding and asked in a low voice, "Zero, what do you need me to do?" Destroy Dan Shenzi's plan. Dan Shenzi is the sect leader, and his strength has reached the almighty level. If he wants you to assassinate him, you won't succeed. Therefore, you only need to destroy his plan. Then I'll become your weapon. All right. Lin Xian nodded. The 10,000 beast ding was a mid-earth tier treasure, and its power was incomparable. Moreover, it was extremely effective when used to refine pills. Therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't give up on such a treasure. Moreover, after careful consideration, he realized that this was probably the only way to go. Apart from this, he could also escape or secretly inform the Yaoguang Sacred Land. If he escaped now, he would probably attract Danzong's endless pursuit. Dan Shenzi might even kill him himself. His current strength wasn't enough to fight against an almighty. Therefore, escaping was undoubtedly suicidal. Informing the Yaoguang Sacred Land now was even more out of the question. Although Danzong and Dan Shenzi had planned a rebellion, it hadn't happened yet. He was just a small core disciple, and his words carried little weight. No one would believe him. Moreover, the other disciples of Danzong were threatened by the blue wave pill and the purple poison. No one would speak up for him. Therefore, when the time came, Danzong and Danshenzi's disciples would very likely bite him back. As for him, it was very likely that he would be slapped to death by the wavering light Holy Land. Therefore, this path would not work either. In that case, there was only one option left, which was to ruin Danshenzi's plan. If Danshenzi wanted to capture Hongyu, then all he had to do was help Hongyu escape. After thinking this through, Lin Xian took a deep breath and felt a heavy pressure. He did not expect that he would be swept into such a whirlpool after coming to the eastern wilderness for only a year. Moreover, he believed that this incident would definitely shake the entire eastern wilderness. After summoning the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian explained the situation to him and asked him to quickly arrange some formations to defend against the enemy. He Tu also floated out. When he learned of this matter, he was extremely shocked. However, he then said, "The Black Earth has run out of energy. Otherwise, when we enter the Black Earth, even an Almighty would not be able to open it." In the following day, Lin Xian began to carefully prepare. Although the entire Danzong had turned traitor, no one knew that he was not threatened. Therefore, when the time came, his sudden attack might produce some miraculous effect. The third day finally arrived. The entire martial city was bustling. Because this was the day of the final battle. The 9 disciples would have their final battle, and the winner would enter the wavering light Holy Land. In the center of Martial City, there was a huge square surrounded by countless stone seats. In the north, there was a high platform with a palace on it. It was dazzling and magnificent. It was rumored that the elders of the wavering light Holy Land would arrive at the main platform. The first to arrive were, of course, the disciples of the 3 major sections. Those who were not qualified to participate in the third round were now sitting on the stone platforms as spectators. Lin Xian and the others also arrived and prepared there. The next to arrive were the sect masters and elders of the 3 major sections. Danshenzi was dressed in a robe and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. He was all smiles and had a kind face. Those who did not know would not have thought that Danshenzi had such a plan. Beside him was a group of elders. These people walked directly to the palace in front. The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance. She sat cross-legged on a huge crane, and beside her was an elder of the Spirit Void sect. The people of the Purple Sun sect were driving a purple spirit boat that tore through the void and sped over. The sect master of the Purple Sun sect was a mighty middle-aged man. He had a burly figure and an unparalleled domineering aura. It was as if his every move could devour the heavens and split the earth. The 3 sect masters led their respective elders to the palace in the north. The 3 of them sat on 3 sides, and the center seat was empty. Obviously, that seat was reserved for the elders of the wavering light Holy Land. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists were waiting anxiously. They wanted to see how mighty the elders of the wavering light Holy Land were. Not long after, the clouds rolled in the sky and spiritual energy surged. Dozens of divine rainbows streaked across the sky. "They're here." It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked down. In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from afar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that spread in all directions. Then, light flashed, and thousands of rays of light shone. The 9 flood dragons had an extraordinary aura. They pulled a divine chariot surrounded by divine light and flew over quickly. The 9 flood dragons rode the clouds and let out thunderous sounds as they moved. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Even Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The wavering light Holy Land was so generous. They were using 9 flood dragons to pull a chariot. Those were real flood dragons with horns on their heads. They even had the bloodline of the dragon clan in their bodies. Such a demonic beast was extremely powerful. It was definitely a monster king, however, at this moment, it was being used to pull a chariot. One had to admit that the wavering light Holy Land was too generous. Is this the strength of the wavering light Holy Land? It's so terrifying. Yeah, I feel like that flood dragon alone is enough to destroy all of us. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice, "Kid, be careful. He's definitely not an ordinary elder to have such extravagance. I'm afraid that he has a high status in the Wavering Light Holy Land. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such extravagance." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. With such a peerless figure here, even Dan Xianxia and Danzong would not dare to act rashly. Soon, the 9 flood dragons pulled the divine chariot to the sky above the square. The powerful aura was like 9 primordial demonic mountains. It pressed down on everyone's hearts and made them tremble. Soon, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot to the sky above the square. The powerful aura was like 9 primordial demonic mountains, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making them tremble. The door of the chariot opened, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had an extraordinary aura, and every move he made was filled with a supreme aura. Beside him were 4 young and beautiful women. Each of them was holding spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that emitted rich spiritual energy. Behind them were the martial art guards of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. The middle-aged man's figure flickered as he brought everyone to the palace below with a majestic gait. "Greetings, esteemed cultivator Qinghe." At this moment, the 3 sect leaders and elders all bowed to the middle-aged man in front of them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a ball of powerful energy supported everyone. "No need to be so polite. Take a seat." After saying that, the middle-aged man strode forward and sat in the most central position with a majestic gait. The 4 young and beautiful maidservants still stood beside him, holding various spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for him to taste at any time. There were also some martial art guards of the Wavering Light Sacred Land around them, but they all stood behind him. Seeing that esteemed cultivator Qinghe sat down, Dan Xianxia and the other sect leaders also sat down slowly. At this moment, the red-robed middle-aged man also came over and said respectfully, "Elder Qinghe, do you want to start the competition?" "Yes." Esteemed cultivator Qinghe nodded slightly. After receiving the order, the red-robed man walked forward and said loudly, "Now, I announce that the 3rd round of the Sacred Land selection begins." With that, the ground in front of the square rumbled, forming a huge array arena. The red-robed man's body swayed, and he appeared below. It seemed that this time, he would be the judge. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited. Finally, they could see the final round, however, they did not know who would enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land in the end. Not only the surrounding disciples, but Dan Feng and the others were also excited. This was the critical moment that would determine their fate. Soon, 9 names appeared in the sky, and they kept flashing. Not long after, 2 names appeared. Everyone looked over with rapt attention and exclaimed in surprise. Dan Feng against Bai Ling. Dan Feng was one of the 3 geniuses. Although she had once lost to Lin Xian, no one doubted her strength. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was the younger sister of the Huanling siblings. Her divine ability was incomparably terrifying. In this battle, could Bai Ling rely on her divine ability to counterattack? Everyone was looking forward to it. Dan Feng, on the other hand, harumphed coldly. With a cold face, he quickly walked onto the battle ring. Bai Ling's figure flickered, and she went up as well. These 2 people were powerful, and they were both beautiful women. Naturally, they attracted everyone's attention. With a command, the competition began. Dan Feng snorted coldly and directly used the fire beacon map. The terrifying picture scroll enveloped the entire space. Everyone exclaimed. Even Bai Ling's expression changed. She didn't expect her opponent to use his ultimate move right from the start. How would she know that after the competition last time, Dan Feng would not show mercy to anyone now? Therefore, he immediately unleashed his king's domain. The painting seemed to be a real world, and it carried a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. Although Bai Ling had the ability to shift between reality and illusion, there was nothing she could do in this realm. He could only retreat. At this moment, as one of the 3 great prodigies, Dan Feng's strength was finally revealed. Her powerful strength made it impossible for Bai Ling to attack at all. Therefore, after 50 moves, Bai Ling was defeated. Damn it! Bai Ling gritted her teeth, unwilling to step down. She also knew the gap between her and her opponent, so she could only step down. After the battle, everyone was discussing. In the palace, the elders of the three great sects were also quickly communicating. Danfeng's strength is not bad. I'm afraid she's about to become a 6-star king. Indeed, the fire beacon map is extremely terrifying. There are few opponents of the same level. So what? Didn't she lose to a newcomer? An elder of the Purple Sun sect snorted coldly. Bai Ling was a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. Now that she was defeated, they were naturally unhappy. So what if she lost? That Lin Xian is also a member of the Danzong. Don't forget about that. An elder of the Danzong retorted without holding back. However, Qinghe esteemed cultivator narrowed his eyes and tapped the void with his finger. From beginning to end, he didn't say anything. On the other side, Dan Chenzi's expression was calm. His eyes flickered as if he was waiting for something. Next, the competition continued. The second to go up was Xiaoqing and Zhao Kong. The two of them weren't on the same level, so after 50 moves, Zhao Kong was defeated. Everyone cried out in surprise once again, and the atmosphere in the surroundings gradually became livelier. The red-robed man nodded slightly as the referee. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the remaining names flashed again. Ding Peng against Hongyu. When this news came out, everyone went crazy and let out a torrent of cheers. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. One of them was the strongest among the three geniuses, while the other was a dark horse among the newcomers with a pair of strange eye techniques. Who was stronger? Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, even Qinghe esteemed cultivator stopped tapping his finger and opened his eyes, looking down. This was because he had already received the news before coming. It was said that two incredible newcomers had appeared in this competition. One of them was Hongyu, who had a mysterious eye technique. On the other side, the corners of Dan Chenzi's mouth curled up slightly, and a deep light appeared in his eyes. They finally appeared. Below, Ding Peng and Hongyu also stood up. The two of them faced each other from a distance, and their gazes collided in the air like sharp swords. Countless sparks flew from the collision. In the next moment, the two of them swayed and appeared in the arena together. The competition begins. With the order, the red-robed man retreated to the side. I won't go easy. Ding Peng was the same as Dan Feng. He displayed a powerful ultimate technique right from the start. This was because he had also lost once. Although no one knew, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Even if the other party was just a newcomer, he had to go all out to deal with him. With a clang, he pulled out the purple long saber at his waist and slashed out. The sharp saber light enveloped the front. The void was torn apart, and the purple saber light was like a purple rainbow that quickly slashed out. So strong. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed, "What's wrong with these people? They used such a powerful ultimate technique right from the start." Yeah, Dan Feng is like this, and so is Ding Peng. It seems that these people are going all out in order to enter the sacred land. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The two people on the stage had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Each collision was powerful and heavy, shattering the void. Kid, I advise you to hurry up and use your eye technique. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Ding Peng shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by purple saber light. His entire being was extremely sharp, like a peerless demonic saber. He was a saber wielder. Like a swordsman, he specialized in attacking and killing, therefore, his will was also extremely firm. He was not afraid of any illusions. Opposite him, Hongyu said coldly, "When it's time to appear, you will naturally see it." A faint golden light bloomed in his eyes. There were even mysterious Tao inscriptions in the light. This strange scene shocked everyone. This is? At this moment, even the Qinghe esteemed cultivator could not remain calm. He sat up straight. His eyes were like lightning as he stared down. "Elder, what kind of eye technique is this? It's so strange. How can it trigger Tao inscriptions?" The other warriors in the wavering light sacred land were also very confused. Even the people from the three major sects were puzzled. The Qinghe esteemed cultivator did not speak. It was as if he did not hear such questions. His eyes were like a bright rainbow as he stared at the figure below. The burly middle-aged man from the Purple Sun sect frowned. It seems like it's some kind of ancient eye technique that has been lost? Perhaps it's some kind of powerful bloodline power. For a moment, many people looked at the beautiful woman, the sect master of the Spirit Void sect. The beautiful woman also smiled bitterly. I'm not too sure either. But according to my guess, it should be related to some kind of ancient bloodline. Ancient bloodline? There are some with golden light, but I'm not sure which one it is. Everyone was talking about it. Dan Chenzi's eyes also flashed. It was extremely deep. The corners of his mouth revealed a sharp smile. Around him, the eyes of the Danzong elders were also flashing. It seemed that they were ready to attack at any time. The battle below was very intense. Dingping used the divine saber realm to envelop the entire space. Rays of saber light cut through the void like rainbows. The purple saber in Dingpeng's hand swept in all directions. The terrifying saber light bloomed with shocking light. It pierced through the void and slashed forward. The entire void was trembling. Hong Yu's body flickered. His eyes bloomed with golden light. Within the golden light, wisps of mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Strange eye technique! Everyone exclaimed. Dingpeng also frowned. Then, he closed his eyes. Humph. What's so scary about speed? As long as I don't look at your eyes, I won't fall for your illusion. Dingpeng snorted coldly and launched his fiercest attack. What? Close my eyes? That works too. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect there to be such a method to avoid illusions. Damn it, did he really succeed? Huan Ling and Huan Ling gnashed their teeth, especially Mu Feng, whose expression was even more unsightly. No, that brat's eye technique is very strange. It's not something that can be blocked just by closing one's eyes. Last time, he had the protection of the copper lamp, but he was still hit. Thus, he was extremely afraid of those golden eyes. Hong Yu sneered, close my eyes? How much battle strength can he still exert? If you have the ability, then shut off your soul force as well. He was indeed sneering. When martial artists reached their level of cultivation, they didn't just rely on their eyes. They also used their soul force. Furthermore, his eye technique didn't target the eyes. Instead, it targeted his opponent's soul power. As long as the other party's soul power was still active, they would be hit. As expected, in the next moment, Dingpeng's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. What? Could it be that he was hit? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. However, in the next moment, Dingpeng suddenly opened his eyes and roared. A purple saber light quickly slashed out from between his eyebrows. This purple saber light was invisible and very sharp. It collided with the faint golden light, producing a low sound. Immediately, Hong Yu snorted coldly, while Dingpeng kept retreating, his face extremely pale. He kept panting as if he had been seriously injured. Hong Yu also snorted coldly. As expected of a swordsman, his will was indeed firm. To be honest, he was indeed very surprised. This was the first person who could withstand his eye technique. Of course, there were two reasons. First, the other party was a swordsman. His willpower could be said to be very strong among martial artists of the same level. The second reason was that he didn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be able to escape at all. You're very good. You deserve my full strength. Hong Yu said coldly. What? He didn't use his full strength. How could he use his full strength? Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just an eye technique made Dingpeng's face pale and his body tremble. And this was the case when he didn't use his full strength. Just how strong was this Hong Yu? Everyone's scalps went numb in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He realized that the eye technique was extremely powerful. At this moment, He Tu transmitted his voice. His eye technique is too strange. It reminds me of a legendary bloodline. If that's true, it's too terrifying. What bloodline? Lin Xian was just about to ask, but at this moment, the battle situation on the arena suddenly changed. Dingpeng suddenly shouted, and a light burst out from his body. The surrounding divine saber domain trembled rapidly. Then, a purple giant shadow appeared, holding a sky-splitting saber in its hand and slashing down fiercely. Boom, airwaves rolled, and the void was cut open in an instant. The terrifying saber light lit up the entire sky. No one could say for sure how powerful this saber was. Everyone only knew that their hearts were beating wildly, and the entire sky was trembling. The sharp saber light directly shrouded Hongyu. Hongyu's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party to be able to launch such a powerful counterattack after being hit by his illusion. This saber could even threaten a 6-star king. Hongyu snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely solemn. Golden light quickly bloomed in his eyes, and mysterious Tao patterns fluctuated unsteadily. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged. At this moment, illusions were no longer useful. He had to dodge the attack first. Everyone clenched their fists and paid close attention. In the palace, Xianxia also frowned. This saber was definitely Ding Peng's most powerful attack. He wondered if Hongyu could block it. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to the surrounding elders and gave them a look. In the next moment, the elders nodded, and then secretly formed a strange seal with their palms. Spiritual power also surged in Xianxia's body and instantly erupted. Buzz, he turned into an afterimage and instantly charged toward esteemed cultivator Qinghe. At the same time, the surrounding elders' expressions became ferocious, and their auras suddenly erupted. They all took out strange weapons and quickly attacked their surroundings. Not only them, but at this moment, all of Danzong's disciples received the order and quickly moved. Even mysterious people appeared in the surroundings. They were not the only ones. At that moment, all the disciples of Danzong received the order and moved quickly. Some mysterious people even appeared around them. Boom, the shocking attack shook the earth and the mountains. The entire space was shaking. However, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They did not even have time to see if Hongyu had dodged the attack. That was because an even more terrifying aura came from the palace in the north. Boom, boom. Boom, the attack exploded in an instant. Waves of powerful auras swept in all directions like peerless beasts. The entire palace, including the high platform, exploded into pieces in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people were even sent flying by the aftermath of the energy. To be honest, they were really confused. That was because they did not know why such a terrifying energy explosion would occur in the palace. Did someone attack? They did not dare to think further. After all, the person sitting there was an elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Who would dare to attack there? Dingpeng and Hongyu were also confused. Dingpeng had used all his strength and slashed out with a shocking attack, hoping that he would be defeated. However, he did not expect Hongyu to dodge it. Hongyu's face was also slightly pale. It was obvious that it was very difficult for him to dodge that attack. However, what made the two of them even more confused was that they felt a shocking wave of energy coming from afar. That energy made them shudder with fear. Someone is attacking. For a moment, the two of them stopped fighting. Instead, they looked in that direction. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He knew that Xianxia had made a move. However, in the next moment, he looked forward and his expression changed drastically. The reason for that was because the majestic-looking middle-aged man in front, the Xianxia ancestor, was actually bound by a large green net. However, the person controlling the green net was actually Xianxia. The green net was crystal clear as if it was emerald green and emitted a mysterious energy. It firmly trapped Xianxia the pilgrim. Not only that, but Xianxia also held a dagger in his hand and pressed it against Xianxia the pilgrim's neck. Xianxia the pilgrim had been subdued. This was simply too unbelievable. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect widened their eyes in disbelief. The warriors from the Wavering Light Holy Land were even more shocked. They did not expect that someone would actually dare to attack them. Furthermore, he had actually attacked the Xianxia Great Master. The Xianxia esteemed master was definitely an important figure. Furthermore, he was an elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land. His strength was terrifying, and his status was even more precious. Perhaps no one in the entire eastern wilderness would dare to attack him. But now, Dan Chenzi dared to attack the Qinghe Great Master. Was he insane? Was he not afraid that Danzong would be exterminated? How dare you? You're courting death. Release the elder. Dan Chenzi, are you tired of living? Quickly release Elder Qinghe. Angry roars could be heard. Even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect were shocked. They hadn't expected Dan Chenzi to betray them. Master Qinghe's expression was also ugly. He was a mighty figure and an elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. How could he be kidnapped at this moment? He couldn't believe it. Humph. With a cold snort, the spiritual power in his body surged out, but it instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on? The Qinghe Great Master's face was gloomy. He looked at the green net king with murderous intent in his eyes. Immortal binding net. You actually have such a treasure. What? Immortal binding net? The surrounding people were shocked. They had heard of the immortal binding net. It was an extremely mysterious supreme treasure. Legend had it that even deities could be trapped. They did not expect Dan Chenzi to have such a treasure. No, this isn't the real immortal binding net. The Qinghe Great Master frowned again. This is just a replica. Even if it's a replica, it's enough to subdue you. Dan Chenzi said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the dagger in his hand shone with a cold light. The Qinghe Great Master was relieved when he heard that it was a replica. He snorted coldly. Dan Chenzi, how dare you kidnap me? Do you really want to die? Hurry up and release me, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you and the entire Danzong will disappear from this world. Haha, you're still as arrogant as ever, senior brother. What? At this moment, the surrounding people were all stunned. Senior brother? Dan Chenzi was calling the Qinghe Great Master his senior brother? How was that possible? The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was shocked. The burly man of the Purple Sun sect was also shocked. They could not figure out what was going on at all. The surrounding cultivators of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were all stunned. Senior brother? What was going on? The Qinghe Great Master's pupils constricted when he heard that. Even his body began to tremble slightly. You're not Dan Chenzi? Haha, you're really stupid. Isn't it too late to realize that I'm not Dan Chenzi? Damn it, it's you. You traitor, how dare you come back? The Qinghe Great Master seemed to have recognized the other party and was immediately furious. My good senior brother, don't be so agitated. There will be plenty of time to settle the score with you. Right now, I have other things to do. Dan Chenzi placed the dagger on the Qinghe Great Master's neck while waving his other hand gently. Immediately, the surrounding elders began to move. Below, the disciples of the Pale sect also began to move. They all flew in the same direction. Hongyu, at that moment, countless people rushed towards Hongyu, wanting to take him away. Damn it, your target is indeed him. The Qinghe Great Master's expression changed drastically when he saw that. Could it really be that bloodline? He had long suspected that. The golden eyes were very similar to a legendary bloodline. However, he had never been sure. Now that he saw Dan Chenzi's actions, he was 100% sure that it was that bloodline, otherwise, Dan Chenzi would not have snatched it. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Everyone, listen up. Kill Dan Chenzi and everyone in Danzong. Yes. Hearing that, the Purple Sun sect, the Spirit Void sect, and the cultivators of the Wavering Light Sacred Land quickly counterattacked. They did not know what had happened and why the Danzong Great Master had betrayed them. But now, the Qinghe Great Master's words were in order. They had to obey. Boom. Boom, boom, waves of energy exploded and swept in all directions. The entire city fell into chaos. Among them, the Spirit Void sect's leader and the burly man from the Purple Sun sect stared at Dan Chenzi while the others dealt with the other elders. However, the situation was still unfolding. A few disciples of the Spirit Void sect suddenly rebelled and attacked the people of their own sect. At the same time, the same thing happened in the Purple Sun sect. Damn it, how could this be? The two sect leaders paled. They did not expect their own disciples to join the rebellion. This was simply too shocking. Damn you, Dan Xianxia. What did you do? Why did they listen to you? The leaders of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect gritted their teeth and looked at Dan Xianxia. They wanted to kill him. Why did they listen to me? Dan Xianxia snorted. I've been planning this for hundreds of years. However, I never had the chance to. It was only today that the plan could be carried out. As he spoke, the disciples of the Yaoguang sacred land suddenly attacked and killed their fellow disciples. Seeing this, the others paled even more. Even the people of the Yaoguang sacred land had betrayed Dan Xianxia. It was too unbelievable. If news of this spread, it would definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. Instantly, other than Dan Xianxia's side, the other places were in chaos. The fiercest battle was near Hongyu. To be honest, Hongyu was really shocked. He didn't expect that these people were actually here for him. He did not know why these people wanted to kill him, but he would not sit still. With a roar, Hongyu's body emitted a dazzling light. The energy was like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the area. It was like a pair of invisible hands that attacked quickly. Bang! 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 In an instant, many of the weaker Danzong disciples were sent flying by the shockwave. However, there were still several beams of light that tore through the shockwave and attacked him quickly. On the other side, Ding Peng was also stunned. He was just participating in the competition, but in the blink of an eye, things had happened beyond his expectations. He did not know what was going on. He only knew what to do when he heard Xinghe's order. Danzong had betrayed the Yaoguang sacred land. They even wanted to take the young man in front of him. It was too shocking. After all, Danzong was a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang sacred land. It was a subordinate force. All along, Danzong had never dared to say no to the Yaoguang sacred land. However, Danzong had betrayed them. Who gave them the guts? The two sects were not on the same level. However, at this moment, a terrifying energy interrupted his thoughts. A large red palm, carrying a monstrous flame, fiercely clawed down from below. The terrifying palm brought with it a gust of wind and a sea of fire that enveloped the area below. From the looks of it, they wanted to capture Hongyu. Humph. Hongyu snorted coldly and punched out as well. His fist carried golden lightning and crashed into the sky like a meteor. Boom, the two collided, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying radiance illuminated the entire space. However, Ding Peng wasn't idle either. He held the purple saber in his hand and slashed out. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The purple blade light was incomparably dazzling. It slashed the flaming hand and split it apart. The two of them attacked together and slashed apart the red hand. However, at this time, the figure of the red phoenix appeared in the sky. Danfeng, are you also going to betray us? Ding Peng roared furiously. In Jianghu, you can't help yourself. I have my own difficulties. Danfeng said coldly. She had no intention of stopping. Light flashed behind her and the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers rushed out quickly. She did have her own difficulties. Not only her, but the entire Danzong was under Dan Xianxia's control. If they didn't do as they were told, they would probably die soon. Besides Danzong, no one else knew about this. Whoosh, the void trembled. A fiery red scroll quickly unfolded. On it, a sea of fire spread and a heatwave surged into the sky. Buzz, Ding Peng also used the divine saber realm to fight against it. However, Danfeng wasn't the only one who attacked. The other personal disciples and core disciples also rushed over quickly. Although these people weren't as strong as the three supreme prodigies, they were all 5-star kings. Now that they attacked together, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Humph, Hongyu snorted coldly. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. Those Dao patterns quickly rotated and formed a mysterious pattern. Buzz. Buzz, in the next moment, a few personal disciples around him immediately grabbed their heads and screamed in pain. They fell from the sky. It was obvious that they were attacked by an illusion. However, those people seemed to have gone crazy and rushed over quickly. No matter how strong Hongyu was, it was impossible for him to continuously use illusions. This consumed a lot of his soul power. After all, those people were 5-star kings. Therefore, his illusions also paused for a while. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed to his side. These people were Chao Yun and a few other personal disciples. Their faces were ferocious as they quickly used their realms to envelop the area in front of them. Hongyu fought back with all his might. Shocking sounds of collisions constantly shook the sky. At this moment, another long howl was heard. Xiaoqing's figure was like lightning as he quickly rushed over to support. More and more people gathered around Hongyu. Shocking explosions caused the ground to sink. Countless cracks also appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, 2 of the 3 supreme prodigies and a dark horse joined forces. The 3 of them were extremely powerful. Even though Danfeng and the others had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't take them down in a short time. However, these disciples weren't the only ones who betrayed them. There were also Danzong's elders. At this moment, an elder escaped the joint attack of 2 other sects and came nearby. A huge hand covered the sky and grabbed down fiercely. The sky was torn apart in an instant. It couldn't withstand this power at all. This palm enveloped Hongyu, Dingpeng, and Xiaoqing. What? A 6-star king has attacked. Hongyu, Dingpeng, and the others had ugly expressions. However, Danfeng's side was ecstatic. Attack with all your might. Don't hold back anymore. Dingpeng shouted angrily. Then, a purple figure appeared in his king's realm. It was like a saber god. Holding a peerless demonic saber in his hand, Dingpeng slashed out. Xiaoqing's expression was grave. His king's realm quickly condensed into a huge folding fan that he grabbed in his hand. Then, he fanned forward fiercely. Hongyu's eyes shone brightly. Mysterious Tao inscriptions quickly appeared. The sky full of golden light scattered forward. This wasn't just an illusion. His eyes were his king's realm. The 3 supreme prodigies attacked the huge palm that covered the sky. Boom, tens of thousands of rays of light appeared. The sky shook. This attack was extremely terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were all blasted away by this wave of energy. Hongyu, Dingpeng, and Xiaoqing also kept retreating. Their faces were pale. However, the 3 of them joined forces and blocked the shocking attack. As expected of a supreme prodigy. His strength is indeed powerful. However, the suppression of cultivation level is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, none of you can escape today. As expected of a peerless prodigy. You're indeed powerful. However, the suppression of cultivation level is far more terrifying than you can imagine. So, none of you can escape today. An old figure appeared in the sky. His cold voice was filled with endless killing intent. He was an elder from Danzong. He was a 6-star king. The fact that the 3 people below were able to block his attack really surprised him. Only prodigies could do that. If it were any other 5-star king, they would have probably died 1,000 times over from this slap. However, he did not stop despite his surprise. Instead, he reached out his palm again and grabbed downward. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was as if the hand of God had crossed time and space. Oh no! At this moment, Hongyu and the other 2 were shocked. Not only them, but the surrounding martial artists from the Wavering Light Sacred Land, Spirit Void Sect, and Purple Sun Sect were also shocked. This palm was too terrifying. Hongyu and the other 2 would not be able to block it at all. Ah! Hongyu and the other 2 did not run away because they had no way out. They could only fight to the death. Boom! Boom, boom! Dingpeng, Xiaoqing, and Hongyu kept retreating. Their attacks were also shattered in an instant. The sky-covering palm was still rushing toward them. Ah! Hongyu roared crazily. The golden light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Tao inscriptions around him also spun rapidly. Accompanied by the golden light, they formed a second tadpole-like pattern. Hongyu's aura also skyrocketed in an instant. His body shone with golden light. Then, he punched out. A large amount of golden light sprinkled down as if thousands of stars were shining. The golden fist collided with the sky-covering palm. The golden fist was extremely violent. It went against the flow and blocked the sky-covering palm. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They did not expect Hong Yu's strength to increase again. He blocked it. Ding Ping and Xiaoqing were also shocked. They could not block such an attack. However, the 15-year-old youth in front of them blocked it. This was beyond their expectations. As expected of that bloodline. It's impressive. Even Dan Shenzi, who was watching from afar, smirked. His eyes were filled with greed. Humph, you won't succeed. However, Master Qing, he snorted coldly. To be honest, Hong Yu's strength had also exceeded his expectations. It seemed like it was definitely that kind of legendary bloodline. I never thought that those eyes would appear again. I wonder what kind of storm will arise in the eastern wasteland. The expression of the alchemy sect's elder also changed. He did not expect that the other party's strength would suddenly soar and block his palm. Brat, I have to say, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. To have such combat strength at such a young age, it is indeed heaven-defying. If you continue to grow, you will at least reach the level of a powerful being in the future. You might even be able to break through to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, you have no future. I must capture you today. After saying that, Elder Danzong revealed a ferocious expression. Then, he stretched out his other hand, which covered the sky and the sun. Once again, he grabbed downward. Both palms struck out at the same time, incomparably terrifying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Hong Yu's pupils constricted. Although his strength had increased greatly, he had not reached the level of a 6-star king. Therefore, to be able to block a 6-star king's palm was already his full strength. Unless his eyes made another breakthrough, he would probably be in danger. However, he knew that although his golden eyes were terrifying, it would be extremely difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Therefore, facing the palm that covered the sky again, he could only choose to retreat. However, could he really escape? This palm was too terrifying. It had completely locked down the entire space. On the other side, Ding Ping and Xiaoqing roared angrily and attacked again with their king domains. Bang, there was an intense collision. Their domains collided with the palm that covered the sky, creating countless storms. However, the palm was too terrifying. It directly slapped the two of them away. Puff, the two of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. It's useless. You can't block it at all. Elder Danzong sneered and quickly attacked. Not good. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Among them, the elders of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground, the Spirit Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect wanted to rush over to help. However, they were held back by the martial artists who had betrayed them. This was because the disciples of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect were not the only ones who had betrayed them. There were also some elders who had defected as well. This greatly reduced the combat power of the two sections. On the other hand, the Danzong side was getting stronger and stronger. The palm that covered the sky quickly descended and was about to capture Hong Yu and the other two. However, at this moment, a vast energy fluctuation came from the void. Immediately after, a fist shadow streaked across the void like a meteor and quickly attacked. Boom, this fist was extremely violent and seemed to be able to destroy the world. The black fist collided with the palm that covered the sky, creating a violent collision. In the next moment, the palm was quickly sent flying. What? It was sent flying. The surrounding people were constantly paying attention to Hong Yu's battle. At this moment, when they saw that the palm that covered the sky was sent flying, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. Even Hong Yu and the other two were extremely shocked. They did not expect that at the most critical moment, there would be an expert who would intervene. Who is it? Could it be an elder? They guessed that the person who could fight against Elder Danzong must be an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect. Otherwise, it would be a martial artist from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Therefore, at this moment, countless eyes quickly scanned the void, looking for the person who had intervened. Even Elder Danzong's face was gloomy. He did not expect his attack to be sent flying with a single punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. This was because they realized that it was not what they had imagined. The person who had intervened was not an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect, nor was it an expert from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It was a man in black. He was dressed in a black robe and was surrounded by a black aura. It was impossible to see his true form. He was wearing a green dragon mask on his face, which was extremely strange. Those who did not know better would think that he was one of Dan Shenzi's men. However, the other party had attacked Elder Danzong. It was obvious that he was not one of Dan Shenzi's men. Damn it. Who are you? Elder Danzong's voice was ferocious. How dare you interfere with our Danzong's affairs? I think you have a death wish. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiaoqing, and the surrounding disciples all screamed. What? It's you. That mysterious demon king. Cries of surprise could be heard. They were too shocked. They did not expect that the one who had intervened was the legendary demon king. What demon king? Elder Danzong was confused. He did not know what had happened in the first round. But soon, he found out. There was a mysterious demon king in the first round. He was wearing a black robe and a green dragon mask. He attacked the disciples of the three sects mercilessly and robbed many subdivine crystals. They had thought that a mysterious expert had snuck in to rob them. They did not expect him to appear again and save Hongyu's life. Ding Peng looked at the mysterious figure with a complicated expression. He had sworn that if he met him again, he would fight him at all costs. But now, he was hesitating. Firstly, it was not the right time. It was a riot, and he had to suppress it. Secondly, he had not only saved Hongyu's life, but he had also saved his life. He was Ding Peng's savior. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about this. However, the people around him were even more shocked. The mysterious man was not only mysterious, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. He had sent Elder Danzong's giant hand flying with one punch. Did that mean that he was a six-star king? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The mysterious demon king was Lin Xian. He had planned to destroy Dan Shenzi's plan. How could he not make a move? However, he did not want to be recognized, so he had to transform into a demon king again and put on the green dragon mask. Moreover, he was using the black dragon fist, so no one recognized him. Lin Xian's appearance had indeed caused a stir among the crowd. For a moment, all eyes were on him. Who are you? Hongyu asked in a low voice. To be honest, he had heard about this demon king. But he did not expect him to help him now. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you leave now. They want to catch you. Yes, junior brother Hong. You should leave. Xiaoqing also said quickly. Hongyu was a disciple of the Lingxiu sect, and he had received orders from the Yaoguang sacred land. He did not want Hongyu to be caught by the Danzong. Alright, thank you very much. Hongyu nodded. Then, his body swayed and he quickly flew into the distance. You want to leave? Stay here. In the sky, Elder Danzong roared and attacked again. Boom, boom. Boom, an incomparably vast power enveloped the heavens and earth. Then, a huge hand descended from the sky and pressed down rapidly, as if it wanted to slap Lin Xian into a bloody mist. For a moment, a gale swept through, and the sky darkened. Terrifying energy surged in the air. Humph, apocalyptic black dragon fist. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he waved both of his fists. Terrifying fist shadows quickly blasted out. Above this fist, there was an incomparably powerful aura of destruction, as if it could destroy the world. In the next moment, the two collided again. Suddenly, the entire void shook violently, and countless cracks appeared rapidly. The earth caved in even more, and numerous abyssal cracks appeared. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Pung pung pung, the pale sect elder was sent flying back by this punch, and he kept retreating in the air. Every step he took cracked the void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he didn't believe that his opponent would be able to force him back. Damn it, who the hell are you? Elder Danzong's expression was incomparably ferocious. However, Lin Xian didn't answer at all. What he wanted to do now was to escort Hong Yu safely away. However, this place was too chaotic. Even without Elder Danzong's interference, there were still mysterious assassins coming from all directions, wanting to capture Hong Yu. Fortunately, Hong Yu had Ding Ping and Xiaoqing by his side, who could help block them for a while. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. That was because there were even more elder-level experts rushing over at a fast speed. On the other side, Elder Danzong attacked again. Fire God's palm. Elder Danzong roared, and terrifying flames surged around him. Above his palms, 2 scarlet flames appeared. Accompanying it was a terrifying heatwave aura. It felt as if everything was burning. Faced with Lin Xian's strength, Elder Danzong was finally going to use his ultimate technique. Fire God's palm was one of Danzong's ultimate techniques. It had been used by Chao Yun and Dan Feng before. However, at this moment, in the hands of Elder Danzong, its power was even more powerful. As he attacked with both palms, the fiery red air turned into a cloud of mist and enveloped the area below. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook, and the terrifying power of the flames danced wildly in the air. This palm strike caused countless cracks to appear in the already chaotic void. Oh no, this is Danzong's ultimate technique. I'm afraid that person is in danger. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, their hearts were in their mouths. Although they didn't know who the mysterious person was, at this moment, he was the only one who could stop Elder Danzong. If he was injured, Hong Yu would be in danger. Faced with this terrifying palm, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He attacked with both fists, and a terrifying destructive aura surrounded him. Thunderbolt Dragon, he threw out a punch, and suddenly, the shadow of a black dragon appeared, accompanied by black lightning in the surroundings. The terrifying energy instantly pierced through the void and flew upwards. In the next moment, the terrifying energy exploded, and ripples spread out in all directions like waves. The entire giant city was affected. Large areas of buildings were destroyed, the sky collapsed, and the ground cracked open. The surrounding warriors were also forced back by this attack. The battle strength of a 6-star king was terrifying. It was far more powerful than the 3 great prodigies. When the energy storm disappeared, the crowd quickly looked over, and they were shocked. That was because Elder Danzong's hair was disheveled, and he looked miserable. Blood was flowing from his palms, and they were unusually red. What? Elder Danzong is injured. At this moment, countless people were shocked, and the Danzong warriors were even more terrified. That was an elder of Danzong. A 6-star king, extremely terrifying. Even the 3 great prodigies couldn't fight against him. But now, he was injured by a mysterious person? This was simply too shocking. Who is this person? At this moment, even Dan Chenzi's face was gloomy. The sudden appearance of this mysterious person had undoubtedly disrupted his plan. Otherwise, he would have captured Hong Yu long ago. When the Qinghe ancestor saw this scene, he revealed a cold smile. Then, he said to the 2 sect leaders beside him, "The 2 of you should go and help them. You don't have to worry about this." Yes. The sect masters of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect quickly moved and joined the battle. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they were both at the almighty level. Therefore, they all joined the battle, causing the Danzong warriors to retreat. Haha, Mo Tianqi, although your plan is good, I'm afraid it's going to fail again. Esteemed Master Qing, he sneered. Fail again? My good senior brother, how is that possible? This time, I'm fully prepared. Mo Tianqi sneered. Then, he let out a long howl and made strange sounds. Then, countless rainbows flew over from all directions in the sky. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Along with them was a monstrous aura of death that formed into dark clouds. Do you really think that I only have Danzong? Mo Tianqi sneered. Next, I'll show you a part of my strength. Even though Lin Xian's appearance had disrupted his plans, no one was able to ruin his plans. Soon, the dark clouds that appeared in the surroundings came close, and terrifying figures appeared inside. Those people were extremely strange, but without exception, they were surrounded by a thick aura of death. Beneath their feet, strange creatures were circling around. Some were a pile of skeletons that formed a strange white-boned bird, while some were rotten corpses that emitted a monstrous stench. These were all lifeless things, but they could move at this moment. Corpses. The chasing corpse sect. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not expect that the other party had attracted the chasing corpse sect. Among them, there were two figures with extremely powerful auras. Under their feet stood two skeletons with 10-meter-long white-bone wings. Mighty figures. Sensing the aura of the two figures, the Xianxia sect master exclaimed. The Purple Sun sect master's expression was also extremely solemn. Originally, the addition of the two of them had improved the situation of the battle. However, they did not expect that the other party would have two more mighty figures. This made them feel very troubled. Moreover, in addition to the two mighty figures, there were more than a dozen powerhouses from the chasing corpse sect. They were afraid that this would make the battle worse. Kill. Xianxia also laughed wildly and gave the order. Immediately, the two mighty figures from the chasing corpse sect and more than a dozen powerhouses around them charged into the battle. The situation changed again. The advantage that the wavering light sacred land had gained was once again suppressed. The Xianxia sect master and the Purple Sun sect master could no longer attack others. The two of them fought with all their strength against the two mighty figures from the chasing corpse sect. As for the remaining powerhouses from the chasing corpse sect, 3 of them charged towards Xianxia, while the others joined the battle. Boom! 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 3 gray auras quickly rushed towards Xianxia and the others. Xianxia, Dingpeng, and the others also quickly counterattacked. A series of fierce attacks exploded in the air. Lin Xian's body flashed and came near Xianxia. He then punched out with both his fists, sending all of the death aura flying away with his fists. Die, brat! One of them flipped his palm and summoned a tall black zombie, which quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The black zombie was like an impenetrable fortress, its entire body glowing with the light of the King of Death. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. 2 ghostly claws grabbed at Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he punched back. Very good. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was in the distance, smiled again. As for the Qinghe ancestor, his expression was gloomy. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. At the same time, an extremely violent energy surged out of his body like a raging wave. Boom! In the next moment, the space he was in exploded, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Moreover, it quickly spread to the surroundings. This scene was so terrifying that both sides kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. In fact, even the 2 mighty figures of the chasing corpse sect and the sect masters of the Xianxia sect and Purple Sun sect retreated to the side. Although they were all mighty figures, there were still differences in strength between the mighty figures. They were only 7-star kings, while the Qinghe ancestor was at least an 8-star king or even stronger. Therefore, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, and a long roar came from within it. Xianxia, do you really think that a replica of the immortal trapping net can trap me? This voice was full of dignity and disdain. It was the voice of the Qinghe ancestor. Humph, I didn't expect your strength to have improved again. You can break through the restraints of the immortal trapping net. But so what? Even if we fight head-on, you are no match for me. This extremely cold voice belonged to Xianxia. In the next moment, the black hole gradually disappeared, and 2 figures appeared in the void. One of them was majestic and extraordinary, and his entire body was surrounded by green light. It was the Qinghe ancestor. The other person had an old appearance, but that person quickly changed his appearance. The white-haired, sage-like figure disappeared in an instant. In his place was an incomparably evil young man. He was the junior brother of the Qinghe ancestor, Xianxia. Over the past few hundred years, he had been impersonating Dan Xianxia and plotting big plans in Danzong. Without the restraint of the immortal trapping net, the Qinghe ancestor snorted coldly and punched out. Immediately, a terrifying light covered the entire sky. Everything within a radius of 100 miles collapsed, and the entire city was reduced to ashes in an instant. It was too terrifying. Even among the mighty figures, the Xianxia ancestor was probably an extremely powerful existence. Just this punch alone made everyone present feel a sense of despair. However, in the face of this terrifying punch, Xianxia was not afraid at all. A cold smile appeared on his bewitching face. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. A black scythe appeared in his hand, emitting a dense and terrifying aura. He waved the death scythe, and a crescent-shaped blade light quickly slashed out. The spiritual energy in the sky was instantly sucked dry. The huge death scythe slashed forward and collided with the terrifying fist. Immediately, the area within 1,000 miles was in an uproar. It was too terrifying. The energy exploded, forming a huge energy wave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all affected. They fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. At the same time, Xianxia and the Xianxia ancestor continued to rise into the sky and engage in a great battle. A good chance. Let's go. Hongyu seized the opportunity and flew into the distance. The scene was too chaotic now. Everyone was avoiding the aftermath of the energy wave, and no one cared about him. However, he was still a step too late. In the sky, Xianxia waved his hand, and the immortal trapping net directly turned into a huge energy light shield, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 miles. What followed after was a cold laugh. It's useless. No one below the mighty figure can open it. Moreover, even an ordinary mighty figure can't open it. So, you'd better stay here obediently. Damn it. Hongyu roared crazily. Even his golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. Boom, the golden light blasted forward, but it was still unable to shake the energy shield formed by the immortal trapping net. The surrounding people also retreated to the edge. After the terrifying energy wave disappeared, everyone started fighting again. However, in the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. What? Damn it, it's actually you. In the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. What? Damn it, it's you. The alchemy sect's elder roared madly. His gaze was fixed on a figure. Hearing this voice, the surrounding crowd also looked over. Then, they were all stunned. They realized that the mysterious demon king was someone they were very familiar with. Isn't he Lin Xian from Danzhou? That's right, it's him. What's going on? Didn't he betray us? Cries of surprise came one after another. Clearly, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. The energy just now was too terrifying. It had directly destroyed his green dragon mask. Now, his real face was in front of everyone. Brat, how dare you ruin our plan? Are you really not afraid of death? Elder Danzong sneered. Don't forget that your life is in our hands. Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, cut the crap. I won't let you get away with your evil plan. You're courting death. A mere 3-star king dares to boast like that? Elder Danzong sneered. I don't know what kind of pill you used to raise your cultivation, but I don't think it will last long. He did not expect that the person who intercepted him would be a Danzong disciple. This was really unexpected. One had to know that the Danzong disciples had all taken the blue wave pill and the purple poison. Without their antidote, no one could cure them. But now, someone dared to rebel against them. Did he not want to live anymore? However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, cut the crap. Come and accept your death. He waved his hand and pulled out a black demonic sword from the void. Since his identity had been exposed, he had nothing to worry about. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to attack with all his might. You think you can do that? You want to attack me? You're courting death. Elder Danzong was furious. A mere disciple dared to provoke him? This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, his aura erupted as he attacked mercilessly. The fiery red palm was incomparably powerful as it descended from the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, and a terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the 9 Hell Devil sword in his hand. A shocking sword light that was incomparably sharp tore through the void and flew out rapidly. Pung, this sword strike was extremely terrifying. Soon, the two collided and exploded again. What? He blocked it again. This is impossible. Elder Danzong couldn't believe it. His opponent was only a 3-star king. How could he display such powerful battle prowess? He guessed that the other party must have taken some kind of pill to increase his cultivation. But after such a long time, the effects of the pill should be wearing off soon. But now, the other party was still not affected in the slightest. His strength was still as terrifying as ever. This made him very unhappy. With a cold snort, he took out a red iron hammer and held it in his hand. The red hammer was small and exquisite, and it was incomparably exquisite. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous heat. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with an Earth-grade treasure. Next, I'll let you know the power of a 6-star king. He roared angrily and turned into a stream of light. Like the god of thunder, he quickly swooped down. Lin Xian coldly snorted and activated the Dragon Sword Realm. Immediately, the green Dragon Sword Realm quickly expanded and covered Elder Danzong. In the next moment, thousands of sword chi swept out, and the entire world turned into a world of swords. Clang! Clang! In an instant, Elder Danzong was attacked by countless sword chi. He waved the red iron hammer in his hand and continuously bombarded the surroundings. Every time an earth-shattering collision occurred. Soon, his arm became numb. This shocked him greatly. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this kid's king domain be so powerful? He was too shocked. The sword chi was incomparably sharp, and it made him tremble in fear. If he was careless, the sword chi would cut him in half. Damn it! He roared angrily, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. At this time, he had to activate his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red king domain appeared behind him, and it quickly clashed with Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Realm. The two domains collided, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Xian coldly sneered. His opponent dared to compete with him in king domain? He was courting death. His king domain was evolved from the Dragon Sword Soul, and its power was incomparably powerful. Even if his opponent was a 6-star king, he couldn't compete with him. That was the truth. After the two domains collided a few times, Elder Danzong's expression changed again. This was because he found that countless cracks had appeared on his fiery red king domain. Damn it, how is this possible? Elder Danzong's scalp went numb. He found that he couldn't defeat the young man in front of him. This was unbearable, but it was the truth. Old man, it's over. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and then a red sword god phantom appeared in his king domain. Monstrous killing intent bloomed, and sword chi filled the sky. The red sword god phantom stepped out and merged with Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's aura exploded, and he quickly slashed forward with the 9 darkness demonic sword. Puff! The sword split the sky, and a huge sword chi instantly split apart the opponent's king domain. Puff! Elder Danzong was severely injured, and his body flew backward. What? The Pill faction's elder was defeated? How is this possible? The surrounding warriors were stunned. That was Elder Danzong. A 6-star king, at this moment, he couldn't even defeat a core disciple? What a joke! The other disciples of the alchemy sect, in particular, were even more shocked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the Dragon Sword Realm expanded. Thousands of sword chi surrounded him, and everywhere he passed, all the warriors were sent flying. No one could resist. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword demon, and his sharpness was unstoppable. With Lin Xian leading the way at the front, he quickly led Hong Yu and the others away. Humph. It's useless. You can't break the immortal binding net. The ordinary disciples didn't dare to get close, and the elders couldn't do anything. However, there were 3 people from the Chasing Corps sect that charged over again. They controlled dozens of ferocious zombies, and they roared as they charged forward. These zombies were unafraid of any attacks. Moreover, they didn't feel any pain. They were killing machines. Unfortunately, they met Lin Xian this time. Ordinary attacks might not be able to hurt them, but Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely sharp. At this moment, the sword chi slashed the zombies into pieces. What? In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? When the 3 chasing corpse sect martial artists saw this, they were furious. In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? The 3 chasing corpse sect martial artists were enraged when they saw this. As members of the chasing corpse sect, zombies were their weapons. They were even more important than their lives. They had spent a great deal of effort to refine those zombies. But now, they had been destroyed so easily. How could they not be angry? In an instant, the 3 of them attacked in a frenzy. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian clenched his left fist and punched out. Suddenly, a violent aura filled the air. A huge black fist swept forward. Instantly, the remaining zombies and the 3 chasing corpse sect martial artists were all sent flying by this punch. It was too terrifying. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. No one could block it. At the side, Ding Peng and Xiaoqing were completely stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying power. Hong Yu was even more shocked. He had always thought of himself as a peerless genius with unparalleled eye techniques. He did not take anyone seriously. He had even hoped to fight Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. Lin Xian's current strength had completely surpassed his. Even if he had unparalleled eye techniques, he would not be able to do anything to Lin Xian. This was not to say that Hong Yu's eyes were not strong. It was just that he was too young. He was only 14 or 15 years old and had not yet developed the power of this pair of golden eyes. If this pair of golden eyes displayed its true power, it was hard to say who would win in a battle against Lin Xian. Perhaps, other than Lin Xian, no one could fight against it. This was because this pair of golden eyes had a frightening origin. If Lin Xian did not have the great dragon sword soul, he might not be able to fight against it. This was also the reason why Imo Tianqi wanted to snatch Hong Yu away. His real target was the pair of golden eyes. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and finally arrived in front of the energy shield. Peerless Demonic Saber. Hurricane Blade, Ding Peng and Xiaoqing activated their king's domains and unleashed their most powerful attacks as they ferociously attacked forwards. The terrifying attack landed on the light screen in front of him, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was not a single spark. What? How could this be? Their expressions changed greatly. Their attacks were extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't break through the barrier, he could at least affect it. But now, there wasn't even the slightest bit of impact. This caused them to develop a deep sense of frustration. Hong Yu's face was also ugly. He activated his golden eyes and searched carefully. Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and quickly said, "Ruzalong, take a look and see if there's any way to break it." Therefore, at the same time, he also threw out a punch. The terrifying punch landed on the surface, causing ripples to appear. However, he was unable to break it open. This was simply too astonishing. His punch could send a 6-star king realm flying, yet it was unable to cause any damage to this energy barrier. It had to be said that it was indeed hard to believe. After the Crimson Dragon came out, he looked straight ahead and exclaimed, "This is incredible. This is a replica of the immortal trapping dog." He was extremely excited. The immortal trapping net was a supreme treasure that had been passed down from ancient times. It was very famous. However, it was probably impossible to find it now. As for this imitation, it was also incomparably powerful. "Ruzalong, can you break it open?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. "It's impossible to completely break it open, but it should be no problem if we can open a crack and escape." The Crimson Dragon studied it carefully. The surrounding martial artists and assassins also attacked again. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were extremely powerful and could still hold on. Outside, the battle continued. The Crimson Dragon kept waving its dragon claws to quickly break through the immortal trapping net. Time passed bit by bit. Hong Yu and the others felt more and more pressure. It seemed that they could not hold on any longer. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "Found it." As he spoke, he waved his dragon claws and pointed in a direction. Attack that place. That was the weakest part of the defense. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up. Hong Yu was the first to attack. The golden light in his eyes was like a sharp golden sword that quickly pierced forward. At the same time, Ding Ping and Xiaoqing also attacked with all their might. No, it's still not enough. Ben Huang, come too. The Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claws and launched a terrifying attack. Lin Xian also raised his combat strength to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and the Nine Serenities demonic sword in his hand emitted a black light. Then, he stabbed with the sword. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Boom, they attacked with all their might and hit the weakest part of the energy shield. Finally, a crack was torn open. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Danzong people in the distance changed. They did not expect that the other party could really break through the defense. Even Mo Tianqi, who was fighting in the sky, frowned. Because he really did not believe that a few little kings could break through his immortal trapping net. Damn it! He snorted coldly. His body swayed, and he was about to dive down. However, the Qinghe ancestor also laughed. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Several long green rivers surged from his body and turned into green snakes that covered the entire sky. They blocked Mo Tianqi's path. Get lost. Mo Tianqi fought back wildly. At the same time, Lin Xian, Hong Yu, and the others directly escaped through the crack. In the next moment, everyone used their fastest speed to escape into the distance. Chase after them. Mo Tianqi retracted the immortal trapping net and issued an order. Immediately, countless Danzong martial artists and powerhouses of the chasing corps sect all chased into the distance. However, most of them were stopped by the people of the Lingshu sect, the Purple Sun sect, and the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Only a small number of them broke through the encirclement. Seeing that a few powerhouses were chasing after them, Mo Tianqi's mood improved a little. In the next moment, a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes, and his entire body was murderous. Senior brother, how dare you ruin my plan? I'll send you to hell today. He stretched out his palm, and a silver beast claw covered the sky and the earth, grabbing forward. Immediately, the sky exploded again, and the two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle. On the other side, Lin Xian, Hong Yu, and the others escaped from the immortal trapping net and quickly ran into the distance. But soon, they frowned. Split up and escape. We'll lure them away. Ding Peng gritted his teeth and said. Okay. The few of them agreed. Lin Xian's body changed, and his bones made cracking sounds. In the end, he turned into the same appearance as Hong Yu. This should be able to confuse them more. Lin Xian said quickly. Hong Yu looked at Lin Xian and the other two and said gratefully, Hong Yu is very grateful for your help. In the future, I will do my best to repay you. With that, he took the lead and flew into the distance. Ding Ping and Xiaoqing each chose a direction and left quickly. Lin Xian was the last to leave. He had been waiting for his pursuers to arrive before he flew toward the east. When those people saw Lin Xian, they thought it was Hong Yu. Therefore, they immediately chased after Lin Xian with murderous intent. However, when those people disappeared, a silver figure appeared on the ground again. Like mercury, it clattered and then condensed into a human figure. It looked exactly like Mo Tianqi. It seemed to be a clone of Mo Tianqi. The silver clone's eyes flickered. Then, it stared in the direction where Hong Yu escaped and chased after him. When Lin Xian saw that there were 8 or 9 people following behind him, a smile appeared on his face. If he could lure those people away and allow Hong Yu to escape safely, he would have completed the mission of 10,000 Beast Ding. Whatever happened in the future would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he flew unhurriedly. He did not let his pursuers catch him, nor did he let him disappear from their sight. Just like that, Lin Xian's figure came to a stop after flying for approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, behind him, 8 people quickly rushed over. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, come back with me obediently. Otherwise, you'll suffer some physical pain. The 8 of them had powerful auras. Among them, 5 were martial artists from the Donzong, and the other 3 were powerhouses from the Chasing Corps sect. Go back with you? No need. I think it's better for you to stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, An Hong's divine dragon flew out and quickly cast the array that had been set up long ago. Instantly, it covered a radius of 100 miles. What? It's you. When they saw Lin Xian change his appearance, their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, we've been tricked. They were too shocked because they did not expect that they had chased after the wrong person. Damn kid, just you wait. When we catch him, it'll be your death. These powerhouses roared angrily and wanted to leave. Because the most important thing now was to capture Hongyu. But soon, their faces darkened. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area within a radius of 100 miles had been sealed. A huge formation enveloped this space. You want to trap us? You're overestimating yourself. One of the Donzong martial artists sneered and waved his fists. His fiery red fist slammed into the array, causing an earth-shattering collision. However, he did not open it. Damn it, how is this possible? The Donzong warriors were shocked. He was a 6-star king. He was actually unable to blast open the array? This really surprised him. Little did he know that this was a formation that the Crimson Dragon had meticulously arranged to trap people. Even a 6-star king would need a lot of strength to open it. Not only that, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Humph, how could the array set up by Benhuang be broken so easily? He waved his dragon claws, and the array formation around him flickered with light as he unleashed a series of terrifying attacks. The array formation quickly killed those martial artists. The void vibrated, and the array formation flickered. The 100,000 mountains were extremely terrifying. They appeared in the sky and pressed down on those martial artists below. On the other side, ice and snow covered the sky as if it was a world of ice. It quickly enveloped them. Thunderclouds rolled above their heads, and terrifying lightning kept falling. These arrays displayed a powerful force that battered the 8 martial artists. Damn it! The 8 martial artists' faces were gloomy as they kept dodging. However, they realized that if this continued, it would waste even more time. Kill that kid. This array formation is much easier to break without anyone controlling it. At this moment, the 8 of them had a common idea. They planned to kill Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The 8 of them divided into 2 groups of 4 and attacked Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon respectively. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to resist the 8 of them. Ruzalong, kill them. Lin Xian threw the 10,000 beast sting to the Crimson Dragon while he held the 9 darkness demonic sword. Ha 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 ha, Benhuang hasn't fought in a long time. Let's use them as practice. During this period of time, the Crimson Dragon's cultivation had also recovered and his strength had skyrocketed. Although he had not recovered to his peak state, the current him was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he could control the array formation around him. In addition to the 10,000 beast sting in his hand, it was not a problem for him to fight against the 4 martial artists. He held the 10,000 beast sting in his hand and unleashed countless terrifying demonic beasts to charge forward. On the other side, Lin Xian was even more direct. Without any hesitation, he quickly activated the dragon sword field and instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Of the 4 people, 2 were powerhouses from the Chasing Corps sect, and 2 were martial artists from Donzong. In an instant, they were enveloped by the dragon sword field. However, the 4 of them sneered. A puny 3-star king wants to trap the 4 of us with his field? He's overestimating himself. Kid, you're too naive. Looks like you don't know how to spell the word death. Dark Ghost Claw. Among them, one of the powerhouses from the Chasing Corps sect sneered and waved his palm. The void shook as a huge ghost claw quickly clawed at him. The ghost claw was incomparably black and emitted a terrifying power of death. Wherever it passed, ghostly chi filled the sky. He slapped his surroundings, wanting to tear the dragon sword field apart. The dragon sword field bloomed with a dazzling light. Thousands of sword chi crisscrossed within it and easily destroyed the ghost claw. What? Seeing this scene, the expression of the powerhouse from the Chasing Corps sect changed. He did not expect the King domain to exceed his expectations. His ghost claw was extremely terrifying. Killing a 3-star king was as easy as blowing off dust for him. However, he did not expect it to be ineffective now. Damn it, there's something wrong with this field. I don't believe it. A middle-aged martial artist from Danzong snorted and waved his fist. A fiery red light soared into the sky and dyed the entire space red. However, it was still useless. A sharp sword chi cut the fist in half. The fiery red flames in the sky were all extinguished. Damn it, how is this possible? The faces of the martial artists from Danzong were also ugly. The sword chi in this field was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Are you surprised? Surprised? Lin Xian snorted. It doesn't matter. When you reach hell, you'll have plenty of time to be surprised. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword field exploded with a dazzling light again. Countless sword chi slashed down quickly. Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and charged over quickly. Brat, you're courting death. The 4 powerhouses were furious and used their ultimate techniques to attack. In an instant, 4 king domains were used at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. Vast amounts of energy kept colliding with the dragon sword field, trying to tear it apart. However, they had underestimated the dragon sword field. The sword chi of the dragon sword field was extremely terrifying. It fought against 4 king domains. Bang! 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 The 5 king domains kept colliding, making earth-shattering sounds. Every attack tore apart the sky. Ghost King domain. Among them, a powerhouse from the Chasing Corps sect rolled around, forming an incomparably dark field. Inside, a ghost king-like figure kept appearing and exuding a powerful aura. Then, a beam of black light pierced forward at high speed. Wherever it passed, the void dimmed as if it had been robbed of its vitality. Even Lin Xian felt the threat of death looming over him. 6 God Sword Technique. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged the attack. At the same time, a red sword shadow appeared in his domain. Countless red sword chi surrounded him and charged towards the Ghost King domain. Boom, the sword chi was shocking. The sword god's shadow seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword that could cut through everything. The Ghost King domain was instantly knocked away. It was extremely dim and almost split apart. Puff, the Chasing Corps sect martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Seeing this, the other 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be so powerful. They had to go all out and kill him. The 3 of them did not dare to hold back. They used all their strength and charged forward with their king domain. White Bones domain. Another Chasing Corps sect martial artist roared. Suddenly, countless white bones appeared around him. They covered the sky and the earth and emitted a terrifying power. Fire Spirit Turtle domain. The Danzong martial artist also roared. Suddenly, a huge red tortoise appeared around him. It was extremely heavy and crushed the void. 8 Flames domain. The body of the other elder from the alchemy sect was covered in fiery red. Within it, there was a red palace that pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered as he unleashed his combat strength to the extreme. At this moment, the dragon sword domain seemed to have come back to life. It turned into a green dragon and kept roaring. The real dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A terrifying aura filled the air. 2 sword gods' shadows appeared and charged towards the White Bones domain and 8 Flames domain. Lin Xian held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. He used his terrifying sword technique and black dragon fist at the same time. In the next moment, the Jade Fire Tortoise domain collided. At this moment, Lin Xian was simply too terrifying. Every move he made caused the sky to tremble and the ground to sink. Soon, 3 miserable shrieks rang out as their territories were destroyed. 3 figures flew out, their faces filled with fear. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still no match for him. It's over. Myriad sword chimes. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the dragon sword domain emitted a terrifying aura. Tens of thousands of sword chi condensed into an azure dragon sword, ruthlessly stabbing towards the three people. They covered the sky and covered the earth, like 10,000 beasts galloping. A terrifying aura covered the entire space. When everything disappeared, the four warriors were nailed to the ground by the sword chi. Every one of them had a terrified expression on their faces. The reason for that was because they did not dare to believe that their opponent would be able to kill the four of them so easily. While Lin Xian had dealt with four enemies, the Crimson Dragon had also dealt with its opponents. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. The 8 experts were extremely terrifying. However, it was actually defeated by a man and a dragon. This was simply too unbelievable. After dealing with these people, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws and withdrew all the formations around it. "Kid, what do we do next?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "We've already helped Hong Yu lure the enemy away. Logically speaking, we've ruined Dan Shenzi's plan. Next, there should be nothing for us to do. This storm is too big, and it involves the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It's better that we don't get involved." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon nodded, and the two of them prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the north in the distance. Following that, countless golden rays of light bloomed. Although it was very far away, Lin Xian could still see it clearly with his martial Dao heavenly eye. This golden light. Could it be that Hong Yu was fighting with someone? Lin Xian frowned, then said, "Ruzalong, let's go and take a look." He was a little worried, so he wanted to go and take a look. Then, the two of them used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into 2 streaks of lightning, flying towards the north. On the vast land in the north, 2 figures stood. One was Hong Yu, and the other was a mysterious person whose body was shining with silver light. His appearance was exactly the same as Mo Qianqi's. It was the clone. At this moment, Hong Yu's face was pale, and his body was injured. Blood kept dripping onto the ground. There were 4 silver chains around him. However, they were already broken. In fact, there were even countless silver scales scattered all over the ground. Opposite him, Mo Qianqi's clone smiled slightly, and his eyes were shining. Not bad indeed. As expected of that kind of bloodline. You can even escape from my restraints. He was too shocked. Although he was only a clone, his strength was absolutely terrifying. No one below the Almighty could fight against him. At this moment, this young man was actually able to break free from his restraints. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, what made him even more happy was that if he could obtain that pair of eyes, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. "Kid, you're still too weak. Although you have those eyes, you can't unleash your full strength with your current strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Come with me obediently. If you're lucky, you can still live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." The silver clone's voice was cold and carried a strong murderous aura. "Follow you? Don't even think about it." Hong Yu gritted his teeth. His small face was ferocious, and his eyes were shining with golden light. He was now suffering from internal injuries. The silver figure in front of him was the most terrifying enemy he had ever met. He had already displayed his current strength, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This made him feel powerless. Was he really going to be caught by his opponent today? He didn't want to live like that, so even if he self-destructed today, he wouldn't fall into his opponent's hands. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a bright golden light burst out from his eyes, forming a golden light beam that flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void was cut open. In an instant, the golden light shrouded the silver figure. Clang, the golden light collided with the silver figure, and the sound of metal clashing burst out. "Humph, stubborn." The silver clone snorted coldly. A silver light rose from the surface of his body, and a mysterious pattern appeared to resist the golden light. Soon, he dissolved the attack. Then, he stretched out his palm, and a ball of silver-white flame appeared in his palm. With a wave of his palm, he repelled the golden light. The silver palm, accompanied by the monstrous flame, grabbed forward. The silver palm grew bigger with the wind, and like a 5-fingered cage, it enveloped Hong Yu. Pong, in an instant, Hong Yu was struck by this aura. His body flew backward, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Ah! Hong Yu roared. He was bleeding all over, but he was not afraid. The golden light in his eyes spun rapidly, forming two strange patterns. 10,000 years in one glance. He activated his strongest illusion technique. When the silver figure felt this illusion attack, his body shook and his face stiffened. But soon, there was a roar in his body, and he was sent flying. The terrifying illusion was broken. Kid, I have to admit that your technique is indeed very strong. You can even fight those of a higher level. I'm afraid even a 6-star king is no match for you. But it's useless against me. I'm a clone of my lord. My strength is definitely not something you can imagine. The silver figure sneered. In the next moment, he slowly walked forward. All right, it's over. Come back with me. With every step he took, silver ripples flickered under his feet, forming a mysterious energy. Hong Yu's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. This was because the other party's footsteps seemed to be stepping on his heart, making him tremble all over. He could not resist at all. He struggled with all his might, but more and more injuries appeared on his body. Many parts of his body even exploded. I advise you not to move, or you will definitely die. The silver figure looked at Hong Yu, who was lying in a pool of blood, expressionless. He waved his hand, and a silver chain flew out like a spirit snake. It seemed that he wanted to chain Hong Yu. Hong Yu's body shook, trying to struggle, but he could not resist at all. A look of despair appeared in his golden eyes. He even mobilized the last bit of energy in his body, preparing to self-destruct. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed, and like a divine rainbow shooting star, it instantly slashed the chain. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and 4 silver chains flew out. Who is it? The silver figure roared when he saw that his attack was sent flying. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the void. 1 man and 1 dragon, their expressions serious, and their auras sharp. It's you. Hong Yu said with difficulty when he saw the figure. That's right, it was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They flew madly all the way and finally arrived at the last moment. The Crimson Dragon appeared in front of Hong Yu in a flash. It waved its claws and took out a few pills for Hong Yu to swallow. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave as he stared at the silver figure. When he saw the other party's appearance, his eyelids twitched violently. Mo Tianqi. He was shocked inwardly. This was an existence that had impersonated Dan Shenzi, a true almighty. No wonder Hong Yu couldn't withstand it. Not to mention Hong Yu, even he could not contend against it. However, wasn't the other party fighting the Qinghe ancestor? How did he end up here? Kid, be careful. He's just a clone. The Crimson Dragon reminded him from behind. Clone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't him. As long as Mo Tianqi didn't come in person, it wouldn't be the worst-case scenario. Indeed, compared to the real Mo Tianqi, a doppelganger was probably much weaker. If Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, he might be able to withstand it. However, the silver clone sneered when he saw the change in Lin Xian's expression. Kid, what's with that expression? Do you think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Although I'm just a clone, I'm not someone you can fight against. He waved his hand, and the 4 silver chains flew toward Lin Xian again. They were like 4 silver pythons, extremely fierce. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it. There was a collision, and the sky was filled with golden light. The 9 darkness demonic sword hit the 4 silver chains, causing the surrounding void to collapse instantly. He blocked it. The silver clone was shocked. He didn't expect the combat strength of the young man opposite him to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. One had to know that even a 6-star king couldn't block his attack. However, the other party blocked it. This was too surprising. Good kid, no wonder you're so confident. You're indeed capable. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. The silver clone sneered and then stared at Lin Xian. It seems like you have some secrets on you. Why don't I capture you and give you to master? Poof, the silver clone stretched out his hand, and a ball of white flame jumped rapidly in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh, the ball of silver-white flame flickered with flickering light as it flew out at high speed. It flew toward Lin Xian. Be careful. Hong Yu warned from behind. He was injured by the silver flame, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. The silver flame was a great threat to him. The aftershocks made his whole body tense, and he felt like he was on the verge of death. What a terrifying flame. What is it? Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was just a clone, but the power it displayed was too terrifying. He really didn't know how powerful Mo Tianqi's real body was. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and then his fingers moved. Balls of black flame flew out from his fingertips and quickly floated forward. Boom, these black flames were the dark sky flame. It was extremely terrifying and emitted a strange energy. In the next moment, the two balls of flames collided in the air. Chi, chi. The two balls of flames collided and shook violently. The terrifying temperature burned, causing the entire void to distort. Boom, however, in the end, Lin Xian's dark sky flame couldn't resist the silver flame and was torn apart. Whoosh, although the silver flame had broken through the dark sky flame and became much dimmer, it still charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. His heavenly darkness flame was incomparably terrifying and had never failed before. However, this time it was actually destroyed by the silver flames. This shocked him greatly. He snorted and moved his finger again. Suddenly, a blue aura surged out as if it was going to freeze the entire space. See God's ice. Blue ice crystals flew out, forming ripples that froze the space. The power of ice surged toward the silver flame. Crack! Crack, crack! Instantly, the silver flame slowed down a lot. In the end, it seemed to have entered a quagmire and became slower and slower. Not only that, but the cold aura around it also increased. If not for the terrifying silver flame, it would have been frozen long ago. The two were in a stalemate. The silver flame jumped and emitted a terrifying energy that melted the surrounding ice. However, there was too much cold aura. The two fought, and in the end, the silver flame was frozen. What? It's frozen. Seeing this scene, Hong Yu, who was behind him, was also dumbfounded. He knew how powerful the silver flame was. Back then, he fought back with all his strength and couldn't resist it. However, now, it could freeze it. He had to admit that it was really shocking. Even more astonished was the silver clone. He didn't expect that the other party could really seal his silver flames. He couldn't believe it. First, it was the black flames. It should be the origin of some kind of beast. Now, even the sea god's ice has appeared. This kid actually has so many treasures in his hands. Looks like I really can't let you go today. The silver clone's eyes glowed. Then, his entire body turned into a silver flash and charged over quickly. A silver palm seemed to have crossed the void and directly hit Lin Xian's side. The terrifying power set off countless storms. That aura made one's hair stand on end. It was as if it could pressure everything. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he instantly used the dragon sword domain. A green sword domain appeared, emitting a sharp aura and blocking the silver palm. That was why he wasn't suppressed. At the same time, Lin Xian moved the demonic sword in his hand and shot out streaks of black sword chi. They were like black dragons, sharp and unstoppable as they quickly counterattacked. His current combat strength was shockingly terrifying. Even a 6-star king couldn't compete with him. But this time, his opponent was the incomparably mysterious silver clone. Therefore, although Lin Xian's sword chi was terrifying, it was suppressed at this moment. The silver clone was like a god of war, covered in flames. It blocked all the sword chi that filled the sky outside its body. Boom, at the same time, the silver palm also slapped on the dragon sword domain. Immediately, it caused a tremor. Lin Xian's body was also sent flying. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. This palm was too terrifying. Fortunately, his dragon sword domain was strong and wasn't destroyed. If it were any other six-star king, they probably wouldn't be able to survive under this palm. With a cold snort, Lin Xian charged over again with the dragon sword domain. Then, the two of them erupted into a shocking battle. But this time, the enemy was too powerful. It was the clone of a peerless almighty. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian couldn't suppress it at all. Instead, he was constantly pushed back. Kid, Ben Huang is here. Let's attack together. When the Crimson Dragon saw that the situation was not right, it roared and let out a loud dragon roar. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he quickly joined the battle. The battle became even more intense. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding mountains and trees were all reduced to ashes at this moment. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was not a single place that remained unscathed, and it was still spreading. Damn it, he's too strong. Not long after, the Crimson Dragon was also sent flying. Fortunately, as a divine dragon, his physique was extremely strong. Although he was sent flying by the slap, his body did not split open. Even so, the Crimson Dragon was still shocked. It's over. This clone is too powerful. The two of us can't suppress it at all. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect his opponent to be so terrifying. He pushed the dragon sword domain to the limit. Two sword phantoms, carrying monster sword light, quickly attacked. Behind him, Hong Yu also used his eye technique to look for an opportunity. Finally, he found an opportunity. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. The 10,000 years illusion directly pulled the soul of the silver clone into a strange space. The silver clone's body trembled as it was hit by the illusion. Good chance. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He quickly slashed down with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. At the same time, he punched out with his left fist and used the apocalyptic black dragon fist. A violent aura shrouded everything. Boom, with a loud bang, the shadowy figure was sent flying. A terrifying sword wound and a fist hole appeared on his body. I hit him. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed. After fighting for so long, they finally injured their opponent. Moreover, it was not an ordinary injury. These 2 blows were definitely enough to make the opponent suffer. Indeed, the opponent's face was hideous. Damn brat, how dare you injure me? He was too angry. A mere 3-star king had injured him. Moreover, it was a serious injury, he couldn't believe it. Unforgivable. Die. The silver clone's face was hideous as he punched out. That silver fist was like a silver meteor. It was incomparably terrifying. It contained an aura that could tear the heavens and earth apart. Humph. Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian waved his fist as well. Immediately, a huge black dragon appeared, accompanied by countless lightning bolts, and rushed forward. Boom. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying fists exploded in front of him. Lin Xian kept retreating. Although the other party was injured, that terrifying power was still extremely shocking. Damn it. Just how strong is this clone? The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian's face was also ugly. Up until now, he had suffered many injuries. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and had a heaven-defying recovery ability. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, if this continued, he had no chance of winning at all. Looks like I can only use that move. Lin Xian's expression was grave. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he entered the dragon sword domain. The surrounding dragon-shaped sword chi formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow that emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. At this moment, he was like a sword god, extremely sharp. Damn it, what is that? Even the silver clone's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Because the dragon-shaped sword shadow was a great threat to him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that he was Mo Tianqi's clone, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Except for those peerless almighties who could threaten him. Other than that, there was nothing that could threaten him. But now, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the opponent's hand made him feel the threat of death. Damn it, I have to get rid of this kid. The silver clone's eyes were full of murderous intent. In the next moment, silver light flowed on his arms. Like a crystal, it formed a silver spear and a shield that shone with silver light. Soon, he charged towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also held the dragon-shaped sword Shadow and quickly waved his arm. Dragon sword, slash. A huge azure dragon sword chi slashed out quickly, and a terrifying sword radiance shot up to the sky. On the opposite side, the silver clone roared, and the silver spear in his hand pierced out like lightning. Not only that, but the silver shield was also constantly enlarging, like a silver mountain standing in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the sky and earth shook, and the entire sky was trembling. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. The dragon sword domain around Lin Xian also transformed into an azure dragon divine shield to resist the energy storm. The silver clone in front of him let out a miserable cry. There was even the smell of blood in the sky. Did it work? At this moment, Hong Yu, the Crimson Dragon, and Lin Xian all looked forward with rapt attention. The energy storm in front of them gradually disappeared, and a silver figure appeared in front of him. The figure was no longer as arrogant as before. Not only that, but one of his arms was also missing. Obviously, the sword strike just now had caused him serious injuries. "Kid, I want you dead." The silver doppelganger had a ferocious look on his face. Spiritual light bloomed from his body, and his body suddenly grew larger, turning into a terrifying monster. It was a ferocious monster head. Silver spikes like divine spears could be seen on it. It was terrifying and ferocious. It was filled with indescribable strangeness. A large bloody mouth quickly opened, and countless amounts of energy converged in that direction. Gradually, a silver ball of light was formed. The ball of light was too terrifying. It seemed to be able to kill an almighty. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were frightened. "Oh no! Retreat!" Lin Xian retreated quickly while the dark red divine dragon circled its tail and brought Hong Yu along as it flew into the distance at high speed. This attack was too terrifying. It was far from what they could withstand. However, the silver doppelganger's speed was beyond their expectations. The silver ball of light in the ferocious silver head suddenly burst out, forming a beam of light that rushed into the distance. The void was instantly pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Not only that, but the silver head also started to spin rapidly. The silver beam of light turned into a sword of light and slashed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the void was directly cut in half. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also affected. "Azure Dragon Divine Shield." Lin Xian shouted coldly. Countless sword chi formed a huge azure shield that quickly blocked the attack. However, it was blasted away in an instant. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were injured. Hong Yu vomited large mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that his injuries were even more serious. He said weakly, "Lin Xian, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid you'll die here too." "No, I have to take you away." Lin Xian shook his head. He had a feeling that Mo Tianqi was plotting something big, and he absolutely couldn't let him get Hong Yu's eyes. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would face a crisis. Hong Yu let out a sigh. Initially, he thought that he was extremely lucky to have this pair of eyes. But I didn't expect that he would bring me endless disasters. Forget it, I can't escape today anyway. They were either killed or brought back. I'm afraid that the consequences of being brought back will be even worse. Hong Yu laughed bitterly, but soon after, his eyes shone with a shocking light. Not only that, but the blood in his body also started burning in an instant. "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. We will definitely be able to leave," Lin Xian hurriedly said. He found that the other party's situation was very strange, as if he was burning his bloodline power. That's right, he was burning his bloodline power. Hong Yu went all out, attacking with all his might, burning the last of his bloodline power. Soon, the aura on its body became incomparably terrifying. Even Jiao Lingxian felt extremely shocked. On the opposite side, the silver doppelganger also roared when he saw this scene. "Damned brat, stop right there." He found that the other party was actually going all out. This made him extremely angry, one had to know that his mission this time was to bring the other party back alive. Therefore, he wouldn't allow the other party to go all out. The silver doppelganger rushed over with a monstrous silver light, wanting to stop him. However, Hong Yu's bloodline power was burning fiercely. Instantly, a red light appeared on his body. At the same time, behind him, a huge eye slowly opened. That eye was like an ancient object that had been asleep for a long time. At this moment, Hong Yu was burning his blood as the price to awaken it again. It was a dark golden eye that was slowly opening at this moment. It was very slow, but every time it opened, the terrifying aura became a little stronger. When it opened halfway, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon couldn't take it anymore. The two of them raised their keen domains and resisted with difficulty. Fortunately, the dark golden eye wasn't targeted at them. The silver doppelganger's expression also changed drastically. He felt a threat, so he couldn't help but increase his speed again. In an instant, he arrived in front of Hong Yu. The strange head shone with silver light and turned into a huge hand that grabbed downward. The palm was silver in color, as if it was made of metal. Countless runes surrounded it. It was an incomparably terrifying seal. As long as Hong Yu was hit, he would be completely sealed and unable to resist. However, at this moment, the dark golden eye that was summoned behind Hong Yu opened completely. That eye was incomparably deep, as if it was the eye of a god, causing one's heart to palpitate. That gaze fell on the silver doppelganger. Crack, 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 the silver doppelganger's movement stopped, as if it was nailed to the void. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on its body. Then, with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces. The incomparably powerful silver doppelganger was an existence that even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon couldn't contend against when they joined forces. At this moment, it was killed with a single glance. This was too terrifying, even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's hearts beat wildly. This power was too terrifying. It definitely surpassed that of a supreme expert. It was something that they couldn't understand. What kind of eye technique was this? How could it summon such a terrifying eye? Lin Xian's heart beat wildly as he looked at the disappearing dark golden eye. It seemed to be similar to the void sky eye, but it was more like the mysterious youth that attacked in the sacred palace that day. That day, the other party also summoned a huge eye in the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and the situation was very similar to this one. What was the connection between the two? Lin Xian didn't know. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon swallowed its saliva. At this moment, the dark golden eye behind Hong Yu completely disappeared. Hong Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. How are you? Lin Xian hurried over and took out a few healing pills. It's useless. Don't waste your energy, Hong Yu said weakly. I burned my life force as the price to use a forbidden eye technique in advance. There's no way I can survive. If the pills don't work, then what can we do to keep you alive? Lin Xian asked. There's no other way. My life force has already been exhausted. I've reached the end of my path. Hong Yu shook his head slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said weakly, Lin Xian, do you know what my eye is? What's your eye? Lin Xian was also very confused. He didn't know why Hong Yu asked this. Moreover, he was also very curious. What kind of eye technique was this? My eye is the heavenly secret divine eye. As expected. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon and He Tu both exclaimed. My eyes are the heavenly secret divine eyes, Hong Yu said slowly. Indeed. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon and He Tu exclaimed. They had already guessed it, but they were even more shocked when they heard Hong Yu say it. I don't have much time left. I can't tell you in detail what the heavenly secret divine eyes are. Anyway, it's a very terrifying eye. I used to be proud of it, thinking that it could make me a great emperor. But now, I can't reach that level. Lin Xian, you are very strong. Even I am shocked. Perhaps you are qualified to become a great emperor. So, I want to give you my eyes. I hope that one day, I can see what kind of existence a great emperor is. I want to see the glory of a great emperor. Give me your eyes, Lin Xian was stunned, while the Crimson Dragon and He Tu exclaimed. I hope you won't refuse, and I hope you can become a great emperor. This is my last hope. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will become a great emperor one day." Hearing this, Hong Yu smiled with satisfaction, then slowly closed his eyes. The aura on his body also disappeared at this moment. Looking at the dead Hong Yu, Lin Xian felt terrible. He didn't expect that a peerless genius would die in front of him just like that. This even made him feel a sense of fear. Hong Yu had a heaven-defying eye, which attracted countless people to hunt him down. If news of his great dragon sword soul was exposed, would he also attract countless powerful people to hunt him down? When that time came, would he be able to escape, or would he be like Hong Yu, burning his life force and giving it his all, only to die in the end? He even understood why the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword was so powerful, but he was still killed in the end. The situation back then should be similar to today's situation. He was hunted down by countless peerless experts. The Crimson Dragon sighed. "Kid, those eyes are the heavenly secret divine eyes. They've been mysterious since ancient times." He Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, "Brat, now you know how cruel the path of cultivation is. If you want to become a great emperor, it will be even crueler. Because you will become the enemy of the entire world." "Make the entire world his enemy?" Lin Xian muttered. "That's right, the entire world is our enemy. Because if you want to become a great emperor, you must defeat everyone in the world and become the only one in this era. Only then can you become a great emperor. Therefore, your future path will be very difficult. It will attract the pursuit of countless people. There will be experts, peerless almighties, and even terrifying saints in the future. They will all attack you. As for you, you will most likely die. Of course, you can also give up and hand over the heavenly secret god eyes and your great dragon sword soul. That way, you might be much safer. However, you've also lost the right to compete for the throne. Think about it carefully." Hearing He Tu and the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian fell silent. However, not long after, his eyes shone with determination. "I will definitely walk down the path of a great emperor. So what if the entire world is my enemy?" Lin Xian's heart was filled with pride. "I will definitely become a great emperor, definitely." He waved his hand and stored Hong Yu's body into the black earth. "Let's go." Then, his figure flashed and he left with He Tu and the Crimson Dragon. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they arrived at a mountain range and landed. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand and sword chi flew out, creating a cave abode at the bottom of a mountain. His figure flashed and he entered the cave. Buzz, the Crimson Dragon set up countless formations around the cave. He Tu also cast a spell and summoned the Black Earth. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon flashed and entered the Black Earth. The Black Earth lacked energy and could not fly for long periods of time. However, its defense was extremely terrifying. Even if there were powerful people, they would not be able to open it. Because what Lin Xian was going to do next was extremely important, no one could disturb him. After entering the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter would definitely be a terrifying storm that would sweep across the entire eastern wilderness. As for the alchemy sect, it would be pushed to the forefront of the storm. Moreover, with Mo Tianqi's personality, he would definitely not give up on pursuing Hong Yu. Therefore, Lin Xian's current situation could be said to be very dangerous. However, he was not afraid at all. Because he was different from Hong Yu. Although both of them had precious treasures and were exceptionally talented, their future achievements could be said to be limitless. However, Hong Yu was too young. He was only 15 or 16 years old and had just started cultivating. He had not experienced many battles. However, Lin Xian was different. He had experienced countless battles, big and small. He had also experienced countless life and death situations. It could be said that in terms of survival, he had completely surpassed Hong Yu. In addition, Lin Xian had the Crimson Dragon, He Tu, and many other secret inheritances by his side. Therefore, his strength was completely different from Hong Yu's. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "What are these eyes? What are the heavenly secret divine eyes?" "Let me explain," He Tu said slowly. "The heavenly secret divine eyes are Hong Yu's eyes. This is an extremely terrifying bloodline. In this true spirit world, this bloodline power is among the top 10. They are called the Heavenly Secret Clan. Rumor has it that these eyes have mysterious power. Illusions are only one of them. Moreover, there is another rumor that these eyes are related to the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Hong Yu's eyes to have such a terrifying origin. No wonder Mo Tianqi desperately wanted to obtain them. The reincarnation sword? Could it be the reincarnation sword of the 5 swords of the world? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the reincarnation sword is one of the 5 swords of the world. It is as famous as your great dragon sword. Its power is boundless, unimaginable, and unparalleled. Therefore, in order to obtain the reincarnation sword, the experts of the true spirit world wantonly hunted down the Heavenly Secret Clan. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Secret Clan was, they could not fight against the entire world. Therefore, in the end, they were exterminated. Of course, perhaps 1 or 2 of them escaped and were scattered in some corner of the world. However, he did not expect Hong Yu to be a member of the Heavenly Secret Clan. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. It turned out that these eyes had such an origin. The 5 swords of the world were said to be the 5 divine swords formed by the 5 forces of the world when the world was created. Now, Lin Xian knew 3 of the 5 swords of the world. Legend had it that the 5 swords of the world were formed by the 5 powers of heaven and earth when heaven and earth were created. Lin Xian now knew 3 of the 5 swords of the world. His great dragon sword, Lord Alcohol's devouring sword. And now, he knew the samsara sword. Then, what's the rest? Lin Xian asked. He Tu sighed. Legend has it that there are 7 types of origin powers in heaven and earth. 2 of them have already disappeared. Now, only the 5 swords of the world are left. However, I don't know about the remaining 2 swords either. You don't know either? Lin Xian was shocked as he looked at the crimson dragon. He Tu also shook his head. Kid, don't be anxious. If your ambition is to become a great emperor, you'll meet those powers sooner or later. Lin Xian nodded and did not dwell on this issue any longer. Then, he asked, by the way, what did Hong Yu mean by giving me his eyes? Could it be that I can use these eyes? The Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes are very magical. Not only are they eyes, but they're also a kind of treasure, so they can be transferred. However, only the people of the Heavenly Secret race can fully unleash their power. I wonder what kind of power they can unleash on you. Lin Xian fell into deep thought. Then, he asked, what do you 2 suggest? I suggest that you take these eyes. Firstly, it's to fulfill Hong Yu's wish. Secondly, these eyes are related to the samsara sword. If you obtain them, you might be able to find clues about the samsara sword. If you can obtain 2 of the 5 swords of the world, it won't be difficult for you to become a great emperor. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the Crimson Dragon and He Tu would do it. They needed to transplant the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes into Lin Xian's eyes. This process took 5 days. In the following month, Lin Xian had been recuperating, allowing the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes to completely fuse with his body. Although he was recuperating here, the outside world was already turned upside down. What happened in Danzong was spread out, and the whole eastern wilderness was shocked. Not only that, there was something even more shocking. That meant that the Qinghe Great Master had died. This exposed the wavering light sacred land. Esteemed cultivator Clear River was their elder and a peerless expert. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Who would have thought that he would be killed outside? Moreover, it was said that the person who killed him was the traitor of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Mo Tianqi. This made the wavering light sacred land even more furious. Therefore, the Yaoguang sacred land issued a must-kill order to the whole world, ordering them to hunt down Mo Tianqi and all the martial artists in Danzong. Instantly, the world was shocked. They didn't expect such a big thing to happen in a small Holy Land selection. This was a huge storm that would engulf the entire eastern wasteland. Not only the eastern wasteland, but the other 4 regions were also shaken. They had heard that Mo Tianqi had made a move because of one person. And that person was very likely a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Although the wavering light sacred land was a peerless sacred land, and Elder Qinghe was also an elder of the sacred land, his death, although shocking, was not enough to shake the entire true spirit world. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was different. It was an ancient race that had the legendary Heaven's Legacy godly eyes. Later, it was destroyed. Originally, they thought that it would never appear again, but unexpectedly, it appeared now. This was simply too shocking. For a time, the whole world was shaken. Various forces kept investigating and searching for information about the Heaven's Legacy race. This was because the Heaven's Legacy race was related to the legendary reincarnation sword. If they could obtain information about the reincarnation sword, their chances of success on the path to becoming a great emperor would increase countless times. After all, there hadn't been a great emperor for nearly 10,000 years. Perhaps this time, there would be a martial monarch among them. Therefore, all the forces in the world were ready to make a move. Even the major forces in Xianxia, Shima, Nanling, and Northern Plains sent martial artists to the eastern wasteland to investigate. After the Wavering Light Sacred Land learned about this, they immediately took control of the entire Danzong. However, at this moment, only ordinary disciples were left in Danzong. The core disciples, direct disciples, elders, and Mo Tianqi had all fled. However, the Wavering Light Sacred Land did not let them go. Arrest warrants were sent out one after another. All of the Pill ancestor martial artists had to be captured. For a time, the eastern wasteland cities, streets, and alleys were filled with these people's portraits. Moreover, the Wavering Light Sacred Land also offered generous rewards. Therefore, before long, many core disciples were captured, and even some elders were captured. In the end, other forces and even the clan of the ancients joined in. All the disciples and elders were captured. However, there were still two people who escaped. One was Mo Tianqi, and the other was surprising. He was a core disciple of the Danzong called Lin Xian. Logically speaking, it was not surprising that Mo Tianqi and the others could not capture him. After all, the other party was also a peerless almighty, and after a few hundred years of planning, his forces were definitely not weak. However, a mere core disciple was actually able to escape their pursuit. This was truly shocking. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the young man from the Heaven's Legacy race called Hong Yu had also disappeared. They could ignore Lin Xian's matter, but they had to find out Hong Yu's whereabouts. This was related to the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes. However, they did not know that Hong Yu was already dead and had given the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes to Lin Xian. Even Mo Tianqi did not know about this. The only people who knew were Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Hey Tuesday. After a month, Lin Xian gradually adapted to the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes. His eyes were now more profound than before. If he did not use his eye technique, no one would be able to tell that his eyes were the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes. Once he used his eye technique, his eyes would emit a faint golden light. After experimenting, Lin Xian found that the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes were much more powerful than the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. However, the only disadvantage was that he could not hide the golden light at all. He was afraid that once he used it, someone would recognize it. Therefore, he still used the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes as a secret technique. Unless he had no other choice, he would not use it. Moreover, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and his fighting strength was unparalleled. He only used the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes so that he could communicate with the Samsara Sword in the future. After more than a month of rest, his injuries were completely healed. Therefore, he wanted to go out and take a look. Moreover, he also wanted to know what was going on outside. No one should know that Hong Yu is dead, and no one should know that I have the Heavenly Legacy Divine Eyes. Therefore, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave. No one should know that Hong Yu is dead, and no one should know that I have the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye. So, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. However, he couldn't go back to Danzong, nor could he go to the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It seemed that he had to plan where to go in the future. Lin Xian put away the black earth and used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to fly outside. However, for safety's sake, he still wore a black robe to cover his face. Soon, he arrived at a nearby city. The city was bustling with people. However, Lin Xian noticed that there seemed to be more powerful martial artists than usual. Moreover, these people looked hurried, as if they were looking for something. He found a restaurant and quietly listened to some news. In the end, he found that Mo Tianqi and Danzong's matter had been exposed. Now, not only the eastern wilderness, but the entire true spirit world knew. Moreover, what worried him even more was that the news that Hong Yu was a member of the heavenly secret tribe had also been exposed. Fortunately, no one knew that he had the heavenly secret divine eye. However, there was still one thing that worried him. The wavering light sacred land was wantonly hunting him and Mo Tianqi. He could understand why they were hunting Mo Tianqi because he had just received news. Mo Tianqi had killed the Qinghe Great Master and led the entire Danzong in a rebellion. But why did they want to capture him? He then asked around discreetly and found out that all the elders and disciples of the entire Pil sect had been captured. Only he and Mo Tianqi hadn't been captured. That was why the wavering light sacred land was hunting him. It seemed that he was indeed in a bad situation. Lin Xian frowned slightly. When he left the restaurant and came to the street, he found that his portrait was pasted on the walls. In fact, even his cultivation and characteristics were clearly marked out. It was obvious that they wouldn't stop until they caught him. F***ck. It seems that I can't stay in these cities for a while. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He decided to stay in the surrounding forest for a while. There were many spirit herbs and demonic beasts there. As well as other treasures of heaven and earth, he could cultivate there. Therefore, when he found out about these things, he left the city. However, not long after leaving the city, Lin Xian frowned as he realized that he was being followed. Immediately, he snorted coldly and increased his speed. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the boundless primeval forest. After flying like this for a while, Lin Xian suddenly descended. Because this place was far enough from the city, and there was no one around, it was time to deal with the trouble behind him. Surrounded by a vast primeval forest, mountains, rivers, and lush trees. It was very suitable for battle. After Lin Xian landed, he turned to look behind him. Sure enough, there was a black dot of light flying towards them from behind. That speck of light was very fast, like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, it set off an endless gale, blowing the forest below. If one were to look at it from afar, it would look like a green wave, surging and roaring. Soon, that figure arrived nearby. It seemed to be a young man in his 30s. He was dressed in a green robe and surrounded by an aura. There were also terrifying rays of light under his feet. His entire person looked extremely fierce. His eyes were like lightning as they stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "It's you, kid." The young man in his 30s waved his hand and took out a wanted poster. He compared it to Lin Xian and then sneered. "Come back with me obediently, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and drag you back like a dog." The young man's voice was as cold as a sharp sword, shaking the surroundings. As he spoke, the entire forest trembled. "How arrogant." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why should I go back with you? Who do you think you are? Humph, you really don't know what's good for you." The young man walked in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down at Lin Xian. "Your entire Danzong has been captured. Kid, I advise you not to resist. Betraying the wavering light sacred land is the biggest mistake you've made in your life." Wavering light sacred land. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You're from the wavering light sacred land?" "That's right. I'm a disciple of the wavering light sacred land, Yan Kuan. Kid, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. You're indeed a disciple of the wavering light sacred land." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and they shone brightly. "I've always heard that the wavering light sacred land is a top force. I'm very good. How strong are the disciples of the wavering light sacred land? It seems that I'll be able to see it today." "Humph, you're really shameless. You want to fight with me?" The wavering light sacred land disciple sneered disdainfully. "To tell you the truth, the wavering light sacred land is not something that Danzong can compare to. Even the top prodigies of the three major sects are the most ordinary people in the wavering light sacred land. You, a core disciple of the Danzong, dare to fight with me? You're courting death. You'll know whether I'm courting death or not after we fight." Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, and mysterious Dao inscriptions appeared under his feet. He was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Yan Kuan from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. He threw out a punch, and a violent aura surged. His fist was like a black dragon that rushed forward. Boom! Yan Kuan from the Wavering Light Sacred Land narrowed his eyes. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. Moreover, his strength was so terrifying, therefore, he could only passively defend himself. In the next moment, he was forced back dozens of steps. As expected of a disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. "You're really strong." Lin Xian looked at his opponent and exclaimed in his heart. If it was an ordinary martial artist, he would have been smashed into a bloody mist by this punch. However, his opponent only took a few steps back and was slightly injured. One had to admit that the disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were extremely strong. In fact, the young man in front of him was far stronger than Ding Ping and the other prodigies. It seemed that Yan Kuan was right. The disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land were indeed qualified to look down on others. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not an ordinary Danzong disciple. His combat strength was unimaginable. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. In addition to Lin Xian's talent, his attacks were extremely powerful. On the other hand, Yan Kuan from the Wavering Light Sacred Land had a ferocious expression on his face. Embarrassing. This was too embarrassing. He was embarrassed to be forced back by a mere Danzong disciple. However, what made him even more depressed was that his opponent's speed and strength were beyond his expectations. It seemed that his opponent was even stronger than the top disciples of the Danzong. Damn it. Who the hell is this kid? Yan Kuan snorted. Kid, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. With a snort, Yan Kuan charged forward. His body glowed brightly, and he looked like a god with great power. With a kick, Yan Kuan's entire right leg flickered with flowing light, as if it was a sharp blade, sweeping forward. Yan Kuan was only a 5-star king, but his kick was more terrifying than an ordinary 6-star king's. It seemed that the disciples of the sacred grounds were indeed powerful. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl and swung the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction to engage in battle. Boom! 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 The energy was too terrifying. Every blow could split mountains and rivers and destroy a city. After 10 moves, Yan Kuan was sent flying again. His right leg was completely numb. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't use any strength at all. Damn it! How is this possible? Yan Kuan was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He was a disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. He was a superior existence, although he was only a 5-star king, even a 6-star king outside of the sacred grounds was no match for him. Not to mention a mere Danzong disciple. But now, he couldn't accept that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Damn kid, who are you? Yan Kuan shouted again. He couldn't believe that his opponent was only a Danzong disciple. He even felt that he had caught the wrong person this time. His opponent was definitely a disciple of a clan of the ancients or a peerless sacred ground. Otherwise, he couldn't be so powerful. Who am I? That's an idiotic question. You're here to catch me, but you don't know who I am? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so smug. No matter who you are, I'll catch you today. Yan Kuan roared. He quickly circulated his spiritual power to repair his numb right leg. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he charged forward like a shooting star. Wind God Kick. Yan Kuan roared. An unparalleled aura exploded from his body. He kept waving his legs like a mad dragon roaring in the forest. Violent winds blew in all directions, and the clouds danced in the air. A terrifying power surged out. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. This leg technique was too terrifying, incomparably swift and fierce. On the other hand, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He continued to brandish the Black Dragon Fist and quickly met the attack. His opponent's leg technique was swift and fierce, while his fist technique was incomparably violent. It was as if he was going to destroy the world, causing the entire forest to tremble. Thunderbolt Dragon! Lin Xian coldly shouted and used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, carrying with it an endless amount of lightning as it charged forward. On the other side, Yan Kuan also roared angrily and swept away the army. His right leg swept out, and suddenly, a green leg flew out like a huge dragon. The void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. One could imagine just how terrifying this kick was. Boom, when the two of them collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The violent energy caused the two of them to continuously retreat. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and continuously dodged. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. His opponent was indeed a martial artist from the Wavering Light Holy Land. He was indeed incomparably powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by his attack. However, his opponent was actually able to contend with him and even fight to a draw. One had to admit that it was indeed surprising. While Lin Xian was surprised, Yan Kuan was terrified. He really could not imagine that his opponent's combat strength was actually so terrifying. One had to know that the Wind God's leg was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had just used the killing move, sweeping away the army. This killing move was extremely terrifying. It could definitely sweep away thousands of soldiers and horses. No 5-star king could block it, and even 6-star kings would be kicked to death. However, his opponent had actually blocked it and was not even injured at all. This was something that she did not dare to imagine. Gale Boots! In the next moment, Yan Kuan roared, and 2 green boots quickly appeared on his feet. The green boots were extremely simple and unadorned. They were emitting a resplendent light, and there were strange inscriptions carved on them. As soon as Yan Kuan put on this pair of boots, his aura became incomparably sharp again. Kid, go to hell! With a roar, his entire body turned into a green stream of light, and his speed was actually twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also frowned. Earth-grade treasure. Moreover, it was a rare Earth-grade treasure that could increase one's speed. Buzz, Yan Kuan arrived beside Lin Xian in an instant. Then, a terrifying leg shadow slashed towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. Not only was his speed increased, but even his strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, dodging in an instant. After missing his kick, Yan Kuan snorted coldly. Kid, this Gale Boots is one of my treasures. With it, my speed can reach an unimaginable level. You're not my match at all. Stop bragging. Wait until you can keep up with my speed. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're courting death. Yan Kuan was furious. With the Gale Boots, his speed would increase exponentially. How dare his opponent look down on him? This drove him crazy. With a roar, he increased his speed again. His entire body was like a flash of green, extremely fast. However, not long after, Yan Kuan roared angrily. This was because he could not catch sight of Lin Xian's figure at all. Damn it, this is impossible. Kid, where are you hiding? Come out. He roared crazily, thinking that Lin Xian had escaped or was hiding somewhere. Whoosh, however, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. The reason for that was because he sensed that a figure had appeared behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, a voice floated from behind. Hiding? What a joke. You just can't keep up with my speed. Accompanying this disdainful voice was a berserk aura. In the next moment, Yan Kuan felt a pain in his back. His entire body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Bang, below, a bottomless pit was formed. The surrounding cracks were spread in all directions, and a large area of forest had collapsed. A vacuum appeared. The one who made the move was naturally Lin Xian. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached an unbelievable level. Even if Yan Kuan had the Gale Boots, he could not keep up with his speed at all. One had to know that no matter how good the Gale Boots were, they were only Earth-rank treasures. Lin Xian's Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps was a martial arts cultivation method written in primordial immortal script. Its origin was definitely unimaginable. Therefore, Yan Kuan was miserably sent flying by a punch. Bang, below, Yan Kuan stood up again. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and covered in mud. He was incomparably mad and was about to go crazy. As a disciple of the Yaoguang sacred ground, he had the Gale battle boots. His speed was extremely fast. He originally thought that as long as he used the Gale battle boots, his opponent would not be able to keep up with his speed. He would definitely be beaten up. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Even if he used the Gale battle boots, his opponent's speed was faster than his, he could not even catch his opponent's trace. This drove him crazy. He did not dare to believe it. So, in the next moment, he used the Gale battle boots again and rushed forward. But very quickly, he was sent flying by a punch. His opponent's speed was too fast. It was far from what he could compare to. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yan Kuan was really crazy. His whole body emitted a dazzling light. A green territory instantly surged out and enveloped the entire space. Kid, go to hell. The wind god space vibrated rapidly as countless huge wind blades, which were like heavenly blades, slashed towards Lin Xian. The sky was hazy, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Humph. So what if you're fast? In my wind god territory, you have no chance of escaping. Yan Kuan revealed a sinister smile. But this time, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Facing the wind blades that were slashing toward him from all directions, he also used the dragon sword territory. Boom, an extremely sharp sword light swept in all directions and immediately blasted all the wind blades away. What? This is impossible. Yan Kuan screamed again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could his opponent's territory be so powerful? It actually blasted his attack away. Damn it, what's going on? A small Danzong disciple was faster than him. How could his attack be so powerful? Was he even human? He could not imagine how his opponent could have so many ultimate moves. Kid, I don't believe it. Take my strongest move, Wind God Kill. Go to hell. The green airflow in the sky gathered and formed a huge green light ball in front of Yan Kuan. It was about to explode. But at this moment, a white figure flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve and instantly arrived in front of Yan Kuan. Where did this monkey come from? Scram. Yan Kuan looked at the little white monkey in front of him and shouted coldly. The light in his eyes turned into 2 sharp swords and pierced out instantly. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little monkey's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared in another direction. He raised his furry little paw and slapped towards Yan Kuan's head. Paw, Yan Kuan fainted. He felt dizzy, and the spirit energy in his body went out of control. Therefore, his strongest killing move, Wind God Annihilation, vanished without a trace in an instant. In fact, he even fell head first. Well done. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Then, with a flick of his finger, several sword cheese transformed into countless chains that quickly wrapped around the other party. Ha 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 ha, the Crimson Dragon also came out. With a strange laugh, it waved its dragon claws and formed a seal, instantly sealing the opponent's spiritual energy. The two of them were very fast, and they were done in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, Yan Kuan also regained consciousness. But soon, he was dumbfounded. Because he found that he could not use his spiritual energy at all, and it was even sealed by the other party. Not only that, his whole body was suspended in the air, and his body was covered in cold chains. What was going on? He was completely stunned. Just now, he was knocked out by the little monkey slap, and he was unconscious for 3 seconds. When he woke up, he became like this. Damn brat. How dare you touch me? Hurry up and put me down, or you're dead. Paw, the Crimson Dragon swung its tail and slapped the other party. What are you shouting for? You're now a prisoner, and you still dare to threaten us? Damn snake, how dare you slap me? Do you believe that I'll skin you alive? Yan Kuan roared crazily, but what greeted him was more slaps. Soon, his face was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he wanted to kill Lin Xian and the others. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Next, Yan Kuan almost spat out blood. Because the Crimson Dragon swung its claws and took off the storm boots on his feet. Oh, not bad. Good stuff. I can't miss it. The Crimson Dragon stretched its claws in and shook them, and its speed increased instantly. Oh, no. The little white monkey also took the other party's storage ring. Then, its body swayed, and it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Let me see, what's the difference between the Yaoguang Sacred Land's disciples' wealth?" He probed with his soul power, and then exclaimed, as expected of the peerless Sacred Land, this disciple must have a lot of wealth. Indeed, he found piles of subdivine crystals in the storage ring. In addition, there were many other things, such as cultivation methods, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. In fact, he even found something special. It was a green cloak. Lin Xian put it on and felt the strong power of the wind. Thinking about it, this should also be an auxiliary magic treasure that could increase one's speed. Moreover, it was an earth-grade weapon. Hey, this cloak is not bad. It suits Ben Huang better. Boy, I'll trade this pair of boots with you. The Crimson Dragon took off the storm boots and traded it for the cloak in Lin Xian's hand. It was not suitable for him to wear only 2 boots with 4 claws, so he might as well wear a cloak. Here you go. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and gave him the cloak. Then, he put on the storm boots. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It can indeed increase speed. Brother, thank you. Lin Xian patted Yan Kuan's shoulder. Yan Kuan trembled with anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was mad. He was really mad. Lin Xian was right in front of him, but he was dividing his treasures and thanking him in the end. What the F***ck was going on? What was more infuriating was that he had been sealed by Lin Xian and could not use any power at all. He could only watch helplessly. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide and roared crazily. F***ck, damn monkey, you can't eat that. He found that the little white monkey had taken out a pile of supreme-grade fruits from his storage ring, and was eating them crazily at the moment. The little white monkey ignored his warning and even spat out a fruit core and threw it at Lin Xian's face. He was so angry that he went crazy. In the end, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and put away the storage ring. Then, he took the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey into the air and left. Only the sealed Yan Kuan was left behind. He was tied to a tree and kept screaming. However, Yan Kuan's screams soon attracted many monsters. Miserable screams could be heard in the forest. And all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He moved and went on his way again. With the Gale War boots, Lin Xian's speed was twice as fast as before even if he did not use the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. If he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed would be even faster than before. He would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a mighty figure. This made him extremely happy, and he was even looking forward to whether he could attract a few more martial artists from the Yaoguang Holy Land. The martial artists from the Holy Land were really full of treasures, therefore, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the surrounding cities and forests. As expected, it did not take long for him to attract the attention of the Yaoguang Holy Land again. "Humph, kid, where are you going?" A burly man chased after him. In the forest, Lin Xian moved and flew in front. And behind him, the burly man was extremely terrifying. He did not fly at all, but ran at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled non-stop as if thousands of soldiers and horses were running crazily. With a light leap, the burly man's figure leaped over the top of the mountain. Like a large bird, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Gale War boots under his feet shone, and he instantly accelerated, forming an afterimage and dodging the burly man's attack. He looked at the distance, and it was about time, so he stopped and stood in the void, looking down. "Who are you? Are you a martial artist from the Yaoguang Holy Land? If not, hurry up and leave, I don't have the time to fight with you. Kid, you're too arrogant. You're that Lin Xian, right? Come back with me obediently, or you'll die a horrible death today. Go back to your sister." At the side, the Crimson Dragon shouted. Did you bring any treasures with you? Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked you. You're courting death. The burly man was furious. How dare the other party have designs on him? Did he really think that he could compete with him? He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a large bronze hand flew out and directly shattered the sky. Boom, the sky collapsed in an instant, and an incomparable black hole appeared. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon was fast enough to dodge the attack. Kid, I'll leave it to you. The Crimson Dragon watched from the sidelines. The little white monkey sat on the Crimson Dragon's back, hugging a pile of spirit fruits and gobbling them down. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then landed on the ground. Your strength isn't bad? The tall and sturdy man sneered. Brat, I think you really don't know what death is. Eat my fist. He punched out, and the entire void instantly exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. This punch was extremely simple. There was no radiance, nor was there any technique used. This was pure physical strength. So powerful. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. It seemed that the other party was indeed formidable. As expected of disciples from the Holy Lands, they were all so powerful. The burly man was also a 5-star king tier, but he could definitely kill a 6-star king tier with a single punch. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. Since he was determined to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, he must be invincible in the world. Now, it was his first step on the path of becoming a great emperor. Good. He laughed and punched out with both fists. On his palms, a destructive aura was as deep as the sea. Explode, the two kept colliding, and the entire sky trembled with the sound of metal clashing. It was too terrifying. Even the demonic beasts in the distance were directly knocked unconscious by this force. The burly man also frowned. He did not expect that the other party's strength was also so terrifying. The other party was even comparable to him. This made him extremely surprised. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. However, you dare to compete with me in terms of strength. You really don't know how to write the word death. The burly man sneered, and his arm suddenly expanded like an iron pillar, emitting a cold light. The next moment, his strength also multiplied. Boom, with a punch, he directly pushed Lin Xian back. What a terrifying force. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword qi, and he quickly destroyed the force. At the same time, his eyes shone with a sharp light. The fact that the other party could push him back in terms of strength was enough to show that the other party was not ordinary. The burly man also sneered. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. If you dare to resist again, I'll definitely smash your head next time. Lin Xian did not answer. His whole body swayed again, and he charged forward. It was still the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, and the violent destructive aura was vast and mighty. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, the burly man's face was ferocious. His body grew taller again, and the muscles on his body bulged, making him look like a god of war. He punched out with his palm, and a terrifying force shook the void. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Sky-ripping raging dragon. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out, and with a wave of its terrifying dragon claws, the entire space was completely torn apart. Boom, the burly man looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was sent flying again. After smashing 3 mountains in a row, the burly man stood up shakily. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and there were even cracks on his body. Damn it, this is impossible. How could your strength have become so strong again? Did you not use your full strength before? He was too shocked because he did not expect his opponent's strength to become so strong that he could suppress him. With a cold snort, the burly man's body emitted light, and the small wounds on his body were quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong physique. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. This was the first person he had seen who did not need to consume elixirs, and his body automatically healed his wounds. It seemed that the wavering light sacred ground was indeed full of geniuses. After the cracks on his body were healed, the burly man snorted, "Kid, I have to say that I have underestimated you. I did not expect that a small Danzong disciple like you would have such strength and terrifying strength. However, it is impossible for you to defeat me in terms of strength. I practice the body tempering technique, and I have even used the blood of an almighty demon king to temper my body. It can be said that my strength is completely beyond your imagination. Next, I will let you know what true strength is. When that time comes, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, I will not let you go." The burly man shouted and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on his body. King Kong Demon Ape Transformation. Accompanied by this voice, the burly man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was incomparably terrifying, and there was even a monstrous murderous aura. Not only that, but the muscles on the burly man's back bulged and finally broke open, and 4 arms stretched out. On both sides of his cheeks, 2 hazy ghost faces appeared. They were extremely ferocious, like a demon king. 3 heads and 6 arms, indeed, at this moment, the burly man had turned into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body looked incomparably demonic, and an evil aura swept out in all directions. "Kid, you should be proud that you made me use 3 heads and 6 arms." The burly man laughed sinisterly. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body flew over quickly like a meteor. What a strange cultivation technique. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he saw the burly man, but he still punched him. The terrifying fist shadows turned into countless black dragons, roaring in the air. It was as if there were countless real dragons, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. The entire void split open. However, the burly man laughed, and his entire body bloomed with light. His speed skyrocketed in an instant. He quickly dodged most of the attacks, and at the same time, his 6 arms were constantly waving. The terrifying power was like raging waves, surging over. It directly tore apart the black dragon shadows. In the next moment, he arrived near Lin Xian. Just the terrifying murderous intent on the burly man's body shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and countless sword lights rushed out from his body, completely destroying the terrifying murderous intent. "You're neither human nor monster. Watch me destroy you." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a black dragon flew out from his fist, carrying countless lightning bolts. The huge dragon covered the sky, blocking out the sun in the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain had crossed time and space. Not only that, but there were also black lightning bolts descending from the sky, piercing through the void, carrying an unparalleled power. In an instant, these energies enveloped the burly man. The burly man laughed sinisterly, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This time, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he waved his 6 arms and quickly blasted forward. Boom! Boom, boom. The 6 arms waved, and each attack was incomparably terrifying. It was as if 6 peerless experts were fighting Lin Xian. The terrifying energy blasted on the black dragon and directly destroyed it. The black lightning bolts were also blasted away, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time someone had been able to shatter his thunderbolt dragon in a direct confrontation. It had to be said that the other party's strength was indeed inconceivably strong. In fact, that 3-headed and 6-armed body was even more sinister. After the burly man succeeded, he sneered, "Your unique skill has been broken by me. Let's see what other tricks you have. But no matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Later, I will break all the bones in your body and drag you back. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me and provoking the wavering light Holy Land." The burly man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His entire being was like a demonic beast, filled with a terrifying aura. "Humph, you're overconfident." Lin Xian coldly snorted, "If you have the ability, you can say these words after you've caught me." Lin Xian roared and once again swung the black dragon fist. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve as well. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul to activate the apocalyptic black dragon fist. This caused the power of the fist technique to increase again. Seeing that Lin Xian was using the same fist technique, the burly man sneered disdainfully. "It's useless. Your fist technique is of no use to me. While he sneered, he swung his three-headed and six-armed body and charged toward Lin Xian with terrifying energy. In the next moment, the two collided. Bang, the earth-shattering collision shattered mountains and rivers. However, this time, the burly man was forced to retreat. What? Impossible. How can your fist technique be improved? He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. It was as if his opponent had no limit. The same fist technique, but the power was stronger each time. Could it be that his opponent had not used all his strength? Thinking of this, the burly man's face was filled with horror. But soon, he shook his head and denied it. Damn it, it's impossible. It's impossible for a small Danzong disciple to have such powerful strength. He must have taken some kind of medicine. The burly man seemed to have grasped something as he said coldly. Kid, I know that you Danzong disciples have a lot of pills. You must have taken some kind of special pill to temporarily increase your strength. But if you want to defeat me, you're dreaming. The burly man roared and attacked again. This time, he pushed his strength to the limit and was determined to capture Lin Xian. His 6 arms kept swinging like bolts of lightning, invincible and causing the void to tremble. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Facing this powerful burly man, Lin Xian also used the 3rd killer move of the Black Dragon Spring. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared in the sky. The sky was filled with dragon shadows, each of them extremely terrifying. The entire void was filled with countless dragon shadows. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 10,000 dragons were born, and nothing could stop it. Boom, in the next moment, the sky full of dragon shadows collided with the 3 heads and 6 arms, emitting a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The entire void cracked rapidly as if countless volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Ah! In the storm, the burly man screamed and was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. All the bones in his body were broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian was unscathed. The aura on his body was getting fiercer. So what if you have 3 heads and 6 arms? In front of me, you're still vulnerable. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. The gale boots on his feet shone with a green light. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. He swung the Black Dragon fist again, carrying the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely fierce and destructive. Ka. With a punch, countless fist shadows surged and broke all 6 of the burly man's arms. Impossible, damn it. How can you be so powerful? The burly man roared crazily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even he was no match for him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. He was like a wild beast, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kid, do you think you've won? You've underestimated the martial artists of the Wavering Light Holy Land. He roared angrily. A ball of golden light appeared behind the burly man, instantly forming a golden domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura circulated crazily, and countless energy streams poured into the burly man's body. In an instant, the burly man's bones were all reconnected under the energy of the king's domain. However, his face was still extremely pale. Kid, you'll pay the price. The burly man looked at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. In the next moment, he activated his domain. Suddenly, a boundless storm surged, and even blood condensed. Finally, a fist-sized blood ball appeared in front of him. The burly man opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano once again. The surrounding domain also produced an endless sea of blood that swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body to resist the sea of blood that filled the sky. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. In an instant, everything around him was sent flying. Nothing could get close to Lin Xian. At this moment, a shocking aura came from the front. After the burly man swallowed a lump of blood, his appearance changed again. Although he still had 3 heads and 6 arms, at this moment, countless golden hair grew on his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic ape. His body also became bigger again, as tall as a small mountain. With a slight movement, the entire void trembled. Roar! After the transformation, the burly man seemed to have lost his mind and directly let out a torrential roar. Then, he quickly rushed over. In an instant, the 6 palms kept slapping. The void trembled, the ground cracked, and a terrifying aura blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain appeared beside him. Then, he activated the dragon sword domain and continued to charge forward. Every attack was like a divine sword slashing down, colliding with the 6 large hands. Bang bang bang, after a dozen or so attacks, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Lin Xian still looked calm, and the burly man's palm cracked again, revealing deep white bones. Impossible. Damn it. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He had already used the king domain and even used his most powerful trump card, but he still couldn't hurt his opponent. He couldn't believe it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. In the next moment, a faint golden light bloomed in his eyes, and then a mysterious Dao pattern appeared. What? On the opposite side, the burly man's expression changed drastically. When he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his entire body trembled. There was even a dull expression on his face. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 nether devil sword and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, transforming into a sharp sword light. He waved the 9 hell devil sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi instantly slashed towards his opponent. Puff! The burly man's head with 3 eyes was instantly cut open. Blood spurted out, and the head rolled to the side. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the entire king's domain instantly disappeared. At this point, the disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land was killed by a single sword strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took his storage ring and left with the Crimson Dragon and the little monkey. The burly man's storage ring was also very rich. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use these supreme-grade subdivine crystals to cultivate. He was already a 3-star king. If he wanted to become a 4-star king, the amount of energy he needed was several times more than before. Therefore, he had to gather energy even more crazily in order to break through. While cultivating the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he also increased his cultivation and strength. However, Lin Xian still lingered in this area and did not leave. This was because he knew that more people from the Wavering Light Holy Land would come. As expected, 6 days later, he met the disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land again. This time, it was even more dangerous. 2 martial artists from the Wavering Light Holy Land appeared at the same time. Lin Xian fought with them, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. In the end, he successfully killed the other party. After collecting the 2 storage rings again, Lin Xian did not stop this time and flew into the distance. It would be difficult to find a single Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the future. Most of them would appear in pairs or groups of 3. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Xian to stay any longer. This was because if he attracted the elders of the Wavering Light Holy Land, it would not be a joke. Not long after Lin Xian left, the nearby cities and countries were also in an uproar. 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land were killed. This was definitely shocking news. In an instant, the news spread all around. After hearing the news, all the martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the Wavering Light Holy Land. Did he want to die? The Wavering Light Holy Land was even more furious. They had just been betrayed by Danzong. Now, someone dared to kill their disciples in public. Moreover, he killed 4 people in a row. This was undoubtedly a slap in their face in public. Therefore, for a time, countless masters took action and swore to catch the murderer. They sealed off the area within a radius of 10,000 miles and began a search. However, Lin Xian had already left vigilantly. Naturally, they did not catch anyone this time. However, they did discover something. They found the bodies of the 4 disciples. After studying them, they directly ruled out the possibility of Mo Tianqi killing them. In the end, they even suspected that it was the Danzong disciple named Lin Xian who killed them. When the news came out, everyone was shocked again. A core disciple of Danzong killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land. No matter how they heard it, it was unbelievable. After all, the Wavering Light Holy Land was a top force on the continent. Danzong was only a subsidiary force. Now, how could a Danzong disciple be so powerful? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land in a row. Many people even thought that the Wavering Light Holy Land had made a mistake. However, the Wavering Light Holy Land did not doubt it. They had elders and masters. After analyzing the bodies, they found that there was a strong destructive aura left on the bodies. There was even a sharp sword aura. All of this matched the information about the Danzong disciple named Lin Xian. Therefore, they concluded that this must be Lin Xian's doing. For a time, they issued a kill order again, and all of their forces were to kill Lin Xian. Once the kill order was issued, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. For many years, the Wavering Light Holy Land had not been so angry. However, recently, they had issued a kill order one after another. First, it was Danzong, Mo Tianqi, and now, a young man named Lin Xian had appeared. This was extremely shocking. Not only that, this was the first time Lin Xian's name had appeared in the eastern wilderness. For a time, everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. How could a little Danzong disciple be so powerful? There must be some secret behind this. Perhaps Lin Xian had some sort of heaven-shaking treasure. For a time, many people were inquiring about Lin Xian. In a primitive dense forest, Lin Xian was cultivating as he hurried along. In the past few days, he had been refining the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals he had obtained. Therefore, during this time, his cultivation had increased rapidly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could become a 4-star king. If he continued forward, he should be in the Hurricane Empire. Lin Xian looked at the map. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew toward the empire in front of him. Let's go. After cultivating in the forest for so long, it's time to take a look at the city. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the country in front of him. At the same time, he let the little white monkey and the crimson dragon return to the black earth. He himself also changed his figure and appearance. Now, he had to be careful. 3 days later, Lin Xian appeared in a city. Appearing on the street and feeling the prosperity around him, Lin Xian's state of mind also changed. In the past month, he had been killing, and his body and mind were tense. Now that he was in the city, he had a certain degree of relaxation. The tension and relaxation had deepened his understanding of the martial path. After finding an inn, Lin Xian took a hot bath and slept. In the next few days, there was nothing much. However, after another 2 days, the atmosphere in the city suddenly became tense. Because a group of powerful martial artists had arrived. These people were all martial artists from the peerless sacred grounds and the top sections. Needless to say, they must have come to pursue Lin Xian. Along the way, they crossed several countries and countless cities. Although they did not find Lin Xian, they still did not give up. F***CK. After chasing for so long, I'm exhausted. Let's find a place to have fun first. Several powerful martial artists went straight to the most prosperous place in the city. Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The most prosperous place in the city occupied a large area. The pavilions were surrounded by clouds and mist, and there were even countless floating palaces. It had to be said that this was indeed a good place. After those martial artists came in, they enjoyed themselves even more. This time, not only the Yaoguang sacred ground came, but also the Myriad Thunder sect, the Carefree sect, the Moon-worshipping sect, and other top sections. These sects all had a grudge against Lin Xian, so at this moment, when the Yaoguang sacred ground was chasing after Lin Xian, they naturally wanted to join in. Because not only did they have a grudge against Lin Xian, but they also suspected that the matter of Hongyu might be related to Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Is that kid with the surname Lin really that strong? He killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land by himself? Asked a warrior of the Carefree sect. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Humph. How could that brat be so powerful? He must have used some despicable means to succeed. The disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly with a gloomy face. At this moment, another person said, "Don't underestimate him. I heard that when he was in the sacred palace, he killed many disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. It seems that he even killed the successor." What? There's actually such a thing? For a moment, many people looked at the moon-worshipping cult. Humph, that's because we were careless. Moreover, he seems to have a mid-grade Earth-step treasure. Just you wait. This time, my moon-worshipping cult must kill him. Speaking of mid-grade Earth-tier artifacts, it seems like one of your 10,000 Thunder Sect's treasures, the 10,000 Lightning Hammer, was also won by the other party. Hearing this, the faces of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples darkened. This matter had always been a disgrace to them. Therefore, this time, they must snatch back the 10,000 Lightning Hammer. This time, we also invited the Tuoba family. No matter how well that brat hides, he won't be able to escape. The disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Sect gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. At this moment, the Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivator said in a low voice, "All right, stop arguing. Since we have the same goal, let's work together and strive to find that brat as soon as possible." The few of them occupied the best place in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators were driven far away and could only stay in a remote corner. However, not long after, Lin Xian walked in from outside. He had been in this city for many days and naturally, he had heard of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Therefore, he decided to take a look today. As expected, as soon as he arrived, he was moved by the scenery and atmosphere of the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. This was indeed a paradise. Now that he had changed his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized. Therefore, he strode into the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. After Lin Xian entered, the surrounding cultivators did not pay attention to him. In the center of the hall, those from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked over. They were here to chase after someone, so they would not let go of any opportunity to interrogate him. However, Lin Xian had changed his appearance and aura, and even suppressed his cultivation to that of a one-star king. Therefore, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the moon-worshipping sect glanced at him with a mocking smile and did not pay attention to him. However, one of the middle-aged men frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered. "What's wrong, Senior Mop?" a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Sect asked. The middle-aged man beside him was naturally from the Mop family. This time, he followed the 10,000 Thunder Sect to capture Lin Xian. The people from the Tuoba family were naturally seeker spirit masters. This middle-aged man had also cultivated a strange eye technique. He could see through illusions. Therefore, the middle-aged man's expression naturally attracted the attention of the 10,000 Thunder Sect. This brat hid his aura and cultivation. The middle-aged man from the Mop family said in a low voice. "What? Hiding his aura and cultivation?" The disciples from the other sects frowned at the sight. "Can you see what's real and fake? Is he Lin Xian in disguise?" However, the middle-aged man from the Mop family shook his head. "I can't see clearly. I don't know if he's the thief we're going to capture. But I know that he's definitely hiding his cultivation and aura." Humph. How can an ordinary person hide his weapon and cultivation? This person must have some secrets that he can't tell others. The disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Sect snorted coldly. "We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. We can't let a suspicious person leave." A trace of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the moon-worshipping sect's disciples. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land snorted coldly. "Capture that person and interrogate him." "That person, I'm talking to you. Come here." A disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Sect stood up and pointed at Lin Xian coldly. This change directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hall. Immediately, many people whispered to each other. "Who is that person? How did he offend the 10,000 Thunder Sect? Who knows? That person's aura is ordinary. I'm afraid he's only a 2 or 2-star king. How dare someone like him offend the 10,000 Thunder Sect? It's over. I'm afraid that guy is dead." Sighs could be heard one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the 10,000 Thunder Sect. This made him very puzzled. In the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. He saw not only the cultivators of the 10,000 Thunder sect, but also the people of the Half-Moon sect, the Carefree sect, and the Yaoguang Holy Land. These people were probably here to hunt him down. However, he had changed his appearance and aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? He had already changed his appearance, aura, and even his cultivation. How was it possible for the other party to discover him? However, when he saw a figure, he understood what was going on. The Tuoba family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the Tuoba family would also come. They were good at using eye techniques. Perhaps they had discovered that he was hiding his cultivation. It seemed that they were only suspicious and could not be sure. Lin Xian figured everything out in an instant. Therefore, he did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he found a table and sat down. "Waiter, serve the wine," Lin Xian said indifferently. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy. How dare they ignore him? This was unbearable. Some of the surrounding martial artists sneered, "Hee, this kid is dead meat. He dares to provoke the Myriad Thunder sect. He will definitely end up miserable. He's probably from the village. He's a hothead who doesn't know the Myriad Thunder sect at all. Whether he knows them or not, he's dead meat. That kid's cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he'll be slapped to death by them." Sure enough, the disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect looked gloomy and ferocious. He said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to crawl over obediently and kneel in front of me to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable." Hearing this, the people of the moon-worshipping sect, the Carefree sect, and the Wavering Light Holy Land sneered. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. Lin Xian did not even raise his head. He said indifferently, "Whose dog is barking here? Quickly take it back." Puff, many people spat out their wine. What? Whose dog is it? This kid is still so arrogant. Is he not afraid of death? Not only were the surrounding martial artists shocked, but even the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land frowned. The other party was so arrogant. Did he have something to rely on? The disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect did not care. His face was gloomy, and his body was surging with killing intent. The other party dared to insult him. He deserved to die. "Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now, go to hell." The 10,000 Thunder sect disciple's voice was filled with cold killing intent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and was about to attack. Below, Lin Xian frowned. He gently put down his wine cup and coldly said, "Noisy, why aren't you slapping him?" As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a resplendent palm and slammed forward. That palm flickered with radiance and was extremely fast. It was like a streak of light as it instantly arrived in front of the 10,000 Thunder sect's disciple. Pa, with a crisp sound, that disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. She even subconsciously covered her face. Shocking, it was too shocking. Someone had actually sent a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect flying with a single slap. This was definitely a shocking event. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still very weak. It was only at the level of a one-star king. However, at this moment, they knew that the other party was definitely hiding his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was absolutely terrifying. Who was he? What was his background? For a moment, countless discussions sounded. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. Sure enough, the other party was hiding his cultivation level, and he had hidden a lot of it. That slap just now had shocked them greatly. To be able to send a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect flying with a single slap, the other party was definitely not simple. As for that disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect, he struggled to get up, his entire body surging with killing intent. Half of his face was like a pig's head, and his teeth were all broken. Shame, a huge shame, to think that as a disciple of the Myriad Thunder sect, he was actually sent flying with a single slap in public. This was definitely a huge shame. He had to kill the other party to wash away this shame. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, "Kid, I want you dead." As he spoke, he charged towards Lin Xian like a crazy beast. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, he bent his finger and flicked it quickly. Suddenly, a sharp finger light turned into a shocking sword chi, piercing forward. Lightning rushing fist, the myriad thunder sect disciple also waved his fist, carrying an incomparably violent lightning aura. Bang bang, in an earth-shattering collision, that terrifying fist shadow was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the myriad thunder sect disciple's body was also penetrated in an instant. Puff, blood spurted out, and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. The myriad thunder sect disciple directly fell to the ground. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who is that person? He's too strong. He killed the myriad thunder sect disciple with a raise of his hand. Is he not afraid of the myriad thunder sect's revenge? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. Now, they no longer dared to look down on him. In front, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, the moon-worshipping cult, and the unfettered sect also frowned. As for the other myriad thunder sect disciples, their faces were gloomy. They stood up one by one, their cold eyes fixed on Lin Xian. "You dare to kill my myriad thunder sect disciple? Get over here and accept your death. Kneel down obediently, cripple your own arms, and beg us like a dog. Otherwise, you're dead." Cold shouts came one after another. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, "So what if I killed him? If you're not convinced, then attack." While speaking, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Although he changed his appearance and looked ordinary at the moment, his eyes were incomparably deep. Buzz, therefore, when his gaze swept the surroundings, it immediately brought about an invisible pressure, causing everyone to tremble. Even the people of the myriad thunder sect on the opposite side frowned. "Brat, who are you?" the unfettered sect disciple asked in a deep voice. The myriad thunder sect disciple snorted coldly, "Speak, are you that Danzong's traitor, Lin Xian?" Lin Xian, hearing this, everyone gasped. They were extremely shocked. During this period, Lin Xian's name often spread in the eastern wilderness. It was said that his cultivation was not high, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He had even killed 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It could be said that Lin Xian was very mysterious recently. No one had expected that they would actually discover someone who seemed to be Lin Xian here. "Yes or no, what's the difference?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Humph, whether you are or not, you dared to kill my myriad thunder sect disciple. Today is the day you die. Isn't that it?" Lin Xian shrugged. "Then do you think I have to answer you? Brat, you're courting death." Feeling that they had been played, the myriad thunder sect disciple was extremely irritable. His murderous aura surged, causing the entire hall to tremble. However, at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, he was like a stabilizing needle, calming down the violent airflow. An expert, everyone was shocked. The old man said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't fight in the Cloud Mountain Pavilion. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Old mister, you worry too much. We naturally won't fight here." The Wavering Light Holy Lands people also stood up and said in a deep voice. "Kid, do you dare to fight to the death outside? I'm afraid you can't keep up with my speed." Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around abruptly. Then, his figure flickered and he left the city. "You're courting death." The myriad thunder sect's people snorted coldly. Their figures flickered and they also turned into lightning and left. Behind them, the Wavering Light Holy Land, moon-worshipping cult, and carefree sect's cultivators also moved. "Let's go and see." The other cultivators in the hall also hurried to follow. However, after following for a while, they all gave up. That was because the other party's speed was too fast, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian took the lead, turning into a streak of light and flying away. Although the other party had more people, there were no almighty experts, so he was not afraid at all. Because with his current speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Behind him, the 3 myriad thunder sect's disciples looked gloomy. They flew at full speed, emitting a powerful lightning aura, like a sudden clap of thunder, piercing through the void. Damn it! How can his speed be so fast? The myriad thunder sect's cultivators looked gloomy. They cultivated the lightning Dao, so their speed was much faster than cultivators of the same level. But they did not expect that they could not catch up with the other party. This greatly shocked them. Damn it, hurry up and attack. We can't let that kid get away. While speaking, one of the myriad thunder sect's disciples shouted coldly and stretched out his hand, grabbing toward the front. In the next moment, countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, forming a blue sea of lightning that covered the entire sky. Rumble, amidst the sea of lightning, a palm covered in lightning appeared. It had the aura of covering the sky and earth as it ruthlessly slammed forward. In front of him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The surrounding sword chi surged, and the dragon sword domain quickly appeared. Following that, the dragon sword domain vibrated, forming a resplendent sword light. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. This sword light was too sharp. It spread out in all directions like a tide. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the void, and the nearby mountains and forests were also cut apart. The ferocious lightning claw was cut into countless pieces by the sword light. Pung pung pung, before it could reach Lin Xian, it disappeared without a trace. What? It was actually destroyed. The pupils of the 10,000 Thunder Sect's disciples shrank when they saw this scene. He did not expect his opponent's strength to be so terrifying that he could instantly destroy his attack. Humph. Watch me. On the other side, a cultivator from the moon-worshipping cult also roared in anger. Bright Moon Divine Fist. When Xiaoqian punched out, the moonlight flickered. It was like a real moon had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying aura swept everything away as it flew forward at high speed. On the other side, the people from the Carefree sect also attacked. Their bodies glowed with resplendent light as they continuously struck out countless palm shadows. It was like a hurricane that filled the sky, strange and fast. In an instant, countless terrifying attacks enveloped Lin Xian in front of them. Boom boom, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain slashed horizontally, and a huge crack appeared in the void. That crack was very dark, like a bottomless black hole. It caused all the energy flying from behind to rush into the black crack. In the blink of an eye, the black crack swallowed up all the attacks. What? He dodged all of them. This is impossible. Behind them, the cultivators were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were all elites of the large sections. When they joined forces, no one could contend against them. However, that man was able to effortlessly block all of their attacks. He was unharmed. This was too surprising for them. After Lin Xian blocked all of their attacks, he did not stop. Now, it was his turn to attack. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light. Then, it quickly expanded and enveloped 3 cultivators in an instant. Inside were 2 disciples of the Myriad Thunder sect and 1 of the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. The 3 of them were enveloped by endless sword light as if they had entered a world of swords. In the sky and on the ground, in all directions, there was incomparably terrifying sword chi. This caused the 3 cultivators' expressions to become abnormally ugly. The 3 of them furiously roared as they hurriedly unleashed their king's domains. Bang bang bang, in the next moment, their king domains collided with Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Haha, kid, go to hell. No matter how strong you are, you can't block the 3 of our domains. You dare to provoke us, you really don't know what death is. The 3 of them sneered and used the power of their domains to fiercely attack Lin Xian. You are the ones who don't know what death is. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palms together. The dragon sword domain bloomed with an even more resplendent light. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi were extremely sharp. Then, these sword chi carried the power of the domain and quickly slashed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the 3 king domains. The intense collision caused the void to collapse. In an instant, the 3 king domains dimmed by a lot. On the other hand, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was still bright and extremely sharp. Damn it, how could this be? This doesn't make sense. The three of them had ugly expressions and looked terrified. When the three of them joined forces and unleashed their king domains, it was absolutely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to contend against it alone. However, the other party blocked it. Not only that, but it also caused a lot of damage to their domains. Damn it. What kind of domain does the other party have? The three of them had ugly expressions. Not long after, the three of their domains directly cracked with a bang. The three cultivators also vomited blood and fell from the sky. When the cultivators chasing behind saw this scene, they were even more shocked. They did not expect that the pursuing troops in the lead would be defeated so quickly. What kind of method did the other party use? They were extremely shocked. A cultivator from the Xianxia sect quickly waved his hand and immediately formed a hurricane that caught the three falling cultivators. Another disciple of the Xianxia sect let out a long cry. Then, a pair of almost translucent wind wings appeared on the disciple's back. They were a few meters long and carried with them a strong wind power. On the wings, there were strange runes that flowed and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh, the two wings flapped and the cultivator of the Xianxia sect instantly arrived near Lin Xian. Whoosh, the carefree sect martial artist flapped his wings and arrived near Lin Xian in an instant. Gale palm. The carefree sect martial artist waved his palms. Suddenly, the air currents in the sky swirled and formed two terrifying palms, blocking Lin Xian's path. Well done! The wavering light sacred ground martial artists were overjoyed. As long as they could stop Lin Xian, they would be able to capture him with their strength and means. With his path blocked, Lin Xian did not continue to fly. Instead, he stopped in the void. He turned around and looked behind him coldly. There were 6 people left. Although it was a little tricky, he and the Crimson Dragon were enough to deal with them. He waved his sleeve and the Crimson Dragon flew out. Wooji Wooji the little white monkey also volunteered to fight. At this moment, the wavering light sacred ground martial artists arrived. They stared coldly at Lin Xian. Boy, come back with us obediently, or you're dead. Such a sneaky person must be very suspicious. Show your true face quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Cut the crap. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and appeared in front of a martial artist in an instant. Then, he threw out a punch. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Violent energy gushed out and sent a moon-worshipping cult's disciple flying with a punch. What? He's so fast. Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank. They did not even catch a trace of Lin Xian just now. This caused a sense of fear to rise in their hearts. The wavering light sacred ground disciple's face turned ugly when he saw this. Gale boots. You're Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had changed his appearance, he could not confirm it. However, he knew about the pair of green boots on Lin Xian's feet. It was a treasure of a disciple of the wavering light sacred ground. However, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It must be Lin Xian. You're right. I'm Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent his opponent flying with a punch. Lin Xian said indifferently. What? You really are that thief? Hearing this, those people were all shocked. They didn't expect that this suspicious person was indeed the Lin Xian they were tracking. Haha, kid. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Today is the day you die. A disciple of the Xiaoyao sect laughed maniacally. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sect and the moon-worshipping cult, their expressions were ferocious. You dare to provoke us? Kneel down and accept your death. The disciple of the wavering light sacred land harumphed coldly. Kid, tell me your secrets and tell me where Hong Yu is, and I'll let you live. With just the few of you, you won't be able to make me stay. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and then used the dragon sword spirit domain again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also released a red domain, covering the front. Woo, woo, woo. The snow-white little monkey's eyes flickered, ready to strike at any moment. You're courting death. The disciple of the wavering light sacred land shouted angrily. He found that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack him. What made him angrier was that Lin Xian didn't want to fight him alone. In addition to trapping him, there was another disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Xian wanted to fight two people alone. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, he roared and struck out with his palm. Holy light palm. An incomparably vast palm, accompanied by a startling radiance, violently slammed towards Lin Xian with terrifying power. It seemed that he wanted to destroy Lin Xian's domain. The huge holy light palm covered the sky and collided with the dragon sword spirit domain. The terrifying aura swept up thousands of waves, and the surrounding space shook violently. Kill, Lin Xian coldly snorted. In the dragon sword spirit domain, countless sword chi rolled and formed a huge holy light sword. It directly collided with the holy light palm. Puff! The holy light palm was cut open by the sword. How is this possible? The disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land looked pale. At the same time, the disciple of the Xiaoyao sect attacked. In fact, when Lin Xian was fighting with the disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, the martial artist had already made his move. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his back and flapped gently. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his arm and countless wind blades surrounded him, forming a huge wind sword. He stabbed at Lin Xian's back. Puff, the sword pierced through. Got him. The martial artist of the Xiaoyao sect was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He realized that the figure that was pierced through was gradually fading and then dissipating like the wind. Afterimage. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he had only pierced an afterimage. Oh no. In the next moment, his heart raced and he quickly dodged. However, he was still a little too slow. An incomparably violent black fist landed directly on his body. The violent destructive aura severely injured the martial artist of the Xiaoyao sect. Damn it, a piece of trash. Seeing this, the disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land looked pale. He didn't expect the martial artist of the Xiaoyao sect to be such a piece of trash. In just one move, he was severely injured. Piece of trash? Lin Xian snorted. Don't look down on him because you'll end up like him soon. Kid, you're courting death. The disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land was furious. He had never been looked down on like this before. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright light. Dazzling golden light surrounded him, making him look like a divine Buddha. Then, the disciple waved his hand and struck out terrifying golden palms. The palms were huge and carried countless rings of light. The power contained in them was even more terrifying. It could be said that even a 6-star king wouldn't dare to fight against it. Moreover, these palms covered the sky and covered the earth and were all aimed at Lin Xian. Raging dragon rips the sky. Lin Xian shouted and punched out. The terrifying fist print condensed into a black dragon. The dragon's claws waved and tore the entire void apart. Huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance, tearing all the golden palms in the sky into pieces. Damn kid, go to hell. The disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land roared. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. So in the next moment, he flicked his finger and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The golden spear was extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void collapsed. Not only that, the golden light flowed and surrounded it with an unusually sharp feeling. There were even golden flames dancing on it. Earthgrade treasure, golden flame spear, boom, the spear pierced out and golden light bloomed in the sky. A huge golden spear light descended from the sky. It was extremely sharp and charged at Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword from the dragon sword realm. Then, he waved the sword and slashed forward. The black sword light surrounded it and carried a sharp aura. As he waved, the sword light flashed and shot into the sky. Combined with the power of the dragon sword realm, it slashed forward. Suddenly, a terrifying collision sound was heard. The golden spear radiance that filled the sky was forced to retreat. Puff, not only that, the warrior from the Yaoguang sacred land was hit by the sword radiance and was sent flying, vomiting blood. How could this be? His face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. It made him feel a sense of despair. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The nine darkness demonic sword in his hand combined with the power of the dragon sword realm. The terrifying aura was extremely strong, a black sword radiance that was almost 1,000 feet long slashed forward quickly. It covered the sky and the earth and split the void. No! The warrior from the Yaoguang sacred land roared crazily as his body was instantly swallowed by the black sword radiance. Not only him, but the other warriors who were fighting with the Crimson Dragon were also shocked when they saw the sword radiance and kept retreating. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. The aura emitted by the sword radiance alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. One could imagine how terrifying it was to face the sword radiance head-on. For a moment, everyone looked forward in amazement. They wanted to know what happened to the warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land. When the black sword radiance disappeared, everyone gasped and their eyes were filled with horror. The warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land were killed and split in half. That scene was truly unbelievable. Previously, they had only heard rumors of Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle strength. He was able to kill 4 warriors from the Yaoguang sacred land. They even thought that he had used some despicable means to assassinate the 4 disciples. But now that they saw this scene, they knew that most of the rumors were true. His combat strength was incredible and it was very likely that he had killed the 4 disciples. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled and they even felt like running away. Boy, you've settled it so quickly. At the side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 warriors and said, I wanted to play with you, but now it seems that I have to end it early. You're courting death. How dare a snake speak so arrogantly? Watch me kill you. The 3 of them roared madly. If Lin Xian had stopped them, perhaps they would have been afraid. But now, a mere 4-legged snake actually dared to look down on them. This drove them crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them roared and used their secret techniques to attack the Crimson Dragon. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon's entire body was glowing with red light. Its meter-long body suddenly expanded. There was a trace of mysterious dragon blood flowing on it. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. What? The dragon race. Seeing this, the remaining 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that the 4-legged snake in front of them was actually a dragon. This made their hearts beat even more wildly. The dragon race was an incomparably mysterious and legendary creature. At this moment, he actually appeared in front of them. Thinking of this, they immediately turned around and ran. You want to run? Stay here for Benhuang. The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved its claws. Tyrant Dragon Fist, it struck out 9 times in a row, and 9 incomparably vast red dragon claws appeared in the void. As it waved its claws, the void collapsed and completely enveloped the 3 martial artists in an instant. The 3 disciples of the large sex were directly slapped into a bloody mist. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, the power of the Crimson Dragon was also revealed. In the past, he had lost his dragon essence and his cultivation level had decreased greatly, so it could only be reflected in the inscription of formations. Now, as his cultivation base slowly recovered, his battle prowess gradually became more terrifying. With his dragon race body and the many secret techniques in his hands, he was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. In an instant, all the martial artists who were chasing after Lin Xian were killed. However, one of them was still alive, and that was the middle-aged man from the Mop family. However, he was not feeling well either. At this moment, he was being played around by the little white monkey. The little white monkey's origin was incomparably mysterious. Although it did not cultivate much, its strength had been increasing along with Lin Xian and the others. In particular, its speed was not even slower than Lin Xian's when he used the demigods and semi-devils. In addition to its furry little claws, a slap from it could make even a King Realm master dizzy. Therefore, although the middle-aged man from the Mop family was a seeker spiritual master, he could control the spirit meridian. However, at this moment, in the little white monkey's hands, he was so angry that he vomited blood. It's over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword realm immediately enveloped the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Bang! Bang, bang! Sword chi swept across the sky and directly killed the middle-aged man from the Tuoba family. Next, the three of them began to collect the spoils of war. They took everything that could be used and those that could not be used. Some of the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, pills, and spiritual herbs were directly consumed. As for the weapons and cultivation methods that could not be used, they were first thrown aside to be auctioned off later. Then, Lin Xian and the other two soared into the sky and flew into the distance. However, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stopped, looked around, and shouted coldly. "Who is it? Come out." His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the void to tremble. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn because he also felt that there seemed to be someone nearby spying on them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "Hee, good lad. You are indeed alert. You actually discovered our presence." A cold laugh was heard. Then, the void trembled, and two figures appeared. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura and a cold-killing intent. Seeing the other party, Lin Xian frowned. The other party's aura was too powerful, far surpassing that of the disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Needless to say, these two should be troublesome seniors. The Crimson Dragon also warned, "Lad, be careful. These two are real six-star kings. They are extremely powerful." In front of them, there were two figures, one fat and one thin. They looked very strange. Their auras were as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. The fat elder narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. He sneered and asked, "You are the Lin Xian that the Wavering Light Sacred Land wants to capture? No wonder the Wavering Light Sacred Land would pay such a high price to kill you. You were able to kill the disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Land so easily. I have to say, your strength is indeed shocking." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were even more shocked. The other party had been observing them since the beginning of the battle. This sent chills down their spines. Because they did not notice the other party's presence at all. "I am." Lin Xian snorted and did not hide it anymore. His bones changed and returned to normal. "It is indeed you." Seeing this, the thin elder sneered. "Lad, come back with us obediently. We don't have to kill you. We just need to hand you over to the Yaoguang Sacred Land. However, if you dare to resist, I'll definitely break all the bones in your body. Not only that, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You'll wish you were dead." The skinny old man grinned. Anyway, the Yaoguang Sacred Land's requirement was that he was still breathing. "You two sure talk big." Lin Xian snorted. "Tell me your names." "I don't kill trash." "You're courting death." "Grandpa, we're the Northwest Ghost Duo." "Surrender obediently. That's the best way for you to live." "What the hell? Never heard of it." Lin Xian snorted as a bright light burst out from his eyes. "If you want to capture me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Along with his words, countless sword lights shot out from his body and lit up the entire sky. Not only that, but the dragon sword territory around him fluctuated as thousands of sword lights pierced through the sky. "Kid, you dare to fight with the Northwest Ghost Duo? Looks like you're really an idiot." The fat old man sneered as he took a step forward. The aura on his body erupted again. Then, he stretched out his palm. Suddenly, endless cold air emerged as if it was a world of ice and snow, causing people to tremble. Black Ice Palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with ice flashing and the entire space was instantly frozen. The massive power of frost shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. Behind him, the skinny old man sneered and did not make a move. Because he believed that one of them could subdue the other party. The Crimson Dragon did not make a move either. He watched the battlefield nervously and was always on guard against the skinny old man. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted as he waved his palm. The dragon sword territory around him trembled as countless sword lights shot out quickly. It was extremely sharp as it slashed forward. Ka. Suddenly, the ice in the sky was mercilessly slashed apart, creating a vacuum. However, the other party was indeed powerful. Although the cold air was slashed apart, it was still terrifying. It connected with each other and formed a world of ice and snow. It seemed to freeze all the sword chi. Not only that, but the entire space was also filled with blue frost in an instant. Then, they turned into huge icicles and stabbed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was pierced through. One could imagine how sharp those ice thorns were. It turned out that unknowingly, the fat old man had also unleashed his own frost domain. Countless pieces of ice covered the sky, and the entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. Kid, it's over. Trapped by my frost domain, you can't escape at all. A cold smile appeared on the fat old man's face. His frost domain was extremely terrifying. If martial artists of the same level entered, they would not be able to escape, let alone a young brat. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His pupils shrank, and all the hair on his body stood on end. A strange sword light instantly appeared in front of the fat old man. What's going on? The fat old man's expression changed greatly because he hadn't noticed how the sword chi had appeared before. However, the fierce aura it carried made him tremble all over. This was too shocking for him. One had to know that his frost domain did not only have sharp attacks like icicles. The cold air could even slow down a martial artist's speed. If one's cultivation was weak, even the blood in their body would be frozen in this frost domain. Not to mention emitting such a terrifying sword light. This was not something that a human could do at all. However, the fat old man was also impressive. Even if such a terrifying sword light appeared in front of him, he still reacted quickly. His figure retreated quickly, and at the same time, his palms kept waving. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air formed ice mountains, blocking in front of him. Bang bang bang, however, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. After piercing through 5 ice mountains in a row, the terrifying sword light slashed towards the fat old man once again. Damn it! The fat old man roared, opened his mouth and spat out a blue ice shield, blocking in front of him. Bang, the fierce sword light collided with it, stirring up thousands of waves. However, the blue ice shield was very hard and finally blocked the sword light. However, the fat old man kept retreating. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he be so strong? The fat old man was horrified. In his king domain, he was the ruler. However, his opponent seemed to be even more terrifying than him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Roar of ice. Suddenly, snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and cold air surged, forming a hurricane that swept towards Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary hurricane, but one that was combined with the power of the frost domain. An ordinary 6-star king would be turned into an ice sculpture by this cold wind. Humph. 6-god sword technique. With a cold snort, 2 figures appeared behind Lin Xian. They carried the power of the entire domain and charged towards him quickly. These were 2 sword shadows. Under the effect of the dragon sword domain, they were extremely sharp. Puff puff puff, in an instant, the cold air that filled the sky was completely cut open. Not only that, Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and merged with the 2 sword shadows. Then, he slashed out a shocking sword chi. This sword chi turned into a huge dragon, roaring and rushing, and instantly collided with the frost domain. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the blue frost domain and it exploded with a loud bang. Puff, as for the fat old man, he was also sent flying, his face extremely pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fat old man looked extremely frightened. Damn it! How is this possible? He's only a 3-star king. How can he have such powerful strength? He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a relatively powerful existence among the 6-star kings. Cultivators of the same level could not even last 10 moves in his hands. However, a 3-star king had now easily shattered his king domain. He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted and attacked again with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He did not care who the other party was. Since he dared to target him, he had to pay the price. The 9 darkness demonic sword moved, and countless sword lights slashed forward like a tide. Pung pung pung, the fat old man raised a blue ice shield and kept blocking the attacks. Every attack made him spit out blood. Fortunately, this blue ice shield was an earthgrade treasure, so it did not shatter. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sword chi long ago. Even so, he was still severely injured and would not be able to hold on for much longer. The Northwest Ghost Duo is only SOSO. Since you dared to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's gale boots suddenly burst out with light. Whoosh, in the next moment, his speed instantly increased. Almost at the same time, for crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out around the fat old man. This speed was too fast. No matter how strong the fat old man was, he could not block it at all. Just as the fat old man was about to be killed by these sharp sword chi, a furious roar came from behind. It turned out that the skinny old man, who had been watching the battle, could not help but make a move. Previously, he had been watching the battle with a sneer because he thought that the fat old man alone could easily deal with the other party. However, he did not expect the change in the battle to be beyond his expectations. The other party was too strong. His companion, the fat old man, was almost beaten to the point where he could not fight back. He was even going to be killed. Therefore, he could not care less and decisively made a move. A large hand reached out and instantly rescued the fat old man. The next moment, the two of them stood side by side and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, do you want me to make a move?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "It's okay, I'll play with them. Let me see what's so great about the Northwest Twin Ghosts. How dare you have designs on me?" Hearing this, the faces of the Northwest Ghost Duo darkened. How dare the other party be so arrogant and challenge the two of them alone? This made them extremely angry, but then, the two of them sneered. Well, since the other party was arrogant, it was just right for them to make a move. Thinking of this, they roared angrily and quickly charged forward. Buzz! Buzz, in an instant, the two kings' domains overlapped and enveloped Lin Xian. One was the fat old man's ice domain. The other was the old man's Black Sea domain. The two of them together were extremely terrifying. "Kid, you're too arrogant. You don't know how powerful the Northwest Ghost Duo is." The fat old man's face was ferocious. "In a one-on-one fight, we might not be very strong. But together, we can erupt with several times the power. Today is the day you die." Lin Xian snorted. "How dare a loser like you talk so big? Come and die." As he spoke, he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, creating countless sword shadows that lined up in a row and slashed forward. At the same time, the fat old man was furious. He activated his ice domain and charged forward again. Although his ice domain had been severely damaged, at this moment, when he and the skinny old man joined forces, their power was even stronger than before. In the sky, 7 icy light pillars quickly appeared, emitting a cold aura like the spears of gods and demons. In the next moment, they collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. However, this time around, what was strange was that the frost thorns were not broken. Instead, they instantly turned into seawater. It was incomparably soft, and it quickly enveloped the sword chi, continuously consuming the energy of the sword chi. Soon, the sword chi dimmed, and its strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The alliance of the Northwest Ghost Duo was indeed very strange. At that moment, the thin old man sneered. "Brat, stop struggling. With the two of us working together, we can switch between ice and water. You can't do anything about it." The transition between ice and water, the combination of hardness and softness, this was indeed an ultimate move that was very difficult to break. The reason why the two of them were confident that they could capture Lin Xian was because their domains could complement each other. Sure enough, countless amounts of seawater gushed out from the thin old man's domain and instantly surrounded Lin Xian. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi gushed out from his body, instantly cutting the seawater apart. The sliced seawater surged, and countless water droplets rapidly rolled in the air. Then, they instantly turned into countless frost thorns. Like hidden weapons, they instantly filled the sky. The void was instantly pierced, and countless tiny cracks appeared. This kind of attack could be said to be very strange. Even if a 6-star king was paying attention, he would be hit instantly. Fortunately, Lin Xian was very strong and had many ultimate moves. His figure swayed, and a huge azure dragon divine shield instantly formed around him. The frost thorns that filled the sky collided with the azure dragon divine shield, causing a series of explosions that sounded like thunder. Let's see how long you can hide. The Northwest Ghost duo worked together and repeatedly launched terrifying attacks, causing Lin Xian to be in a dilemma. Humph. Let's see how long your shield can last. A 3-star king's strength definitely doesn't have as much spiritual energy as ours. When you run out of spiritual energy, it will be your death. The two of them sneered. Indeed, the difference between a 6-star king and a 3-star king was not only the difference in strength and domain, but also the difference in the amount of spiritual energy, recovery ability, and utilization. Using ultimate moves so frequently like this would deplete a 3-star king's spiritual energy very quickly. When that time came, he would not be able to replenish his energy and would not be able to use his ultimate move. A 6-star king was different. Their spiritual energy was more than 10 times that of a 3-star king. This kind of difference could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, in the Northwest Ghost duo's opinion, Lin Xian's spiritual energy would be depleted very soon. At that time, he would not be able to use his ultimate move to block their attacks. However, after 100 moves, the two of them frowned. This was because according to their estimation, their opponent's spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. However, their opponent's attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, they were getting stronger and stronger. The two of them were at a disadvantage. Damn it, what's going on? How can that kid have so much spiritual energy? Could it be that he took some pills? The two of them were very confused because they realized that Lin Xian did not take any pills at all, but his spiritual energy did not decrease at all. This made the two of them extremely shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian roared, "Don't bother. I'll send you on your way now." He flipped his palm and took out the 10,000 beast ding. Then, he quickly activated it. Immediately, black flames flew out of the 10,000 beast ding and swept out in all directions. The ice and seawater that filled the sky melted and evaporated in an instant. They could not get close to Lin Xian at all. Not only that, but their king domains were also affected. Oh no! Retreat! Seeing that their opponent could still take out such terrifying black flames, the two of them were shocked. They realized that the two of them were actually restrained. This made them unable to believe it. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. That kid is too difficult to deal with. Let's retreat first. The Northwest Ghost duo's expressions were ugly. They realized that with their current strength, they could not take down their opponent at all. Therefore, the two of them quickly retreated. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, blue cold air surged forward. Ka, sea god's ice, the void froze in an instant, and ice dragons appeared from all directions, blocking their path. What? An ice-type martial artist? That's impossible. The two of them felt their scalps go numb as if they had seen a ghost. How could their opponent be an ice-type martial artist? They would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. One had to know that their opponent's sword chi was sharp and fierce. He should be a swordsman. However, not long after, he took out the black flames. Now, he took out the terrifying ice. A martial artist could cultivate many skills, but it was impossible for them to be so terrifying in every aspect. However, their opponent seemed to have broken this rule and actually did it. This made them unable to believe it. The fat old man, in particular, had a look of horror on his face. He realized that Lin Xian's ice was even more terrifying than his own ice aura. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen. Damn it, is this the legendary sea god's ice? The chubby old man's expression was horrified and ugly. In the next moment, he screamed even louder. He realized that Lin Xian had appeared behind him in an instant. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and a pair of pitch-black dragon claws danced quickly. They instantly hit the chubby old man's body and tore him in half. No! Seeing this, the skinny old man roared crazily. He did not expect his companion to be killed in an instant. He could not accept this. Die, brat! The skinny old man stopped running and turned around to attack with his palms. Boom, the void trembled, and endless seawater gushed out. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into a huge lake. There was endless seawater in the sky and on the ground. The skinny old man's aura rose again. Boundless ocean. He struck out with his palms, and two huge waves that were thousands of feet tall turned into two palms that pounced on Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian waved his palms, and the sea god's eyes shone again. The endless power of ice froze the two palms. Not only that, but the lake within 100 miles was also frozen into ice. In fact, even the body of that skinny old man was frozen in midair by the ice. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian struck out with a sharp sword light and directly cut his opponent in half. Since then, the Northwest Ghost duo had ended their lives in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he arrived below. This battle was more dangerous than when he killed the disciples of the sacred lands. The Northwest Ghost duo were indeed seniors. They were 6-star kings, and they were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many ultimate moves, and with the longevity art, his spiritual energy was stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Only then could he win. Otherwise, no matter how many ultimate moves he had, he wouldn't be able to use them if he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Next, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. However, they did not know that there were a few figures below the forest where they were fighting. Among them was a mysterious middle-aged man and a few white-haired old men. One of them was Tuoba Yulong of the Tuoba family. The others were also elders, but their auras didn't seem to be any weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. Needless to say, these people were all extremely powerful seeker spirit masters. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a blue lightning robe. His entire body carried an incomparably violent aura. Myriad Thunder Sect, this middle-aged man was an expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sect. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men were still searching the underground. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as if they were searching for something. His hands continued to form seals, forming numerous dragon-shaped chi. Then, the three of them quickly searched and discussed with each other. At this time, the middle-aged man in the blue lightning robe asked in a deep voice, "How is it, the three of you?" "Mr. Wan, your guess is correct. This should be an ancient ruin." "An ancient ruin?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lightning robe smiled faintly. "After searching for so long, we finally found it. This should be the remains of an ancient sect. If we can obtain the treasures inside, perhaps our Myriad Thunder sect can take another step forward and become a peerless sacred land." The middle-aged man's eyes shone with astonishing light. Then, he said to the other three, "This information must be sealed properly. When we return to the Myriad Thunder sect, we'll discuss the grand plan." "Of course." Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men nodded. However, at this time, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, the people on the ground frowned. The middle-aged man in particular had a sharp look in his eyes. He'd just said not to leak the information, and this had happened. Was someone nearby spying on them? Someone must be fighting. Tuoba Yulong's eyes shone brightly. Before he could finish, an extremely cold air seeped into the ground from below. A layer of blue ice crystals even appeared around the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong. What a terrifying cold air. Everyone was shocked. Someone was indeed fighting, and it was near them. "Let this old man see who it is." Tuoba Yulong held his walking stick and looked up. The next moment, his eyes shone with purple light, like two divine rainbows, and quickly streaked through the void. "What? It's him?" Soon, Tuoba Yulong's body trembled, and his face darkened. "Who is it?" Seeing Tuoba Yulong's expression, the others were puzzled. Who could make Tuoba Yulong so angry? "It's that Lin Xian, that damned brat." "What? Lin Xian? You mean that Lin Xian that the wavering light sacred land is chasing?" The other two old men were also shocked. Even the middle-aged man started to frown. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wan, this Lin Xian not only has a grudge with our Tuoba family, but also with your Myriad Thunder sect. Last time in the Sacred Hall, it was this brat who not only killed the Myriad Thunder sect's disciples, but also stole a treasure of the Myriad Thunder Saint, the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Should we make a move now and take him down?" Firstly, we can avenge ourselves. Secondly, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this, the other two old men were also excited. The Heaven's Legacy race was related to the existence of the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. Seeker spirit masters like them all cultivated eye techniques, but none of their eye techniques could compare to the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. If they could obtain the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. However, the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back. Ignore that brat for now. Open the entrance to the ancient ruins. As for the grudge between the Myriad Thunder sect and that brat, I will naturally resolve it. Our current plan is to obtain the ancient ruins. After all, even if that brat really did have the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race, he would only be able to create one expert. If they obtained the ancient ruins, the entire Myriad Thunder sect would be able to ascend. I believe I don't need to remind the three of you which is more important, right? Yes, we will definitely help the Myriad Thunder sect obtain the ancient ruins. Tuoba Yulong and the other two said quickly. The middle-aged man said with a smile, don't worry, we will definitely not treat the three of you unfairly once we obtain the ancient ruins. On the ground, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. The two of them were about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something. On the ground, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Next, the two of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a strange feeling. It was a very strange feeling, so Lin Xian activated his Heavenly Secret Divine Eye and looked around. His eyes emitted a faint golden light. Soon, he discovered that there were several auras underground in the vicinity. Those auras were very powerful, like true dragons in hibernation. One of them was even stronger than the Northwest Ghost duo. There are still people here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that so many experts were hidden in an ordinary forest. However, from the looks of it, they did not seem to be coming for him. Is there something underground? Lin Xian was curious and wanted to investigate more carefully. Underground, Tuoba Yulong and the other two worked together again, preparing to explore the ancient ruins below. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Tuoba Yulong and the other two also stopped what they were doing and frowned, because someone was spying on them. They had set up a large formation to conceal their presence, so ordinary people would not discover their existence at all. However, someone was actually spying on them. It was truly shocking. It's that damned Lin Xian. He actually discovered this place. Tuoba Yulong's expression was ugly. That kid had also cultivated a mysterious eye technique. He did not expect that he would be able to see this place. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since he's discovered us, we can't let him live. The three of you, please continue to explore here. I'll go take care of that kid. With that, his figure flickered, and he disappeared underground. Outside, Lin Xian activated his Heavenly Secret Divine Eye and naturally passed through the concealment formation. He discovered that there seemed to be an incredible treasure below. However, before he could take a closer look, the void suddenly split open, and then an enormous and cold killing intent instantly surged out. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian immediately stopped activating his Heavenly Secret Divine Eye, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared in an instant. He could not let others know that he had the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye, or the entire world would probably go crazy to hunt him down. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face and black hair that danced wildly in the wind. He was wearing a blue lightning robe that fit his body perfectly. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds in the air. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet another enemy here. However, what made him even more curious was, what were the people of the 10,000 Thunder sect doing underground? Could it be that he had really found some treasure? You're that Lin Xian? Opposite him, the middle-aged man spoke coldly. His gaze was like a sharp blade. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You're also here to capture me?" "Capture you?" The middle-aged man sneered. "There's no need for that. Even if there is a secret of the Tianji clan, it should be in the hands of Mo Tianji. You're just a little disciple of Danzong. You can't possibly know any secrets. It's just luck that you were able to escape from the Wavering Light Sacred Land's pursuit. Then why are you still here? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party wasn't here to capture him. Because you saw something you shouldn't have seen. We have to get you out. The middle-aged man was very direct. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Something I shouldn't have seen? Lin Xian smiled. It seems that there is indeed a treasure below. A treasure that your 10,000 Thunder sect cares so much about must be a shocking treasure. Maybe it's an ancient relic. You're very smart, but smart people don't live long. Hearing this, the killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes became sharper. Since the other party had already guessed it, he couldn't let him live. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey, asking them to sneak into the underground to find out what the treasure was. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey received the voice transmission. They sneaked into the void and disappeared. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Xian fleeing into the distance, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to make a move here because he was afraid that he would destroy the ancient relic below. Since Lin Xian wanted to escape, it was the best choice for him. Therefore, he flashed and followed Lin Xian unhurriedly. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. The middle-aged man behind him also stopped and looked at Lin Xian coldly. At this distance, I shouldn't be able to destroy the treasures underground, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You're really concerned about a lot of things. I think you should worry about your own life first. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian was still thinking about the treasure below. It seemed like he didn't know how to spell the word death. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the middle-aged man's body. Like a wave, it swept out in all directions. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. In the surrounding void, countless lightning bolts spread and turned into a boundless sea of lightning. It was terrifying and roaring. Crackle, huge divine lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Lin Xian as if they were going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The black shadow of the fist was like an angry dragon. It rushed into the sky and tore the thunderclouds apart. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The destructive aura on his body exploded in an instant. Even the surrounding sea of lightning dimmed a little. You're quite capable. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and sneered. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Thunderbird. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and turned into countless strange bluebirds. They were surrounded by lightning and were as sharp as knives as they rushed down quickly. The entire sky was overturned in an instant as the powerful lightning aura pierced through the void. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded. Lin Xian waved his fist and used the apocalyptic black dragon fist. His fist technique was monstrous. Every strike exploded a group of thunderbirds. Terrifying waves of air rolled in the sky and the area within 1,000 miles collapsed quickly. Thunderclap ninth heaven. The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect his opponent's fist technique to be so violent that it could destroy his army of thunderbirds in an instant. However, in the next moment, he raised his hands and struck out with both palms. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and turned into a wave that rushed forward. There were a total of 9 layers in total. The Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was an extremely terrifying martial art of the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, it was used by the middle-aged man and was extremely violent. Waving both palms, 9 huge waves of lightning were formed. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this wasn't even the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that this move had a total of 9 strikes, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. It was as if these lightning seas could be superimposed. When it reached the 9th strike, the power was absolutely terrifying. It was unimaginable, and no one could resist it. This middle-aged man used such a terrifying killing move on Lin Xian from the beginning. It was very obvious that the killing intent in his heart had already been extinguished. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The other party's strength was really too powerful, even far surpassing the Northwest twin ghosts from before. Facing the incomparably violent thunderclap ninth heaven, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. In the next moment, he roared, and the aura in his body suddenly erupted. A black aura of destruction enveloped. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. Waving both fists, terrifying fist shadows were densely packed, similarly forming a black sea wave, carrying a destructive aura as it charged forward. Although the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was terrifying, his Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was also incomparably terrifying. At this moment, combined with the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was even more astonishing. In the next moment, the boundless black sea wave collided with the lightning sea that filled the sky, causing an intense collision. The void quickly collapsed, and one black hole after another appeared. Very soon, the first layer of lightning sea wave was quickly shattered under the power of the black fist shadows. Following that, the second layer of lightning sea wave quickly rushed over, and the black fist shadows that filled the sky also dimmed quite a bit. However, it still carried a shocking destructive power. In the end, the black fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the second type of lightning power, and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. However, the third bolt of lightning was still heading straight for Lin Xian. Thunderclap ninth heaven, each layer was stronger than the previous. The third layer was incomparably terrifying, and its power was even more terrifying than the first two layers combined. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly swung his fist and delivered a killing blow. Thunderclap Dragon. The dragon shadow roared, and lightning surrounded it. A huge black dragon shadow quickly rushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging forward. Very soon, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of lightning were shattered under this thunderclap dragon. The thunderclap dragon also roared and directly exploded with a loud bang. Humph, I'll see how many layers you can block. Seeing that the first 5 layers of lightning had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. However, he wasn't too worried because he was very confident in his thunderclap ninth heaven. Furthermore, the power of lightning after the 5th level was even more terrifying. Every single one of his attacks was capable of killing a 6-star king. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, his expression extremely solemn. Indeed, the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven was extremely terrifying. Up until now, he had only broken through the first 5 stages. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong pushed his Great Dragon Sword Soul and destructive aura to their limits as he punched out with both fists. Furious Dragon rips the heavens. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the sky like 2 black mountains. With a forceful tear, a black crack appeared in the entire space. The black crack extended rapidly towards the 6th layer of the Thunder Sea. Crack crack, boom, the void once again fell into chaos, and the 6th lightning sea was instantly torn in half. Immediately after, the 7th layer also quickly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, the 2 black dragon claws also became dim. They were pierced by countless lightning bolts and were covered in wounds. Rumble, the 8th lightning sea was extremely terrifying. With just one attack, it directly shattered the 2 black dragon claws. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression had already turned cold. This was because he didn't expect the other party to actually have such strength to be able to destroy his 7th lightning sea. One had to know that ordinary 6-star kings couldn't do this. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He didn't expect that his 2 ultimate attacks still couldn't break the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, at the next moment, Lin Xian waved his fist again and struck out the 3rd killing move of the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Layers of dragon shadows, a deep dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, countless black rays of light soared and turned into black dragons in the sky, roaring non-stop. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, the sky was completely filled with countless dragon shadows, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, these dragon shadows that filled the sky collided with the last 2 lightning bolts, resulting in a shocking explosion. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly enveloped, and countless mountains were directly turned into powder. Large swathes of the earth collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. This collision was too terrifying, as if it was destroying the world. Damn it! How is this possible? It's actually all shattered. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression was abnormally gloomy. He didn't expect that his ultimate move, the thunderclap ninth heaven, would actually be destroyed by the other party. He couldn't believe it. At the next moment, his expression was cold as he let out a long roar. Under his feet, mysterious lightning runes appeared and quickly spread in all directions. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. Immediately, the clouds in the sky rolled, and 6 huge lightning bolts descended like heavenly pillars. In an instant, the space was sealed. And Lin Xian was also enveloped within. Flying Thunder God Formation. The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he roared. Immediately, the 6 huge lightning pillars bloomed, and the lightning surged, turning into shocking energy that surged toward Lin Xian. For a moment, the countless black dragon figures around Lin Xian were penetrated by these lightning bolts. Not only that, these lightning bolts didn't stop, and were still flying quickly toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. At the next moment, countless energy exploded, completely drowning that place. It's over. Seeing that he had really hit the other party this time, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Thunder sect in the distance revealed a sinister smile. However, at the next moment, his smile froze, and even his expression became very unsightly. Because in front of him, in the boundless sea of lightning, a green light lit up and directly pierced through the sea of clouds. After that, countless green sword lights soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At the next moment, the surrounding lightning was ruthlessly cut open. Boom! Lin Xian's figure appeared again, and around him, a green domain shone. He's not dead. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was cold. He didn't expect the other party to have such strength. Good boy, it seems that I've really underestimated you. But do you think you're safe like this? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and light lit up under his feet. Then, he cooperated with the 6 lightning pillars in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying lightning domain was formed, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the dragon sword domain. Boy, in my lightning domain, you have no way to survive. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian snorted coldly, unmoved. The middle-aged man sneered, you don't have to provoke me. Although you're very strong, you're still not my match. If you were given a few more decades, you might really be able to surpass me. But now, you have no chance of winning at all. The middle-aged man was very confident. With a wave of his hand, the 6 heavenly lightning pillars in the Thunder Sea domain began to spin rapidly. On top of it, mysterious lightning runes appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The horrifying power of thunder and lightning transformed into numerous thunder blades that slashed at Lin Xian at high speed. These lightning blades were abnormally sharp and could easily cut through the void. This was a great divine ability that could communicate with the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and use it for oneself. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword spiritual domain. Immediately, countless sharp sword chi soared into the sky and swept in all directions. It collided with the lightning blades that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Although those lightning blades were terrifying, they were unable to resist Lin Xian's sword chi. In an instant, a large number of lightning blades were cut in half. However, this was a great divine ability after all. Therefore, even though many lightning blades were cut in half, more lightning blades emerged from the 6 heavenly lightning pillars and charged towards Lin Xian. It was endless, as if there was no limit. It's useless. No matter how sharp your sword chi is, so what? My thunder blade is limitless. It will only disappear when I kill you. The middle-aged man sneered as a cold light bloomed in his eyes. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sharp rainbow and quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the dragon sword domain to resist. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Kid, stop struggling. It's useless. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you saw a secret that you didn't dare to see. Naturally, I can only silence you. the middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The sword chi on his body was resplendent and suddenly exploded. A sharp aura swept out in all directions. All the surrounding lightning blades were blown away. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding dragon sword realm's aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and his entire person was like a sword light, instantly dashing into the distance. Wherever he passed, countless lightning blades were completely shattered. Nothing could stop Lin Xian's advance. In an instant, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the other party could actually increase his combat strength. This was simply too inconceivable. The other party was just a puny 3-star king. Even if he was a genius, he would still be able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. But after fighting for so long, he probably didn't have much strength left, right? However, the other party was actually able to increase his aura and even kill his way to the front. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. Damn it, what kind of secret does this brat have? He did not believe that an ordinary 3-star king could be so terrifying. But now, there was no time for him to think about it. Because a sharp sword chi was slashing towards him at high speed. The sea of lightning around him was also instantly cut open, creating a vacuum. Humph, with a cold snort, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and a thunder drum quickly appeared before him. The drum grew bigger and turned into a wall of lightning. Boom! Boom, boom. The sharp sword chi collided with the thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision sound. Terrifying sound waves and sword chi rushed out in all directions, piercing through the void. This thunder drum was an earth-rank treasure and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the sword chi naturally did not cut it open. However, that powerful force still made the middle-aged man continuously retreat, and a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Xian's sharp sword aura had injured him. Lin Xian was greatly surprised when he saw that this sword chi actually did not cut open the thunder drum. However, he also knew how terrifying an earth-rank treasure was. It would probably be very difficult for him to shatter it. However, if the other party wanted to rely on an earth-rank treasure to block his attack, that was a fool's dream. I'll let you know the consequences of chasing after me. Lin Xian shouted coldly, pulled out the 9-hell demon sword, and attacked again. With a slash of the sword, the black sword light was extremely sharp. Fusing the power of the 9-hell demon sword and the dragon sword domain, it was terrifying to the extreme. The void was sliced open in an instant. The surrounding lightning sea was even annihilated by these sword chi. This was like a sword of death. Everywhere it passed, nothing could block it. In front of my myriad thunder drum, you can't stir up any waves at all. Ahead, the middle-aged man's expression was ice cold. He revolved his power, controlling the myriad thunder drum in front of him. This myriad thunder drum was also a treasure. On top of it were lines of lightning patterns, incomparably mysterious. At this moment, it was akin to a lightning mountain blocking in front of the middle-aged man, carrying out defense. Bang! Bang, boom! The sword chi slashed down, colliding with the myriad thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision once again. But this time, the myriad thunder drum produced a change. That drum surface trembled non-stop, forming a rebounding force, even bouncing back quite a bit of sword chi. Brat, have a taste of your own sword chi. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and continued to control the myriad thunder drum, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this myriad thunder drum actually had the power to rebound. In the face of the oncoming sword chi, his body swayed, and he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a stream of light, instantly dodging the sword chi that filled the sky. Seeing that Lin Xian was not injured, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. That was because Lin Xian's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him extremely shocked. Damn it, who is this brat? How can he be so strong? He was simply too shocked. Lin Xian's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Such a person definitely could not be just a small Danzong disciple. No, he could not let Lin Xian live any longer. Otherwise, in a few decades, he would be an extremely terrifying existence. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had decided that he had to eliminate Lin Xian today. He could not allow a tiger to grow in the future. Brat, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. But it is precisely because of this that I have to kill you. The middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. Then, he clasped his hands together. Immediately, the 6 light pillars in the distance rapidly converged towards Lin Xian. The 6 lightning pillars continuously compressed the space, causing Lin Xian's range of movement to become smaller and smaller. This was the middle-aged man's estimation. He knew that Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Even if he used his ultimate move, he might not be able to hit him. That was why he compressed the space, making it impossible for Lin Xian to escape. The 6 lightning pillars, together with his thunder and lightning territory, formed an extremely terrifying space of pressure. Lin Xian could only break it with a powerful force. Otherwise, there was no way he could escape. However, with such a terrifying force, even the middle-aged man himself might not be able to break it, let alone Lin Xian. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was doomed this time. Lin Xian's nerves were also tense. He did not expect the middle-aged man to be able to suppress his speed. He had to admit that the middle-aged man was indeed a powerful opponent. However, it was impossible for him to trap Lin Xian. However, it was indeed impossible to trap him. Moreover, he did not intend to waste any more of his energy with the other party because he was worried that a stronger martial artist would appear at any time. After all, the treasure below seemed to be no small matter. Therefore, in the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the dragon sword territory. The dragon-headed sword body was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a sharp aura that could destroy everything. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the middle-aged man opposite him felt his hair stand on end. He felt a great sense of danger, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, what is that? The middle-aged man looked into the distance in horror. He did not expect the other party to have the ability to kill him. In the next moment, Lin Xian grasped the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, a surging sharp aura erupted from his body and swept all around. A huge sword shadow circled around his body, like a real dragon circling around him. The sword shadow grew larger and more solid. It was like a heavenly divine sword that emitted a terrifying aura. The sea of lightning around him was instantly wiped out. Even the 6 heaven-reaching lightning pillars that were flying over from afar had dimmed. It was as if nothing could resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's scalp went numb. He roared and put his palms together again. He frantically activated the 6 heavenly lightning pillars, wanting to quickly kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. This was because he had no confidence that he could resist Lin Xian's sword. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and activated the dragon sword territory to the extreme. Then, he held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and slashed out. Boom, the huge sword chi slashed down, bringing about a terrifying storm. The 6 heavenly lightning pillars were instantly cut in half. Not only that, the void in front of him was torn apart by the terrifying sword light and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man roared crazily. Countless lightning bolts circled behind him, forming a pair of lightning wings that flapped rapidly. He turned into a stream of starlight and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was simply too fast. It was as if the sword chi alone had sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the true dragon sword chi arrived above the middle-aged man and was about to land. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his scalp went numb. He realized that he couldn't fight back at all. However, he didn't want to die here, so in this critical moment, he could only sacrifice his Earth-step treasure, the myriad thunder drum. Explode, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he detonated his 10,000 thunder drum, instantly forming a shocking explosion. The energy of an Earth-step treasure's explosion was far too terrifying. In an instant, a terrifying storm was formed to resist the true dragon sword chi. Soon, the true dragon sword chi slashed down, forming a terrifying energy ball that completely engulfed the area in front of it. Lin Xian activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and looked over. He realized that in the end, the other party still managed to escape. However, even though the other party had managed to escape, he had sustained severe injuries. Most likely, his fighting prowess had dropped significantly, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Humph, consider yourself lucky to run fast. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Using the dragon-shaped sword qi just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much energy left. If the other party hadn't detonated his Earth-step treasure, the energy formed would have been terrifying. The other party definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this sword. He sighed and sat down to rest. At the same time, he used a secret sound transmission to call the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey back. Not long after, a red light flashed. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey had returned. How was it? Did you kill that person? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He escaped. He detonated his Earth-step treasure in the end and escaped with his life. Detonated his Earth-step treasure, the Crimson Dragon was shocked. It seemed that this guy was really a decisive person. Let's not talk about him. How are things on your side? Lin Xian asked again. You guessed right. It's indeed an ancient ruin. It seems that the Myriad Thunder sect has joined forces with the Tuoba family to occupy the ancient ruin. Two forces want to occupy the entire ancient ruin? What a big appetite. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We absolutely can't let them succeed. Of course. Why don't we attack them now and catch them off guard? No need. The ancient ruin must have a lot of restrictions. Let them have a headache trying to break it. It's better for us to sit back and reap the benefits. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, also, spread this news. The more people know, the better. Kid, you want to fish in troubled waters? I like it. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Although the two of them were powerful, they couldn't contend against two major forces. However, if this matter was known by everyone, it would definitely attract countless martial artists. As long as they mixed in with the crowd, they could secretly obtain it. Lin Xian rested for a while and then set out with the Crimson Dragon to spread the news. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong and the other two were still thinking of ways to explore the ancient ruin. They didn't realize that Crimson Shenong and the little white monkey were spying on them. Whoosh, suddenly, the void rippled and a figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, his body trembled and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wan. Tuoba Yulong and the other two turned back and found that the wretched figure was actually a middle-aged man from the Myriad Thunder sect. Their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Wan, how did you become like this? Did a mighty figure attack? Tuoba Yulong was nervous. In their opinion, only a mighty figure could injure the middle-aged man so severely. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quickly took out a few sacred healing pills to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his life was no longer in danger, his face was still abnormally pale. Damn kid, I'll definitely have my revenge. Tuoba Yulong and the other two's eyelids twitched. What? It wasn't a mighty figure, but that little bastard Lin Xian. The three of them were too shocked. That kid is too strange. His combat strength is very strong. But no matter how strong he is, he can forget about snatching the treasures from us. Don't worry, I've already informed the sect. Someone will be here soon. Sure enough, a few days later, a few more powerful figures arrived. Among them were middle-aged men and a few seniors. Their auras were abnormally powerful. Elder. The middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong hurriedly bowed. However, not long after, another group of people arrived. Among them, apart from the mighty figures, there was also an extremely old man. A living fossil, the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong were shocked. They didn't expect a living fossil elder to come. The middle-aged man, Tuoba Yulong, and the others were shocked. They did not expect a living fossil elder to come. The middle-aged man quickly bowed. Ancestor, why did you come personally? I had no choice, the living fossil elder said indifferently. Not long ago, many major forces were spreading a piece of news. They said that an ancient ruin was found here, and it contained a huge amount of treasure. Right now, many powers are sending people to investigate. If I didn't come, the treasures would have fallen into the hands of others. What? Tuoba Yulong and the middle-aged man's expressions turned ugly. Damn it, the news was leaked. Impossible. The news was very secretive, and we set up a peerless formation. No one can see it clearly. No, there's someone who knows. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. That damned brat, he leaked the news. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces and skin him alive. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He naturally knew that there was someone else who knew about the news. That person was Lin Xian. It was likely that Lin Xian was the one who leaked the news of this place. The elders of the Myriad Thunder sect also turned gloomy after hearing that. You mean the brat that the Wavering Light Sacred Land is trying to kill? They did not expect a mere Danzong disciple, a 3-star king, to ruin their plan. Don't let me see him, or I'll make him suffer. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Someone will take care of him. You mean the Wavering Light Sacred Land? The middle-aged man also revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, as long as the news about the brat was leaked, the experts in the world would try their best to kill him for the reward from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Haha, as long as he shows up this time, he'll be dead for sure. However, Tuoba Yulong and the others were worried. But so many sects know about it. I'm afraid it'll be bad for us. So what if so many sects know? Our Myriad Thunder sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, we were the first to discover this place. No matter what, we have an innate advantage. The group discussed for a while, then sped up and quickly broke through the entrance of the ancient relic. As long as they could enter in advance, it didn't matter if others found out. In the outside world, thanks to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, everyone knew about the ancient ruins. This news even overshadowed the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order. After all, the bounty order and the news of the Heaven's Legacy race were very difficult to complete. It would be very difficult to find them in a short period of time. However, the ancient ruins were different. They were right there. Furthermore, it wouldn't be long before it appeared in front of everyone. For a time, everyone temporarily gave up on the Wavering Light Sacred Land's bounty order and the search for the Heaven's Legacy race. They were all prepared to explore the ancient ruins. The entire eastern wasteland began to move. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in the sky above the primeval forest. These were all kings who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. They were pacing back and forth in the surroundings. Boom, a massive aura gushed out. It was as though an ancient mountain was pressing down on the void. Many martial artists in the surroundings were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Almighty! Everyone raised their heads to look at the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. As expected, the underground treasure had attracted a mighty figure. When everyone saw the scene, they couldn't help but spit out saliva. However, not long after, they went completely crazy. That was because after that imposing figure, several equally powerful figures appeared. Each of their auras swept across the world. They were all mighty figures. It was probably the first time in recent years that so many mighty figures had appeared together. Terrifying auras appeared in the sky and pressed down on the surroundings. Fortunately, these mighty figures quickly retracted their auras and landed on the ground. They did not make a move. Otherwise, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles would definitely be destroyed in an instant. In the following days, more and more experts arrived. Countless lightning bolts descended, turning into a sea of lightning. Powerful auras pierced through the void. Then, many figures appeared in the sea of lightning. All of them had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were from the Myriad Thunder sect, everyone exclaimed. They knew that the underground treasure was first discovered by the Myriad Thunder sect. However, someone had spread the news. It seemed that the Myriad Thunder sect could no longer hold back and had sent out a large number of martial artists to compete for the treasure. A full moon descended from the sky, shining bright moonlight all over the ground. Then, countless figures appeared in the garden. They were like immortals that people looked up to. Moon-worshipping sect. Countless figures flew over from the sky. Each of them had a pair of translucent wings on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they formed a strong hurricane that swept across the world. They were from the Carefree sect. In addition, there were also the Five Elements sect and the Moon Palace. These were all peerless sections. They were extremely terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures and elders, there were also many young disciples from these sections. These young disciples were outstanding and had powerful auras. Each of them had a sharp and confident look on their faces. For this kind of exploration of ancient ruins, all the major sects would send their young disciples to train themselves. After all, in this true spirit world, flowers in a greenhouse could not grow. Only by experiencing countless storms could one become a peerless expert. Everyone looked at the figures in shock. However, the void trembled again. Countless rays of light descended, turning into a silver river that reversed the 9 heavens. It was as if a golden path had descended from the heavenly palace to the ground. Under the golden light, countless powerful figures appeared. Each of them was extremely fierce. They were even stronger than those peerless sections. Wavering light sacred land. Everyone gasped. They did not expect that even the wavering light sacred land would come. Damn. That's the wavering light saint, right? Everyone looked into the distance and exclaimed. They discovered that there was a handsome young man in the wavering light sacred land's team. He was tall and straight, covered in golden light. There were 108 rings of light revolving behind him. It was incomparably bright. It really is the wavering light saint. This wavering light saint is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that his strength is terrifying. Even many of the older generation are not his match. Yeah, I heard that he is very powerful among the younger generation. He has never been defeated since his debut. Some even say that he has the attitude of a young great emperor. Hearing this, many people gasped. Great emperor was an existence that everyone in the true spirit world yearned for. However, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. It was like a natural chasm in front of everyone. Not to mention these ordinary warriors, even those brilliant peerless geniuses might not be able to become a great emperor. It could be said that the path of a great emperor was a very cruel martial path. One had to step on countless blood and bones to reach the throne of a great emperor. Since ancient times, there had only been a few great emperors. Each of them was an existence that could crush the ages and push the 8 desolates away. And these great emperors had already displayed heaven-defying strength when they were young. It was rumored that when these great emperors were young, they were invincible and could sweep through the entire true spirit world. Only such people could become great emperors. And now, it was rumored that the wavering light saint had the bearing of a young great emperor. It was simply too shocking. After the wavering light sacred land, more and more terrifying forces arrived. As for Lin Xian, he was also hidden within the surrounding crowd. This time, he changed his appearance and hid his aura. He also carried a formation personally inscribed by the Crimson Dragon. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a mysterious celestial spirit master, no one would discover his true appearance. In front, the major forces didn't make a move. Instead, they joined forces and prepared to break the formation together. Because it was useless to fight now. When they reached the ancient ruins, they would rely on their own ability to obtain the treasures. These peerless sects and peerless sacred lands had all brought terrifying formation masters and spirit masters. They worked together to break the formation. In front of them, the ground was torn apart and a black hole appeared. Below it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. And those top formation masters and spirit masters had all entered the underground to quickly break the formation. Ordinary martial artists could only feel wave after wave of terrifying energy gushing out from the ground. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were hiding in the crowd, so they could see it clearly. They discovered that strange and mysterious patterns were flying out of the ground and spreading in all directions. Obviously, this was the work of those top formation masters and spirit masters. However, breaking the formation wasn't as simple as imagined. This operation lasted for 3 days. However, the formation of the ancient ruins hadn't been opened yet. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But those peerless sacred lands and peerless sects were still able to remain calm. Sure enough, after another 2 days, an incomparably terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the ground. The energy was like a wave, suddenly erupting and sweeping in all directions. Many people were even directly blown away by this energy. At this moment, ecstatic sounds came from below the ground. Haha! It's broken! It's finally broken! Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also became excited. After 5 days, the combined efforts of 100 top-notch masters had finally removed the ancient restriction. The spirit chi below became more and more intense. Then, it turned into countless rays of light, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, everyone was watching with rapt attention. Even the Almighties had serious expressions. Finally, the light disappeared, and a vermilion door appeared in front of him. The door was simple and unadorned, emitting a desolate aura. They were like 2 huge red mountains, standing firmly in front of him. Once they opened the red door, they would be able to enter the primordial ruins. Tuoba Yulong leaned on his walking stick. His face was covered in sweat, but his eyes were burning with passion. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. There must be countless treasures in this ancient ruin, perhaps there would even be some rare and precious elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. If he could obtain one, then this trip would definitely not be in vain. For a moment, all the warriors stared at the vermilion door in front of them. The eyes of Lin Xian and the crimson dragon flickered. At this moment, a almighty in the sky snorted coldly. Since we found the entrance, what are we waiting for? Let's just push the door open and enter. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and blasted forward. Immediately, the wind and clouds surged and changed sharply, forming 2 huge green palms that pushed forward. This was the power of Almighty. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the pair of green palms arrived in front of the red door. Boom! The violent aura made everyone tremble. At this moment, countless warriors retreated frantically, afraid of being affected by the energy. In the next moment, the green palms slammed into the vermilion door, erupting with resplendent light. This attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, there were countless experts here suppressing the void. Otherwise, just this palm alone would be enough to destroy a radius of 10,000 miles. However, everyone's expression was very ugly. In fact, the warriors were stunned. Because they realized that the vermilion door did not open after such a terrifying attack. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Almighty who attacked earlier had an ugly expression. He did not expect that the vermilion door would be so sturdy, under his palm, it could not be shaken. At this moment, the living fossil elder of the 10,000 Thunder sect said in a deep voice. This should not be an ordinary energy door. There was probably a trace of rule power on it. The power of laws. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. That was a magical power that only a sage could master, it seemed that. This ancient ruin was definitely not ordinary. At least there used to be a sage. Otherwise, the power of laws would not appear. After hearing that, the faces of those almighties became even uglier. Although they were extremely powerful and could destroy mountains and rivers and tear apart the void, however, they could not shake the power of laws. Because they were not in the same realm at all. Then what should we do? None of us can break the power of laws? Could it be that we really can't enter this time? Those almighties had ugly expressions. However, an elder of the wavering light sacred land shook his head. This door has existed for countless years, and the energy of laws on it is already very weak. It can be said that it's about to disappear. Against such energy, it's not impossible for us to join forces. Yes, let's join forces and attack. An elder of the Gu family also said in a deep voice. Okay, let's join forces. The living fossil elder of the Myriad Thunder sect also nodded. Then, his figure flickered and he took a step forward. At the same time, an elder of the wavering light sacred land and an elder of the Gu family also appeared in the sky. In addition, 2 other almighties appeared. The aura of these 5 people was so powerful that it crushed the void like a god fiend. In the next moment, the 5 of them joined forces and blasted toward the vermilion door in front of them. Boom, a shocking bolt of lightning, like the 9 heavens' divine thunder, lit up the entire sky and blasted forward. It was the living fossil of the Myriad Thunder sect. The attack of such a figure was extremely terrifying. In fact, just the aftermath alone made everyone's scalp go numb, and they felt as if they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, he attacked the vermilion door. Otherwise, if this attack hit the ground, the entire primeval forest would be destroyed mercilessly. Not only him, but the elder of the Wavering Light's sacred land and the elder of the Gu family also attacked. A bright light blasted forward like a godfiend's palm. On the other side, the elder of the Gu family pointed his finger. Azure Dragon Finger, the sharp finger light transformed into an azure dragon, spiraling and roaring as it shot out. The other two almighties also attacked with their full strength. 5 attacks blasted toward the vermilion door together. The scene was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and endless light scattered in all directions. At that moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was illuminated. In front of them, the crimson door slowly opened under this energy. "It's open." Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic and excited. The 5 peerless powerhouses had joined forces and finally opened the crimson door. Everyone looked to the front, extremely excited. "Let's go in. Charge." In an instant, countless figures rose into the air and flew forward. The other major powers also quickly entered the area. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and followed silently. Finally, he could enter the ancient ruins. He wondered what treasures he would get this time. Soon, he was wrapped in a bright light. After flying for an unknown period of time, it was as if time and space had changed. Finally, the white light around Lin Xian disappeared, and he appeared in the void. Buzz, however, in the next moment, he realized that he could not fly anymore. He quickly descended. Damn, what's going on? Fortunately, there was endless seawater below him. Lin Xian fell directly into the sea and did not suffer any injuries. What is this place? It's too strange. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The ancient ruins seemed to be a world of its own, and there seemed to be strange rules here. He realized that he could not fly here. It seemed that even mobilizing the spiritual energy around him was difficult. Lin Xian frowned. The crimson dragon also came out and observed carefully. Then, it said in a deep voice, "There are powerful rules here, different from the outside world. This can only be done by at least a sage." Moreover, it was not an ordinary sage. "Kid, be careful. Don't waste your spiritual energy." Special rules? Lin Xian was also very surprised. This place was indeed strange. Then, he looked around and realized that he was surrounded by an endless sea, and no one else appeared here. Random teleportation. Lin Xian was no stranger to this situation. However, this was also good. Those people had entered with the elders of the sects and families. If they were here, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to contend against them. But now, everyone was randomly teleported. As long as he did not encounter any powerful beings, he had no fear of the other younger generations. He might even be able to snatch some treasures from those people. At the same time, the people who had entered before also began to rapidly search for treasures and opportunities. However, they didn't know that after they entered, the red door didn't close. The forces that arrived later also sent people in one after another. For a moment, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. However, Lin Xian was still unaware of all this. He was now stepping on the seawater and moving forward quickly. However, during this period, he did not encounter a single person. Instead, he killed many sea monsters. A few days later, Lin Xian discovered that many figures had appeared in the surrounding waters. This surprised him greatly. At this moment, He-Tu sent a voice transmission, "Kid, be careful. It seems like a new force has joined." Lin Xian looked around and nodded. Indeed, there were some people that he had not seen before. He guessed that they should be the forces that had entered later. As there were more and more people around, a great battle soon broke out. In fact, the surrounding seawater was even dyed red. Lin Xian looked around coldly and continued to move forward. However, at this moment, a few figures blocked his path. There were a total of 4 people. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras were powerful. They stared coldly at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, how dare you come here alone to search for treasures? It seems like you're really courting death. Hand over your storage ring obediently and I can spare your life. The few of them said coldly. After they arrived, they realized that they couldn't use the surrounding spiritual energy. Therefore, the subdivine crystals and elixirs in everyone's hands became extremely precious. Otherwise, if they consumed too much spiritual energy, it would take a long time for them to recover by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In this primordial ruin, they could be killed if they were not careful. Therefore, they had to have enough subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands to maintain their strength and not be killed. The four people in front of them obviously had their eyes on Lin Xian. They realized that Lin Xian was acting alone. So what if he was strong? He was definitely not a match for the four of them. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. These people actually had their eyes on him. They really didn't know what was good for them. Originally, he didn't want to attack these people. However, since they had sent themselves to him, he had no choice but to attack. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then get lost. I can spare your lives. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the four people in front of him sneered with disdain and mockery. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. What did he say? He actually wants us to kowtow and apologize? He's not going to kill us? Kid, did you soak in the seawater for too long and water got into your brain? You're just a 3-star king. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who do you think you are? A martial artist from the Holy Land? Or a disciple of a clan of the ancients? Humph. Hurry up and kneel down, cripple your own arms, and hand over your storage ring. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Our patience is limited. I advise you not to court death. The four people snorted coldly with cold-killing intent. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Ruzalong, do it. In the next moment, the crimson dragon flew out of his sleeve and attacked together with Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian still dared to attack, the four martial artists in front of him snorted coldly and quickly attacked as well. Boom, a terrifying attack quickly appeared and was about to hit Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the four of them froze. The light that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. Two of the disciples had a bloody hole between their eyebrows. As for the other two disciples, 2 dragon claws appeared on their bodies. Their hearts were hollowed out. Pung pung pung, in the next moment, the four of them fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Lin Xian snorted coldly and put away their storage rings. Seeing that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had killed 4 powerful kings in one move, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They even retreated quickly, not daring to provoke Lin Xian again. Obviously, they thought that Lin Xian was a powerful demon king, and no one dared to attack him. After intimidating the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian continued on his journey. One day later, he discovered a small black dot on the surface of the sea in the distance. An island. Lin Xian knew that an island must have appeared in front of him. Therefore, he increased his speed. Lin Xian couldn't fly now, so he had to walk on water. Even so, his speed was terrifying to the extreme. This was because he wanted to conserve energy. Otherwise, he would be even faster. Sure enough, as Lin Xian ran quickly, the black spot in front of him became bigger and bigger. It was indeed an island. It was about 1,000 miles in size and wasn't particularly big. At the top, there were tall black mountains and a black forest. It was very strange. However, after searching for so many days, there was nothing but the sea. Now that he saw an island, Lin Xian naturally wanted to go up and check it out. However, just as he approached the island, a group of people flew over from the opposite sea at the same time. These people's auras were tyrannical and even had a murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, these people blocked Lin Xian's path. Among them, a black-skinned burly man shouted coldly. "Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can come." This burly man's aura was monstrous, and there was even a dense demonic aura surrounding him. It was as if a demon had come out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. These people should be half demons with the bloodline of the demon clan. Bloodline of the demon clan. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party had such a terrifying aura. However, no matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't block his path. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Get lost. That island is ownerless. Anyone can go up. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. Shameless boasting. A puny 3-star king dares to speak so arrogantly? Kid, I don't want to kill you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll slap you into a bloody mist. The burly man snorted coldly, and the warriors around him also sneered. Humph, seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give way, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he waved his fists, and the Armageddon Black Dragon fist rushed out. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The purple-haired man flew into a rage. His opponent was just a trifling 3-star king, yet he dared to attack him. He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he also raised his palm, which turned into a purple light, and slapped forward. The purple beast claw was extremely sharp, and there were purple scales on it. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as it ruthlessly smashed forward. For a moment, the seawater was blasted away and scattered to the sides. This terrifying attack caused many people in the distance to cry out in alarm. In the next moment, the two collided, forming an extremely terrifying energy storm. It stirred up the surrounding seawater, and suddenly, countless waves crashed in all directions. It was so much so that a vacuum appeared beneath their feet. Pung, the fist shadows that filled the sky disappeared. At the same time, the purple-clothed man also retreated. A wisp of anger and shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a puny 3-star king would possess such terrifying strength and be able to force him back with a single punch. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. Suddenly, his body expanded, and his two palms turned into purple beast claws. The scales on the claws were shining, and it was extremely terrifying. Brat, you dare to provoke me? Go to hell. The purple-clothed man roared and launched another fierce attack. This attack was even more terrifying than before. The purple light covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura shook the sea, and black holes appeared one after another. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The violent energy in his body also surged out, and the apocalyptic black dragon fist swept out in all directions. The battle between the two was too terrifying, and it caused the entire sea to tremble. The surrounding martial artists were extremely frightened. That purple-clothed man was from the Demon King Palace, right? His strength was extremely terrifying, but who was that young man? He was actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that he was also a martial artist from the Peerless Sanctuary? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Boom, another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the purple-clothed man was sent flying, and his face was filled with horror. Damn it, impossible. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? Brat, who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you block my way? Today, you must pay the price. Hearing this, the purple-clothed man's face turned ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and did not take the other party seriously at all. He thought that the other party was an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. But now, it seemed that he was completely wrong. The other party's strength was extremely powerful, and it even exceeded his expectations. However, the other party's attitude made him extremely angry. The other party actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was intolerable. Brat, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. But you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me? What a joke. Originally, I just didn't want to expend too much energy. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish today. With that, the purple-clothed man let out a long roar. In an instant, the entire sea region trembled along with it. Not only that, the purple-clothed man's body bloomed with a bright light. Streaks of purple demon chi quickly appeared and surrounded him. In the next moment, countless purple scales appeared on his body, and a tail appeared behind him. It was ferocious and terrifying. After transforming into a demon beast, the purple-clothed man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His entire being was like a demon king, extremely fierce. He's really from the Demon King Palace. He has the demon clan's bloodline. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this bloodline was indeed strange. At least now, the other party's aura was much more powerful than before. After the purple-clothed man transformed into a demon beast, he immediately stomped his foot, and the sea below instantly exploded. Then, he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! Boom, boom! The purple-clothed beast waved its terrifying claws and charged forward with a powerful force. Lin Xian brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist to resist. The momentum was like two mountains colliding in the air. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Indeed, after the purple-clothed man transformed, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, the demon chi on the purple-clothed man's body had a certain effect on martial artists. However, it did not have much of an effect on him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's sharp sword light appeared around him and enveloped him. The sword light even shone and directly destroyed the surrounding demon chi. Thunderbolt Dragon, Lin Xian also increased his combat strength and punched out. Suddenly, a huge black dragon flew out from his hand and quickly rushed forward. Boom, another loud sound was heard, and the purple-clothed man was sent flying again. What? He was sent flying again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The purple-robed man roared madly. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline and a ball of purple flames rose from his body. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that the purple-robed man still had some tricks up his sleeve. He did not want to waste too much energy on the purple-robed man. In the next moment, he used his ultimate move again. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the air. The black dragon claws swooped down from the sky and tore the void apart. Buzz, however, the purple-robed man who had unleashed his bloodline power had become extremely powerful. He turned into a purple bolt of lightning and dodged the spatial crack. Lin Xian was surprised. The purple-robed man was indeed powerful. You're indeed a martial artist from Monster King Palace. You have many tricks up your sleeve. But it's over. Lin Xian snorted. His fist was like a black dragon that quickly pressed down from the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if there was really a giant dragon hovering in the void. Looking at the black fist that was descending from the sky, the purple-robed man roared. Open! In the next moment, he moved his purple beast claws and struck forward. When the two collided, there was a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The sea was sunk and a huge whirlpool appeared. Endless sea water gathered below. Roar! The purple-robed man roared and his eyes were filled with madness. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his body from that strike. Terrifying blood flowed out quickly and dyed him red. Shocking, it was too shocking. He had already ignited his bloodline power and he still could not contend with the purple-robed man. He could not believe it, however, Lin Xian snorted. So what if he had the bloodline of the monster clan? Since you dared to intercept me, you'll have to pay the price. As he spoke, he waved his fist again. Suddenly, countless black dragon shadows appeared in the sky. They covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Each of them seemed real and they emitted a powerful aura. Countless dragon shadows swooped down and engulfed the purple-robed man in an instant. The purple-robed man could not resist at all. His body was torn apart and dyed the sea red. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to take away the storage ring. This scene was simply too shocking. A dignified martial artist of the Demon Imperial Palace, a powerful half-demon, had actually been killed by someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. However, although the surrounding crowd was shocked, there were still a few people whose eyes were flickering with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. It was not that they were crazy, but these people thought that this was a great opportunity. This was because Lin Xian must have used up a lot of spiritual energy in his battle with the Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists. He even suffered some injuries. At this time, if several experts attacked together, there was a high chance that they would be able to kill the other party. At that time, not only Lin Xian's storage ring, but even the purple-clothed man's storage ring would belong to the final victor. Therefore, a few people were preparing to make a move in secret. However, at this time, Lin Xian snorted coldly in front of them, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. From his body, streaks of sharp sword qi gushed out, piercing through heaven and earth like divine swords. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, flattening the entire sea. "Come at me if you're not afraid of death," Lin Xian said coldly, releasing a powerful aura that was even more tyrannical than before. Feeling this aura, many people's scalps went numb, and they looked terrified. The few experts who wanted to make a move in secret also narrowed their eyes in shock. They did not expect that the other party would still have energy after such an intense battle. And from the looks of it, he did not seem to have the right to attack before. This made them feel like they were in a dream. For a moment, a few experts frowned. This was because they did not know if Lin Xian was really powerful or just pretending to confuse them. In the end, these people thought about it again and decided to give up. This was because they were not completely confident. In the crowd, 5 or 6 figures quickly retreated and left the area like ghosts. After the hidden experts left, the remaining warriors did not dare to make a move. In fact, they could not even withstand the aura that Lin Xian was emitting at this moment. However, at this moment, a charming laughter came from afar. "Young master, you're so powerful. I wonder if I have the opportunity to travel with you." Hearing this voice, many people's bones went soft, and their eyes shone with a fiery light. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. What a powerful bewitching technique. Just this voice alone was enough to make the blood in one's body churn, and one's expression become unstable. It seemed that the other party was also a ruthless character. However, this charm technique was effective on others, but it did not have any effect on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was activated. He was not affected at all. However, the surrounding people raised their heads and looked into the distance with infatuation. Over there, a green figure was flying towards them at high speed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a ball of fire. As she looked around, she had a charming aura that was captivating. The woman in green came close, looked at Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "I wonder which sex genius disciple you are from. You have such powerful strength. I'm so happy to see you." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not understand what she was trying to do. At this moment, the surrounding people could not help but shout, "Beauty, are you looking for a bodyguard for your safety? Look for a brother. He's very powerful. Yes, Beauty. Come with us. We guarantee that you won't be in any danger. Come with me. Come with me." Shouts could be heard. These people were so excited that they could not wait to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and shook his head helplessly. The people around him were really reckless. Although the woman in green in front of him was smiling, her true strength was probably more terrifying than the purple-robed man from the Demon King Palace. These people wanted to be her bodyguard. They were really reckless. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon also said, "Boy, be careful. This woman is also a half-demon." "She's also a half-demon?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was also a half-demon. It seemed that it was very likely that she was from the same faction as the purple-robed man. Knowing this, he secretly became vigilant. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, ready to attack at any time. The smile on the woman in green's face became even wider. She moved her jade-like feet and slowly approached Lin Xian. When she was less than 30 feet away, the woman in green suddenly attacked. At this moment, her fair jade-like leg seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade as it kicked out towards Lin Xian. The void trembled and was mercilessly cut open. This kick was very sudden and extremely terrifying. If it were any other king, even a 6-star king would have been hit because it was too sudden. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had long known that there was something wrong with the other party, so he was always on guard against her. Now that he saw the other party make a move, his figure swayed, and he directly used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to retreat. Buzz, the kick missed, and the place where Lin Xian was originally standing suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the woman in green to suddenly attack when she came in. However, what shocked them even more was that the woman in green missed. Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even the woman in green was extremely surprised. Because her kick was very sudden, and even a 6-star king could not dodge it. However, the other party actually dodged it. She had to admit that it was too surprising. However, what shocked her was yet to come. Because in the next moment, her move was over, and that pair of jade-like legs had yet to be retracted. However, a black fist in front of her quickly blasted over like a mountain. Bang! This black fist was naturally thrown by Lin Xian. At this moment, it blasted onto that pair of perfect jade-like legs, resulting in a shocking collision. The pair of jade-like legs were directly blasted apart. The woman in green screamed, and the surrounding people looked pained. Heartache, it was too heartache, such a beautiful woman with such perfect legs, but someone actually mercilessly shattered them. It was truly abominable. Obviously, the person who had such thoughts was still under the influence of the charm technique. If the woman in green attacked these people, none of them would be able to dodge. The woman in green's expression changed drastically, and there was even a hint of anger in her eyes. She screamed and retreated backward. A silver-white tail appeared on that jade-like leg that had been blasted apart. It was an inverted triangle that flickered with a cold light. This was a scorpion tail. The moment it appeared, it carried a monstrous killing intent, and it stabbed towards Lin Xian like a spear. Light flashed, and the void was instantly pierced through. However, this time, it still stabbed nothing. Because Lin Xian's speed had reached an unbelievable level. The Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps was incomparable, and he instantly dodged this attack. As expected of a half-demon. Lin Xian looked at the scorpion tail and said coldly. What? He's also a half-demon? When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected the woman in green to be a half-demon as well. However, the woman in green's bewitchment technique was simply too powerful. Even though they saw that the other party was a half-demon, many warriors were still dazed. It seemed that he had been deeply affected by the spell. The green-cloaked woman retreated to a safe distance and stopped. Then, the green light on her body surged and quickly condensed at the silver scorpion tail. Then, a pair of perfect jade-like feet and legs grew out again. However, although her severed limb had regenerated, the green-clothed woman's face was still somewhat pale. It was obvious that this rebirth technique was very taxing on her. Damned brat, how dare you injure me? The lady in green had a vicious look in her eyes as she glared at Lin Xian. But in the end, she didn't make a move. This was because the other party's strength was too strange. She was actually able to dodge his unexpected attack and even severely injure him. All of this was beyond her expectations. And now, she had used up a lot of her strength and wasn't in the right condition to fight with the other party. Brat, you injured me today. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. The green-cloaked woman said through gritted teeth. Then, she looked around and released her bewitchment technique again. She turned into a ray of green light and left into the distance. The surrounding warriors were affected by the bewitchment technique and their eyes were dazed again. There were even a few who were too proficient in the technique and directly moved to follow the green-cloaked woman. Seeing this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that those warriors who followed her would be sucked dry of their yang qi and blood energy. However, this was the decision of these people, so he didn't stop them. Moreover, even if they recovered their strength, they were still no match for him. Therefore, Lin Xian shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. Instead, he looked at the island in front of him. Brat, let's go take a look, the Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. There was no other way. Then, the two of them quickly ran forward. In front of them, there were already many people standing on the Black Island. Obviously, these people wanted to search for treasures on the island. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also arrived on the island. Suddenly, they felt a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if they didn't land on an island, but in the netherworld. After Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, many more people quickly landed on the island. As the number of martial artists increased, the entire island began to change. First, there was a trace of black fog coming from the forest in front of them and gradually spreading in all directions. Not only that, the surrounding light also dimmed, as if countless dark clouds were gathering towards the island. A chilly wind blew, and it was so cold that people couldn't help but shiver. Many people felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. They even had the urge to run away. The Crimson Dragon also shivered and howled, "Brat, why do I feel that something is wrong?" "Me too." Lin Xian looked dignified. "Anyway, be careful. Don't fall into the enemy's trap." Lin Xian walked towards the black forest in front of him, and many warriors around him followed suit. The black forest was very strange. The trees were completely black, as if they had been dyed with thick ink and blood. Walking in the black forest, it was quiet all around. There was no sound at all. This silence made people feel hopeless. However, at this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out and tore through the void. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Did someone make a move? Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. Sure enough, there was a change in the black forest. The whole forest seemed to have come alive. The black trees turned into demons, and their branches were like demon claws, dancing quickly. A few warriors were careless and were directly pierced by the black branches. Gurgle gurgle, soon, the blood of those warriors who were pierced was absorbed by the black branches. This terrifying change shocked everyone. In an instant, countless roars were heard, and then rays of bright light lit up. Chi and blood like dragons dyed the sky red. It was obvious that the warriors were making a move. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also attacked. Those black branches carried a gloomy and cold aura, and strangely curved, piercing towards their vitals. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and countless sharp sword lights were released around him, slashing in all directions. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sharp sword lights bloomed around his body and slashed in all directions. Instantly, those branches were quickly cut off. Crack! Crack, however, it was not over yet. New branches grew out from those cut-off branches and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They were endless and could not be killed at all. Lin Xian tried a few times and also discovered this characteristic. Thus, he hurriedly called out to the Crimson Dragon, "Let's go, leave this forest." The two of them rushed to the left like lightning. The others did not continue to fight. They also turned around and quickly left. Whoosh, however, in this black forest, the sound of countless wings flapping suddenly sounded. Soon after, numerous black shadows flew out from the forest, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was a strange black bird. Its entire body was black and it was the size of a palm. However, its eyes were extremely red and had a bloodthirsty glow. "Damn it, it's the blood crows. Run!" Someone cried out in surprise. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. The blood crows were an extremely terrifying type of monster. They specialized in sucking the flesh and blood of warriors and could be said to be very evil. These blood crows were not very strong individually, but they were social creatures. Every time they moved, they would cover the sky and cover the earth. They formed an extremely terrifying army of blood crows that ordinary kings could not resist at all. Now, they did not expect to encounter such terrifying blood crows. For a time, countless people could no longer care about hiding their strength and fled crazily. However, there were too many of these blood crows. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, there were blood crows everywhere. In an instant, they collided with the human warriors. Poof, a human warrior was covered by hundreds of blood crows in an instant. His body was directly caught. Explode, blood mist filled the air, and the blood was quickly devoured by the blood crows. Not only that, the taste of the blood stimulated the blood crows. Every one of them released a terrifying blood-red light and flew crazily toward the human warriors. Ah! Screams sounded one after another. Not long after, many martial artists were clawed into a bloody mist. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Terrifying black fist shadows surged forward and wrapped up a group of blood crows. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in the sky. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all shocked. Such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. But soon, Lin Xian frowned. This was because the empty space was quickly covered by countless blood crows once again. They were densely packed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward him. This scene was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he quickly used the Dragon Sword Realm to envelop him and the Crimson Dragon. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, resisting the blood crows that filled the sky. Then, Lin Xian moved and sprinted forward. Screams of agony could be heard all around. However, there were also experts among these martial artists. Clang, there was a deafening sound. Then, in the distance, a blue thunderbolt lit up and rushed into the sky. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning descended and quickly attacked those blood crows. It was an expert from the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, he roared and lightning flashed all over his body. He looked like a thunder god. On the other side, a golden light soared into the sky like a golden river roaring in the void. The experts from the Wavering Light Sacred Land also made their move. There was another earth-shattering sound. Then, a saber light cut through the void like a rainbow. From time to time, experts appeared in the crowd to fight against the terrifying Blood Crow army. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners quickly followed behind these top powers and rushed forward. With these powerhouses around, their safety was guaranteed. However, not long after, an extremely cold cry suddenly sounded from the Blood Crow army in front. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was a huge blood crow, as big as a house. Its head was ferocious, and there were 3 blood-red eyeballs on it. As soon as this huge blood crow appeared, it carried a monstrous murderous aura and boundless bloody light. Then, it spread its wings and made a weird croaking sound. In the third eye, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. Rumble! This blood-red bolt of lightning struck the crowd and instantly killed more than 10 martial artists. Damn it! Not good. It's the Blood Crow King. Everyone's scalp went numb. They could not even fight against an ordinary Blood Crow army. They did not expect the Blood Crow King to appear now. This made them unable to resist at all. Humph! What Blood Crow King? Watch me destroy you! A middle-aged man snorted. He held a shiny long saber in his hand, and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura. With a slash of the saber light was like a rainbow. The dazzling saber light illuminated the entire forest. A terrifying aura surged in the void, causing the entire island to shake rapidly. Melon melon, the Blood Crow King roared crazily. Then, its 3 eyeballs turned and countless blood-red lightning surged out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red lightning that filled the sky collided with the terrifying saber light. Violent energy exploded, and the world was dazzling. Under the blood-red lightning, the terrifying saber light was not blocked at all and directly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but even that martial artist was also pierced by the blood-red lightning. What? An expert was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. That swordsman was very powerful. Previously, it was him who killed countless blood crows with one slash. But they did not expect that he would be killed by the Blood Crow King in just one move. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian also frowned because he realized that the Blood Crow King's strength was indeed terrifying. He did not want to be entangled with the opponent, so he used the Dragon Sword Realm. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and continued to open up a path. After the Blood Crow King killed the swordsman, its 3 blood-red eyeballs emitted a monstrous blood-red light and then swept in all directions. Soon, it stared at Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Lands experts, the Myriad Thunder sect, and the other human experts. In the next moment, it spread its wings and the blood-red light on its body surged quickly. Then, it turned into dozens of Blood Crow avatars and rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. These blood crow avatars were 2 meters long and completely blood red. They were completely composed of blood red lightning. They carried a monstrous demonic aura. Not only that, although they were just avatars, their strength was terrifying. The Blood Crow King actually wanted to use its power to fight against Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the other human experts. It had to be said that it was too arrogant. All the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his fist. The image of a black dragon with black lightning quickly appeared and charged into the void. In the next moment, it collided with the Blood Crow King's avatar. Boom, the void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the surrounding Blood Crow army to be affected as well. In the sky, the two energies collided with each other, creating a terrifying storm. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not hesitate either. They took advantage of this opportunity to set off again. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, Myriad Thunder Sect, and other experts were also attacked by the Blood Crow King's clone. These people roared and used their ultimate skills to fight against the Blood Crow King's clone. A huge golden phantom appeared behind the powerhouse of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. A terrifying light rushed into the sky. The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also held a thunder sword in his hand and slashed forward. The other powerhouses also quickly attacked to fight against it. A great battle broke out, and the terrifying energy seemed to destroy the entire island. Under normal circumstances, a casual attack from these people would be able to destroy the entire island. But now, with so many powerhouses attacking together, the terrifying energy explosion still did not shake the Black Island. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Despicable outsiders. How dare you enter my oblique moon mystic world? You can stay here. This voice was very low and carried a cold-killing intent. Hearing this, everyone trembled. However, the powerhouse of the Wavering Light Sacred Land exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, you're a native of the ancient ruins. How is this possible? You're still alive. This voice was filled with shock and horror. After the others heard this, their scalps went numb. There were actually natives in the ancient ruins, and they were still alive. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that this place was an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years. Even a great emperor could not live for so long. But now, these people were actually still alive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are you humans or ghosts? The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also roared. At this moment, everyone's bodies trembled, and a chill rose in their hearts. Even the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian's scalps went numb. The two of them looked at each other and no longer held back. They erupted with powerful auras and rushed forward. This news was too shocking. There were actually people from the ancient times who were still alive. Furthermore, it was on this island. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, the Dragon Sword realm was pushed to its limits. Turning into a shocking dragon-shaped sword shadow, it flew out rapidly. Roar, everywhere it passed, a large number of blood crows were pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Who dares to trespass into my ancestral land? That voice was heard once again before a majestic wave of energy shot towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, the entire void trembled rapidly, and even the ground caved in. One had to know that this Black Island was extremely sturdy. Even when so many experts had attacked, they had not been able to break it. And now, a mere wave of energy had caused such a change to the entire Black Island. One could imagine how terrifying this energy fluctuation was. At this critical moment, Lin Xian drew out the 9 Darkness Demonic Sword. Together with the Dragon Sword realm, his combat strength was raised to the extreme. He turned into a sharp sword light and dodged forward. A terrifying light shot into the sky. Chi-chi, at this moment, the entire Dragon Sword realm was extremely sharp and fast. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. He actually dodged it. Seeing this scene, the indigenous person hiding in the dark was also very surprised. He did not expect that the other party could actually dodge his attack. This was really too surprising. Looking at the figures of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, a figure in the dark sneered. "Humph, so what if you dodged this? You will be killed sooner or later." The indigenous person shook his head and ignored Lin Xian and the others. Instead, he stared at the experts of the Yaoguang sacred land and the myriad thunder sect on the island and attacked again. Suddenly, a terrifying battle broke out. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon dodged the shocking attack. Then, the two of them flew quickly and directly left the Black Island. After leaving the Black Island, there was still the sea in front of him. However, the sea water had turned into a strange black color. As it surged, it carried an extremely cold aura. It was not until they were far away from the Black Island that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon slowed down. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were full of fear. It was too dangerous. If they were a step slower, they would definitely have been hit by that shocking energy. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. That was not what shocked the two of them. What shocked the two of them even more was that there were indigenous people alive in the ancient ruins. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, according to their guess, that mysterious person should not be the only one alive. Damn it, what the hell is this place? How can someone live here for so long? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. At this time, He Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for someone to live for so long. A great emperor can only live for 10 or 20,000 years at most. Unless it's a real immortal. However, whether there are immortals in this world is still unknown. Perhaps there are people who have survived in the ancient ruins. Those who left before were not from the ancient times. But their descendants. Perhaps." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they were not from the ancient times. However, the situation is still not optimistic, the Crimson Dragon said. Those people have lived in the ancient ruins for who knows how long. I'm afraid that even if there are treasures here, they would have already found them. And those that they can't find, we won't be able to find them in a short time. It seems that this trip was a waste of time. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon was right. Lin Xian also frowned. However, it was impossible to go back now. It was better to leave the Black Sea first and observe the situation. Next, Lin Xian took out a spirit boat and the two of them flew into the distance. Of course, they did not fly in the air but flew close to the sea surface. Although the speed of the spirit boat was not very fast, it saved a lot of energy. On the Black Island, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had used up some of their energy. Therefore, they were sitting cross-legged and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy with difficulty. The supreme-grade subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands were prepared for an emergency situation and to recover quickly. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon finally recovered. However, they still could not see the end of the sea. However, not long after, the spirit boat under their feet suddenly trembled violently as if it had encountered a huge monster. This alerted Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The two of them stood up and looked down. Boom! Boom, boom. The spiritual boat kept shaking and the surrounding seawater surged rapidly. Countless huge waves appeared as if they were going to devour the boat. There's something. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he quickly jumped up high with the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, he flipped his palm and kept the spiritual boat. Indeed, in the next moment, waves surged on the surface of the sea. A black tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black like ink. It looked like a devil's claw from hell. With an eerie and terrifying aura, it quickly rushed into the sky. Along with it, there was the sound of rolling waves and a terrifying murderous aura. What's that? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked and quickly retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian retreated rapidly. The black tentacle quickly descended and slapped the surface of the sea. Then, it formed two waves that were 1,000 feet high and rushed in all directions. The pitch-black seawater was extremely heavy. It was like black gold. At this moment, it became extremely cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he looked at the incoming black waves. Then, he waved his fist. A black dragon claw appeared and waved rapidly in the void. Crack! 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 The void was torn apart in an instant. The black waves that were 1,000 feet high were also torn in half. Countless black waves landed on both sides of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, not a single drop fell on them. During this process, Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret god eyes to see what was below. It was a huge octopus. It was extremely terrifying. Its size was about the same as the Black Island from before. In particular, the aura of the octopus was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps go numb. They did not want to fight against it. Then, the two of them moved again and flew into the distance. This time, they didn't care about anything else. They held the two supreme quality subdivine crystals and flew at full speed while absorbing the energy. The Crimson Dragon let out a deep dragon roar, and the dragon blood in its body soared to the sky. It exuded a powerful divine beast aura, warning everyone in all directions. The aura of the dragon race permeated the air, incomparably terrifying. Immediately, the incomparably huge black octopus became extremely fearful. He didn't continue to pursue Lin Xian and Lin Xian. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the following days, they encountered countless huge sea creatures, each of which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, they managed to escape without any mishap. 10 days later, they finally discovered another black dot in front of them. Another island? The two of them frowned, but as they continued to fly, joy appeared on their faces. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was not an island. Instead, it was land. I've finally left this terrifying sea of darkness. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were overjoyed and sped up again. In front of him was a golden beach, and behind the golden beach was a dense forest. It was not a strange black forest, but a normal green forest. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon arrived on the golden beach. Feeling the scalding heat, the two of them felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The past few days had been too terrifying. Each of those sea creatures was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon was a dragon and had a powerful divine beast aura. That was why they were able to escape. Lin Xian was still fine as he quietly observed his surroundings. The dark red dragon, on the other hand, was lying on the golden beach and rolling around non-stop. There are spirit fruits ahead. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead and saw a strange-shaped fruit growing on a tree in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lin Xian also pursed his lips. He was also a little hungry these days. Finally, the two of them walked forward. However, at this moment, several figures walked out of the forest. They stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon with unfriendly expressions. Seeing that there were people coming out, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon became nervous. Because they thought that they were the natives of the ancient ruins. But then, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because they found that they were not natives, but warriors of the major forces who came with them. As long as they were not natives, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The people in front of them sneered. "Kid, hand over all your treasures and be our slaves. We can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. F***CK. It's another robbery." The Crimson Dragon looked unhappy. He had been chased for more than 10 days. He did not expect to be robbed again. Therefore, he said coldly, "Get out of here. Otherwise, Ben Huang will eat you. You're courting death. It's just a four-horned snake. How dare it make a fuss? Go, kill it. We'll have snake soup tonight." A young man sneered. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed forward. A dazzling saber light flashed, bringing with it a powerful storm. The saber was extremely terrifying. "Stinky snake, die." The young man sneered. However, the Crimson Dragon snorted. He did not hold back at all. His body swayed, and his dragon tail swept out. Clang, the next moment, his dragon tail collided with the sharp saber light. A terrifying sound wave shook the void, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding area. Explode, however, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The terrifying saber light was destroyed by the Crimson Dragon's tail. What? That's impossible. The young man's pupils shrank when he saw the scene. He did not expect that the other party was so powerful. Let's kill him together. The other two warriors also realized that something was wrong. They roared angrily, and a sharp light burst out from their bodies. They decided to join forces and kill the Crimson Dragon first. Whoosh, however, the Crimson Dragon was too fast. Just as those people attacked, he slapped down with his dragon claw. Boom, it covered the sky as if a red mountain had descended from the sky. The young martial artist who had attacked before hadn't even recovered from his shock when he was slapped into a bloody mist. You're courting death. Kill him. The others roared crazily when they saw this scene. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill one of their warriors in an instant. Humph, in the void, a dazzling ray of light shone like a rainbow, descending from the sky. It was a triangular mirror made of bronze. It was engraved with mysterious patterns. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light shone down from the mirror. It was as sharp as a heavenly saber. The ray of light quickly swept toward the Crimson Dragon. Damn you, snake! Die! The warrior holding the bronze mirror sneered. However, this time, the Crimson Dragon did not dodge. Instead, he waved his dragon claw and quickly clawed forward. Clang, there was another earth-shattering sound, and the entire void trembled. End of chapter 17:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.